The Demon Lord who emerged from the celestial prison. They are afraid. Synopsis. Demon Lord of slaying sisters, fairy weeping, no redemption, ruthless in destruction. The moment he emerged from the celestial prison, the passionate youth Ye Heng was no more. In his place stood the audacious Demon Lord Ye Heng. He does not desire the fairies' trivial regrets. He seeks to make them weep and suffer, to hear their lamentations echoing in the depths of despair. Wielding the blood-weeping demon blade, Ye Heng approaches the fairies with a smile. Fear not, for I am most tender-hearted. Chapter 1. The first ancestral court of the demon path. Criminal. Ye Heng, the lantern keeper of the night patrol, convicted of lewd crimes, having repeatedly violated brides at weddings, an unforgivable sin, permanently suppressed in the celestial prison beneath the lake. In the hidden city of Long, within the lake prison, Ye Heng lay in the cold, damp dungeon, his tattered prison garb soaked in blood. Memories surged within his mind. 2 years prior, he had arrived in this fantastical realm of demons and monsters to save a life. Through talent and determination, he became a member of the esteemed night patrol of the Daruade dynasty. 10 days ago, Ye Heng was a celebrated prodigy in the hidden city of Long until he encountered the wedding violation case. After much effort, he finally apprehended the perpetrator, who was none other than the sole heir of the divine gun marquis, Ling Yunfei. Ye Heng showed no fear. His superior was Princess Yun Li, the eldest daughter of a prince, holding a status even higher than his own. With a heart brimming with compassion for the common folk, Princess Yun Li granted Ye Heng the courage he needed. Ye Heng believed her. Over the course of 2 years, he witnessed the noble lady Jiang Yunli, who, in the bitter cold, distributed warm clothing to the elderly and young, and during droughts, cooked congee to provide relief. She punished the aristocrats who bullied the weak, never adorned herself with jewels, always clad in simple white garments. After capturing the heir Ling Yunfei, Ye Heng once inquired of Jiang Yunli whether this would bring her trouble. She responded with a reassuring glance and a single phrase. No worries. We shall act according to the law in this feudal era, where hierarchy was rigidly enforced. Ye Heng believed he had found a kindred spirit. He was gravely mistaken that on the eve of the public trial for the perpetrator Ling Yunfei, the criminal Ling Yunfei strutted into Ye Heng's modest courtyard with an air of arrogance. You are perplexed, perhaps frightened, believing in the pitiful rules. We are the masters of this realm. The laws are ours to dictate. You are but a servant, daring to defy the celestial order. How laughable. The haughty heir Ling Yunfei's eyes glinted with derision. Before him stood an exceedingly proud and aloof woman, Ling Qingxian, the true-born daughter of the divine gun marquis and a fairy of a certain supreme holy land. She cast a disdainful glance at Ye Heng. By rights, a person of your status should not be allowed to meet us. Your strength is only worthy of serving us. To presume to dispense justice, how absurd. You are but an ant, and this is your honor. The truth was turned on its head. Ye Heng remained silent, calmly observing this lofty brother-sister duo. He had come to understand, wishing not to question, merely looking with profound disappointment at the quiet surroundings of his courtyard. The headquarters of the night patrol in the hidden city of Long, teeming with experts, where not even a fly could intrude, yet the criminal stood brazenly before him, while his colleagues seemed to have vanished. Everything became clear. Ye Heng mockingly gazed at the inky darkness of the night. It was laughable to believe that in a feudal dynasty, there would be hope, that a princess would truly stand by the common people. Truly, it was absurd. Expecting to feel anger and to roar, Ye Heng instead felt a serene heart. Relinquishing all burdens, silently, he drew his blade that he struck at the figures before him. The outcome found him lying in a pool of blood, gasping for breath, the tumult of battle failing to attract any attention. Within the night patrol, silence reigned terrifyingly. Throughout, imprisoned, judged, and paraded, bearing a crime that was not his own, enduring the scorn of the entire city, in the filthy confines of the prisoner cart, Ye Heng gazed up at the city walls, where Jiang Yunli still radiated an aura of purity, her face ever adorned with compassion, basking in the love and reverence of the citizens. She continued to smile faintly at Ye Heng. There was no hint of apology, no sense of guilt, only a serene indifference, as if she were still the understanding elder sister, merely discarding the superfluous trash. Beside her, Ling Qingxian remained high and mighty, gazing down upon Ye Heng as if looking at a pitiful and laughable dog. Ye Heng lay in the dungeon, reflecting upon his memories. Unwillingness, indignation, and frustration surged from the depths of his heart. Bang! He rose, forcefully striking his head against the iron door. Blood flowed freely, his forehead split open, crimson staining his cheeks. He allowed the blood to trickle into his eyes, tinting them red. He had no need for those cheap and cowardly emotions. What use was self-pity? He desired to repay it tenfold. Delicate flesh, rather than self-mutilation, why not offer it to me instead? A sinister voice, accompanied by a chilling gnawing sound, emerged from the darkness behind. Man-eating specter, refrain from acting. Allow me to savor this first. Ye Heng turned back. From the shadows, a pair of malevolent, blood-red eyes glinted with malice. Those imprisoned here were all ruthless and formidable beings. Given Ye Heng's identity and strength, he should not have been confined in the deepest reaches of the lake prison. Those pairs of red eyes, once instilling terror, now fixed their predatory gazes upon Ye Heng. Come, let us see who dies first. Ye Heng, undaunted, revealed a feral grin. They were all prisoners, their vital energy sealed, relying solely on their physical strength. Aren't you afraid of death, young one? Do you wish to escape? An ancient voice echoed from the depths of the darkness. Upon hearing this, the previously fearsome individuals quieted, the bloodlust in their eyes diminishing. Ye Heng stared into the shadows, the discordant sound of chains scraping against the ground. In the dim light, an elderly figure, riddled with crevices, appeared before Ye Heng, his eyes devoid of any spark, resembling a living corpse. Ye Heng offered no reply. Escape? Who wouldn't desire to flee? Yet, since the establishment of the lake prison over a century ago, no criminal had ever escaped. Vital energy sealed, chains binding him, guards vigilantly watching over him. Even the strongest of the night patrol in the hidden city of Long could neither enter nor exit. Once confined to the lake dungeon, there remained but a single path, to survive in wretchedness until death. Old ghost, you are not suggesting the first ancestral scripture of the Mo Dao again, are you? That is a path to certain death. In just 3 years, 49 lives have been claimed. Do not squander the strength of our young lord. The sound of cracking bones accompanied the woman's voice. The first ancestral scripture? Ye Heng was taken aback. Did such a legendary scripture truly exist, and the first of its kind? Youth, if you fear not death and yearn for freedom, why not take a gamble? In this dark abyss, rather than merely surviving, why not stake everything? The old man gazed intently at Ye Heng. Are you brave enough to wager it all on cultivating the Tai Shi Mo Jing? What is the Tai Shi Mo Jing? Ye Heng fixed his eyes on the elder. He would not be deterred by the toll of lives lost, nor would he shrink back from the allure of the demonic scripture, as long as there remains a glimmer of hope for escape. Even if his bones shatter and his soul burns, he would drag himself through the infernal chains of hellfire to break free. The Tai Shi Mo Jing is said to be the supreme scripture cultivated by the demon ancestor, the foremost among all scriptures. In the era of the demon ancestor, who would dare to claim the righteous path? Who would dare to rule? He suppressed an entire era, unmatched by any. The words of the old dead man surged with fervor. Aside from the demon ancestor, has anyone else mastered it? There have been those of exceptional talent, with the potential of ancestors, who sought to tread the path of the demon ancestor. Many attempted to cultivate it, and with the aid of the old demons, they could enter the path, yet none could ultimately achieve it. They perished along the way, leaving only fragments from the Tai Shi Mo Jing to create various sects and open many forbidden realms. I will learn it. Without hesitation, Ye Heng's words rang with conviction. Chapter 2. The innocent enters the demon path. Ye Heng was acutely aware that cultivating in this realm was a perilous endeavor, fraught with the risk of death. Yet, to abstain from cultivation meant to await death, with no hope of escape. Even if one were to achieve a miraculous breakout, they would lack the power to make the exalted daughters of the Tian family pay a price. It was better to wager everything. Was there a possibility of cultivation here? Ye Heng harbored doubts. His chi si was sealed, and he was ensnared by soul chains. Not only was cultivation impossible, but even the circulation of the innate xuanqi within him was unattainable. He could sense no trace of xuanqi within his body. Only the most fundamental physical strength remained. While the soul chains forged from dark iron could not be broken by mere corporeal force, Ye Heng existed at the nascent stage of the second realm. The first realm, known as the Mingxiu realm, focused on the manipulation of vital energy and the tempering of bones. Upon reaching the second realm, one must absorb the essence of all things, gathering their qi into one's body. At the nascent stage, one could only absorb a single type of xuanqi, a singular energy. The chaotic energies of heaven and earth required pure and singular xuanqi, attainable only through rare treasures or unique locations, or with the assistance of powerful beings to untangle the disordered energies of the world. In this place, although Ye Heng was not a demon cultivator, He could still perceive the chaotic and violent amalgamation of Yin energy, death energy, malevolence, evil energy, and resentment, a tumultuous storm of chaos. If a powerful entity were present to help untangle the chi pathways and extract a singular xuanqi for cultivation, it could be feasible. However, everyone's chi sea was sealed, and no one could assist. Ye Heng turned his gaze toward the enigmatic elder among the living dead. Can you? This was the tyrannical nature of the Tai Shi Mo Jing, which surpassed all other scriptures. Other texts, whether the teachings of the sect master or those rumored to rival Tai Shi, could only absorb one type of xuanqi at the outset, laying a foundation step by step before advancing to encompass more xuanqi. In contrast, Tai Shi Mo Jing allowed for the simultaneous absorption of multiple types of sinister Yin xuanqi. Ye Vins Pupils Narovit. This was an unprecedented method of cultivation, contrary to all known scriptures. Other methods progressed from the simple to the complex, beginning with foundational practices before advancing to accommodate more xuanqi. No wonder they had all perished. Ye Heng exhaled deeply. Tell me the method of cultivation. Another reckless youth. If he perishes, his bones belong to me, his flesh belongs to me, his blood belongs to me. Why not indulge before he begins to cultivate? The violent criminals in the cell fixated on Ye Heng with predatory eyes, already beginning to scheme. Silence. The elder among the living dead glared coldly at the unruly criminals. Who dares to disturb him? I will tear them apart first. Instantly, silence enveloped the chamber. Ye Heng's expression hardened with determination as he began to assume various peculiar and bizarre postures. This was said to be the original cultivation method, devised by the demon ancestor after observing the remains of ancient demons, embodying their resonance. As the celestial demons descended, bones were forged as the foundation, using blood as a guide and souls as offerings. With the backlash of 7 wounds and the resilience of 9 lives, bones transformed into demonic armor, and I became the apex of heaven. Soon, within the dark dungeon, a chilling wind arose, as if evil spirits were murmuring and malevolent demons were feasting. Threads of weak black energy intertwined, wrapping around Ye Heng and forming a layer of demonic flames. As Ye Heng moved through increasingly complex postures, the ambient Yin energy, death energy, and killing intent surged forth, merging and devouring one another to create demonic energy. As this energy continued to surge in, a vague shadow of demonic energy began to materialize behind Ye Heng, rising to a height of over 10 feet, swirling with demonic flames. Within its depths, one could faintly discern crimson glowing eyes and protruding horns, slowly opening its mouth to face Ye Heng, as if it intended to devour him and everything in the world. Under the terrified gazes of the criminals, the shadow consumed Ye Heng, plunging him into a sea of demons. The pitch-black demonic energy slithered like a venomous serpent into every orifice of Ye Heng, coursing through his veins. Wherever it traveled, meridians ruptured and blood vessels shattered. Ye Heng trembled all over, his teeth chattering, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Yet he emitted not a single cry of anguish. As the demonic energy invaded his mind, the myriad malevolent thoughts left behind by countless wrongdoers sought to drag Ye Heng into the abyss of hell, and his once fierce visage now bore blood tears. The light in his eyes began to fade. He persevered through the method for what felt like an eternity, yet ultimately proved futile. Yet another self-important individual. Sumpering in vain. The criminals in the dungeon observed the increasingly motionless Ye Heng, revealing their fangs. Elder, he has died. Can we not act? They looked toward the elder among the living dead. The elder stared blankly at the serene, corpse-like Ye Heng. There was no breath left, only the relentless demonic energy continuing its destruction. Beneath his skin, blood vessels ruptured, flesh decayed, and bones became exposed. His ribs were visible, and his heart no longer beat, spilling forth dark blood. Another failure. The elder felt no disappointment. It seemed destined to unfold this way. I do not desire anything else. Let me indulge before it cools. Do not waste time. The serpent demon will arrive soon. The feast has begun. A chilling, sinister laughter echoed through the dungeon. At that moment, the stillness of Ye Heng's heart was pierced by faint rumblings. His dim eyes began to shimmer with a crimson light, and his lips curled into a chilling smile, accompanied by the whispers of demons. How can one perish without dragging them into the depths of hell to wail in despair? The crimson glow in his eyes intensified. An endless stream of demonic energy began to penetrate the vertical scar on Ye Sheng's forehead, writhing like a demonic eye. He had not perished? The criminals in the dungeon were taken aback, unable to believe their eyes as they gazed at Ye Sheng. He was still alive? Could it be that someone truly could succeed in cultivation? Impossible. This was inconceivable. The elder, who hoped more than anyone for Ye Sheng's success, found himself the least composed at this moment, watching as the demonic energy enveloped Ye Sheng. His shattered body began to be reborn anew in the cleansing embrace of the demonic energy. It truly worked. The Thunder Heart Meridian? He had mastered the top-tier Xuanqi, thunder. In the nascent stage, such extraordinary talent, yet it was not enough. The elder's burning gaze fixated on Ye Sheng. He understood well the difficulties of cultivating the Tai Shi Mo Jing in this realm. From the outset, Tai Shi Mo Jing required the absorption of the 9 demonic energies. Once, some exceptionally gifted prodigies managed to enter the path with the aid of rare treasures and the guidance of ancient demons. Yet Ye Sheng possessed nothing. In this place, there existed not only the 9 demonic energies, but also the energies of corpses, beasts, and ghosts. Each additional energy would double the difficulty, especially the onslaught of resentment born from countless lingering thoughts. How could his primordial spirit endure such a trial? The elder and Ye Sheng's eyes, both ablaze with demonic flames, locked in a fierce gaze. Over the span of a century, countless souls had perished within this dungeon. Each had once been a fearsome and ruthless individual. The remnants they left behind could drive a person mad, shattering their soul. His primordial spirit was strong, but it was insufficient. Unless he could momentarily withstand the chaotic barrage of myriad memories and lingering thoughts. How much could a young man like him truly comprehend? How far could he go? It should not be like this. The elder began to doubt himself. Was the Tai Shi Mo Jing truly so easy to cultivate? What of the many ancient demons and lesser ancestors who had perished on this path throughout history? Suddenly, the elder furrowed his brow, vaguely perceiving a flash of crimson light deep within Ye Sheng's eyes. It emanated from the very core of his soul. That flash of red, was it the heart of innocence? The innocent entering the demon path? The elder rarely exhibited a smile. Intriguing, utterly fascinating, to compel a pure-hearted individual into the path of darkness. This era seems destined for such tribulation. Amidst the crimson haze, a glimmer of golden light emerges. The elder chuckles heartily, for the innocent radiates yang energy. Born from the depths of the most profound yin, the elder yearns to laugh uproariously. In the realm of extremes, yin and yang, thunderous forces forge demonic bodies. The Tao divides into dualities, and the esteemed Tai Shi magic scripture reigns supreme among myriad texts. To possess even a fragment of it elevates one to the status of a celestial prodigy, yet the young man, who embodies the essence of all paths, surpasses what even the ancient forebears have achieved. Chapter 3. The Master of the Dungeon of White Bones. You have not succeeded in ending my life. Ye Sheng slowly raises his head, all malevolent energy devoured by the vertical scar upon his forehead. Has it truly come to fruition? The wicked souls awaiting their share of spoils were expressions of terror, their throats seemingly constricted by malevolent hands, rendering them voiceless. Their unwavering beliefs in cultivation have crumbled entirely. You were so joyous moments ago. Ye Sheng gazes upon them, noting their averted eyes and retreating steps, desperately concealing themselves in the shadows. The roles have reversed. Once fierce and formidable, they now rely solely on their physical prowess, akin to being trapped in the first realm. Conversely, Ye Sheng, having absorbed the demonic energy, wields the abilities of the second realm here. His gaze, reminiscent of a predator eyeing its prey, causes him to lick his lips. Once possessing a slim waist and broad shoulders, Ye Sheng now appears emaciated, his frame little more than skin and bones. He is ravenous, insatiably so. His body has been stripped of all energy. The cultivation of the Tai Shi magic scripture has reformed his sinews, flesh, and blood, elevating his essence through the breaking and reassembling of his being. Previously, in the first realm of life cultivation, his physical strength had reached a remarkable 7,500 pounds. Now, without specialized tools, he cannot accurately assess his current might. 10,000 pounds? With sheer physical strength, Ye Heng grips the indestructible black iron chains, which began to warp under the immense force. Has his physical strength truly reached 10,000 pounds, the pinnacle of the first realm? This increase in power transcends mere physical augmentation of over 2,000 pounds. It signifies an elevation in the essence of life itself, an enhancement of innate potential. The disparity in innate abilities, nurtured by rare treasures and miraculous blood, shapes one's limitations in the realm of life cultivation. Some may reach only 1,000 pounds, while others can surpass 5,000. This variance reflects the differences in innate foundations, foreshadowing one's future accomplishments. 5,000 may yield a genius, and Ye Heng, having once attained 7,005, stood as a paragon among the youth of Yinlong City. Even without the advantages of secret elixirs or miraculous blood that others enjoyed from a young age. It is rumored that Ling Yun Li surpassed 8,000 pounds in the first realm, earning the title of princess from the Da Rui dynasty. Legends suggest that some ancient forebears may even shatter 9,000 pounds, while 10,000 exists solely in myth. The elevation in life essence has exhausted all energy within Ye Heng, leaving him starved to the extreme. The dungeon offers no sustenance rich in life energy. Ye Heng's eyes gleam with a predatory hunger as he gazes at the criminal scoundrels. They recoil in fear, sensing their flesh being consumed, their bones gnawed upon. With a swift motion, skeletal fingers pierce through one man's chest. Young man, this old fiend spoke the most repugnant words. I shall take his life for you. Though her voice is distinctly feminine, it bears a hoarse, dry quality, reminiscent of bones grinding together, devoid of any beauty. She strikes, her skeletal hand penetrating the chest of a man who had boasted of indulgence. Ye Heng observes this scene. To survive in such a brutal dungeon, this woman indeed possesses a fierce resolve. Why do you slay me? You, the illustrious white-bone lady, now bowing your head in submission? If I do not kill you, shall I perish instead? The white-bone lady withdraws her bloodied hand, ignoring the man's curses, and approaches Ye Heng. She is gaunt, resembling a skeleton, with skin stretched taut over a frame akin to white jade. White-bone lady, Ye Heng exclaims, recognizing her from the records of the night patrol. She is a formidable foe. 3 years prior, the leader of the night patrol in Yinlong City led many to assault her. In that battle, the night patrol suffered devastating losses, with the leader grievously wounded, forced into retreat. Over the past 3 years, their strength has yet to fully recover, allowing Ye Heng the opportunity to join the night patrol at a time when they desperately needed reinforcements. Only you possess the means for cultivation and the chance to escape. If we join forces, I can assist you. Ye Heng's gaze meets that of the white-bone lady. She anticipated his acceptance of the alliance, yet only found indifference reflected in his eyes. A cold detachment, devoid of trust. The fearsome reputation of the white-bone lady sends a shiver through her core. Sensing the looming threat of death, she bows her head, kneeling on one knee. I am willing to serve you, my lord. The remaining scoundrels stare in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. They are bewildered. You are the white-bone lady, a renowned master of the dark arts. Here, you are among the most ruthless. Why do you yield so easily? Do not worry about my sincerity. When we escape, your strength will undoubtedly surpass my own. Given your formidable foundation, I only ask that you allow me to annihilate the night patrol upon our escape. The white-bone lady's words brim with profound anger. Ye Heng's eyelids lower as he regards the submissive white-bone lady before him. Very well, my lord, lacking sustenance, we may take lives to obtain it. Once the victims are dead, the serpents shall come to cleanse the remains. The serpents are imbued with potent life energy suitable for your cultivation. They exist in the second realm. She gestures toward the barely breathing man. He is the bait. Ye Heng's attention shifts to a corner of the dungeon, where a hole the size of a head emits the sound of scales scraping. Several black-scaled serpentine creatures emerge, their dark scales entwined with malice. The serpents advance toward the lifeless body of the man. Suddenly, a shadow envelopes the serpents, seizing one of them. The creature turns, its forked tongue exuding a foul stench. The serpentine demon, with a maw formed of demonic energy, could devour an elephant. Ye Heng's forehead scar radiates a dark malevolence, piercing through the demon's aura as his hands, cloaked in demonic energy, grasp the serpent, yanking it with force, shattering its scales and causing blood to splatter. The serpent's blood flows into Ye Heng's mouth. The malevolent energy refines the demonic blood into pure life energy. A surge of warmth flows within him, akin to rain after a long drought. Ye Heng voraciously consumes the serpent's essence. As a creature of the second realm, the serpent possesses no means to resist Ye Heng's might. My lord, please do not kill the serpent. Its demise could attract the attention of the great demon in the lake and the wardens of the dungeon. The white bone lady urgently cautions. Ye Heng consumes the majority of the serpent's blood. Every fiber of his being rejoices. Beneath his skin, the blood surges, and his emaciated form begins to regain strength. He discards the lethargic serpent and reaches for another, continuing to absorb the remaining essence of the other serpents. After devouring the vast majority of their lifeblood, his hunger finally dissipates, and his physique once again becomes robust and powerful. My lord, there is no need for concern. These serpents are mere demon slaves created by larger serpents. Though they possess the powers of the second realm, they lack intelligence and frequently engage in mutual combat, sustaining injuries and bleeding without revealing our presence. The white bone lady's assurances quell Ye Heng's worries. Although he has cultivated the Taisher magic scripture, advancing from the initial second layer to the fourth layer, he still remains in the second realm, with insufficient strength to effect an escape. However, Ye Heng has already sensed the formidable power of the Taisher Mo Jing, effortlessly crushing the second realm serpent demon. A pure domination, unassisted by any secret arts, strange techniques, or miraculous skills. My lord, the bones can be refined into my Baigu Dao. I am willing to offer my bone techniques. The Baigu madam is quite perceptive, recognizing that Ye Heng possesses no knowledge of demonic arts. Blood can be refined in a blood demon. I am willing to offer my services. A crimson-haired man emerges. The world knows me as the blood demon. Ye Heng has seen this in the records. Captured a decade ago, terrifying tales of the blood demon still circulate among the citizens of Yinlong City. A figure as notorious as the Baigu madam. I only know how to kill. As long as you let me out to kill, I will do anything. A one-eyed man, scarred with deep gashes, steps forward. Even the notorious murderer has submitted. The three most fearsome creatures have all bowed down. What else can they do? Here, he is the strongest, the lord of the dungeon. Refusal to submit would render one a bait for the serpent demon, certain death. Complaining? Do not be naive. Even screaming until one's throat is raw would gain no attention from the guards. The deepest layer of the dungeon lies 100 meters beneath the surface. Ye Heng gazes down upon the Baigu madam, the blood demon, and the murderer, a manic smile slowly creeping across his lips. It begins, refining the bones, crafting the blood demon, condensing the killing blade, drinking the blood of demons, walking the path of darkness. Chapter 4. An acquaintance arrives. The heavy iron door of the dungeon slowly creaks open. The jarring sound disrupts the long silence of the dungeon. Two guards, lanterns in hand, step into the dark, descending passage. Following closely behind is a young man clad in dark candlelight attire, illuminating the night with his torch. The embroidered garment signifying his formal membership in the night patrol. Alongside him is a woman dressed in palace attire. How long has this door been shut? No one has traversed this passage. Could the dungeon have been abandoned long ago? The night patrol's Lu Jianghe observes the moss-covered steps, devoid of footprints. Peering deeper into the passage reveals an expanse of deathly silence, reminiscent of hell rather than the human realm. My lord, transporting prisoners does not require the passage. They can simply be thrown down the dog hole, where the dungeon's corpses will confine them to their cells, explains the guard. As for food, these irredeemable criminals have no right to eat. They are not provided with sustenance, left to wail in despair until death claims them. How could it be so cruel? Does this not imply that my brother Ye Heng has long since starved? Lu Jianghe laments. Ye Heng, why could you not wait for me to rescue you? He cautiously observes the palace-attired woman, pondering if she might still be alive. Some ruthless individuals would consume anything in sight, such as insects or rats, merely to survive. The guard also watches her warily. The palace woman, Qing Lian, is rumored to be the princess's personal maid, representing her in the outside world. The guard is perplexed. If the prisoner Ye Heng has a connection to the princess, how could he have ended up in the dungeon? Is Ye Heng alive or dead? You cannot be sure. The maid Qing Lian replies with a calm demeanor, her tone unwavering. She merely covers her mouth and nose with an embroidered handkerchief. disdainfully stepping onto the damp stone steps of the dungeon. Lu Jianghe states, I hope my brother is still alive. I hope he is dead. After all, he has tarnished the princess's reputation. Even a slight blemish warrants 1,000 cuts, he adds. The white-clad maiden gazes at the muddy water staining her boots. Her mood further soured. Understanding the maid's thoughts, Lu Jianghe quickly retracts his previous feigned sympathy, his tone shifting dramatically. Even if he was once my brother, my loyalty to the princess is undeniable. For her sake, I would show no mercy, even to a brother. Under the guard's guidance, they descend the 100-meter deep staircase. Reaching the dungeon's lowest level, the crisp sound of footsteps echoes in the corridor, drawing closer. Inside the cell, pairs of ferocious eyes fixate upon them. The night patrol asked Lu Jianghe and made Qing Lian stand before the deepest cell. We have arrived. Aside from the feeble glow of the lantern, darkness envelopes them, the air thick with an eerie chill. Yi Xiang, if you are still alive, come forth. An old friend has come to see you, Lu Jianghe calls, striving to bring the lantern closer to the cell. No response. Only pairs of glowing red eyes flicker in the shadows, hinting at the presence of living souls within the confines. Is he dead? Hey, do you know how long it's been since Yi Xiang died in your cell? Lu Jianghe notices a figure at the edge of the candlelight. Intrigued, he observes this individual. Unlike the other prisoners, who cower deep within their cells, this one sits boldly at the front. They fear me. Do you not fear me? Lu Jianghe inquires with amusement. Laughter emerges from the depths of the cell, growing louder. See, they all laugh at your audacity. Lu Jianghe chuckles along. Yi Xiang slowly turns to face him, a hint of familiarity igniting within him. You are Lu. Never mind, it is unimportant. Tell me, how much time has passed in the outside world? Yi Xiang gazes at what appears to be a former comrade with a placid expression. You are Yi Xiang? Lu Jianghe exclaims, astonished as he scrutinizes Yi Xiang's appearance. Clad in tattered prison garb that has long lost its original hue, his body shackled with rusted chains, he does not fit the expected image of a gaunt prisoner. Instead, he stands tall and proportionate, with skin exhibiting an unsettling pallor. His black hair cascades like silk, unkempt. Skeptical, Lu Jianghe observes the lifelessness in Yi Xiang's eyes, void of vitality, akin to a corpse. This is how a prisoner should appear. 2 years have passed, and Yi Xiang, you become so haggard, it is truly disheartening. Lu Jianghe reflects. Once we were like twin peaks, sharing the limelight. 2 years have elapsed in this sunless dungeon, and Yi Xiang finally realizes the passage of time. His expression remains indifferent, neither joyous nor sorrowful, disregarding Lu Jianghe's sardonic remarks. Lu Jianghe is taken aback. Why is he still so calm, offer no response? Is he intentionally ignoring me? How dare he disregard me? Does he believe he is still the invincible prodigy of 2 years past? Now, he is merely a prisoner. Yi Xiang's gaze evokes memories of unpleasant times, overshadowed by Yi Xiang's brilliance. Lu Jianghe tears away his mask of pretense, scoffing, stop the charade. To survive for 2 years and still be well fed, you must have consumed plenty of insects and rats to stay alive. He fails to see the expression of distress he seeks on Yi Xiang's face. All he observes is Yi Xiang rising to his feet slowly. He must be enraged, surely. He is furious. Yet, reality compels Yi Xiang to feign calmness, clinging to a dignity that no longer exists. As Yi Xiang stands, his gaze shifts to the palace-attired woman. There is a flicker of emotion in his eyes. An acquaintance. Qing Lian, the maid of the esteemed Princess Ling Yunli. His eyes unconsciously drift towards the cell's entrance. Has Ling Yunli arrived? A vertical scar on his forehead flashes darkly. Do not gaze any longer. How could the esteemed princess deign to visit such a filthy place? Qing Lian looks down upon Yi Xiang with disdain, stating, I detest your gaze. From the moment you first met the princess, I loathed your eyes. Devoid of reverence for her highness. So you have always despised me. How ironic that I once called you Sister Qing Lian. Truly, you embody the role of a white lotus, excelling in the art of performance. Yid Viang Risis. As she gently stirred her body, her previously indifferent expression transformed. A fierce and violent glint flickered in her eyes, sharp as a blade, causing both Lu Jianghe and his companion to feel a shiver run down their spines. Lu Jianghe instinctively recoiled, evading Yi Xing's gaze, which ignited an inexplicable anger within him. Why should I still fear him? He is merely a death row inmate. Ye Heng. The Night Patrol Division had intended to offer you a chance for redemption, yet you have succumbed to darkness in the dungeon, allying yourself with evil. Despair now. I shall shatter your last vestige of hope with baseless charges. What can you possibly do about it? Lu Jianghe laughed triumphantly. It is not baseless. Lu Jianghe's pupils widened as he beheld Ye Heng extending his arms, a maniacal grin spreading across his face. Behind him, countless twisted shadows of demons emerged, exuding an almost imperceptible aura of darkness. Pairs of crimson, malevolent eyes materialized behind Ye Heng, fixating upon him. The likes of the Lady of Bones, Blood Demon, and other ruthless figures glared with ferocity at their pitiful prey. Chapter 5. Be good. Do not fear, for I am most tender-hearted. Lu Jianghe's scalp prickled as he felt as though his flesh were being devoured by these monsters. He looked on in astonishment at the Lady of Bones and the others behind, Ye Heng witnessing the chains binding them and the firmly locked cell door. His fear dissipated, replaced by a disdainful smile. Ha ha ha. To survive, you have truly become a dog for these demons, being so merciless to yourself. Alas, these demons cannot protect you. Lu Jianghe approached the cell with confidence. He was well aware that these criminals, no matter how formidable they once were now like toothless tigers, devoid of any threat. As Ye Heng reached the cell door, he grasped the bars forged from mysterious iron. Angry, wishing to escape? But Lu Jianghe's arrogant taunts were abruptly silenced as he witnessed a horrifying sight. The cell door, deemed indestructible by criminals whose energy had been sealed, began to bend under Ye Heng's grip. The iron bars warped instantly, creating an opening wide enough for passage. How is this possible? The jailer stood in disbelief. A criminal whose energy is sealed should never be able to breach the cell door. This has been a rule proven over a century. Even if you manage to escape, you shall not be my match. Lu Jianghe reacted swiftly, gripping the hilt of his blade at his waist, drawing it to strike. A streak of crimson arced like a blade shimmer. Lu Jianghe stared blankly at his own arm, which was meant to deliver the blow. No blade. Lowering his gaze, he saw the sword still sheathed, his hand merely grasping the hilt, with only his palm remaining. His wrist had been severed. When did this happen? How did I not feel it? He is so swift, so powerful. I have clearly reached the pinnacle of the second realm, the 9th level. Ye Heng, even unsealed, should not be my adversary. In that fleeting moment, countless thoughts surged through his mind, ultimately overshadowed by the terror of death as he stared in horror at Ye Heng, who had seized him and drawn his own blade. Ye Heng, we were once companions, bound by life and death. Ye Heng casually tossed Lu Jianghe's severed hand into the cell, placing it before the multitude of ruthless beings. Treat my brother well. Help me. Lu Jianghe could not even muster a scream, as he was completely engulfed by the ferocious laughter of the malevolent beings. Emerging from the cell, Ye Heng unleashed 2 swift strikes, his dark blades cleaving through the bodies of the 2 jailers. Only the lady in court attire, Qing Lian, remained alive. Qing Lian trembled slightly, lost and disoriented, her gaze fixed in fear upon Ye Heng, who was enshrouded in a swirling darkness. Meeting his eyes, she uttered, Sister Qing Lian, do not fear. You know I am tender-hearted. Ye Heng spoke softly to her. Qing Lian trembled even more violently, feeling the chilling absence of warmth in Ye Heng's gaze, which bore an indifference akin to that of one overlooking mere ants, intertwined with an aura capable of annihilating worlds. The invisible pressure shattered Qing Lian's psychological defenses, leaving her powerless to kneel upon the cold ground. Sister Qing Lian, can you tell me the true purpose of your visit today? Ye Heng inuted Genti, kneeling before her with his blade in hand. Be good, do not cry. He tenderly wiped the tears from her delicate face. I was the one who set you free. Truly, I saved you. Qing Lian stammered, repeating herself in a desperate attempt to affirm her words. Then, she saw Ye Heng raise his blade, the edge pointed downwards, without hesitation, piercing through her flesh. Qing Lian could not comprehend the sudden betrayal as the blade drove through her fair, slender thigh, staining her garments with blood. Her teeth chattered violently, and her beautiful face twisted in agony. Instinctively, she reached out to pull the blade from her leg. Sister Qing Lian, I called you sister. How could you deceive me? Do you not feel guilty? If you lie again, I will be even more heartbroken. Ye Heng spoke softly, guiding her hands to the hilt. Do not fear, it is not struck bone, just a superficial wound. I could never bring harm to your lovely legs. for I remember how gracefully you dance, akin to a vibrant ink wash painting, breathtaking enough to steal one's breath away. I never imagined that ancient dance could be so lively. I long to see you dance once more. I cannot bear the thought of you losing your legs. Sister Qing Lian, it has been 2 years since I've spoken to anyone normally. I have become quite the chatterbox. You do not mind, do you? What was I asking you? Ah yes, what is your true purpose today? Listening to Yi Xing's lengthy monologue, Qing Lian, who had been praised for her graceful dance, fought to muster a smile that resembled more of a grimace. Yi Xing, I can dance for you. I have learned many dances over these 2 years. I can. Yi Xing covered her mouth to stifle her impending scream, gripping her hand and urging her to hold the hilt, then gently guiding her to turn it. Do not fear, just a gentle twist. You control the pressure, Sister Qing Lian. I am treating you well, right? Just keep your voice down, all right? With her mouth covered, Qing Lian nodded numbly. Excellent. We can continue our earlier discussion. I do not wish to discuss dance with you. Time is of the essence. I have not spoken to anyone in ages. I tend to ramble. You understand, do you not? But Sister Qing Lian, I cannot allow you to become a chatterbox. Just tell me the answer directly. Yi Xing continued to hold her delicate hand atop the hilt, his tone remaining gentle. It was Princess Jiang Yunli who sent me. Qing Lian sobbed. Very well. Your cooperation delights me greatly. Yi Xing paused the turning of the blade, inquiring, what did Princess Jiang Yunli send you to do? She commanded me to set you free. Huh? Yi Xing laughed, incredulous. Sister Qing Lian, I have merely been confined for 2 years. I have not become a fool. Slowly, he withdrew the blade, inch by inch. Qing Lian, drenched in sweat and trembling violently, gritted her teeth, daring not to scream, pleading, truly, truly. It was the princess who sent me to free you. I am not lying. It is the truth. Oh, Yi Xing scrutinized her, nearly swearing to the heavens. Is it true? It seems I have wronged you. Sister Qing Lian, I apologize for my rashness. I shall return the blade now. Will you forgive me? Yi Xing said apologetically, exerting pressure, causing the blade to descend once more. Qing Lian shuddered violently, her expression fracturing into sheer terror as she gazed at Yi Xing, who spoke so gently. Fear seeped from the depths of her soul at the sight of him. But Sister Qing Lian, you and Lu Jianghe do not seem to intend to rescue me. Yi Xing softly queried, his disbelief evident. It is my own decision. I do not wish for you to leave. You must harbor resentment towards Her Highness the Princess. If I were to let you go, you would undoubtedly harm her. How could I ever blame Her Highness? She is my guiding light, my beloved moonlight. I cherish her dearly and yearn to see her at once, without delay. Really? Of course. Chapter 6. The Miscreants. Do you wish to escape with me? Sister Qing Lian, why has Jiang Yunli suddenly decided to release me? Yi Xiu inwided. A pang of conscience? Yi Xiu was utterly unconvinced. Had it not been for the cultivation of the Taisher magic cannon, he would have perished upon entering the dungeon, leaving no trace behind. The average lifespan of a criminal in this dungeon is less than 6 months. Under normal circumstances, Yi Xiu would already be dead. To allow someone who should have perished to leave, this is a pang of conscience? This is compensation? What a joke. Her Highness the Princess is kind-hearted and knows of your grievances. She has remembered you all along. After 2 years, she believes that the Prince of the Divine Gun has forgotten your existence, so she sent me to visit you. If possible, she wishes to release you. Is that not possible? If you were to fall into the path of darkness, becoming deranged and emerging to harm the innocent, then that would be your own doing. Clap, clap, clap. Yi Xiu could not help but applaud. Beautiful, as expected of her. Treating you as a pawn, casting you from the heights into the dungeon, forcing you to endure a harrowing 2-year existence. If you are still alive, you must not harbor an ounce of resentment. If you do, it is your fault. You deserve to be imprisoned. You deserve to die. What kind of reasoning is this? What nonsense is this? Yi Xiu could not help but applaud this shameless logic. So your purpose is merely to ascertain whether I am dead or alive. If I am alive, you escort me, correct? No, Her Highness genuinely wishes to release you. As long as you retain kindness in your heart and do not forget your original intentions, she truly intends to set you free. It is I who acted impulsively, prioritizing Her Highness's safety, which is why I do not wish to let you go. Sister Qing Lian is quite loyal, truly befitting of a personal maid. Yi Xiu slowly rose. Whether it is your foolish loyalty or her performance being too convincing to release me, let us not even discuss whether I am alive. Even if I am, sending Lu Jianghe someone who bears a grudge against me, and you, who harbors dissatisfaction toward me. This is a genuine attempt to set me free? It is merely a performance for the night patrol, is it not? After all, I was once a member of the night patrol, and, at that time, Jiang Yunli was the leader. Treating subordinates as pawns would surely chill the hearts of her other followers. No, the princess is kind-hearted. She is compassionate towards the suffering of the people. Indeed, she is compassionate, and hell lacks such a saintly figure. If she does not descend into hell, who will? Upon hearing Yi Xiu's tone, laden with the potential to shatter everything, Qinglian panicked. Sister Qinglian, how much was I worth 2 years ago? Yi Xiu leisurely sat beside Qinglian on the ground. Do not undervalue my worth. Yi Xiu did not believe it. With Jiang Yunli's status and her talents, would she truly fear a mere noble heir? Her Highness has never betrayed anyone. Given her status, she lacks for nothing, be it rare treasures or mystical techniques. Qinglian countered. Thus, I am curious. This is where Yi Xiu remains perplexed. What could be the reason? She had inquired of Jiang Yunli beforehand. She had assured him that all would be well, that she would act according to the law, that she would ensure everything was under her control. Her Highness sacrifices for the impoverished and oppressed. Should she severely punish the Prince of the Divine Gun, he would rebel, leading to rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. To prevent such calamity upon the innocent, Yi Xiu, now do you understand the price her Highness has paid? Her pristine reputation now bears blemishes. I see now, Sister Qinglian. I was wrong. I should not have harmed you. Yi Xiu sincerely apologized. I should not have bullied a fool. Yi Xiu did not believe a word. The Prince of the Divine Gun would rebel. While Yi Xiu had never encountered the prince, he was unaware of his character or strength. However, he knew that in the De Rue dynasty, there are 9 divine princes, and the Prince of the Divine Gun is merely one among them. In the De Rue dynasty, there are also organizations such as the Night Patrol and the Demon Suppression Division. Does the prince possess the strength to rebel? Moreover, the misdeeds committed by Ling Yunfei, the heinous crime of violating a bride, are utterly atrocious. Yet, in the De Rue dynasty, given Ling Yunfei's position, it is far from a capital offense. Not even a serious crime. How could this escalate to rebellion? I should not waste so much time with a fool. Where is Jiang Yunli now? Is she still in Yinlong City? Yi Xiu no longer cared whether there were any underlying motives from 2 years ago. Whether there are motives or not. It is all the same. Even if Jiang Yunli had the most compelling reasons, so what? Come hell and tell me. Weep as you slowly unfold the tale. What do you intend to do? What do you wish to do to her Highness? Qinglian reacted with a hint of panic. Her loyalty made her forget her fear of Yi Xiu. Sister Qinglian, you're not being obedient again. Come, extend your hands and prepare. 1, 2, 3. Yi Xiu drew the blade embedded in her thigh. Quickly, press down on the wound with both hands. This way, you will not bleed to death. Do not fear. Do not fear the pain. When suffering reaches its peak, it will yield pleasure. Yi Xiu's blade plunged downward, piercing her other thigh. Is it not better now? Not so painful? Good girl, tell me, where is Jiang Yunli now? Her realm, everything about her, share it all with me. Qinglian's tiny mouth quivered, emitting muffled sounds. I can only stammer. I cannot divulge more. Tears flowed incessantly down her cheeks. Do not rush. Take a deep breath and speak slowly. Yi Xiu coaxed her like a child, allowing her to grasp the hilt of the knife. Qinglian could only emit muffled whimpers. Yi Xiu's eyes narrowed, a strange demonic aura enveloping his gaze. The vertical scar on his forehead began to widen, resembling a demonic eye staring at Qinglian. Vaguely, he observed peculiar runes covering her body and soul. Imprisonment? A binding to prevent her from divulging critical information regarding her master? I misjudged Sister Qinglian. It seems she truly cannot speak. Yi Xiu released the hilt of the knife, stretched, and stood. He gazed toward the cell. Dead? Yi Xiu beheld the disfigured Lu Jianghe, who had already perished. A rare visitor. Everyone should be more enthusiastic. He is not one to be trifled with. The blood demon glanced at Yi Xiu with trepidation. Would he go too far? If he is dead, then so be it. Yi Xiu was indifferent. His eyes, shrouded in demonic energy, seemed to gather the hellfire of the underworld, looking down upon the prison. Pairs of fierce, blood-red eyes lurked in the depths of darkness, retreating from Yi Xiu's gaze. Too fearful to meet his eyes. Ah, save me! Qinglian's desperate scream shattered the silence of the dungeon. Her voice strained. She desperately sought to convey her cries beyond the dungeon, hoping more guards would heed her. Yi Xiu, even in death, I will not allow you to leave this place. You cannot escape. With the prison warden present and the great demon in the lake, you cannot get out. Though your strength and status may allow you to escape, you will not harm Her Highness, and I shall give you not even the slightest chance. Qinglian's expression turned frenzied. Truly loyal, but will your princess mourn your demise? Yi Xiao did not hinder her cries, his gaze still fixed upon the ruthless figures within the cell. Miscreants and monsters, do you wish to escape? Roar! All the criminals and villains bellowed, furiously pounding the prison doors. Yi Xiao raised his right hand, extending 4 fingers. I do not want the worthless. I require 4 individuals. The 4 who survive, worthy to accompany me and escape. Engage in battle. Fight with all your might, if you wish to survive. You must eliminate everyone before you until only 4 remain. Chapter 7. The Great Escape. The most ruthless of criminals are embroiled in a primal struggle. A chaotic dance of death. Qinglian, slumped in a pool of blood, trembles, her vacant gaze fixed upon Yi Xiong, who strolls through the dungeon. Listening to the enchanting melody of death, she mutters incoherently, Demon, you are the evil one. Are you not the one who forces us? Yi Xiong gazes at her with a smile, who does not desire to bask in the sunlight, to walk on the righteous path, to have a few intimate companions and brothers, to revel in wine and merriment, and to do good deeds and leisure. I too yearn for this. It is you who have deprived me of the chance and compelled me to embrace darkness, is it not? Qinglian opens her mouth to speak, but falters, her eyes evasively avoiding Yi Xiong's gaze. Evil must be eradicated. You cannot escape. No matter how gifted you are, Yi Xiong, you only entered the second realm 2 years ago. Without the resources of heaven and earth in this dungeon, even if you fall into darkness, how can you possess the strength of the 4th realm? Without it, you have no chance of escape and no hope of avenging the princess. Qinglian speaks frantically, her expression oscillating between laughter and tears. Even if there are ruthless individuals in the 4th realm among these criminals, their powers have been sealed for years and cannot be restored in a short time. The jailer is a genuine 4th realm powerhouse, accompanied by formidable 4th realm monsters. In Qinglian's resentful gaze, there is a sense of satisfaction, as if she can already envision Yi Xiong's demise. Then, let us enter the 4th realm. With a slow lift of his hand, he clenches his fingers towards the void. A deafening crash reverberates through the dungeon as it violently trembles. The chilling, violent blood energy and various dark forces surge towards Yi Xiong. Dozens of chilling energies meld into his being, black demonic runes spreading across his body like toxic vines. Yi Xiong's eyes are shrouded in swirling dark energy, and the iron gate crumbles under his gaze. The chains binding the fighting criminals snap apart. The dungeon, devoid of sunlight for a century, is infused with the dark energy born from death, resentment, and murderous intent, all consumed by the towering demonic shadow coalescing behind Yi Xiong. It devours everything. With a crack, the barrier to the 4th realm shatters under the oppressive force of the demonic energy. The shadow behind Yi Xiong becomes more refined, its eyes flowing with a golden red light, and a heart pulsating with azure lightning glimmers. Qinglian stands frozen, her eyes wide with horror. The apocalyptic demon behind Yi Xiong seems to devour her very soul. As she witnesses the apocalyptic shadow kneeling before Yi Xiong, cradling him, Yi Xiong stands above it, suspended in midair, symbolizing the 4th realm. The 4th realm, known as One Yu realm, can command energies and traverse through them. Deep within her soul, Qinglian is engulfed in terror. Sister Qinglian, do not fear. I am different from you. 2 years ago, you left me with no choices, but I am not as tyrannical and heartless as you. I offer you a choice, an opportunity to decide for yourself. Despite Yi Xiong's mere glance, Qinglian cannot suppress a terrified shriek. I cannot betray the princess. How could I force you? Qinglian exhales deeply. This game includes you. As long as you are among the last 4, you may live. Qinglian's sweet smile instantly pales, her face as white as paper. In an instant, the remaining fewer than 10 ruthless individuals, with bloodlust in their eyes, fixate on Qinglian. They would not allow anyone to gain the upper hand. The vicious criminals, howling and screeching, swiftly encircle Qinglian. The slaughter concludes quickly. The 4 blood-soaked victors stand before Yi Xiong: Lady Bone, Blood Demon, Killer, and Vengeful Ghost. The first three have existed for 2 years, once notorious for their ruthlessness, all being fourth realm powerhouses. The vengeful ghost, with its horrific name, is a faceless being with hollow eye sockets, a severed nose, sealed lips, and missing ears, traversing the path of the dead. It is a formidable entity imprisoned in the dungeon for a year, also a fourth realm powerhouse. Including Ye Heng. These four are the highest ranked within the dungeon. Ye Xiong's gaze sweeps across the bloody dungeon, devoid of any other living souls. They have all perished, becoming the nourishment for Ye Xiong's breakthrough. The nameless elder who transmitted the Taisher demonic scriptures to Ye Xiong has long since passed, nearly 2 years ago. Congratulations to you all. So, shall we see if you dare to kill me? Ye Xiong offers with a smile, laced with encouragement. The four do not hesitate. They kneel on one knee, respectfully proclaiming, "My lord," having regained their freedom. They have yet to restore their full strength and realize they cannot escape alone, nor dare to harbor any rebellious thoughts against Ye Xiong. They have witnessed his terrifying prowess, which goes beyond mere strength. It lies in his methods. Under Ye Xiong's gentle smile, they feel their so-called demonic leader is but a novice in the ways of darkness, with methods that are merely ruthless and rather crude. Then, let us travel together. May our journey be long. If you wish to depart, please inform me so we can part amicably. With that command, the four spring into action, swiftly consuming the myriad serpent demons that arrive to clear the area, rapidly restoring their depleted energies. Above the dungeon, on the surface, the jailer, a middle-aged man with silver-streaked hair and a commanding presence, gazes solemnly into the dark corridor. He feels the bone-chilling wind that howls from the passage, carrying with it a strong scent of blood. "My lord, all soul chains in the dungeon have shattered, and the criminals have escaped," reports a guard. "Shall we send someone down?" The jailer waves his hand, his expression grave. It has been a century without incident. Now, with the night watch and the princess's maid arriving, trouble arises. He cannot help but ponder. For 100 years, there has been no occurrence of criminals escaping. It was supposed to be foolproof, as all criminals are sealed, bound by soul chains, with no ability to struggle free. The moment the chains break, the jailer would be alerted. Even if they did escape, without their powers restored, the jailer could easily suppress them with the dungeon's guards. The incident must stem from external forces. Someone from the outside has come today. What does the royal family intend? The jailer curses internally. He does not believe the maid would dare to act without orders. Whose orders could they be? The princess? Has the royal family gone mad? Bring me someone. The jailer feels ensnared in a vast conspiracy and immediately summons a trusted aide. "You must go to Beizhou City and inform the provincial governor of today's events." "My lord, why not go to Yinhilong City? It is closer." "Fool!" The jailer berates under his breath. Yinhilong City is almost entirely under the royal family's influence. Today's events are likely instigated by the royal family. Going to Yinhilong City is akin to walking into a trap. After whispering a few instructions to his aide, he sends him off by boat. "All right, hide your panic. Even if all the prisoners escape without their powers restored, I alone can suppress them," the jailer asserts with confidence. Chapter 8. Stepping out of the prison. Who shall I avoid? They have arrived. The jailer stands ready. The corridor is engulfed in thick darkness, the chilling winds howling as if tormented spirits are screaming, and countless souls wailing in anguish. As the temperature plummeted, the air was imbued with a bone-chilling coldness, and the lights on the walls dimmed considerably. Numerous guards wielding blades felt a shiver run down their spines as the chill crept up from their feet. With a crack, the stone-encrusted passage began to fracture, a sinister eye glinting with an eerie luminescence within the corridor. Everyone was momentarily enveloped in darkness, only to behold 5 figures standing at the entrance of the passage. As the pathway behind them collapsed entirely, the head warden stared in astonishment at Ye Xiong, who was vaguely surrounded by the 4 formidable figures of the Lady of Bones. He appeared youthful, his gaze remarkably clear. Was this seemingly harmless young man truly the one they were meant to guard? No. It was evident that he was to be taken hostage. He was Ye Xiong. The head warden confirmed Ye Xiong's identity. Once merely a young member of a night patrol, now astonishingly valued by the royal court. While the 4 ruthless figures of the Lady of Bones exhibited an inexplicable attitude towards him. The escapee must die. Amidst a whirlwind of thoughts, the head warden acted swiftly. A blade, forged from concentrated killing intent, descended with lethal force. Boom! The Lady of Bone skin split open, revealing an arm of alabaster bone. As the killers joined forces with her, the four of them, lacking their full strength, had to unite their powers to withstand the head warden's blade of slaughter. The head warden vanished, only to reappear before Ye Xiong, interrupting his communion with the warmth of sunlight. He was the focal point. Capturing this enigmatic individual would allow him to seize control of the situation. The head warden reached out for Ye Xiong, but his peripheral vision caught sight of the four figures of the Lady of Bones. Excellent. They were unable to swiftly dismantle my blade of slaughter, rendering any rescue futile. The plan had succeeded. The four figures of the Lady of Bones wore expressions of concern. Could the newly ascended figure truly contend with them? Outside lurked formidable foes of the fourth realm. Should they falter, then, Uncle, do you underestimate me? The head warden locked eyes with Ye Xiong, watching helplessly as the distance between them grew. It was only then that the excruciating pain in his abdomen registered in his mind. Impossible. The head warden's countenance changed drastically as he was hurled backward, gazing at Ye Xiong, who had seemingly teleported above him, enveloped in demonic energy. His body ablaze with infernal fire. His eyes radiated a tyrannical and violent intent, as if he sought to annihilate all in existence. I misjudged him. This seemingly innocuous youth was, in fact, the most terrifying of monsters. Cursed royal court, what kind of abomination have you unleashed? This was unmistakably the most dreadful demon lord. The ground trembled as the head warden fell, fissures spreading across the earth. Amidst the billowing smoke, a nightmarish figure could be glimpsed, its hands tearing apart the massive blade, accompanied by the head warden's anguished cries. The once confident guards were engulfed in terror. The invincible head warden was nearly slain in an instant. It was over. Was this the power of one newly entered into the fourth realm? The blood demon's previous misgivings evaporated, replaced by a demeanor of respect. Not a single one would escape. From the haze emerged Ye Xiong's indifferent voice. Yes, my lord. The Lady of Bones, having destroyed the blade, now spoke with a newfound reverence. Young ones, I still remember the methods you employed upon entering the prison. When criminals are incarcerated, they endure unspeakable tortures. The guards take pleasure in humiliating the offenders, seeking to extract information about concealed treasures or extraordinary techniques. Many have perished under such tortures. The slaughter commenced. This time, it would be the guards who weep and lament. Ye Xiong cast a glance at the head warden's shattered body beneath his feet, striding forth amidst the carnage. Suddenly, he felt an intense heat wave emanating from a hidden chamber behind him. The walls crumbled, revealing a vast pit of fire. Within this fiery abyss, a black blade, bound by 9 chains of dark iron, endured the relentless trials of the inferno. The blade emitted a chilling wail, for the souls of the deceased would be consumed by it, unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Ye Xiong perceived countless vengeful spirits within the blade, including the souls of Lu Jianghe and Qing Lian. Newly departed, they retained a semblance of awareness. They seemed to gaze at Ye Xiong, Lu Jianghe pleadingly, while Qing Lian's eyes reflected a mixture of imploring, shock, and resentment. The soul-devouring blade, a renowned demonic weapon, was either forged by the Darui dynasty or crafted in secret by the head warden. It had undoubtedly become an extraordinary weapon of immense power. The bloodied killer approached Ye Xiong from behind, wary of the blade before them. It must have been the work of the Darui dynasty. The head warden lacked the audacity to forge such a weapon, nor could he master it. It was undoubtedly crafted by the Darui dynasty, which possessed countless dungeons across its 36 states. If all were to forge soul-devouring blades, they could potentially devour one another, culminating in the creation of a demonic artifact of unparalleled devastation. The Lady of Bones spoke gravely. No wonder they do not directly eliminate the prisoners, allowing them to languish in despair until death. The lingering souls serve as the finest sustenance for the soul-devouring blade. It appears that many of the wrongfully accused souls among the prisoners were intentionally sacrificed by the Darui dynasty, as there are not enough genuine criminals to apprehend. The grievances of the wronged would only intensify. Truly, the Darui dynasty exhibits grand designs. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the realm. Does the Darui dynasty fear the potential backlash from forging demonic blades? It is rumored that a powerful demonic sect leader once perished at the hands of their own weapon. Under the wary gazes of the four, Ye Xiong extended his hand, as skeletal claws materialized behind him, entwining around the blood vessels. They reached for the demonic blade. The blade, ensnared by the dark iron chains, emitted a resonating hum, as if 1,000 ghosts were lamenting. "My lord, do not. The blade devours its master and is difficult to suppress. Should you fail," the Lady of Bones interjected hastily. Ye Xiong had already severed the chains binding the blade. The blade quivered violently, its edge exuding a bone-chilling aura that corroded all. "Stay calm." Yi Xiong's eyes, shrouded in demonic energy, glimmered with a golden hue, and the struggling demonic weapon fell silent, subdued by the skeletal grip. Yi Xiong reached out to grasp the hovering blade, his fingers gliding across the edge. A flash of cold light flickered, seemingly attempting to pierce Yi Xiong's skin, thirsting for blood to recognize its master. Such a mere weapon dares to crave blood. It must recognize its true identity. Yi Xiong's fingertip pressed down, bending the demonic weapon, which emitted a mournful cry. The blade no longer dared to act on its own accord, falling utterly silent in Yi Xiong's grasp, refraining from emitting even a hint of its ghostly energy. Such obedience rendered it a useless weapon. Yi Xiong casually secured the blade at his waist. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from outside, as if a colossal creature emerged from the depths, shrouded in thick fog. A massive serpent crushed the walls, its lantern-sized eyes coldly fixated on Yi Xiong and the others. It was a serpent demon nurtured by the Da Rue dynasty. "All are dead. Splendid. I shall feast well." The serpent demon hissed, its head suspended high above, while its tail remained submerged in the lake. With a swift flick of its tail, it conjured countless water arrows, blotting out the sun, forging demonic blades, raising corpse demons. The Da Rue dynasty bears a closer resemblance to a demonic sect than we do. The Lady of Bones could not help but scoff. "I shall grant you an opportunity to demonstrate your worth." Yi Xiong drew the demonic blade. The blade trembled in his grip, and with a flourish, he unleashed a tidal wave of ghostly energy, shattering the deluge of water arrows and engulfing the serpent demon. The serpent's hardened scales cracked under the onslaught of the ghostly tide, its blood staining the lake crimson, as the blade transformed into a dark streak, piercing through the serpent demon's eyes and plunging deep into its brain. The colossal form of the serpent demon crashed heavily upon the ground. The enchanted blade returned, its edge adorned with a serpent's heart, which contained the essence of the demon's extraordinary blood. The magical weapon circled around Yi Xiong with a sense of triumph. The foreign blood entered him, its tumultuous energy corroding his physical form. The demonic energy within Yi Xiong coalesced into a great mill, crushing the aura of the demon. This overwhelming blood transformed into a vast reservoir of energy, merging into Yi Xiong's being under the relentless pressure of the domineering magic. The shadows of magic behind him began to solidify, increasingly refined, having already touched the mid-stage of the Wanyu realm, the fourth tier of Wanyu, which is divided into 4 minor stages: early, middle, late, and perfection. The swallowing heaven mill proved to be exceptionally formidable. As Yi Xiong felt the mill created by his demonic energy, he recognized its ability to consume all things to nourish itself. As long as his body could withstand the impact of the demonic energy and his soul could repel its invasion, he could devour infinitely. The extreme yang and thunder were his trump cards against the assault of demonic energy and thoughts. Yi Xiong sensed the pulsating thunder in his heart and the radiant golden light within his divine consciousness. It was faint yet powerful. He urgently needed to locate the extreme yang scriptures and the thunder scriptures, for he did not wish to have his strength compromised. After a few minutes, Madame Whitebones and her companions had also acquired a significant amount of the serpent demon's blood to restore their power. Let's depart. The dungeon beneath the lake behind them collapsed with a thunderous crash as Yi Xiong led the 4 formidable demons through the air. The shadows of magic behind him coalesced into a throne of darkness, with Madame Whitebones standing atop a skeletal figure, the blood demon conjuring a sea of blood beneath him, and the killer standing on his blade, while the vengeful spirit seemed to be carried by a malevolent ghost. "My lord, several dozen miles to the west of the dungeon lake lies the great river. By following the river, we can conceal our presence with the water's flow and distance ourselves from the northern continent, avoiding its sharp edges," proposed the vengeful spirit. "Avoid whose sharp edges?" "We shall head to Yinlong City." Chapter 9. becoming the great villain as the sun dipped below the horizon. Its lingering rays illuminated the ancient city gates. The two characters, Yinlong on the stone plaque of the gates, shimmered in gold, resembling two golden dragons gliding upon the entrance. Yinlong City is part of the northern continent of the Great Rui Dynasty. Walking along the official road, Yi Xiong, clad in simple blue garments, gazed ahead at the bustling city gates, his mind drifting back to the past. For years ago, he distinctly remembered his arrival, bewildered yet exhilarated as he stepped into this ancient city, marking the onset of his life in another world. He recalled his early days in the night patrol, working tirelessly to fulfill his duties alongside colleagues, leaving the safety of the city to battle monsters under the cover of darkness. He remembered the blood-soaked struggles, emerging weary yet fulfilled as he entered the city at dawn. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, but the thrill of vanquishing another villain invigorated his spirit. He reminisced about 2 years ago when he captured the heir of the divine gun, riding an extraordinary steed, entering the city amidst the cheers of the populace. Back then, Yi Xiong understood that merely accusing the noble scion of lechery would not suffice to bring him to justice. Thus, he made a grand entrance into the city, determined to ensure the heir experienced the torment of disgrace. A smile unwittingly graced Yi Xiong's lips, as if aligning with his past self from 2 years prior. Lowering his gaze, he saw his reflection in a small puddle ahead, a changed man. The smile remained, yet he could no longer find the youthful spirit of ambition, the invigorating sensation that once accompanied him. The reflection revealed a radiant smile, yet his heart was as still as water. The youthful fervor was a relic of the past. Gradually, Yi Xiong's smile faded into indifference. He witnessed his own imprisonment, paraded through the streets, subjected to mockery and scorn. He left Yinlong City in a state of disgrace, confined to a dungeon by the lake several dozen miles away. Long time no see, Yinlong City. Yi Xiong resumed his steps toward the city, neither hastening nor slowing. As he drew nearer, the surroundings grew increasingly noisy and crowded. Were these refugees? Yi Xiong observed calmly the many destitute souls clad in tattered homespun garments, their expressions vacant as they sat by the roadside. An elderly man lay beneath a tree, breathing faintly, while a gaunt middle-aged man looked pleadingly at passing wealthy individuals, seeking work to provide for his family. A weary woman, her cheeks stained with tears, clutched a young child tightly, embodying despair. Occasional cries of sorrow emerged from the crowd of refugees. Yi Xiong sensed something amiss. Yinlong City was a grand city, populous and prosperous. The farmers there, if not living in abundance, should not be reduced to such desperate measures. My lord, months of drought have plagued the entire Yinlong prefecture. A figure in black, with a hood obscuring their striking red hair, approached silently from behind Yi Xiong. This was the blood demon, who had gathered intelligence from the refugees. The drought had rendered the fields barren, and access to water had become a pressing issue, forcing the populace into destitution. Natural disaster? It seemed unlikely. Ye Viong harboret doubts. This world was one of extraordinary powers. There were those capable of controlling the elements. If months of calamity persisted without resolution, it surely indicated human involvement. Rumor spoke of demons causing chaos, with some claiming the drought demon had passed through. Demons? Ye Viong pondered it. Although he had been imprisoned for 2 years, he had not heard of any formidable demons wreaking havoc near Yinlong City 2 years prior. Situated near the central region of the Great Rui Dynasty, powerful demons rarely dared to disturb this place. What are the repercussions? Ye Viong inwirit. Will this impact my plans? The refugees knew little. The blood demon shook his head. Madame Whitebones and the others should be able to gather more intelligence. Madame Whitebones, the killer, an vengeful spirit had been dispatched to collect information from various sources, ensuring they would have a rough understanding of the target's strengths. The blood demon remained close by, ready to follow orders. The trio, Madame Whitebones, the killer, and the vengeful spirit, were far too conspicuous, with one resembling a skeleton, another bearing scars across his face, and the vengeful spirit a grotesque figure devoid of facial features. Their presence in plain sight was akin to the embodiment of monsters. Although the blood demon was not particularly unremarkable, the concealment of his crimson locks allowed him to masquerade as an ordinary person. Suddenly, the crowd of refugees erupted in chaos as the once numb individuals surged towards the city gates. Quickly, The princess has sent the steward to distribute porridge again. Today, there is meat in it. They cried. If it weren't for her highness, we would have perished from hunger long ago. Don't fight. Everyone will receive a portion. Cheers for Princess Jiang. Yunli's benevolence echoed among the throng of refugees. In their eyes, she was a celestial being, a compassionate savior. In the eyes of the citizens of Yinlong City, Princess Jiang Yunli's status was unmatched, her reputation soaring even higher than 2 years prior. While some in Yinlong City might be unaware of the government, none were ignorant of the princess. One could not overlook the identity of the kind princess amidst the drought. Ye Xiong remained unconvinced that the protracted drought enveloping the region could be so easily resolved. How could such a grand display of demonic activity remain unaddressed for months? If local authorities were ineffective, surely the great Rui dynasty would intervene. Either there were no demons, or, for some reason, they were reluctant to act. Padverses secundred Ye Viong. Meet your end. A sudden shout interrupted Ye Xiong's thoughts. He remained composed, his right hand resting upon the hilt of his enchanted blade. Had he been exposed? How could it have happened so swiftly? Ye Xiong was quite astonished. Logically, the circumstances surrounding the dungeon in the lake should not have reached Yinlong City so swiftly. Even if the news had arrived, how could it be ascertained that it concerned me? Ye Xiong? In the eyes of the night patrol in Yinlong City, I should merely be a figure of the second realm. Or have I been recognized? 2 years ago, my demeanor had changed entirely, and my appearance had altered significantly as well. Ye Xiong turned to face the source of the voice. The blood demon's black robe began to seep with blood. Huh? The blood demon, prepared to strike, was momentarily taken aback. In his eyes, several ragged refugee children were playing house. Among them a spirited little boy brandishing a straight wooden stick, shouting, Ye Xiong, you vile lecher, prepare to meet your end. Today, I shall rid the world of your evil. Ye Xiong raised an eyebrow. To think I had become the protagonist of their game. How amusing. Still the villain. After 2 years, I am surprised that my reputation in Yinlong City remains so formidable that even the young ones are aware of me. I no longer wish to play. Why am I always cast as the villain? I do not want to be the lecherous Ye Xiong. I wish to be a night patroller. Ye Xiong was a little boy with a black birthmark on his face and a runny nose. If I do not take on this role, who will? The villainous Ye Xiong is indeed quite unattractive. Otherwise, how could he be a lecher? Villains are always grotesque. Ye Xiong glanced at his reflection in a puddle. Grotesque? Then what does it mean that many young girls secretly gaze upon me? Ye Xiong stepped forward towards the group of boys. Chapter 10. The passion of youth is irreplaceable, I declare. Next time I shall be the good guy, and you shall be the villains. The boy with the runny nose was reluctant to continue as Ye Xiong. He was besieged by several companions who called themselves night patrollers. The leading boy swung his straight wooden stick with bravado, shouting, prepare to die. I wield an invincible sword. No villain can withstand it. You, a mere lecher, shall be cleaved in two. Child, may I see the invincible sword you hold? Ye Xiong approached the little boy. The other boys looked at Ye Xiong with curiosity. Unafraid, their guardians were not far off, and they felt secure, thinking that if a great figure were to adopt them, it would be the best outcome, at least ensuring their survival and providing them with sustenance. They observed Ye Xiong, who did not appear villainous. He resembled the chivalrous heroes depicted in tales. That cannot be. This is my invincible sword, capable of slaying all villains and vanquishing the detestable drought demon. The spirited little boy was unwilling to part with his sword. I will trade you this knife. Ye Xiong glanced at the easily devoured demonic blade at his waist, finally drawing the horizontal blade from the blood demon. A weapon of the prison keeper, though it could not compare to the otherworldly demonic blade, it was still a finely crafted treasure, not purchasable with worldly gold or silver. The boy's eyes glimmered as he gazed at the horizontal blade. It was a genuine sword. No boy could refuse such a beautiful weapon. If you truly desire it, I shall give it to you, but you must treat my invincible sword with care. The boy reluctantly handed over the wooden stick to Ye Xiong, saying, you must use my invincible sword to strike down villains, especially detestable lechers like Ye Xiong and the dreadful drought demon. Strike them down whenever you see them. Very well. Ye Xiong smiled as he accepted the invincible sword. However, the boy did not reach for the finely crafted blade. When I grow up, I will forge a true divine sword myself to eradicate all the villains of the world, the boy declared proudly. Such a good child. Ye Xiong chuckled as he tousled the boy's hair. The group of boys then joyfully ran off, continuing their game of house, chanting slogans to eliminate the lecherous Ye Xiong. The blood demon stared at Ye Xiong in astonishment. Ye Xiong playfully handled the invincible sword. The blood demon had expected Ye Xiong to chastise the children. Yet he did not. "Sir, do you truly intend to exchange this precious blade for a mere wooden stick?" The blood demon was perplexed. "Indeed, this is the invincible sword. Most adept at vanquishing the lecherous Ye Xiong. I acquire the most threatening weapon at the least cost. Is it not worth it?" Ye Xiong retorted, holding the invincible sword. The blood demon gazed at the youthful exuberance of Ye Xiong, feeling increasingly apprehensive. "Let us depart. Now that I possess the invincible sword, it is time to slay the villains," Ye Xiong declared, clutching the wooden stick as he stepped into Yinlong City. Upon entering Yinlong City, a bustling scene unfolded before him. Shops lined the streets, awnings raised high, tourists swarmed, and laughter mingled with the sounds of vendors, creating an extraordinary atmosphere. In stark contrast to the scenes of refugees clustered outside the city, Ye Xiong strolled through the lively streets and arrived at a food stall. The stall owner, a woman in her 30s, was of decent appearance and had many customers. "Madam, 2 sesame cakes, please." Ye Xiong ordered like a regular, recalling the sesame cakes he often indulged in 2 years prior. 2 years ago, one of Ye Xiong's passions was to roam the city, seeking various delicacies to satisfy his discerning palate. "Coming right up," the woman greeted warmly, though her gaze held a hint of suspicion, as if she recognized him from somewhere. Impossible. It must merely be a resemblance. She thought no further and continued kneading the dough. The patrons here were all from the lower class. No one cared for formalities, sitting casually even on the roadside. Ye Xiong, unbothered by the absence of a proper seat, sat lazily on the curb, observing the passers-by as if he were a laid-back young master with nothing to do. Conversely, the blood demon stood awkwardly behind Ye Xiong, feeling uncomfortable. He had thought there would be bloodshed in the city, with chaos reigning. Yet here he was, seated on the roadside, munching on sesame cakes. "We are demons. We are the wicked ones who just shattered the dungeon. Madam, the taste has changed. It is not as delicious as before." Ye Xiong couldn't resist commenting. "Who is this young lord? Speak carelessly again, and I'll have you thrown out." The rather assertive stall owner shot a glare at Ye Xiong. "Oh dear, look. The widow San Yang is flirting with the handsome young lord. After so many years, has she taken a liking to him?" The regulars teased, filling the stall with laughter and a vibrant market atmosphere. What are you all laughing at? Have you paid this month's fee?" A group of fierce-looking men, armed and swaggering, approached, intimidating the stall owners as they collected fees from each vendor. They quickly reached Ye Xiong's stall. San Yang, still as captivating as ever. "What do you say? Care to come with me to escape the scorching sun?" A bald, burly man flirted with the attractive widow. "The fee was just paid a few days ago." San Yang dodged him, fear evident in her gaze as she regarded the thuggish man. "Is that so? I was unaware. Regardless, it is a new month. Pay up quickly." The bald thug pounded on the table with arrogance. The once jovial patrons fell silent, and a hot-blooded youth prepared to stand up but was restrained by an elderly man. "Have you lost your mind? They're a pack of rabid dogs. If you provoke them, your family may face ruin. Can we not report this to the authorities?" "Report it?" Those incompetent officials would not intervene. It is rumored that their leader has connections with the officials. Isn't they're the night patrol? How could the night patrol concern themselves with such trifles? What status do the night patrol officers hold? I visited Yinlong City 2 years ago, and it was not this chaotic. The youth expressed his bewilderment. The elder sighed, reminiscing about 2 years ago when the night watch had its presence on the streets. With their presence, the ruffians dared not show their faces. Alas, that time has passed. Indeed, I recall that night watch officer named Yi Xing, who dealt sternly with numerous thugs. If only Yi Xing, indifferent as he was, continued to enjoy his sesame cakes. It rumored that the fairy princess resides in Yinlong City. With a princess present, would these ruffians still have the audacity to act so brazenly? It's all the fault of the lecherous Yi Xing. His actions have tarnished the princess's reputation. The princess, feeling responsible, resigned from her position as the head of the night watch. It is all due to the lecherous Yi Xing. At that moment, several burly men surrounded San Yang, their expressions sinister. San Yang looked pleadingly at the guests around her. Though they were all robust men, none dared to intervene. Just then, Yi Xing stood up and approached the stall, tapping it lightly. In her despair, Sin Yang seemed to see a glimmer of hope. The bald-headed ruffian regarded Ye Heng with suspicion, as one of his underlings prepared to speak harshly, only to be kicked aside by the bald leader. The bald leader cautiously addressed Ye Heng. "Sir, do you need something?" He did not recognize Ye Heng. Not knowing him meant he was unaware of his identity. He could be a commoner, but what if he had a powerful background or formidable strength? As a ruffian, one could be ruthless, but one must also possess discernment. Provoking the wrong individual could lead to catastrophe, so it was prudent to show deference to unfamiliar faces. In front of everyone, Ye Heng nonchalantly said, "Settle the bill," tossing a few coins onto the stall before turning to leave. Huh? The blood demon stared in bewilderment, preparing to take action. Is he really leaving? The blood demon followed in Ye Heng's footsteps. "Sir, aren't you going to intervene?" He asked cautiously, not out of a desire to assist, but because earlier, those children had insulted Ye Heng so brazenly, and yet he remained unperturbed, opting to exchange his fine blade for a worthless wooden stick. Would he truly let go now? "It is their choice," Ye Heng replied calmly. He remembered vividly the day he became a criminal, the day he was paraded through the streets, and how those who once admired him turned to scorn. Despite his tireless efforts to confront thugs and those who bullied the weak, sacrificing his rest and even compromising his training, he only wished for their betterment. Yet, on that day of disgrace, no one stood up for him. They believed the accusations levied against him by the Night Watch, for they trusted the fairy-like princess would not deceive them, thus branding Ye Heng as a remorseless lecher. This included San Yang. The charming widow, San Yang, often found herself embroiled in controversy, yet Ye Heng's frequent visits to her stall served as an unspoken protection. However, upon his return today, it turned out the sesame cakes were not even palatable. Ye Heng understood that ordinary people could not aid him, nor did he expect them to stand up for him. He merely hoped for their silence, which now felt like an extravagant wish. Ye Heng's numerous acts of kindness did not yield the silence he desired. During his parade of disgrace, he had seen San Yang, her eyes filled with the same disdain and contempt as the others, speaking to them that his daily visits were due to ulterior motives, labeling him a lecher. In that moment, Ye Heng felt his passion extinguished. The fervor of youth is not a renewable resource. Chapter 11. Former subordinate Ye Heng departed with indifference. The light in the charming widow's eyes dimmed once more, filled with helplessness and despair. It turned out they were cowards, unwilling to stand out, yet they did not hesitate to ridicule and scorn Ye Heng. They thought they had encountered someone formidable, only to realize he was merely putting on an act, instilling fear in them. The bald-headed ruffian lost his cautious demeanor. His subordinates, especially the one who had just been kicked aside, dare not trouble their leader and instead focus their ire on Ye Heng, about to utter some harsh words. Yet before they could speak, a mysterious figure cloaked in a hood appeared behind him. A chilling aura of murderous intent swept over them, dimming the flames of the stove, and a palpable coldness rendered the onlookers speechless. The bald leader and the other ruffians looked at the mysterious figure with a mix of fear and flattery. The cloaked figure was a killer, just returning from gathering intelligence. "Step aside." "Yes, yes." The bald leader and his companions scurried away, not daring to obstruct the path. The bustling street fell silent under the unmasked, murderous intent of the killer, causing cold sweat to break out among the crowd. They were puzzled by the origin of this formidable assassin, whose presence was terrifying. They watched as the killer made his way directly toward Ye Heng. In the next moment, the once feared figure stood behind Ye Heng, bending slightly, speaking in hushed tones. Though the words were inaudible, the reverence in his demeanor was palpable. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, questioning their own eyes. Rubbing them, they indeed saw the figure bowing, devoid of the previously overwhelming aura, resembling a loyal servant instead. "Sir, I have investigated the situation regarding the city lord's residence, the Night Watch, and certain aristocratic families in the city. Everything appears peaceful, with no particular issues at hand." The killer reported his findings. The vengeful spirits have also relayed that there have been no unusual individuals arriving in Yinlong City recently. The white-bone lady outside the city has not reported any anomalies. It can be concluded that the drought is neither a natural disaster nor the work of demons. Ye Heng was now able to deduce that, based on the reactions of various factions in Yinlong City, there were indeed no demons. The absence of news from the white-bone lady outside the city confirmed this. There are no hidden forces outside the city. The city lord must be at the fourth realm, and the prominent families in Yinlong City likely had one or two individuals at that level. Ye Heng reflected on the high-ranking combatants he knew in Yinlong City. The fourth realm represented the pinnacle of strength in Yinlong City. He regarded the Night Watch with utmost importance. It was his primary objective. The Night Watch was shrouded in mystery, with little information circulating. The vengeful spirits observed from the shadows, currently unaware of the internal situation, but they had discovered two members of the Night Watch drinking in a tavern. Lead the way. Ye Heng and his companions vanished into the streets, leaving behind a crowd of stunned onlookers. In the finest tavern of Yinlong City, Zhuai, Xianlu, on the top floor in a private room, Sun Baolu and Zhao Anmin were exchanging toasts. Sun Gongzi, do you think our captain will truly return? Zhao Anmin asked, his expression somewhat gloomy. Return? Dream on. Those who wish for his return in the Night Watch have long since disappeared, and the remaining ones are unwilling for him to come back. Sun Baolu, round in form and clad in a brocade robe, spat out some wine in displeasure. Damn it. The most unfortunate thing in my life was becoming his subordinate. I gained nothing but a heap of trouble. Zhao Anmin echoed his discontent. Isn't that the truth? I thought he had great talent and had won the princess's favor, destined for greatness. My family invested considerable resources to have me join his ranks, expecting to benefit from his success. Little did I know, I had foreseen he would not meet a good end. He lacks social graces and meddles in affairs he should not. When I punish the maids and servants, he insists I treat them kindly, claiming they are also human. Bah, are maids human? He cares for those lowly commoners while looking down on us, the scions of noble families. The realm of others is distinctly different from ours. Their daily thoughts revolve around serving the people. Yet, ironically, in their pursuit of such virtue, they have confined themselves to a dungeon, while the populace continues to revile them as debauched traitors. Sun Baolu and Zhao Anmin clinked their glasses. Laughter filled with mockery and delight resonated from the private room. Sun Baolu patted his ample belly contentedly, relishing the absence of his former oppressor. His departure is indeed a blessing. No longer must we endure his incessant drills. It is a relief to be free. I can only say it is well-deserved. Self-important and believing oneself extraordinary, he dared to position himself above us. By what right? Our family's centuries of toil have granted us our current standing, and these commoners, simply by possessing some talent, presume to ascend above us, robbing us of our rightful status and resources. Is that fair? Zhao Anmin exclaimed with indignation. The night patrol is much improved. Those commoners are gone. They ought to remain forever at the bottom, never to ascend. As scions of noble families, the two naturally held disdain for the lower classes. Yet, a shadow of concern crossed Sun Baolu's features. I am somewhat worried. What if the princess truly releases him? Could it be that, after 2 years, she suddenly remembers him? Does she plan to bring him back? Zhao Anmin mirrored his unease. They were witnesses 2 years prior, affirming that Yi Sun was indeed a debauched criminal. What is there to fear? After 2 years, it is uncertain if he still lives. Surviving in a dungeon is no easy feat. Sun Baolu, possessing some knowledge of the dungeon-esque conditions, asserted confidently. Moreover, 2 years have passed, and our strength has surpassed his. Unless the princess supports him, why should we fear him? It is he who should fear us. Agreed, the two relaxed, returning to their wine as they instructed their subordinates. Go see what is amiss. Why haven't those young ladies arrived? Am I to be left drinking alone? Outside the private room, 3 uninvited guests approached. They were familiar faces, loyal subordinates. Before they could enter, Yi Sun overheard the raucous voices of Sun Baolu and the others within. 2 years prior, Yi Sun held the position of lantern keeper within the night patrol, one of its leaders, with 5 subordinates under his command. Behind Yi Sun, a hot-tempered assassin stepped forward, raising his foot to kick open the door. Yi Sun gestured for him to halt. We must maintain decorum. Preventing the assassin's impulsive act, Yi Sun knocked on the door. I have arrived. Inside, Zhao Anmin and Sun Baolu displayed their indulgent expressions. Clearly, they believed that drinking was far more enjoyable with the company of young ladies. Kulmin, they beckoned. Wait outside. Do not interrupt my reunion with my old friend. Yi Sun cast a dispassionate glance at the assassin, whose expression turned serious. Understood. Yi Sun opened the door. Chapter 12. Letting go of the world to join the night patrol. At the table, Sun Baolu and his companion gaped in astonishment at the figure who entered. It was not a young lady. Their expressions shifted, anger brewing within, questioning who dared disturb their revelry, seeking their own demise. Zhao Anmin slammed the table in outrage. Who permitted your entry? Wait, he resembles. Sun Baolu halted Zhao Anmin's fury, studying Yi Sun with suspicion, as if he recognized the former captain, yet not entirely. What? You no longer recognize your captain? Yi Sun smiled at them. The rotund Sun Baolu, with his loosely draped brocade robe, and Zhao Anmin, languidly leaning over the table, appeared less like members of the night patrol who instill fear in the darkness, and more akin to wayward young masters. Captain. Both stared in disbelief at Yi Sun seated at the table, eyes wide. The one who should not have emerged has returned. Their drunken stupor evaporated, replaced by a grim countenance. He truly is out. How can this be? Captain, you have returned. I knew it. The princess has not forgotten you. She values you greatly and would certainly release you. We have long awaited your return. Sun Baolu quickly poured wine for Yi Sun, offering him a flattering smile. Zhao Anmin presented fresh chopsticks, ingratiatingly saying, Captain, you must lead us in vanquishing demons and monsters. Captain, does the princess have any orders? The two subtly probed. They were no longer afraid of Yi Sun, but rather apprehensive of Princess Jiang Yunli. I do not know. Sister Qinglian sent me to the night patrol, and she has returned. Sun Baolu and Zhao Anmin exchanged glances, realizing that the princess had merely released him, showing no regard for him, having given up on him. So, it is. Their obsequious expressions faded, replaced by a mocking demeanor. Yi Sun feigned ignorance, inquiring, I am entirely uninformed about the night patrol. Can you enlighten me on its current state? Is the princess still with the night patrol? Of course, they replied, amusement evident in their expressions. The princess departed 2 years ago. Given her stature, how could she remain in Yinlong City for long? Your desire to see her will likely remain unfulfilled. She is not here. Yi Sun's voice carried a hint of disappointment. Observing Yi Sun's forlorn demeanor, Zhao Anmin's disdain grew, accompanied by curiosity. Are you not angry? Do you not hold us accountable? Captain, do you not blame us? How could I blame you? 2 years ago, I was the one who lacked understanding, naive, and ignorant. I shall drink to that. Yi Sun raised his cup in self-mockery. Oh, seeing the drastic change in Yi Sun left the two astonished, exchanging glances of concern. Something is amiss. Sun Baolu sensed the abnormality. After being wrongfully imprisoned for 2 years, should he not harbor some emotional turmoil? Yet, Zhao Anmin considered it natural. Someone who had been self-important and faced a significant blow would understand the folly of their previous arrogance. To become humble in order to survive is quite normal, is it not? Do not worry, Captain. The current commander is your teacher. Your teacher will surely value you greatly. Once the most promising youth in Yinlong City, Captain, you still hold that title. Sun Baolu attempted to reassure him, though his words carried an ambiguous tone. He spoke no falsehood. The current commander of the night patrol was once the one who taught Yi Sun the ways of cultivation, Jiang Waya. However, 2 years prior, Jiang Waya had aimed to eliminate Yi Sun entirely, seeking not merely imprisonment but death. Jiang Waya, a deadly operative nurtured by the royal family, was exclusively loyal to Jiang Yunli. Everything revolved around her. Threats to her must be extinguished at their inception. Due to his remarkable talent and unwavering loyalty, he was bestowed with the Jiang surname. With Qingyan's death, whether Jiang Yunli mourned is uncertain, yet Jiang Waya's death would undoubtedly cause her great anguish. Qinglian was merely a maid among countless others, her abilities and talent unremarkable. In contrast, Jiang Waya was a top-tier talent cultivated through tremendous effort and resources. His innate qualities rivaled those of elite disciples from sacred lands. At the age of 30, he had already achieved the 4th realm of power. Within the royal family's ranks, such deadly operatives were few and far between. Once lost, nurturing another to such heights would be nearly impossible, requiring immense fortune to discover such prodigious individuals in their youth. He was Jiang Yunli's most crucial subordinate, without a doubt. There have been no major incidents within the night patrol these past 2 years, correct? My friends are still safe? Yi Sun inquired while pouring wine. Observing the cautious and understanding demeanor of Yi Sun, Zhao Anmin and Sun Baolu felt a sense of delight. They had not anticipated that the once arrogant captain would now exhibit such humility. It seemed the dungeon could indeed transform a person, allowing one to emerge anew with a deeper understanding. What? How could you, my lord, act in such a manner? The assassin outside found it difficult to accept this degradation. Pouring wine for these two worthless fools? Do they deserve it? Even though the second realm has not yet regained its former glory, the worthless beings of the second realm can be easily dispatched with a single strike. I too find this disconcerting. Blood Demon furrowed his brow and recounted the events that had transpired on the road. Why is this individual so different from the esteemed figures in the dungeon? You are the fearsome demon lord that instills dread in our hearts. Could it be that the legendary Lady of Bones has somehow arrived here? Blood Demon and the assassin gazed at Lady of Bones in astonishment. Previously, I encountered a mysterious old Taoist, a madman who claimed to be pursuing a state of letting go, to relinquish the entire world. It seems that your current demeanor resembles that of the old madman's concept of letting go, for you disregard the so-called rules and identities. Lady of Bones herself does not fully comprehend this state. The master is elusive and utterly unrestrained. From the shadows of the corridor, the voice of a vengeful spirit echoed. If there exists a being capable of annihilating the world, it must surely be the master. At the banquet table, Sun Baolu naturally accepted Yi Xiong's gesture of pouring wine, leisurely lifting his cup, no longer addressing him as captain, but simply by name. Yi Xiong. There have been several deaths in the night patrol over the past 2 years, and these individuals are connected to you. Oh, Xiao Chun has perished. Yi Zhiqiu has died. Li Sheng has vanished, rumored to have betrayed. Lin Qinghan has also betrayed. Su Xiao has departed, and Lu Qingyin has joined a certain sect. Zhao Anmin counted the names. The images of these once familiar colleagues, subordinates, or friends surfaced in Yi Xiong's mind. 2 years ago, they all spoke on your behalf, attempting to prove that you are not a criminal. Sun Baolu uttered this shocking revelation. Yi Xiong's expression tightened slightly. The silhouettes of those individuals became increasingly vivid in his mind. It turns out I'm not so utterly a failure in life. There are still those who will speak up for me. How did Xiao Chun meet his end? Yi Xiong's tone was remarkably calm. He remembered that Xiao Chun was one of his subordinates, a person who had risen from the bottom, fighting desperately to procure medicine for his grandmother's ailment. He died during a mission. Zhao Anmin's voice was steady, as if speaking of a stranger rather than a companion. That obstinate Yi Zhiqiu spoke up for me as well. Yi Xiong did not anticipate that Yi Zhiqiu would advocate for him, given their strained relationship. During missions, Yi Xiong relished the freedom to act without constraints, while Yi Zhiqiu was always so rigid. Their collaborations had often been fraught with tension. Yes, he sought to prove your innocence, but alas, Jiang Wuyo, the master, does not permit it. Anyone who obstructs the princess's decisions will not be tolerated. So you're not angry? Sun Baolu fixed his gaze on Yi Xiong. It is impossible for you to be unperturbed. The moment you reveal the slightest hint of resentment or dissatisfaction, I will inform the master, and he will surely not tolerate you. Yi Xiong replied, I do not harbor anger for the dead. Or the others. Li Sheng went to execute a task and mysteriously vanished. Even his sister has lost track of him. Li Sheng, a naturally cheerful and optimistic lad, had an older sister who raised him. He always sought to unite Yi Xiong with his sister, referring to Yi Xiong as brother-in-law. Lin Qinghan directly betrayed and has become a fugitive of the Da Rui dynasty. Now wanted, Lin Qinghan, whose temperament is anything but cool, was fiery in every aspect, and Yi Xiong found her a constant source of annoyance, as she persistently challenged him to duels. These 4 individuals share a commonality. Like Yi Xiong, they are all from the lower echelons, devoid of background or identity. As for Su Xiao and Lu Qingyin, you know their origins are not simple. They voluntarily distanced themselves from the night patrol. Su Xiao's whereabouts remain unknown, while Lu Qingyin has joined a certain sect. Both Su Xiao and Lu Qingyin hail from noble families. Su Xiao, a slightly chubby foodie, is Yi Xiong's shadow, and the two share a mutual fondness for seeking out various delicacies in the alleys. Lu Qingyin, an elegant and refined young lady, instills a sense of trepidation in Yi Xiong. 2 years ago, Yi Xiong had few interests, primarily relishing food and experiencing what he had missed in his previous life, such as enjoying performances in tea houses. She would often appear, bringing work with her, prompting Yi Xiong to evade her. The images of these individuals surfaced in Yi Xiong's mind, his expression betraying a bittersweet smile as he felt a surge of conflicting emotions. Slowly, he raised his head, looking at Zhao Anmin and the others. And pour more wine. Could you assist me in gathering some friends from the night patrol? I wish to reacquaint myself with everyone. It would be a breach of etiquette to neglect such matters. The night patrol in Yinlong City comprises nearly 100 individuals. It is improbable that they would all remain within the precincts of the night patrol, as many would naturally return home when not on duty. Currently, numerous members of the night patrol are at home, scattered throughout the city. No problem. The two nodded in agreement without hesitation, immediately instructing the servants behind them to notify their colleagues to assemble at the night patrol for a warm welcome for Ye Xiong. They believed that such an entertaining affair would not be overlooked, and many would surely attend. The atmosphere at the banquet grew increasingly lively as time passed. It was nearly time. Everyone should have received the news by now. Let us proceed to the night patrol. Zhao Amin set down his wine cup, unable to contain his anticipation, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Then, let us go to the night patrol. Ye Xiong picked up the invincible wooden stick resting on the bench. Chapter 13. After 2 years, finally reuniting with everyone, the sky dimmed. The night patrol in Yinlong City was brightly lit, with members arriving one after another, most exhibiting a frivolous demeanor, reeking of rouge or alcohol. Sun Baolu sent word that Ye Xiong had emerged. It must be true. It was not merely a rumor that Lu Jianghe and the people from the Wang residence had gone to the dungeon early in the day. Who would have thought he could return? It is truly unexpected. After 2 years, the princess still remembers him and seems quite favored. Ye Xiong's return may not be a good omen. After all, 2 years ago, we feared him. What could he possibly do to trouble us now? The foundation in the dungeon has long been compromised. Does he still qualify as a prodigy? Moreover, the night patrol has since lost its place for him, and more importantly, do you believe the master would invest in him? Furthermore, he is now a criminal, and there is no chance of his exoneration. To exonerate him would bring calamity upon that individual, a possibility that is utterly inconceivable. Without exoneration, he will forever remain a criminal, lacking even the qualification to stand in the light, at most becoming a shadow guard, an entity that is all too easily dispatched. Even if we were to assume he might become a powerful figure in the future, we all know Ye Xiong's character. He is too kind-hearted and naive. If we merely utter a few kind words, would he still hold it against us? His heart is far too tender. Members of the night patrol gathered in pairs, with the topic of conversation centering around Ye Xiong. Shun Wei remarked, "Ye Xiong has returned. Your rivals have all vanished. Perhaps you have a chance to prevail." Dressed in a moonlit gown, Shun Wei retorted angrily, "Are you out of your mind? Speak such nonsense. Others are still the illustrious prodigies. I am unworthy." Outside the night patrol, on a tranquil street, the clamor of the marketplace could not be heard. Sun Baolu suddenly stated, "Ye Xiong, do you know that Xiao Chun and the others undertook missions that exceeded their capabilities?" He was observing Ye Xiong's expression closely. There was no change. It remained so placid. Has he truly become dull-witted in the dungeon? Can he not discern my meaning? Those who spoke on your behalf were deliberately sent by the night patrol to their deaths. By the way, Ye Xiong, do you know why the drought has occurred? Sun Baolu did not wait for Ye Xiong to inquire, but revealed the answer. There is a place beyond Yinlong City where Yuyang Baohua has bloomed. Ye Xiong hesitated for a moment. The Yuyang Baohua, which blooms once every few centuries, cannot be transplanted or cultivated. It is a naturally occurring marvel, imbued with the essence of the heavens and earth. It is said to have the power to cleanse the marrow and reshape the bones, forging a unique and extraordinary physique. Ye Xiong recalled the information regarding the Yuyang Baohua in his mind. It is also an unparalleled treasure for cultivating yang-based techniques, harnessing the power of the sun through intricate formations or drawing upon the underground yang veins to nurture the precious Yuyang Baohua. Yexing fully comprehended the reason behind the drought. Centuries had passed, and the noble families of Tianjiao would not be inclined to wait for hundreds of years for the Yuyang Baohua to mature naturally. Instead, they resorted to invoking vast amounts of celestial yang energy for its cultivation. The excess of yang energy rendered the land barren, resulting in desolation stretching for miles. What is wrong? Feeling uneasy, Sun Baolu guided Yexing's simmering anger. There is nothing to be troubled about. Hasn't the Darui dynasty always acted in such a manner? Over a decade ago, someone had invoked the great river's waters to cultivate a water-based treasure, causing floods in several cities and countless casualties. In the eyes of the powerful, common people are insignificant compared to treasures. Regardless of how many perish, they can always be replaced, while treasures can reshape one's essence, enhance strength, and create formidable weapons. Do not speak recklessly. That was the work of water demons. Zhao Anmin reminded Ye Xing, lamenting, I never expected you would finally share a perspective, Ye Xing. It would have been better if you had realized this sooner. You have finally begun to perceive the world from the vantage point of the powerful, but alas, it is too late. Your opportunity has slipped away. Suan Baolu observed Ye Xing's understanding with a grim expression. He intended to incite Ye Xing's anger, to provoke the dissatisfaction he had repressed, leading to its eventual discovery by the master, who would undoubtedly show no mercy. Ye Xing inquired, the Yuyang Baohua, can it bloom now? Who is fortunate enough to obtain it? Suan Baolu replied with pride, it has already been harvested, according to the rules. The masters feast on the meat while others drink the broth. The Yuyang Baohua is unattainable for us. Only those of heavenly descent are worthy. The numerous families of Yin Longcheng, having contributed a little effort and being close by, have each received a portion of Yuyang grass. I have reached the 6th layer of the second realm thanks to it. Yin Longcheng, and indeed the entirety of Beizhou, is dominated by those of heavenly lineage. The royal house dines on meat, while the aristocracy consumes broth, leaving the common folk destitute and without sustenance. Ye Xing lifted his gaze, spotting the brightly lit, bustling Xuan Yesi ahead. The illumination was somewhat blinding, prompting him to squint slightly and raise a hand to shield himself from the light that dispelled the darkness. He had arrived. It truly was Ye Xing. As he approached the entrance of the Xuan Yesi, a cacophony of voices emerged from within. Stepping from the shadowy street into the radiant light, Ye Xing crossed the threshold of the Xuan Yesi. He had returned at last. After 2 years, he had finally come back to the Xuan Yesi, his silhouette elongated by the hanging lights, the unending darkness behind him, and the warm glow of the Xuan Yesi ahead. As Ye Xing's figure entered the brightly lit area, he was surrounded by the members of the Xuan Yesi, their gazes revealing a myriad of reactions. It truly was Ye Xing, his transformation remarkable. His demeanor had changed. Had he not been familiar, they would scarcely recognize him. I suggest you kneel outside the royal house of Beizhou to curry favor with that one who may still offer you a glimmer of hope. Returning to the Xuan Yesi is of no use. It seems you have learned the sting of pain, no longer arrogant. Cold, teasing, and disdainful glances abounded. Yet warmth and welcome were conspicuously absent. The members of the Xuan Yesi cautiously cast their eyes toward the imposing figure of the master, Jiang Wuya, who emerged from within. Jiang Wuya, a man of unyielding demeanor, garbed in embroidered robes of the candle dragon, scrutinized Ye Xing with a gaze that bore both suspicion and disdain. How did he gain his freedom? This was beyond Jiang Wuya's expectations. He had clearly discussed with Qing Lian that Ye Xing would not be released. If he had not perished, he would have ensured Ye Xing's demise. How had he managed to escape? Did the master truly care for him? Jiang Wuya's blood-stained right hand instinctively rested upon the hilt of his weapon, unmasking his murderous intent. If a mere man could influence the master, he could not be allowed to live. Under the watchful eyes of many, Ye Xing surveyed each individual, finally resting his gaze upon Jiang Wuya, a smile illuminating his face. At last I see you all. Ye Xing's voice quivered slightly as he covered his face with one hand, lowering his head. It is wonderful. After 2 years, I finally meet you again. The crowd regarded Ye Xing, their expressions betraying a mixture of mockery and derision, as they observed his emotional display. Is it possible he is crying? They laughed. What transformation? He is still so naive. No, foolish. Does he still believe we are companions through life and death? That we would accept him once more? Dream on. Some actions, once taken, can never be undone. Who would trust you again? It appeared that the dungeon had indeed tempered him, instilling a fear that had altered him so profoundly. Stop pretending, Ye Xing, Jiang Wuya remarked coldly. Even if you sincerely wish to return, do you think it possible? I shall not grant you the opportunity to grow anew. Jiang Wuya had no desire to speculate on Ye Xing's true intentions. He merely understood the necessity of preemptive measures. Master, you are truly heartless. I genuinely wish to engage in earnest conversation and reunite, yet you grant me no time. Ye Xing lowered his hand, raising his head. His eyes, amidst disheveled hair, reflected an indifference that regarded all as mere fodder, a madness restrained by the oppressive weight of the world. Chapter 14. A Dance of Demons and the Slaying of the Master. Jiang Wuya could not help but feel a chill. Those eyes of, all that you possess is bestowed by me. Today, I shall teach you what it means to honor one as master. Jingria unleashed a terrifying aura, an invisible pressure rendering the members of the Xuan Yasi breathless. Your release was merely a necessity for the master's teachings. I shall first incapacitate you, leaving you to struggle for survival. Jiang Wuya declared Yexing's fate with an iron fist. Need me? Yexing expressed a hint of curiosity. Does Jiang Yunli require me? For possession? Soul devouring? Blood feasting? Or perhaps as a furnace? Yexing, you dare speak thus to the master? Kneel. Suan Baolu, standing beside Yexing, had long awaited such an opportunity, ensuring Yexing would not gain strength while currying favor with Jiang Wuya. Others regretted being outpaced by Suan Baolu. Yexing remained silent, withdrawing a wooden stick. Have you grown foolish in the dungeon? You dare wield such a childish weapon? Suan Baolu scoffed, only to witness the wooden stick pierce his own mouth the next moment. His body felt as though it had been ensnared, unable to evade or block the attack. The stick twisted, blood gushed forth, and his tongue was torn apart. I am a kind-hearted individual, nostalgic. You're my subordinate. And since you have been so obedient in revealing information, you shall be granted the longest life. Yexing patted the stunned Suan Baolu. The once boisterous courtyard fell into an eerie silence, all present dumbfounded. Such a weapon, and Suan Baolu could not evade it. Was he truly that useless? Suan Baolu, had he played with women too much? You cannot even dodge such an attack. What a waste. As Zhao Anmin mocked, he drew his sword, only to watch in disbelief as his precious blade was severed by the wooden stick. It was a mockery of a weapon, a farcical means of attack. Yet he could not evade it. With a single stroke, blood stained the earth. It was merely a stick. Why? I did not wish to die. Zhao Anmin could not accept such a trivial demise. The ruthlessness of Yexing left others in shock. How had he dared to kill within the Xuan Yasi? They had never witnessed such reckless audacity. You seek death. Jiang Wui's booming voice echoed as he stomped the earth, causing the structures behind him to collapse like a great dragon crushing the bluestone floor, advancing relentlessly towards Yexing. Who seeks death? A shadow descended from the heavens, crashing to the ground, transforming into a blade, a ruthless, demonic sword, cleaving downwards, leaving a scar of dozens of meters that split the palace behind. The murderer obstructed Jiang Wuya. Filled with malevolent souls, a chilling voice emerged from an unknown source, drifting through the realms. While the eerie shrouds of funeral garments around the courtyard fluttered, as if endless vengeful spirits were lamenting. This was the work of demons. The blood demon felt a sense of satisfaction as the ground erupted with a putrid stream of blood. 3 years prior, when you, the night patrol, blocked the entrance. Today it is I, the lady, who shall block the door. The skeletal figure of the white-bone lady stood resolutely at the entrance of the night patrol. In an instant, the situation turned tumultuous. The 4 demons danced in unison. The white-bone lady blocked the door. Vengeful spirits swirled. A sea of blood undulated, and a murderous aura surged forth. Jiang Wuya immediately recognized the identities of the 4 figures, his face paling with a mix of fear and disbelief. They had all been imprisoned in the dungeon. How had they escaped? Jiang Wuya cursed Qinglian and Lu Jianghe in his heart, blaming them for the catastrophe that had unfolded. Even having reached the pinnacle of the 4th realm, facing 4 formidable demons left Jiang Wuya feeling immense pressure. The night patrol had only him at the 4th realm, several at the 3rd, while the rest were at the 1st or 2nd. The remaining members of the night patrol were left in shock. Zhao Anmin was dead, and they were not afraid then, but now they were terrified. Was this the foundation of Yexing? Had he allied with the evil demons? Yexing, allying with the wicked, dared to challenge the night patrol. Did he underestimate my power? These 4 fiends, their strength must not have fully recovered. Jiang Wuya suddenly realized that they had only just escaped from prison today. It was improbable that they were at their zenith. 1 against 4 was not impossible, especially since Longcheng was not solely defended by the night patrol. You were so pleased, thinking that with the support of evil demons, you can come to the night patrol seeking death. How naive. Jiang Wuya's confident words instilled boundless assurance in others. Indeed, this is the night patrol, our home ground. Why fear the evil demons? They ridiculed Yexing's audacity. Yexing, who would have thought you would fall into the demonic path? Do you not owe it to your former self? If you still possess a shred of conscience, you should take your own life in atonement, lest you tarnish the name of the night patrol. Those who ally with demons deserve 1,000 cuts. As Yexing walked amidst the curses of the masses pointing fingers at him, He could not help but applaud, stepping forward to the loudest critic. Continue. I encourage you to keep speaking. Suddenly, a wooden stick shattered his mouth, silencing the night patrol. Ye Heng issued commands, waving his hand for the murderer to withdraw. Facing his former teacher alone, Jiang Weio's pupils constricted in disbelief as he gazed at Ye Heng, who was not merely allied with demons, but commanded them. Impossible. Jiang Weio racked his brain, trying to comprehend how Ye Heng could command four fiends. So, you have grown bold enough to confront me. Behind Jiang Weio surged a tumultuous wave, majestic mountains, and a profusion of flora flourishing on the peaks. 100 miles of mountains and rivers formed a splendid spectacle, a manifestation of Jiang Weio's arcane training. Everything you possess was taught by me, and I will make you once again experience the terror of facing your teacher. Before he could finish, the violent demonic energy within Ye Heng erupted without restraint, as if the demonic realm had descended upon the human world. The demonic aura enveloped him, his feet igniting with demonic flames, an eye appearing on his forehead, and the soul-biting blade in hand. The oppressive demonic energy surged forth, overwhelming everything in its path. With a thunderous roar, Ye Heng stepped into the extraordinary phenomenon of the 100 miles of mountains and rivers, instantly darkening the landscape with boundless demonic energy, devouring the light. A figure of demonic majesty towering above the mountains and rivers. What is this? Jiang Weio's heart trembled, blood trickling from his mouth. He could sense that Ye Heng's realm was beneath his own, yet the years of arcane training could not withstand it, even when the master had been at his level. He could not achieve such power. Mountain River Seal, Jiang Weio roared, blood flowing from all 7 orifices as he unleashed an extraordinary technique beyond the grasp of the fourth realm. The mountains and rivers re-emerging, compressing and merging into a giant mountain river god seal. Cracks marred the mountain river god seal, with the ethereal forms of the mountain god and river lord appearing. Is this your trump card? I have underestimated you. Ye Heng revealed his true demonic form, entering his peak battle mode. The demonic form raised its hands to the heavens. A deafening crash resonated as everything within 100 meters collapsed. The slaughtered members of the night patrol knelt in submission. The sound reverberated throughout Yinlongcheng. Ye Heng, how could he possibly withstand the master of the night patrol? How could this be? In just 2 years, what demonic power could have granted him such growth? Sun Baolu and others who were familiar with Ye Heng were left astounded, gazing in disbelief at Ye Heng overpowering Jiang Weio. Is this really him? This must be a joke. In 2 years, he has cultivated to the fourth realm at a great cost. How long can he maintain this state? Jiang Weio, bleeding, still held his ground. For the duration of an incense stick, Jiang Weio was taken aback. He had not anticipated Ye Heng to so casually reveal such life and death secrets. Let me enjoy this. Ye Heng seized Jiang Weio's head, bracing himself against the falling mountain river. With one hand pressed down, Jiang Weio's head struck the shattered ground repeatedly. Teacher, so this is your weakness, just 3 minutes. Ye Heng ruthlessly tore Jiang Weio's right arm from its socket. The shattered fragments of the mountain river seal rebounded, striking Jiang Weio, who spat blood and flew back, crashing onto the training ground of the night patrol. As he watched Ye Heng land on the training ground, he commanded, "Stand up, continue." A wave of nostalgia washed over him. 3 to 4 years ago, in this very training ground, he had trained Ye Heng, reprimanding him in the same manner. You must be so proud. In the pool of blood, Jiang Weio looked up at Ye Heng, who was trampling him. Evil demon. You must be eradicated. Everyone, Ye Heng retorted, whether human or ghost, that is for me to decide. Chapter 15, I am a demon. Do you think you can reason with me? The master of the night patrol has lost. The members of the night patrol, who had been slaughtered, struggled to hold on. They firmly believed that the master would soon defeat Ye Heng and eliminate the evil demons. Little did they expect, in just 3 to 4 minutes, they had suffered a complete defeat. How had Ye Heng become so fearsome, so powerful? How had he achieved this? What should they do? Fear engulfed them completely. They began to flee in a panic, prioritizing survival over loyalty. Ye Heng, spare me. Do you remember I invited you to the brothel to listen to music? We drank together. We are friends. Some pleaded for mercy, seeking connections. Ye Heng, enough. Don't make the same mistake again. How have you become so ruthless and heartless? A singular voice of criticism shattered the slaughter. The white bone lady and her companions instinctively halted their killing, bracing themselves. Had a significant figure arrived? Otherwise, Who would dare to reprimand a master? They looked up to see a young woman, Shen Wei, a noble lady clad in a moonlit gown. Her expression fearless as she gazed at Ye Heng, walking resolutely towards him. Ye Heng, I know you harbor resentment and dissatisfaction, but we were once friends. Why do you seek to slaughter us? 2 years ago, it was not us who caused your imprisonment. What gives you the right to inflict harm upon us? Today, we came to welcome your return, yet you are so merciless. How have you become such a stranger? You are not the Ye Xiong I once knew, admired, and respected. The Ye Xiong I knew would never display such cruelty or be so unreasonable. Each word fell like a hammer, resonating with clarity and strength. This is a woman who once had a bond with the master, a childhood friend from the past. The hearts of Baigu Fu Ren and others ignited with curiosity, hesitant to impede Shen Wei's approach towards Ye Xiong. Who are you? Ye Xiong gazed at the somewhat familiar Shen Wei, her name eluding him. It was inconsequential. He waved her over, observing the girl before him, whose eyes brimmed with fearlessness, coupled with the inherent arrogance of a noble lady. Are you attempting to reason with me? Is it not permissible to reason? The world cannot operate without principles. Ye Xiong slowly drew out the blood-stained wooden stick from his waist. Do not fear. I do not strike women. I cherish the delicate and beautiful. Please continue. The speed of his draw did not waver. The events of 2 years ago were not our concern. We could not dictate them. What gives you the right to vent your grievances upon us? With such a demeanor, how are you different from those villainous individuals? Well said. Ye Xiong could not help but commend her. Listen to her. How eloquently she speaks. Her logic is clear and substantiated. Congratulations, you have persuaded me. The remaining survivors, who had not perished, found a flicker of hope. Ye Xiong had been swayed. Indeed, even with his mastery of dark arts, a person's nature cannot fundamentally change. He remains someone who valued reason. Then we may leave. Shen Wei revealed a smile. I am a demon. Are you attempting to reason with me? Ye Xiong playfully tapped Shen Wei's smiling face with a wooden stick. Shen Wei's smile froze. Everyone is like this. Ha! I did not expect the night watchmen to be such adorable and naive children. The killer scoffed. Does killing require justification? Ye Xiong, you cannot deceive me. You are merely pretending. Kill me, and you will never overcome your inner turmoil, forever shackled by guilt. Shen Wei remained ensconced in her own logical reasoning, incessantly chattering. A blunt wooden stick pierced through her body. Shen Wei's expression was one of disbelief. Staring blankly at the impassive Ye Xiong, she finally comprehended. The Ye Xiong before her was utterly transformed from the naive youth they could once see through and exploit. Ye Xiong withdrew the wooden stick, and blood cascaded forth. Ye Xiong gently supported the swaying Shen Wei, whispering softly in her ear, I have heard that to gain the forgiveness of the deceased is to achieve rebirth. Can you forgive me? A muffled sound escaped Shen Wei, akin to a cry of pain, as she slowly shook her head. Do you remember the Night Watchman's Code? Your silence 2 years ago made you accomplices, allowing criminals to brazenly appear before the Night Watchman. You are not innocent. Shen Wei shook her head more vigorously. Still, there is no rebirth. Can this object grant me rebirth? Ye Xiong removed the jade gourd hanging from Shen Wei's waist. Opening it, a faint golden liquid flowed forth. It was a precious elixir refined from Yuyang grass, rich in positive essence, a healing treasure. In the drought, your family also benefited. Those who lost their homes were tenfold or 100-fold compared to those who died today. I am not responsible for the drought. I cannot alter what I have not caused. Tears and sweat mingled, staining Shen Wei's exquisite rouge, as she stammered, Save me, those commoners. Ye Vyong, you still care. Please, save me. You are mistaken. I merely stand atop the moral high ground, looking down upon you all. Ye Xiong abruptly released Shen Wei, causing her to collapse helplessly onto the ground, her gaze already beginning to shatter. Baigu Fu Rin whispered to the killer, Can we now rest easy? Rest easy. Demons fear impulsive actions. Following the rules, even those who wish to turn from darkness to light do not live long. The blood demon fixed his stare on the lifeless Shen Wei. She is dead. Death is good. He had witnessed too many demons who, for various reasons, showed mercy to others or cared for someone or something, developing a weakness, ultimately exploited by those who deemed themselves righteous, leading to their demise without a burial place. The blood demon, too, had suffered because of a friend's foolishness, resulting in capture. If Ye Xiong possessed such a temperament, the blood demon would unhesitatingly turn and leave, even if it meant death, for it would be preferable to a life of suffocating despair. Clap! Ye Xiong clapped his hands, the sound breaking the stillness of the night. What are you doing? Continue. Ye Xiong cast a dissatisfied glance at Bai Gu Fu Run and the others. He stepped over Shun Wei's corpse, moving towards Jiang Wuya, who lay in a pool of blood. Master, I have captured a sneaky fellow. The vengeful spirit suddenly hurled a man before Ye Xiong. He was sneaking toward the back of the night watchman. I thought he was fleeing, but it turns out he aimed to ignite the archive room, which I thwarted. The night watchman not only subdued demons, but also handles significant cases. Each case has an archive, documenting the complete proceedings, including complaints, testimonies, inspection records, and verdicts. Ye Xiong crouched down, observing the man under the vengeful spirit's control, a stranger to him, then glanced at Jiang Wuya, who displayed a hint of disappointment. You secretly instructed him to eliminate all the archives. Jiang Wuya closed his eyes, offering no reply. Master, I seized the archive he sought to destroy. The vengeful spirit handed Ye Xiong a scroll, which bore signs of tearing and charred edges. He had attempted to shred or burn it, but had failed. Ye Xiong took the scroll, which bore the name of a case, the wedding scandal. The wedding scandal, though devoid of fatalities, was the most loathed and detested case in Longfeng City for many years. During what should be the happiest moment of one's life, the greatest joy, the bride, carried in a grand sedan chair, endured the utmost humiliation. This case was more detestable than a murder case. The culprit was Ye Xiong. Thus he was imprisoned in the dungeon. Chapter 16. Oh, how I fear. It turns out he intended to obliterate the archive of this case, leaving me no chance to prove my innocence. A fatal trap, preventing confidants from seizing an opportunity to escape while simultaneously seeking to destroy this archive. Such a malicious scheme. Do not be smug. Even if you acquire the archive, what of it? Jiang Wuya opened his eyes, devoid of fear of death, only exuding murderous intent towards Ye Xiong. This case has long become an ironclad verdict. Even with the archive, it cannot be overturned. You shall never prove your innocence. Destroying the archive will only deepen your despair. Indeed, relying solely on the archive to overturn the verdict is akin to climbing to the heavens. What shall we do now? Haha, what of your return, Ye Xiong? What of your newfound strength? You are an eternal lecher, forever scorned by all. Jiang Wuya laughed heartily. Those who once spoke in your defense 2 years ago are either dead or have fled as criminals. Only 2 people departed unscathed. They knew you were wronged, but lacked evidence to assist you. Everything was orchestrated by me. I would not allow any loopholes to harm my master. As for the victims of the case, the dead are dead. Some have been sent 1,000 miles away. You shall never find them. Without witnesses or evidence to prove your innocence, you will bear the infamy of a lecher until the end of time. Jiang Wuya gazed at Ye Xiong with satisfaction. What, you're killing me? It changes nothing. Oh, what to do? What to do? Ye Xiong was in a state of panic, desperately grasping Jiang Wuya's shoulders and shaking him violently. You cannot die. Tell me where the surviving victims are. I cannot live with the identity of a lecher. I must prove my innocence. I am not a lecher. Just tell me, and I will let you go. I implore you. Live? You underestimate me. What does it matter if I live? I cannot aid you. I cannot allow the princess to suffer even the slightest harm. This is the fate of a death warrior. Jiang Wuya replied, unmoved. Observing the frantic Ye Xiong, he felt an urge to scoff. You are aware of fear. Do not think you can extract any information from my soul. It is futile. To protect the princess, my spirit has long been sealed by a special curse. No means can elicit any information from it. Even through force, you would merely scatter my soul. Ye Xiong glared at Jiang Wuya, his teeth clenched in frustration. He felt utterly hopeless, his head drooping as he sighed repeatedly. I, Ye Xiong, am the eternal lecher, a fate worse than death. What am I to do? Must I truly cease to amuse myself? His lamentation soon transformed into mocking laughter. Jiang Wuya gazed at the drastically changed Ye Xiong, unable to comprehend. Do you truly not care? That cannot be. Do you not cherish your reputation? Being labeled a lecher is the most despicable of fates. Ye Xiong seized Jiang Wuya's hair, forcing him to confront the brutality of their actions. Look closely at what we are doing. We are annihilating entire families, obliterating the dungeon, and decimating the night patrol of Yin Longcheng. The identity of a lecher, how terrifying. We are killing, not merely playing a child's game. Ye Xiong stood, exerting force. The unopened scroll in his hand disintegrated into countless fragments, consumed by demonic flames and reduced to ashes, leaving nothing behind. Who would indulge in such a tedious endeavor as proving one's innocence? Whether lecher or pervert, who truly cares? Dragging Jiang Wuya through a sea of corpses, Ye Heng declared. The world's honor and disgrace, the judgments of society, are of no concern to me. To toil endlessly seeking clues and evidence for vindication? Such thoughts never crossed my mind since the moment I was imprisoned 2 years ago. What does proving my innocence matter? To exchange such efforts for a mere apology from Jiang Yunli and the others? To elicit regret from those who once scorned me? Do not be naive. Ye Heng intended to do but one thing: instill fear, inflict pain, and evoke sorrow. Jiang Wuya stared blankly at the scattered ashes. The scroll was destroyed. Without it, even if he found every witness willing to testify on his behalf, there would be no opportunity for redemption. He should have felt joy, yet he could not muster a smile. You must be pretending. You understand how difficult it is to have a scroll, and you're feigning nonchalance, Jiang Wuya retorted, skeptical. You came to the night patrol not merely for revenge, but to seek vindication, did you not? Eradicating you all is not worthy of being called revenge. It is beneath me, truly filthy. Ye Heng expressed disdain, avoiding the blood-soaked ground. This was executed poorly. I had hoped for a proper gathering, to bid farewell in a serene and warm setting. But this is far from amusing, akin to a mindless slaughterer. A killer for hire, how fitting. There is little to discuss, and he warned Jiang Wuya not to expect any information regarding the princess. You may hurl insults at me, subject me to countless tortures, yet I will not flinch, nor will I plead for mercy. As a death warrior, I fear not death. My only loyalty lies with the princess. My loyalty is so profound that I cannot bring myself to kill you. Ye Heng admired him, surveying the surroundings. It appears that the princess left no further hidden machinations in Yinlongqing. Having dragged Jiang Wuya to the gates of the night patrol, they found the interior awash with blood, while the exterior remained eerily silent. Lecherous demon, do you wish to trample me before the eyes of the entire city? Jiang Wuya seemed to comprehend Ye Heng's intentions. Cursing, you think to strip me of my dignity with such methods? Do you believe I care? You naive lecher. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt a deep-seated revulsion. I thought you might possess some talent, and perhaps one day qualify to be a dog for the princess. Yet I did not anticipate that a master would sacrifice a dog, and the dog would bark incessantly. A master grants every favor, yet a dog that forgets its gratitude and is unwilling to sacrifice for its master is no good dog. The harsh words echoed in the air as Jiang Wuya yearned for death, a reflection of his true thoughts. I intended to spare you any humiliation, Ye Heng remarked calmly. You do not wish for dignity, he continued. What tricks do you have? Do you think I will be intimidated? Jiang Wuya sought a swift end, longing to bite back at his master. Would that be entertaining? Ye Heng watched Jiang Wuya with interest. The latter faltered, a fleeting look of panic flashing in his eyes. Yet he maintained a fierce demeanor. You think I would be ungrateful like you? I would never harm my master. Your status represents the noble princess, requiring nothing from you but your body. Ye Heng uttered words that sent chills down Jiang Wuya's spine. He was now thoroughly alarmed. What do you intend to do? You will not succeed. Jiang Wuya's previous defiance melted away, his voice a strained roar as he struggled fiercely, wishing he could self-detonate. Why shout so loudly? Teacher, you are losing your composure. You are afraid. Ye Heng firmly restrained Jiang Wuya, preventing any resistance. Smiling, he inquired, tell me, how should I use your body to make it more entertaining? Chapter 17. Ko Kawang. What Kawang Jiang Wuya glanced at the swirling spirits clad in funeral garments, recognizing it as the work of ghost cultivators. It was not surprising that they possessed the means to possess and control. What did it matter to manipulate my corpse? Others are not fools. With the master's reputation in Yinlongqing, no one would heed slanderous words. Jiang Wuya was resolute in this belief. Ye Heng, all your actions in the eyes of the master are mere displays of impotent rage. Ha ha ha. A gust of cold wind swept through. A vengeful spirit, carried by a fierce ghost, approached Ye Heng. My lord, we have discovered a secret chamber beneath the night patrol and encountered a unique individual, the vengeful spirit reported. The task of the vengeful spirit was not to kill, but to uncover secrets throughout the night patrol, safeguard treasures, and protect scriptures. The ability to manipulate fierce ghosts, traversing through walls and earth, made them most suitable for this task. Who? a man, battered and bloodied, was bound upon a rack of torture, located beneath the courtyard of the commanding officer. Ye Heng lowered his gaze, observing the sudden change in Jiang Wuya's expression. Upon your arrival, your hands were stained with blood as you executed others, incessantly ranting and provoking me. One of your intentions was to conceal the underground chamber, Ye Heng mused. Who could possibly warrant such a grand display of private torture? It should not be punishment, but an interrogation for a certain secret, correct? Jiang Wuya sealed his lips, remaining silent. Bring him here, quickly. The vengeful spirit commanded the fierce ghost to retrieve the injured man. This individual was unfamiliar to Ye Heng, yet he too wore the uniform of the night patrol. Demons run amok, slaughtering the night patrol. The man exclaimed in disbelief upon seeing the scene before him, and then noticing Jiang Wuya being dragged along. His pupils constricted, and he could not help but exclaim, "My lord, I have long warned that those who commit unjust acts will meet their demise. This is retribution. This is the heavens punishing our night patrol." The discourse is laden with sorrow, yet it also conveys a sense of exhilaration. Jiang Wuya belod, liche, silence yourself. You, who pride yourself on righteousness. If you truly possess a sense of justice, take it upon yourself to eradicate the malevolent forces at once. Justice, the very justice you disdain and deride. Li Su could not help but indulge in self-mockery. Ye Heng gazed at Li Su, inquiring, "Those who commit numerous injustices shall meet their demise. What unjust acts has the Night Patrol Division committed? You've been given face, haven't you?" Ye Heng, growing impatient, stomped on Jiang Wuya's head, forcefully grinding it against the ground, allowing him to become intimately acquainted with the earth, his mouth filled with dirt. "Let us continue. I revel in upholding justice," Ye Heng said with a smile. Observing the trembling Li Su, the latter glanced at the heaps of corpses, gritting his teeth, seemingly reluctant to engage further with Ye Heng. "I enjoy cooperation. Your soul should bear no ceiling, and your realm is merely at the second stage. I do not wish to resort to force, nor do I want the vengeful specter to seize your soul, devouring all that you are and claiming your memories." The calmness of Ye Heng's words sent shivers down Li Su's spine. The drought was man-made, orchestrated by the royal family, with multiple noble families as accomplices, all to hasten the ripening of treasures that had already fallen into the hands of the royal family. After a moment of silence, Li Su spoke. "I have discovered evidence, irrefutable proof. I have traced every detail and uncovered every clue. I only wish to provide justice for the innocent victims of this disaster. Alas, I'm powerless." Tears welled in Li Su's eyes, filled with resentment and guilt. "No, you can do it," Ye Heng replied, satisfied. "The evidence is solid, and you are aware of all the information. This is far more potent than mere baseless slander." A thought crossed Ye Heng's mind. "I entrust you with a task. Reveal the truth. Let the entire city hear it. Let all know that the drought was not the doing of demons, but rather the work of their esteemed princess." "Princess Yunli? There is no evidence linking her directly to this," the honest Li Su insisted. "Naive, is not the princess a member of the royal family?" "It is indeed her. Regardless of whether the drought was caused by the royal heir or the prince, it is of no consequence. My primary target is that white lotus." "Ye Heng, this is slander. This matter has nothing to do with the princess. She has no need for the Yuyang Baohua. The princess is innocent." Jiang Wuya shouted with all his remaining strength. "You have taught me well," Ye Heng replied, once more pressing down on Jiang Wuya's head. "If I can go, so can you. That princess should be innocent. She is kind, a celestial being." Li Su appeared somewhat reluctant, still harboring hope for the princess at this moment. "Her reputation was impeccable. I do not wish to debate the princess's virtue or vice, nor do I intend to elaborate on her character. Out of consideration for your integrity, I have exercised considerable patience," Ye Heng remarked, patting Li Su's shoulder, denying him further opportunity to argue. He beckoned to the vengeful specter, manipulating its form. Ye Heng pointed at Jiang Wuya, beginning to craft a narrative. "Remember, vengeful specter, you are Jiang Wuya. You must pursue him." He then indicated Li Su and continued. "Jiang Wuya, in order to conceal the truth, annihilated the entire Night Patrol Division." The specter nodded, understanding its role, malevolently fixating on Jiang Wuya. "I shall expose his cruel and perverse side, revealing to the world how a death warrior, under the guise of a princess, is driven to madness." For the first time, Jiang Wuya lowered his proud head, pleading, Ye Xiong, if you still regard me as your teacher, grant me a swift end. You may reduce me to ashes, but you cannot. Indeed, you are my teacher. I cannot allow you to lack a sense of involvement. While controlling him, I cannot completely obliterate his soul. He must retain some awareness, a sense of participation. This is the last act I can perform for you. With a cough, Jiang Weia spat blood. His mouth moved as if to speak, but another spurt of blood erupted. He had run out of chances. The vengeful specter's essence seeped with a potent aura, infiltrating Jiang Weia through his 7 orifices. The specter took possession of Jiang Wei's body, beginning to rise unsteadily. Full control would require some time. Ye Xiong turned to Li Su, assigning him a task: flee, escape throughout the city, proclaim all that you know, let everyone hear. Let the countless refugees outside the city learn the truth. Li Su stiffly nodded, and then what? Then, of course, you shall be free. Do you intend to follow us? We're not companions. Ye Xiong gestured to the blood demon. Blood demon, take him to the scripture hall. Let him acquire the subsequent scriptures for his cultivation, allowing him to take as many treasures related to his practice as he desires. At that moment, the slaughter by the Night Patrol Division gradually ceased. All had perished. The combat prowess of both sides was not on the same level. Perhaps only the combined might of all the strong in Hidden Dragon City could rival Ye Xiong and his companions. The other formidable figures in Hidden Dragon City were rather cowardly for not showing up. The killer was somewhat unfulfilled, dragging the mute son Baolu along. My lord, how should we deal with this lad? Brother Baolu, wake up. Your family has come to fetch you. Ye Xiong patted the unconscious son Baolu, who had fainted from fear. Chapter 18. A small gift. I hope the princess likes it. The thunderous battle of the Night Patrol Division initially disturbed the other strong figures in Hidden Dragon City. The sound resonated throughout the city, audible even outside, where one could faintly feel the tremors of the earth. The forcibly awakened son Baolu cast a desperate gaze towards the darkness beyond the door, his eyes lighting up despite the shadows. A heartstring connection allowed him to spot his father and family amidst the gloom. Ooh, son Baolu struggled mightily, crawling towards the door, reaching out to his father in the darkness, yearning to grasp any flicker of hope. Master, the young master is still alive. We must hurry to rescue him. Let's go. From a distant rooftop, son Baolu's father glanced back at his son, stealing his resolve before turning away, disappearing into the shadows, vanishing from son Baolu's sight. Master, will we not help the young master? Help? How can we help? Even our entire family would not suffice to appease those people. Son Baolu's father bore no sorrow over the loss of his son, only a profound fear of the enemy. If I am not mistaken, those individuals are the infamous Bai Gu Fu Run, the blood demon, and others. We cannot provoke any of them. Most terrifyingly, these ruthless individuals are under the command of a mysterious figure. The more he spoke, the more dread filled son Baolu's father's eyes. The Sun family has over 100 members, and I have 7 sons. Can I risk the entire family for one? We must leave quickly, return home, act as if we know nothing, see nothing, and pretend I have no son. It was strange. Had not Bai Gu Fu Ren been captured long ago? Who was this mysterious person capable of controlling Bai Gu Fu Ren and the others? Son Baolu's father fled with increasing speed, wishing he could sprout more legs. It was terrifying. Master, that man seems familiar. I think I saw him 2 years ago. His name was Ye Xiong, the lecher. What? Son Baolu's father's complexion turned pale. Quickly, alert the entire clan. Escape separately. He recalled that his son had been a witness 2 years prior. Now, the pursuers had come knocking. Are we to abandon our clan's land? Fear not. Survive today, and you shall be safe. Once the Dazue dynasty, or even that princess arrives, Hidden Dragon City will be secure, and we can return. Not only did son Baolu's father flee, but many families also took flight. The mice have seen you. Your identity may be exposed, Lady Bai Gu reminded. So what if they saw? I intend to make it abundantly clear to them that I, Ye Xiong, have emerged. Sob sob. Son Baolu never anticipated that his most beloved father would leave without a backward glance, prompting him to frantically crawl towards the door. Brother son, the feeling of abandonment must be unbearable, Ye Xiong casually remarked while sitting on the railing of the Night Patrol office, as if conversing with an old friend. Upon reflection, without you, I find myself with one less acquaintance in this world. His words were laden with melancholy, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Sobi sobi. Sun Baolu reignited his hope for survival, reaching out to grasp the hem of Yi Xiong's trousers, yearning to plead for mercy. Would you accompany me, my old friend? Sun Baolu nodded vigorously. As long as he could live, he would willingly descend into the path of darkness. He gazed at Yi Xiong with eager eyes, his pupils freezing as he witnessed the wooden stick pierce through his body, nailing him to the ground. Why? I was willing. An expression of confusion and boundless resentment surged within Sun Baolu's eyes. He perished. However, Sun Baolu's soul did not dissipate. It transformed into a vengeful spirit, drawn forth by the devouring blade, along with the bodies of all those who had previously died in the Night Patrol office, none of whom entered the cycle of reincarnation. Everyone, I cannot bear to part with you. Please accompany me for a little longer. Yi Xiong withdrew the devouring blade. All the vengeful spirits were ensnared and consumed by the blade. Each soul was engulfed in terror. No, I do not want to be devoured. Help. Sun Baolu and the others had never imagined that death would not lead to rebirth, wailing, weeping, and pleading. Yi Xiong, I realize my mistakes. Spare me, I beg you. I am willing to offer anything. Shun Wei's spirit knelt in supplication. Others hurled the most venomous curses. Do not curse. This blade was forged for the great Darue dynasty. As a member of Darue, your time to sacrifice for the nation has come. The soul-devouring blade consumed all the vengeful spirits. The blade emanated an even more intense aura of malevolence, vibrating and causing ripples in the air. After a period of adaptation, Jianghuia, possessed by the vengeful spirit, could now stand with agility, though unable to utilize the extraordinary skills mastered by Jianghuia, at least to the untrained eye. He appeared unremarkable. At this moment, the blood demon arrived at the entrance with Li Su. Go, the show is about to begin. As he spoke, Li Su, covered in wounds, desperately fled outside, followed closely by Jianghuia. Help! Jianghuia has gone mad. He has annihilated the Night Patrol office and seeks to slaughter the entire city. Li Su cried out in panic, his voice echoing through the darkness. The citizens of the city were wide awake. Unaware of the unfolding events, they felt the tremors of battle and huddled in their homes, trembling with fear. Suddenly, upon hearing Li Su's voice, their faces changed in shock. Slaughter the city? Has he gone mad? The master of the Night Patrol office has massacred the entire Night Patrol office and now aims to slaughter the city. Why is he doing this? On the 5th day of the 4th month in the 34th year of Zhanghe, 300 miles southeast of Yinlong City, the Sunset Mountain bore a rare treasure flower. This flower required the scorching sun to thrive and would wither in the rain. Thus, the princess of the royal palace ordered a formation to gather sunlight and disperse rain, creating a drought across 1,000 miles, solely to nurture this precious bloom. I have evidence, and there are still remnants of the formation on Sunset Mountain. The rivers were drained a month ago, and royal guards were stationed at the rivers, preventing anyone from utilizing the waters to harm the yang energy. Li Su recounted every detail he knew. Jianghuia intends to eliminate everyone who knows the truth. Help. As Li Su's words spread throughout the city, it felt as if the entire Yinlong city had frozen in place. The citizens within the city remained relatively calm. The drought had indeed caused them suffering, but not to the extent of total devastation. However, the numerous disaster victims outside the city were the greatest sufferers. Is it really like this? Among the refugees, many clenched their fists, recalling the anguish of losing their homes and the trials endured over the past month. Their eyes reddened. They could endure, but they could not tolerate the realization that their suffering was man-made, especially by the one they revered most, the princess. Cries of despair erupted among the refugees, as if the long-stifled grievances and pain had been unleashed. My son, my poor son, an elderly woman wailed, clutching her son's belongings, mourning his death due to the drought. So all this suffering was caused by the royal palace. Ha ha ha, for a mere treasure, millions of us have perished. What a noble princess. Some laughed and cried simultaneously. I believe the princess would never do such a thing. But Jianghuia is from the royal palace. Are we to believe that everything we see is a facade? I believe the princess is kind-hearted. A celestial being like her could never commit such evil. There were too many followers of Princess Jiangyunli. Nevertheless, no matter how one viewed it, the events of this night had torn open a wound, a rift that could never be mended. Yi Xiong stood at the Night Patrol office, gazing at the bustling Yinlong city. My princess, a small gift for our first meeting. I hope you like it. Chapter 19 Zhu Duan Lei Su A Jing Wan Xiang Zhanyang Bin Bin Jing. The night patrol office of Yinlong City has been completely annihilated. Yi Xiong arrived outside the treasure chamber. At the entrance, Lady Bai Gu could hardly conceal her delight. My lord, there are plenty of treasures. The healing elixirs are sufficient for us four to return to our peak condition. It is a pity that treasures suitable for the cultivation of demonic arts are scarce. Yi Xiong stepped into the treasure chamber. On the wooden racks lay numerous jade boxes containing extraordinary flowers and herbs that emitted a radiant glow, suffusing the air with the essence of rare botanicals. The table was adorned with many uniquely shaped jade vials, all filled with finished elixirs, including healing potions and spirit-boosting liquids. Any one of these would have been the object of Yi Xiong's dreams. Yi Xiong ventured deeper, his gaze settling upon a jade box. Within emanated a warm and vibrant life force. Opening the box revealed 100-year-old yang fruit, glistening crimson and brimming with potent yang energy. It had reached the status of a rare treasure, one of the most precious items here and exactly what Yi Xiong urgently required. Yi Xiong then turned his attention to a nearby jade vial, from which the faint sound of thunder could be heard. Upon opening it, he found azure thunder liquid flowing within, distilled from the spring thunder, an exceedingly rare substance, no less than a precious treasure. Yi Xiong gathered all the yang and thunder-infused treasures into his possession. Take what can be used, take everything else. Understood. With the command given, Lady Bai Gu entered the treasure chamber to search for the required items. The most impatient of the group, the murderer, did not enter but instead proposed, my lord. There must be many valuable items among the prominent families of Yinlong City. Why not annihilate these families and seize their treasures? Even if we cannot use them, we can exchange them for other treasures. The murderer completely disregarded the other forces within Yinlong City. The mightiest night patrol office had already been eradicated. The other families and clans were insignificant. Had all the forces in Yinlong City united from the beginning, there might have been a chance. But now that the night patrol office was gone, the murderer viewed the entire city as ripe for plunder, an opportunity to act without restraint. Indeed, those families have accumulated treasures for centuries. The blood demon nodded in agreement. Silence. Remain calm. The Lady of White Bones emerged, unable to restrain her reproach towards the two deranged individuals, whose eyes were filled solely with a bloodthirsty frenzy. In a hushed tone, she reminded them, "You are well aware of the situation, my lords. Should you wish to relive such an experience, I certainly do not wish to partake." The two, the killer and the blood demon, whose eyes were wild with madness, immediately regained clarity. A chill surged from their feet, and genuine fear filled their hearts as they turned their gaze to Yi Xing, noting the cracks on the back of his hand, which deepened their trepidation. Those were not marks from battle wounds, but rather signs of the legendary loss of control associated with the demonic path. Do not fear, it has not come to that. Jiang Wuyo does not possess the authority to push me to such extremes, Yi Xing calmly assured, understanding their apprehensions about the impending arrival of their time. Previously, when he unleashed the Taishur demonic scriptures with all his might, he was limited to the duration of a single incense stick, and he had not deceived Jiang Wuyo. However, it was not merely a matter of succumbing to backlash after that time. It was about losing control entirely, a complete breakdown. In the dungeon, Yi Xing had tested the limits of what would transpire if he lost control, and now even the once fearless killer recoiled, playing the ostrich. After witnessing the aftermath, the merciless killer, the vengeful ghost who toyed with lingering souls, and the blood demon, who drained life essence, had all ceased to refer to themselves as demonic. These families knew well the art of self-preservation. Key personnel and treasures had already been relocated, for extermination was too cumbersome. Yi Xing's gaze pierced through the darkness outward. Outside the night watch, there was no one left. The members of various families who had previously observed in secret had fled. They cared not for the safety of their younger kin within the night watch. The survival of their families was paramount. Upon realizing that the night watch had been annihilated, and that even a united city stood no chance, they had begun to discreetly disperse their clansmen, ensuring they would not face total annihilation. Those remaining within these families still held value. These prestigious clans were deliberately left intact by Yi Xing. Their lives were a resource he could claim whenever he wished. As long as numerous noble families persisted, Yinlong City would retain its significance and influence, serving as bait to lure Jiang Yunli. Ye Heng ventured alone to the nearby chamber of cultivation, where dozens of scrolls lay arranged within the secret room. Each scroll represented a unique technique, all once necessitating the Night Watch members to undertake arduous tasks for exchange. Countless ordinary individuals spent their entire lives without obtaining even one of these. Ye Heng's purpose was clear. He sought the techniques related to thunder and yang. These two forms of cultivation were crucial for withstanding the uncontrollable forces of Taishe demonic energy. Historically, none of the young prodigies who practiced the Taishe demonic scriptures managed to reach the end. They all perished along the way, unable to suppress the rampaging demonic energy within as their realms ascended. Even with strong guardians and healing treasures, they could only delay the inevitable, leading to death and obliteration. Ye Heng's condition differed from theirs. He still harbored top-tier thunder and yang energies within. With internal suppression, he possessed conditions that others did not. Both extreme yang and thunder represented the pinnacle of power. Previously in the dungeon, the absence of corresponding scriptures and the lack of an appropriate environment for cultivation had led to a severe imbalance within him. He teetered on the brink of losing control. Soon, a scroll titled Wanxiang Jinyang Gunbin appeared in Ye Heng's hand. This yang technique, centered around true yang, was the most superior yang scripture in this realm. Classified as a progressive technique, capable of cultivation up to the 5th realm. The Jiuduan Leisua Jing, based on thunder, was the initial scripture Ye Heng had practiced before his imprisonment, also rated as a progressive technique. After the Lady of White Bones and her companions had plundered all treasures and scriptures, the grand drama of Yinlong City would draw to a close. Li Su escaped from Yinlong City, while Jiang Wuyo continued his pursuit, both vanishing into the inky night sky, leaving everything in a hushed stillness. Soon after, Jiang Wuyo stealthily returned to the Night Watch. The vengeful ghost began to seep from his lifeless form. The lifeless eyes of Jiang Wuyo, under manipulation, flickered slightly. A remnant of his own will lingered. He had witnessed everything that had transpired moments ago, helplessly observing how he had harmed his master. A torment more unbearable than any form of torture. Amidst the endless agony, Jiang Wuyo's soul was devoured by the soul-devouring blade, joining the ranks of others within it. Let the truth simmer for a while, he mused. In the night sky, fierce flames engulfed the entirety of the Night Watch. All was consumed by the inferno. Until the skies cleared and the flames gradually extinguished, the Night Watch was reduced to scorched earth, and none dared to approach it. Had it truly come to an end? As dawn broke, many people cautiously emerged from their homes. Soon, various factions dispatched individuals to depart from Yinlong City. The events that transpired in Yinlong City last night spread rapidly in all directions. The vanished Ye Heng and his companions had already set forth towards Beizhou City, hundreds of miles away, where the royal palace resided. Chapter 20, The Alliance. Several dozen miles outside Beizhou City, in a rarely trodden cliffside, Ye Heng sat alone in a cave he had carved out. Before him lay 2 unrolled scrolls, Wanxiang Jinyang Gunbin Jing and Jiuduan Leisua Jing. He began to cultivate both techniques. Soon, golden light enveloped his eyes, as countless golden particles overflowed from within, shimmering throughout the cave. The intense, warm life essence coalesced into a true sun within his consciousness, while strands of eerie black mist condensed into black tears that streamed from his eyes. The golden radiance intensified, and more golden particles germinated within him, accompanied by the consumption of a century-old yang fruit. A great sun dawned in Ye Heng's mind. The ethereal image of the true sun appeared behind him, transformed by demonic Buddha, exuding an aura of solemnity. As various yang-related treasures entered Ye Heng's mouth, his body felt as if it were ablaze with the sun, golden light seeping through his skin and pores. Golden threads interwove across his surface, creating a rare and wondrous spectacle. A golden cocoon enveloped Ye Heng entirely, transforming the cave into a golden ocean. Ye Heng continued his cultivation, rapidly advancing through the Wanxiang Jinyang Gunbin Jing at an unimaginable pace. This was the descent of extreme yang upon true yang. Ye Heng possessed the seed of extreme yang. Yang energies insude, Xiao Yang, Beauty Yang, Tru Yang, Sun Yang, Xuan Yang, and Initial Yang. While extreme yang represents the pinnacle of ascension, the ultimate realm of yang. With the seed of extreme yang, Ye Heng experienced a dimensional descent while practicing any yang technique. Finally, He had mastered the myriad of chaotic thoughts. Ye Heng opened his golden eyes, his mind clear and refreshed as never before. He continued his cultivation, tireless and undeterred, beginning the practice of Jiuduan Lei Suajing. The treasures containing thunder essence were ingested, and thunder danced upon his surface. Countless fragments of thunder roamed like dragons within the cave, ultimately coalescing into thunder chains that wrapped around Ye Heng. With every pulse of thunder, faint black impurities were expelled from his body. The thunder chains melded into Ye Heng, encircling his heart. With each heartbeat, it resonated with a thunderous roar, defending against the demonic energy's damage to his heart channels, while the great sun protected his consciousness, and the thunder chains entwined his heart channels, shielding against the encroaching demonic energy. Three distinctly different forces formed a new equilibrium within Ye Heng, regrettably. The Jiuduan Lei Suajing and the Wanxiang Zhenyang Ben Jing are still of a lesser grade, merely methods for advancement, and cannot be compared to the ancestral techniques. Ye Heng is acutely aware that the balance within his body is but temporary. As the demonic energy continues to surge, the thunder and yang energy will eventually prove inadequate. A more potent scripture is imperative for resistance. At least the teachings of the sect leader are required. Unbeknownst to him, his realm has subtly broken through to the late stage of the Wanyu realm, nearing completion. Ye Heng perceives that his inner realm has inadvertently ascended by 2 minor levels, all without actively cultivating the Tai, Shi, Mo, Jing. The extreme yang and thunder have inadvertently become nourishment for the demonic scripture, a truly domineering technique. The ferocity and enhancement speed of the Tai Shi, Mo, Jing have exceeded Ye Heng's expectations. He possesses absolute confidence in obliterating beings of the 5th realm. Individuals like Jiang Wuya, who stand at the pinnacle of the 4th realm, can be vanquished with a mere flick of his hand, no longer necessitating the prolonged efforts of previous encounters. Furthermore, he need not unleash his full power, the unique techniques acquired from the likes of the White Bone Lady, coupled with the recent cultivation of the Jiuduan Lei Suajing and Wanxiang Zhenyang Ben Jing, suffice for this task. In high spirits, Ye Heng leaps off the cliff, cleansing himself in the stream below. The cave atop the cliff collapses with a thunderous roar, obliterating all traces. No one shall have the opportunity to pry into the discoveries made within the cave prior. Clad in simple azure garments, Ye Heng resembles a carefree youth wandering through the mountains, casually arriving at a peak to admire the picturesque scenery of the valley while gazing at the outline of a colossal city on the horizon. Soon after, a flash of blood and glint of blades streak from the distant sky. The blood demon and the killer descend upon the peak, their heads bowed. How goes it? My lord, the situation is not favorable. The truth regarding the drought has not spread widely beyond the confines of Yinlongjun. The blood demon responds cautiously. The authorities reacted swiftly. On the day after we departed Yinlong City, heavy troops were stationed along the main roads, forbidding anyone from leaving. Such a blockade of information was anticipated, Ye Heng remarks without surprise. The main roads are nearly the sole passage for the common folk. Venturing into the mountains is perilous due to the lurking demons and bandits. By sealing the main roads, the opportunity for millions of ordinary citizens in Yinlongjun to escape has effectively been curtailed. However, such draconian measures are likely to incite even greater upheaval, particularly among the uncontrollable victims of the disaster. They're a bunch of spineless individuals, lacking any backbone. The government and aristocracy offer a few incentives, reduce taxes, and distribute grain, and those citizens obediently return home, causing no unrest or complaints. The blood demon cannot help but scoff. With so many perishing in the drought, many of whom are their kin and friends, they have chosen to overlook this. It is pathetic. The blood demon grows increasingly incensed. Moreover, the local authorities in Yinlong City, along with numerous powerful families, collude to deny the truth, incessantly spreading rumors that the demons are to blame, shifting the blame for the drought onto us. Astonishingly, many have believed it and turned to curse us. The killer cannot contain his laughter and anger. We dwell in the demonic realm, yet in the past, the individuals I have slain were all formidable beings. Why would I have any interest in slaughtering these ants? The White Bone Lady's previous transgressions involved robbing the corpses of those strong enough to deserve it. They denounce us as demons, lecherous brigands, and the most heinous of evildoers. Yet they fail to consider that had we not caused such a ruckus in Yinlong City, would the arrogant authorities and selfish aristocrats have offered them any benefits? Because we have gained, they now turn to vilify us alongside the true culprits. The killer and the blood demon grow increasingly agitated. After all the effort we thought we had put forth for a righteous cause, to be met with such ingratitude is unbearable. My lord, these foolish individuals do not deserve our advocacy. Their suffering is self-inflicted, sheer folly, the blood demon exclaims with indignation. Are there no wise individuals? There are. But they are few and far between, their voices too faint. Moreover, the wise dare not speak out. They either choose to remain silent or are forcibly silenced. Thus, the prevailing narrative is dominated by the foolish, all orchestrated by the authorities and the aristocracy. Furthermore, the reputation of that princess is far better than anticipated, almost akin to a celestial being descended to earth, revered by the masses. My lord, it seems that all our efforts yield little fruit. Little fruit? It indeed appears so. The killer states candidly. Is it truly insignificant? The killer shakes his head. There are minor changes, but they do not amount to a momentous shift. Most importantly, as the authorities exert their influence, the impact will continue to diminish. Moreover, there are rumors that the princess will visit Yinlong City. If she does, given the current circumstances, it would be effortless for her to quell all rumors, and she would not face any lethal threats. Ye Heng chuckles. Isn't that rather significant? The killer queries in confusion. How so? Once that princess arrives, she merely needs to concoct a plausible explanation and find a scapegoat, and everything can be resolved. If she also does something beneficial for the lower classes, her reputation may not only remain intact, but could even increase. The killer slaps his forehead, suddenly enlightened. He comprehends that this is indeed the true intention of his lord, to entice the princess to Yinlong City, drawing her out from the heavily guarded royal residence, thereby creating an opportunity to suppress her. At that moment, the vengeful spirits and the white-bone lady fly in from the direction of Beizhou City. They are tasked with gathering intelligence from within the city. My lord, I have received an astonishing piece of information. The royal residence intends to arrange a marriage with the Marquis of Divine Guns. Chapter 21. The Holy Maiden of Heaven. A marriage. Upon hearing the white-bone lady's proclamation, Ye Heng's expression remains unchanged. Yet, the killer and the blood demon are incensed. They are well aware of the trials Ye Heng has endured, stemming from the likes of Princess Jiang Yunli, the young master Ling Yunfei of the Marquis of Divine Guns, and Ling Qingxian. Jiang Yunli and Ling Yunfei? You find such men worthy of your regard? Your appetite is truly insatiable. Ye Heng feels a wave of nausea. He no longer harbors any romantic notions towards Jiang Yunli. She is merely an adversary, yet such an adversary appears so repugnant. My lord, it is not Jiang Yunli with Ling Yunfei, but rather Ling Yunfei with Princess Jiang Yunhua of the Jin royal residence. The white-bone lady clarifies, aware of the misunderstanding. The Jin royal residence boasts more than one young master and more than one princess. However, Jiang Yunli's fame is so immense that when one thinks of the Jin royal residence, she is the first to come to mind. Ye Heng vaguely recalls that Jiang Yunhua had once sought out her sister, Jiang Yunli, in Yinlong City. She possesses the grace of a noble woman, exuding pride. Ye Heng had caught a distant glimpse of her. Out of courtesy, he intended to greet her, but as soon as he took a step forward, she turned to leave, leaving him to wonder if it was mere coincidence or a desire to avoid acquaintance. Since she is unwilling, Ye Heng too halts his advance. His impression of her is not profound. Rather, it is the young man who accompanied her that lingers in his memory. It seems he is yet another sycophant, succumbing to the pressures of a politically motivated union. The union of a powerful royal prince and a general at the borders is a formidable alliance. Is this what Jiang Yunli refers to when she speaks of working for the sake of the populace and peace? Such hypocrisy is utterly nauseating. Ye Vink feeds a deeper revolution. It is abundantly clear that Ling Yunfei is a lecherous brigand, a pervert. What could this union possibly signify other than a marriage of convenience? The date of the union, Ye Heng inquires. Is it not customary to prepare gifts among friends? To neglect this would be impolite. The date of the union is the 18th of the winter month. Ye Heng calculates the time. It is less than 3 months away. Excellent. There is ample time to prepare a grand gift. Jiang Yunli's news is abundant, and the rumors surrounding her in Beizhou City are overwhelming, unmatched by anyone else. Madame Baigu's eyes reveal a deep sense of trepidation. It is rumored that she has joined the Feng Tian sect, and there are even whispers that she is the saintess of the Feng Tian sect. The Feng Tian sect, also known as the Beauties sect, is a timeless and immortal lineage that has existed for millennia, predating the Dazue dynasty. The Feng Tian sect? Ye Heng vaguely recalls hearing this name from Jiang Yunli herself. In her words, she held this sect in the highest regard. It is said that the Feng Tian sect, under the divine mandate of heaven, seeks to mend the deficiencies of the universe and protect all living beings. 2 years ago, Jiang Yunli aimed to join this sect. Yet, even with her exceptional talent and background, she could not be entirely certain of her success. Now, having joined and become the saintess, a title that signifies the most extraordinary disciple of this generation, there is none to rival her. The hypocritical White Lotus, under the divine mandate of heaven? Ye Heng finds this amusing. Indeed, this is the legendary Feng Tian sect, a place of monumental significance, where the weight of the saintess is unimaginable. The fearsome killer, unafraid of heaven or earth, expresses concern. Why worry? The master has cultivated the ancestral techniques of the demonic path, far beyond the mere status of a saintess. The blood demon fears nothing. However, the Feng Tian sect and the Dazue dynasty harbor countless ancient beings. The killer gestures to himself and to the blood demon and others. Their meaning clear. The killer is self-aware. In the realm of the four domains, he can wield power in Yinlong City and even dominate in Beizhou. Yet, when viewed against the vast expanse of the world, he is insignificant before the legendary Feng Tian sect. It matters not. After all, this life was granted by the master, and I shall heed the master's words. The voice of the vengeful spirit emerges from the black robe, prompting everyone's gaze to turn towards Ye Heng. To their surprise, they find no trepidation or panic in Ye Heng's eyes, only excitement. This version of you makes the game all the more thrilling. Instantly, an unending confidence envelopes the four. They cannot help but be infected by Ye Heng's enthusiasm, revealing manic smiles. After all, they are merely living extra days. What is there to fear? Moreover, the opportunity to drag the legendary saintess of the Feng Tian sect into the depths of hell is something no one has accomplished or dared to attempt. A monumental feat. The thought of it exhilarates them further. The most composed Madame Baigu contemplates deeply, expressing her confusion. It is strange. I have heard that in legendary sanctuaries like the Feng Tian sect, the saintess and saint's son possess innate talents that surpass 9,000 pounds, bearing the potential of future leaders, often referred to as seeds of the sect. Without such potential, they are unworthy of being the saintess of a sanctuary. Such places would never allow for a mere pretense of leadership, lest they become a laughingstock. Jiang Yunli, in the realm of the first stage of fate cultivation, is rumored to have only surpassed 8,000, never breaking 9,000. Surpassing 8,000 already marks her as the unparalleled prodigy of Beizhou City. Yet compared to the pinnacle of youth worldwide, she falls short. It seems merely a few hundred pounds separate her, yet the gulf is vast. Even if she were at 8,999 pounds, a single pound shy of 9,000 represents a fundamental disparity in physical essence. An additional 1,000 pounds signifies a transformative evolution in life, with potential vastly divergent. Could she have obtained a divine herb or treasure, transforming into a divine embryo or divine bone? Speculates the killer. It is improbable. Such mythical medicines appear but once in a millennium. Even if the Dazue dynasty were to acquire them, a mere princess would hardly be deemed worthy of consuming them, counters the blood demon, dismissing the notion as too unlikely. Ye Heng is also curious. Could it be akin to his own experience, breaking and then rising anew due to the scriptures? Yet the Tai Shi Mo Jing is unique. Other ancestral techniques cannot fundamentally alter one's essence. In truth, the Tai Shi Mo Jing cannot either. It is because Ye Heng, during his initial cultivation, absorbed not only the essential energy required by the Tai Shi Mo Jing, but also many other energies, exceeding the limits of the Tai Shi Mo Jing. Coupled with extreme yang and thunder, he was reborn from the brink of death, breaking through the limits of fate cultivation to achieve the unprecedented realm of 10,000 pounds. Ye Heng is disinterested in pondering further. Saintess and saint son, they are but humans. They can feel pain, cry, and plead for mercy. Is Jiang Yunli currently in Beizhou City? Madame Baigu shakes her head. No, although I had no opportunity to enter the royal residence for a check. She departed a year ago and has not returned or shown herself in Beizhou City since. The vengeful spirit adds, I have heard she is about to return. Though it is merely a rumor circulating in the marketplace, my covert investigations reveal that the initial whispers originated from within the royal residence, stating that Jiang Yunli will return next month. This information was actively disseminated by the royal residence, lending it considerable credibility. Now, the youth of Beizhou City are nearly frantic, eagerly anticipating a glimpse of Jiang Yunli's grace. As for the matter of Yinlong City, those who have heard the news are wholly unconcerned and do not believe it to be true. Ye Heng calculates the time. Next month is merely a few days away at best, or at most 40 to 50 days. There is ample time. During this period, not only must he grow stronger, but he must also obtain core information about the Feng Tian sect, at least familiarizing himself with the scriptures and techniques they practice. Knowing oneself and one's adversary is crucial. This game is immensely entertaining, but he does not wish to be the one played. It is difficult to investigate. The marketplace yields no true information, and it is likely that few in Beizhou City genuinely understand the Feng Tian sect, as the distance is too great. The vengeful spirit feels troubled, pondering how mere mortals could comprehend the true celestial beings. I know individuals who must be familiar with the Feng Tian sect. Madame Baigu suddenly remarks. Who? The Red Dust Demoness. Chapter 22. Princess, I was wrong. The residence of the Gene Prince. The heir, Jiang Yinyang, and the princess, Jiang Yinhua, stand before a bronze mirror. The reflection does not depict them. Instead, it reveals a mystical realm shrouded in ethereal mist. A tall and flawless woman clad in white stands at a desk, wielding a brush that glows with spiritual light, inscribing something. Her garments flutter gracefully, untouched by dust. Her breathtaking visage is obscured within the hazy glow of the mirror, rendering her features indistinct, save for a pair of exceptionally clear eyes. Jiang Yunli, the celestial maiden whose fame has spread across the world. Sister, I have confirmed that the lake prison has been destroyed and Qing Lian is dead. Her younger brother, Jiang Yinyang, observes cautiously, gazing at his sister in the mirror. As siblings born of the same mother, he now faces his sister, resembling a celestial being, and dares not act rashly. Understand, comes Jiang Yunli's soft voice from the mirror, devoid of any worldly warmth. The death of her personal maid seems to have stirred no emotions within her heart. As for Liu Jianghe, he does not even merit mention. Do not worry. The destruction of the lake prison is a minor matter. Unless there is something exceptionally important within, it can be rebuilt without consequence to the royal residence. Jiang Yinyang feels quite at ease, dismissing the notion that anything of significance could reside within the prison. Jiang Yunli, what is the situation in Yinlong City? It has been confirmed that several nights ago, the assailants included Madame Baigu, the killer, the blood demon, and the vengeful spirit, 4 individuals, all prisoners of a lake prison. There are even rumors that the head of the Sun family witnessed Ye Heng. At this, Jiang Yunli, who had been writing in the mirror, halts her hand. For the first time, her eyes display a change in emotion. Is it true? It should be, she replies, but is of no concern. 2 years ago, he was merely a figure of the second stage. Although the Sun family claims he is formidable, and Madame Baigu and the others regard him as their leader, it is improbable. Even if he were not imprisoned with his talent, he could not surpass Madame Baigu and the others in just 2 years. Jiang Yunyang remains unconvinced. He is not a paragon of virtue, nor is it conceivable that he could have grown so rapidly within a mere 2 years. After all, he is a perpetrator. Jiang Yunli pays no heed to Ye Heng's prowess. In her eyes, even if he were to surpass the Lady of Bones, what of it? He remains a mortal, floundering in the mire. Meanwhile, she has already embarked upon the path to ascendancy. Sun Baolu can indeed be confirmed as having perished at his hands. Jiang Yunyang asserts, though in his heart he harbors uncertainty, ultimately it matters not. He merely wishes for his sister to understand that the man she cares for is now a murderer, and that is sufficient. I understand. In the mirror, Jiang Yunli remains silent for a long while, only a faint sigh escaping her lips. Is this your choice? To descend into the demonic path for the sake of survival? Within her sigh lay a tone of disappointment, yet there was also a hint of relief. Sister, what is so remarkable about him that warrants your concern? He possesses a modicum of talent, yet many surpass him, and compared to you, the difference is like that between heaven and earth. Jiang Yunyang found this perplexing, and he harbored disdain for Ye Heng. 2 years prior, he had not favored Ye Heng's close association with his sister. He regarded him as a frog coveting a swan's flesh. It is different for me, Jiang Yunli replied softly. Jiang Yunyang wore an expression of frustration, yet dared not act out. Is it possible that he could truly assist you in your cultivation? If so, I shall employ every means to bring him back. And then, sister, you may do with him as you wish. Regardless, I shall never refer to him as brother-in-law. No need. Jiang Yunli seemed reluctant to elaborate on Ye Heng. Is Jiang Wuyo still alive? He is dead, without a doubt. Everything he has done must have been manipulated by the corpses. He could never betray you, sister. In the mirror, Jiang Yunli fell silent once more, her expression inscrutable. Only the jade brush in her hand betrayed her turmoil, cracking with a faint sound. I was wrong. This marked Jiang Yunli's first admission of fault in her life. A wave of regret washing over her. Sister, how could you be at fault? In Jiang Yunyang's eyes, she was the epitome of perfection, incapable of error. The fault could only lie with others. I will dispatch all the strong from the palace to hunt down Ye Heng and exact a gruesome revenge. Jiang Yunyang rose in anger, testing the waters with a question. Could he be killed? If so, he must die. Anyone who brings sorrow to my sister deserves death. Sit down. Jiang Yunli's voice rang out with authority. Though Jiang Yunyang was filled with indignation, he complied and sat back down. Sister, you still cannot bear to harm him. What is it about him that you find so compelling? He has chosen to forsake his previous path. I owe him nothing. It is not that I disallow the pursuit of him. It is simply too late. Jiang Yunli explained. From my understanding of Ye Heng, he appears frivolous, yet he is actually quite cautious. In the past, he would undertake tasks with utmost precision, never taking risks without a large entourage. Others may call him cowardly, but he believes that survival is paramount. One must live to see the future. By now, he should have left Yinfeng City, departed from Beizhou, and assumed a new identity, hiding away in the farthest corners of the world. Jiang Yunli's conviction and her understanding of Ye Heng was unwavering. As for the events in Yinfeng City, she believed it to be an act of vengeance by the Lady of Bones, with Ye Heng merely following suit, expressing their frustrations through his actions. It was unfortunate there were no observers from the Celestial Watch at that time. Otherwise, even in flight, they could have been tracked and hunted down. Jiang Yunyang was unwilling to accept this. What is the situation regarding the drought in Yinfeng City? The mirror echoed with Jiang Yunli's inquiry. Jiang Yunyang's expression suddenly shifted, panic washing over him as he cast a reproachful glance at Jiang Yunhua. Did you inform sister? Jiang Yunhua responded with a resigned look, as if to say, I dare not deceive. Indeed, it is the work of demons. They have incited the drought and conspired with various clans to cultivate the Yuyang Baohua, resulting in barren lands. Regrettably, I was blindsided and did not receive the news in time. By the time I learned of it, it was already too late. However, I immediately dispatched people to deal with it, to suppress the evil and assist the populace. It was my negligence. Sister, you may punish me as you see fit. Jiang Yunyang contemplated for a long moment, fabricating a flimsy excuse. He willingly accepted blame, acknowledging his shortcomings, yet insisted it was not a grave error. There was still time to remedy the situation. The lives of the common people must take precedence, and they should not continue to suffer. Jiang Yunyang could not help but gape, astonished that he had passed through so easily. Is it truly that simple? Do not interfere with the Yuyang Baohua. The alchemists of Beizhou cannot unleash its true power until I return. Jiang Yunli asserted, you need not return. The coming days are of utmost importance for you, and there is no need to concern yourself with such trifles. Jiang Yunyang was acutely aware that some rumors circulating outside were not without merit. Sister, you have truly become the holy maiden of the Fengtian sect. Soon, the sect will make an announcement to the world, proclaiming your ascension to the position of holy maiden before all. This is an unparalleled glory and the most significant day of your life. Are you truly unable to let go of Ye Heng? I do not act for him. I act for Jiang Wuyo, for the countless souls of Yinfeng City. Jiang Yunli set down her brush, radiating an aura of sacred compassion. Before her lay a table adorned with white silk, filled with elegant script. It was an invitation, The invitees included the Hongshan Nu. The date inscribed was for the following month. Surrounding it were numerous invitations, each addressed to figures of the highest caliber from the great immortal sects, the creme de la creme of the world. Chapter 23. The Hongshan Sect. The path of Hongshan, the Hongshan sect, embracing the essence of the mundane, stands in stark contrast to other ethereal and transcendent immortal sections. Each generation's most exceptional disciple is known as the Hongshan Nu, whose true name remains unknown. Some refer to her as the Hongshan Demoness, while others call her the Hongshan Fairy. The Hongshan sect is neither Taoist, Buddhist, nor demonic, shrouded in mystery, and is one of the oldest sections. It is rumored that the first Hongshan Xianzuan had ties to the demon ancestor, ancient yet deeply rooted in the mundane. The Hongshan sect possesses many secrets and is said to have a contentious relationship with the Fengtian sect. The Lady of Bones divulged all she knew about the Hongshan sect, including the infamous name of the Hongshan Demoness, which Ye Heng had also heard 2 years prior in Yinfeng City. The rumors surrounding her were plentiful, especially among men. Simultaneously, the Hongshan Demoness bears the greatest share of blame in the world. When a woman strays, or a man covets another's wife, they often become the scapegoat, proclaiming, "I am innocent. I must have been ensnared by the Hongshan Demoness." The Hongshan sect possesses a multitude of extraordinary techniques, but the most widely known is the red thread. Unlike other disciples of immortal sects who dwell in the clouds, practitioners of the Hongshan sect blend into the myriad of the mundane, exhibiting unparalleled disguising abilities that make them nearly impossible to discern. Hence, tales and legends about the Hongshan sect abound. One such tale recounts an incident from millennium ago when a certain empress offended the Hongshan Xianzuan, who secretly connected her with a young monk through a red thread, leading to an unprecedented scandal in the royal court. Once two individuals are bound by the thread, any misstep could plunge them into a web of desire, leading to unspeakable acts. Continue. Ye Heng listened with rapt attention to the gossip. In truth, these are merely the ignorant misconceptions held by the masses towards the Hongshan sect. While the sect only accepts female disciples, it is far from the libertine women imagined by society. In fact, they are often more devoted than those of other sections. The glint in the eyes of the killer revealed both obsession and fervor. Even fairies can fall from grace, and there are those who stray. After transcending to become an immortal, she abandoned the man who had devoted everything to her. However, disciples of the Hongshan sect, once they have chosen a man, are bound together through life and death, never to live independently. They harbor no jealousy, willingly assume a subordinate role, and endure insults without betrayal. A man, no matter how ordinary, if he earns the affection of a disciple from the Hongshan sect, is regarded as a disciple of an immortal lineage, deserving of admiration. Unfortunately, captivating the heart of a Hongshan disciple is exceedingly rare, a phenomenon scarcely seen throughout history. The killer harbors regrets, fully aware of his unworthiness. What are the Hongshan women? Ye Heng felt intrigue. If the disciples are thus, what are the enchanting Hongshan women or the Hongshan Xianzuan? Such possibilities seem non-existent. Throughout history, no fated son of destiny or extraordinary prodigy has ever captured the heart of a Hongshan woman. It is said that even the legendary Qin Huang, a dominant figure of his era, who sought to take the contemporary Hongshan Xianzuan as his consort, ultimately failed. The killer spoke without hesitation. The most absurd tale involves the emperor of the Dayun dynasty, who, after a drunken revelry, dared to compose lewd poetry in pursuit of the Hongshan Xianzuan. The empress brazenly declared it a blessing for the Hongshan Xianzuan. The outcome was the greatest scandal in the royal court, seemingly at a significant hidden cost to the Dayun dynasty. Ye Heng couldn't help but marvel at the formidable legacy of these immortal lineages. The disciples of Hongshan must be encountered. The Hongshan sect possesses myriad identities and abilities. Yearning to uncover the truths surrounding the Fengtian sect and the true strength of the Dayun dynasty, Ye Heng also wished to learn about the teachings of extreme yang and thunder. These teachings exist solely within the immortal lineages. Seeking them in the mundane world is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, nearly impossible. The Hongshan sect has only 9 official disciples per generation, each commanding a Hongshan ship that sails the mortal realm, with the most distinguished disciple recognized as the Hongshan woman. The specter of resentment gathered the most information. I heard in Beizhou City that a Hongshan ship is about to enter Beizhou. However, Rumor suggests that the Hongchan sect does not entertain uninvited guests, regardless of their status. If they do not meet the requisite conditions, they cannot board the ship. Madame Baigu expressed her frustration. Boarding the ship requires traversing the Hongshan Road. The Hongshan Road? Yixing was curious. Madame Baigu sighed. These are only tales I have heard. The specifics are unclear. Yixing turned to the specter, who shook his head. Like the blood demon. Yet the killer displayed an awkward expression. I do not know. The killer avoided eye contact. Stop pretending. Have you walked the Hongshan Road? The blood demon seized the fleeing killer. Do you intend to deceive the master? Speak up. Speak. The specter and Madame Baigu surrounded the killer, their expressions threatening. You want to say, will you? Stop hitting me. I'll speak. The killer adopted a resigned expression. In my youth, naive and unaware of my own limitations, I happened upon a Hongshan ship that just so happened to embark on the Hongshan Road. A Hongshan ship may not embark on the Hongshan Road for several years. And you coincidentally stumbled upon it? How fortuitous. The blood demon mercilessly exposed him. You followed the ship for thousands of kilometers, like a sycophant. The killer's face turned ashen. Pretending not to hear, he continued. The Hongshan Road permits only men under 30 to participate. The only limitation is age, not status. Even beggars are eligible. The Hongshan Road, also known as the Path of Heart Refinement, tests one through the trials of human emotions and desires. Only the one who travels the farthest on the Hongshan Road can board the Hongshan ship. Only one may be chosen. Honestly, how far did you go on the Hongshan Road last time? The blood demon was curious. The killer's expression worsened, silently extending a finger. One step? Bah, utterly useless. You bring us shame. The blood demon and the specter couldn't help but mock. Just one step? What else could you be but a waste? The Hongshan Road does not rely on strength. What could I do? The killer threw up his hands in defeat. If you have the ability, go try. You might fare even worse than I. We're already over 30. The blood demon felt a sense of relief. The four of them then turned their gaze toward Yixing. Only Yixing met the age requirement. The Hongshan Road is about to open? Yes. It is rumored that the Hongshan ship entering Beizhou will dock at Bi's Lake and will open the Hongshan Road in 3 days. The specter confirmed. Many young scions from prominent families in Beizhou are flocking there. Oddly, places where the Hongshan Road has opened in the past have always been areas filled with powerful sects. It has never been here in Beizhou. Madame Baigu expressed her confusion. Although Beizhou is one of the 36 states of the Daiyun dynasty, it lacks any immortal lineages, holy sects, or even thousand-year-old noble families. Militarily, it is considered impoverished. What are we afraid of? Our goal is not to challenge us. And besides, we are not easily provoked. The killer was unafraid. However, Madame Baigu hesitated, fearing she might not be able to board the ship. Yixing understood her thoughts. This is not merely a matter of strength, but of one's heart and character. The rules of the Hongshan Road are thus. Brute force is futile. Otherwise, the Hongshan sect would not stand so uniquely apart. Rules? They are made by humans. Chapter 24. The Immortal of Emotion, the Enchantress of Hongshan. Bi's Lake, located in the southwestern region of Beizhou, on the fringes. Vast and boundless, resembling an ocean. Previously, this place was rarely trodden by humans, yet today it is bustling with activity. On the dirt road, various youths exhibit high spirits. Noble scions ride exotic beast-drawn carriages, occasionally accompanied by flying beasts, with well-dressed youths seated atop. Young Taoists sit upon small donkeys, and monks walk gracefully, each step as if blossoming lotus flowers. Not far from the lakeshore, a dark red ship is anchored, its towering deck resembling a moving palace. The ship emanates an amber glow, making it a treasure in itself. A veil of shimmering light cloaks the exterior, obscuring the details within with no visible figures. Faintly, the pure laughter of young maidens resonates, stirring the heart. It is said that this Hongshan ship belongs to the Immortal of Emotion, the twin sister of the Hongshan woman. No one can win the heart of the Hongshan woman. But if one captures the affection of the Immortal of Emotion, is that not an unprecedented achievement, surpassing all historical prodigies? What daydreams are you indulging in? Although the Immortal of Emotion is not the Hongshan woman, she is still an immortal. It is said that a prominent disciple of a powerful sect once fell for her, but he never even got a chance to glimpse her beauty. Do you think you're worthy? What if? One must have dreams. The Hongshan ship has never regarded Beizhou, never having visited before, yet suddenly it arrives, and opens the Hongshan Road. There must be a reason, perhaps it is for me. All that talk of the Hongshan Road is a facade. It is truly for me. One youth spoke boastfully, eliciting laughter from a crowd. Many others fell into contemplation. Indeed, what could attract the immortal of emotion to Bezu? There must be a reason. What if it is me? It is I. Each believed themselves to be unique. Instantly, many youths felt invigorated, their eyes fervently fixed on the Hongshan ship, eager to embark on the Hongshan Road and make a name for themselves. On the Hongshan ship, a young woman clad in radiant feathered attire, her eyes seemingly containing all the beauty of the world, exuded an ethereal charm. She sat in a chair, her bare feet gently swaying, the silver bells on her ankles producing a series of crisp sounds. She is the immortal of emotion. At this moment, she scrunched her delicate nose. Through the window, I gazed upon the throngs of people gathered along the shore, then glanced at the portrait before me. There were none among them, just a group of timid men, cloaked and masked, rendering it nearly impossible for me to discern their identities. My spirits were low. The silver bells adorning my ankles emitted a series of crisp chimes. Si Ching had once remarked that I need not go to such lengths. Suddenly, a cool voice emanated from the bronze mirror beside the wooden table, belonging to a woman strikingly similar to Si Ching, yet draped in resplendent red garments that exuded an otherworldly beauty. She was the legendary figure known as the mysterious Hong Chun-Nu's sister. Jiang Yunli has sent you an invitation. Her intentions are far from benign, despite her past inferiority compared to you. She is unlike previous Xingnu and surely harbors secrets that I must uncover. Si Ching clenched her small fist, brimming with determination. I have learned that Jiang Yunli spent time in Yinlong City, where an incident occurred. Just 10 days ago, a significant event transpired there. Si Ching lifted the scroll in her hand, revealing a man who bore a resemblance to Yi Xing. 2 years prior, he had been by Jiang Yunli's side, but was imprisoned for lewd conduct. 10 days ago, rumors spread that he had annihilated the night patrol of Yinlong City, leading to the demise of Jiang Yunli's crucial assassins. It is said that she intends to return to Beizhou, and at such a critical moment, her return cannot be without reason. He must hold great significance. He may arrive today and undoubtedly know many secrets about Jiang Yunli. What if he comes? Since ancient times, it has been decreed that only those who traverse the furthest on the Hongshan path may enter. Such rules are not to be broken. The voice of the Hong Chun-Nu resonated, captivating yet overshadowed by the exceptional beauty of the blurred mirror image. Si Ching slightly parted her lips, recalling a crucial detail. From what you said earlier, he has succumbed to the demonic path, which makes traversing the Hongshan Road nearly impossible for him. Your efforts are futile. The Hong Chun-Nu regarded her troubled sister with amusement. There is no need for such concern. Jiang Yunli cannot surpass me. Yet, sister, you have not realized that you did not claim to surpass her. She exerts considerable pressure upon you. Si Ching noted, observing the nuances. The confident smile of the Hong Chun-Nu faltered momentarily. The outcome between her and me is not a matter that can be dictated by man. With that, the image of the Hong Chun-Nu vanished from the mirror. Stubborn sister, Si Ching muttered under her breath, gazing despondently at the portrait of Yi Xing. Clasping her hands in prayer, I implore you to come. You must traverse the Hongshan Road the furthest. I have set the time for today, denying others from the realms any opportunity to arrive, leaving only a group of ineffectual fellows from Beizhou. If you cannot secure the first place under such circumstances, you are utterly worthless. With that, she bowed once more to the portrait. By the lakeside, hundreds of youths had gathered, including many renowned talent from Beizhou, eliciting waves of astonishment. With so many vying for a single opportunity, the competition is fierce. Fortunately, I had no intention of stepping onto the Hongshan Road. I came merely to observe. Some found amusement in the unfolding drama. Not all of the youths present would choose to embark on the Hongshan path. They possessed self-awareness. It is said that during each traversal of the Hongshan Road, some gifted individuals have made fools of themselves, displaying various forms of embarrassment. There have been instances of individuals suffering profound emotional collapse, and some, unable to bear the shame, resorted to self-termination. Rumors abound of a Daozi who once faced disgrace on the Hongshan Road, becoming a laughingstock and never to be seen again. The essence of traversing the Hongshan Road lies not in transcending worldly desires, but in possessing a thick skin, for only those with resilience need fear humiliation. A gathering of onlookers reveled in the spectacle, most clad in simple attire, common youths lacking notable backgrounds or talents. Their sole purpose today was to witness the downfall of the once mighty scions of affluent families. In the distance, the privileged offspring of noble families wore displeased expressions. Do they wish to see us humiliated? Not a chance. A haughty youth strode toward the ordinary boys with an air of dominance. If you do not intend to walk the Hongchen Road, you must leave this place immediately. This arrogant youth, perched atop an exotic white steed, surveyed the assembly with disdain. Why should we? This is not your private domain. We are merely enjoying our time. A hot-tempered boy retorted, only to be met with the youth's icy gaze. Do not speak back. That is Li Mu, the son of the state governor of Beizhou. He is not to be trifled with, someone cautioned, discreetly tugging at the boy's sleeve. We will traverse the Hongchun Road. It has not yet begun, has it? One youth, reluctant to leave, rephrased his stance, asserting that once the Hongchun Road opens, they would have no time to concern themselves with them. Very well. Stand at the front. Once the Hongchun Road opens, you shall be the first to enter, Li Mu commanded imperiously, denying any opportunity for clever maneuvering. On what grounds? Many felt discontent at being coerced. Yet under Li Mu's frigid gaze and the watchful eyes of other noble youths, a number of them quietly retreated, opting to depart. Better to avoid conflict than to confront it directly. Soon, a large group dispersed like frightened birds, leaving mostly the children of noble families and sects behind. Compliments echoed throughout. Young Master Li is truly formidable. These ants think they can witness our disgrace? When we return, investigate the identities of those who leaped the highest. Just now, Li Mu ordered his attendants, lamenting the diminished taxes that allowed these commoners free time. Suddenly, Li Mu noticed one individual remaining, cloaked in black robes, a hood obscuring their features, rendering their identity indiscernible. Such attire was not uncommon in the crowd. Many concealed their faces with masks, lacking the confidence to reveal themselves, fearful of humiliation should they falter on the Hongchen Road. Chapter 25. These are my rules. Acknowledgement is mandatory. Under the leadership of young Master Li Mu, the noble offspring began to clear the area of ordinary youths lacking connections or mentors. They either departed or became the forerunners on the Hongchen Road. Those with self-awareness dared not offend the noble youths and quickly withdrew. Only one remained. The mysterious figure in black approached the lakeside, leisurely seated upon a stone, fishing with a makeshift rod crafted from a stick and some thread. Who is this person? Someone inquired, glancing at the enigmatic figure in black. A coward hiding their identity. They must possess some notoriety, fearing exposure and humiliation. Such cleverness would not carry one far. Those who resort to hiding will never traverse the Hongchun Road successfully, lacking confidence and the audacity to forge ahead. They were stripped of the courage to resist Li Mu's demands, meekly accepting the role of the vanguard, an ineffectual lot. Let them be the cannon fodder. For the first to tread the Hongchun Road holds no advantage, but rather a disadvantage. This time, the Hongchun Road would be opened by Xiqing, and no one knew the particulars of the trial that lay ahead. The Hongchun Road is a path of heart and soul, steeped in the myriad desires of the world. Yet, each trial on the Hongchun Road possesses unique nuances. Subtle differences are sufficient to eliminate many participants. No one regarded the cloaked figure at the lakeside as significant, including Xiqing, who did not pause to consider them. Instead, continuing her search through the crowd for Yixing, there was none to be found. He even dared to extinguish the night watch of Yinlong City, suggesting he is a person of audacious temperament, unlikely to lurk in the shadows. Could he have already been captured? Or perhaps he feared capture and fled the land of Beizhou long ago. The fairy, Xiqing, furrowed her delicate brows, her eyes dimmed with a hint of despondency. Sister Xiqing, the time has come to embark on the Hongchen Road? Let us commence, Xiqing replied, her gesture dismissive, fatigue lacing her tone. It appears futile. Had I known, I would not have come. The first opening of the Hongchen Road is filled with such unremarkable individuals. Surely I shall be ridiculed by my sisters. The so-called sons of the state shepherds, the scions of noble families, and the renowned young talents of Beizhou were, in her eyes, merely a motley crew, unworthy of her regard. Suddenly, the red lanterns on the Hongchun boat flickered to life, casting a crimson glow that radiated outward. Those of mature age, step back. Those who force their way in shall be regarded as foes, echoed a cold feminine voice from the boat. This was the rule of the Hongchun Road, forbidding participation from anyone over the age of 30. The crimson aura, a precious artifact, possessed the ability to discern the ages of individuals as it swept over the shoreline. Anyone exceeding 30 would be enveloped by its glow, rendering concealment impossible. The guards of various noble families retreated, leaving only the youth under 30. The brilliance of the Hongshan boat intensified, vibrant colors cascading from it, coalescing into a tangible bridge of light connecting the shore to the vessel. This was the Hongshan Road, a bridge formed from 3,000 strands of Hongshan essence. One could cross it within the span of a single incense stick's burning time. Only that brief moment was afforded. Once the time elapsed, no one could enter the Hongshan Road. All gazes were fixed upon the pathway, filled with excitement yet tinged with trepidation. The once boisterous noble youths halted, no one daring to be the first to step forward. Their eyes turned toward the mysterious figure in black robes beside the Hongshan Road. "It is your moment to play your part, cannon fodder," Li Mu proclaimed, pointing at the cloaked figure with an air of arrogance. "You board the ship. No ruse. There is still time." The figure in black remained unfazed, fixated on the fishing rod in his hand, confident that he would not prove to be a useless bystander. "You dare play me? If you do not enter the Hongshan Road, what are you doing here? Do you wish to see us humiliated? Or do you long to be the cannon fodder? Have you grown weary of life?" Li Mu's eyes burned with fury. In Beizhou, he believed no one dared to undermine him, and even the royal house would show some deference to the state shepherds. Young Master Li remained calm. Acting here could provoke the wrath of the fairy Siqing, and that would be disastrous. "I shall keep an eye on him and settle matters later." A scion with a malicious glint in his eyes fixed his gaze on the cloaked figure. "Regardless of your identity, in Beizhou, if you offend us, neither you nor your family will find peace. You wish to toy with me? Just wait." Li Mu spat defiantly, then turned to the other noble youths. "Now, who shall be the first to step onto the Hongshan Road?" Regret washed over him for driving away the previous crowd. Now, cannon fodder was scarce. Ishal Go, a young man named Chui Tong, whose family was not particularly powerful, volunteered, lacking confidence yet eager to curry favor with Li Mu and his ilk. Gritting his teeth, he donned a resolute expression, prepared to face humiliation as he approached the Hongshan Road. He shot a resentful glance at the mysterious figure in black. "This is all your fault. I'm the first to go because of you. Just wait." He stomped his foot and raised it, ready to step onto the path. "Hold on." The figure in black reached out to stop Chui Tong from entering the Hongshan Road. "Who permitted you to enter?" The gaze of Yi Xiong, the figure in black, swept over him with an air of dominance. He intended to enter the Hongshan Road, but would not allow others to do so. The furthest any individual could venture on a Hongshan Road would grant them passage onto the Hongshan boat. That was the rule. Since he sought something from the Hongshan boat, he acknowledged its rules. However, it was his own decree that no one else could tread the Hongshan Road. This was a rule he enforced, and this motley crew must accept it whether they liked it or not. Yi Xiong needed only to step onto the Hongshan Road at the final moment. Even if it was just a single step, he would still be the first, and thus a success. He had never considered competing with the others. They were not worthy of such a title. He aimed not to be the first, but the only one. Everyone stared in disbelief at Yi Xiong as he obstructed the path. "What do you mean? Are you blocking the way? Are you insane? You wish to hinder nearly the finest young talents of Beizhou, representing the majority of its power. Even if you are the heir of the royal house, you should not be so arrogant." "What did you say?" Li Mu and the others questioned, doubting their own ears. They believed themselves to be the most arrogant and domineering scions of Beizhou. Little did they expect to encounter someone far more audacious than they. They were momentarily taken aback. Glancing at the Hongshan boat, could this even be allowed? Was he violating the rules? On the Hongshan boat, Siqing and the other women were equally astonished. Can this be permitted? Siqing, participating in the opening of the Hongshan Road for the first time, stared with wide, bewildered eyes. Someone attempted to explain to Siqing. "Huh? Does that mean he has violated the rules?" Siqing questioned uncertainly. "It should not count as such, historically. There has been no regulation against preventing others from boarding the Hongshan boat. The only rule is that no one over 30 can act against those participating in the Hongshan Road." "Huh?" Siqing's mouth slowly dropped open. "So, everything he has done does not contravene the rules. Why has no one acted like this in the past?" The other participants had always adhered to the rules. Chapter 26. The Purest Killing Intent. The Hongshan Road is a test of who can travel the farthest. The true opponent is one's own temperament. Previously, other prodigies likely value their pride and would not recklessly exploit their strength. Those past prodigies, proud and contemptuous of all, carried the confidence to ascend the Hongshan Road without resorting to such domineering methods. Even if someone could dominate the Hongshan Road, they would not act in this manner. Even if one could enter, they would not go far, earning neither respect nor recognition, instead becoming a joke and incurring enmity. Xiqing now felt overwhelmed. What should be done now? Originally, this iteration of the Hongshan Road was filled with unremarkable individuals, and at least there were many of them. If only one person steps forward and takes just a single step, would that not mark the lowest point in the history of the Hongshan Road? I, Xiqing, shall become a permanent joke within the sect. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. It is over. I will become a source of shame. I will be mocked by my sisters. Can I go down and drive him away? Xiqing, desperate to avoid becoming a laughingstock, clenched her small fists, eager to act. No, do not disrupt the rules of the Hongshan Road. These were set by the original Hongshan Shinzuan. We must not act against participants. Those who violate the rules will be condemned by the Hongshan sect. Xiqing was exasperated, even beginning to blame her ancestors. What kind of ridiculous rules did you set that have led to such calamity? Do not fear. In Beizhou, there are no young prodigies who can surpass their peers. He alone cannot stand against us. He will only bring shame upon himself. Upon hearing this, Xiqing felt a sense of relief. That is good. She maliciously fixed her gaze on Yi Xiong at the shore, thinking, you think you can make me a joke? Dream on. Prepare to be beaten. Say that again. Li Mu and his companions glared at Yi Xiong with murderous intent. We only planned to use you as cannon fodder. To think one would dare to overturn the table and deny us our meal. Do you truly believe you are worthy? Is it not permissible to engage in conflict within the confines of our rules? The eager Chui Tung, intent on winning favor with Li Mu and the others, unsheathed his long sword, brimming with anticipation. Those below the age of 30 can indeed engage in combat. The melodious voice of Xiqing wafted from the boat on the river of the mortal realm. At the moment her voice resonated, the sounds of the wind by the shore seemed to vanish, leaving only this enchanting melody lingering in the air, compelling one to hold their breath in reverence, fearing they might tarnish such a beautiful sound. It must be the voice of the fairy, Xiqing, a group of young gentlemen who constantly disguised themselves as modest gentlemen, felt a tingling sensation throughout their bodies, instantly invigorated and transformed into passionate youths. This was encouragement from the fairy, urging us to confront this arrogant and overbearing individual. In an instant, everyone drew their weapons and rolled up their sleeves, eager to showcase their prowess before Xiqing. Instead of fishing, perhaps it was best to feed the fish in the lake. Chui Tung, positioned beside Yi Xiu, seized the opportunity to strike first, kicking towards Yi Xiu with the intent to send him tumbling into the lake, transforming him into a drenched chicken. With a splash, he fell into the water in a most undignified manner. Li Mu and the others were left bewildered, their heads filled with question marks. They were certain they had been fixated on Yi Xiu, not diverting their gaze for a moment. Yet how is it that Chui Tung ended up in the water? The flustered Chui Tung flailed in the lake, raising his head from the water, embarrassment and confusion etched on his face. Did anyone see how I fell in? No one did. Li Mu and the others instinctively shook their heads. They had not seen a thing. The scoundrel, feeling utterly humiliated, Chui Tung's eyes blazed with fury, losing all reason as he sought to confront Yi Xiu. He disregarded everything, determined to unleash his family's secret techniques. With a swift motion, a fishing line with a hook caught hold of his shouting mouth. Indeed, I am no mere Air Force soldier. Yi Xiu flicked the fishing rod in his hand. Reading in Kuiteng. With the hook caught in his mouth, he was lifted, flailing his limbs in the air like a fish. Yi Xiu gave a toss, and Chui Tung soared through the air in a graceful arc before crashing heavily to the ground, struggling a couple of times, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. Though he sustained no severe injuries, the blow to his youthful spirit would linger for a lifetime. Gulps were heard as Li Mu and the others gazed at the pitifully unconscious Chui Tung, unsure who among them swallowed nervously. No one laughed at Chui Tung. They imagined themselves in his position, likely succumbing to rage and fainting from the stress, wishing for death instead. This fellow is not to be underestimated. The expressions of Li Mu and the others turned grave as they regarded Yi Xiu. Chui Tung was not particularly strong among them, having just entered the second realm. The majority of them were also merely of the second realm, with only a handful having reached the third realm, all of whom were renowned young prodigies across Beizhou. What now? In that moment, nearly 100 young scions hesitated, too intimidated to step forward. Li Gongzi, do say something. Someone ventured from the crowd. Li Mu was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Who is it? Who was the scoundrel that set me up? What am I to say? What could I possibly say? I am but a mute. If we simply wait here, a group of us too frightened to act against one person, word of this will spread, and we shall become a laughingstock throughout the world. If others from outside find out that the youths of Beizhou were suppressed by a single individual, unable to even engage in the mortal realm, we would forever be the subject of ridicule, never daring to show our faces again. Indeed, for the glory of Beizhou. Damn it, where did this fellow come from? He must be from outside, for there are no such unreasonable and twisted individuals in Beizhou. Let us band together and fight. Even if he is at the peak of the third realm, can he truly take on 100 of us? We must fight. Not to do so would be disgraceful. At the very least, we will have tried, and it would not be so embarrassing. Instantly, numerous youths shouted in anger, charging towards Ye Xiu with fervor. Drawing their weapons, Ye Xiu calmly addressed them. Do you consider this a life-or-death struggle between us? As he set down the fishing rod, his calm tone reached the ears of the rushing youths. Their scalps tingled in response. What? Surely not. Do not frighten us. If you have the ability, then try. The young gentleman surged forward once more, filled with renewed courage. Kill! Ye Xiu brought his fingers together, and a chilling aura enveloped the surroundings, shattering the tranquil lake's surface into countless fragments. The lush green grass along the shore lay prostrate, and the hard ground bore deep, sharp marks. 9 blades, formed from pure killing intent, floated ominously behind Ye Xiu. This was an extraordinary technique derived from the essence of a killer's aura. What is this? The galloping young gentlemen found their legs giving way. They had taken lives before, but only those who were easily vanquished. Few had experienced the brutal realities of life and death battles. The overwhelming killing intent shattered their feeble courage. Stop! This is the fourth realm. Do not provoke me, cried Li Mu, who had charged to the front, trembling with fear. They were prepared to rely on their numbers to wear him down, confident against someone of the peak third realm. However, a figure of the fourth realm in any part of Beizhou was a formidable entity, with many of their families having ancestors who had not reached the fourth realm. We cannot provoke him. We were wrong. Some among them, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly began to beg for mercy. On the boat of the mortal realm, Siqing had been watching the entire scene unfold. The path of the killer, while not overwhelmingly fierce, indicated that he had not taken many lives. Yet the purity of his killing intent was undeniable. Initially, Siqing remained unfazed by either the killer's technique or the strength of the fourth realm. But the sheer purity of the killing intent was alarming. This individual had not killed many, yet he seemed unrestrained, willing to take down anyone without hesitation. Siqing pondered, does such a person truly exist in this world? Chapter 27. You are doomed. The atmosphere was rife with killing intent, inciting chaos. The hidden guards of these young gentlemen began to converge from afar, forming a protective barrier around them. Before Li Mu stood an elderly man with eyes gleaming with wisdom. He was a senior from his family, a powerful figure in the early fourth realm. With renewed confidence, Li Mu began to assert himself. Cease your pretenses. The fourth realm is not invincible. I wager you would not dare to kill. In response, a blade, piercing the heavens, met him. Fourth uncle. Li Mu called out for help. You bold fool. His fourth uncle thundered, as black and white energies coalesced before him, summoning the power of the heavens to form a chessboard array. The blade pierced through the array, sparks flying as the black and white pieces shattered under its edge, the formation thrown into disarray. This is not good. The elderly man, drenched in cold sweat, hastily drew a precious brush from his waist, pouring forth all his strength to finally block one of the killing blades. Yet, a second blade followed closely behind, aimed directly at the stunned Li Mu. You cannot kill me. My father is the governor. Li Mu screamed in terror. This being his trump card, a privilege granted by his father's status, a card that had previously always worked in his favor. Yet this time, the killing blade showed no signs of halting, and he felt a chill creeping into his brow, despair settling in. At that critical moment, a red embroidered ball flew from the boat of the mortal realm, crashing down upon the killing blade. The blade, which the fourth realm elder could only barely withstand with all his might, shattered and dissipated beneath the embroidered ball. The voice of Siqing resonated from the red dust vessel, indicating her intervention. I implore you to spare me, for the path of red dust is fraught with peril. The remaining 7 blades of the assassin, eager to engage, returned to her side. Gibao, Wu Jing, Yishio gazed at the floating red tassel in the low sky, undeterred. The path of the killing god. Even the trump card of Yishio was not classified as such. There existed various other arcane arts of equal caliber to the blades: Bone Path, Blood Demon Path, and Demon Transformation Path, acquired from the inmates within the dungeon. Additionally, there were True Yang and Thunder arts. The genuine trump card remained the true form of the demon sovereign. Wu Jing was not incapable of slaughter. You truly intend to kill me? Do you realize who I am? With Siqing Xinzi present, you stand no chance. Li Mu, believing himself backed by Siqing Xinzi, wore an arrogant expression, which was brutally shattered as the red tassel struck him mercilessly. His once passable features were now grotesquely bloodied and shattered. Silence. Your kind exploits the weak. You may leave, Siqing stated coldly. Her earlier action was not out of regard for Li Mu, but a desire to prevent fatalities on the red dust path. The red dust path was of utmost importance to the red dust sect. Any deaths would adversely affect its future endeavors. What? Exploiting the weak? Xinzi, this is a grave injustice. He is the true bully, Li Mu lamented, believing he had earned the favor of the goddess, only to discover otherwise. And I am the victim. Siqing dismissed him, uninterested in his foolishness. Did he truly think his so-called status rendered him invincible? Others disregarded him entirely. Could he not sense the pure, killing intent? Even if his father arrived, he would dare to kill. You have forfeited your qualifications for the red dust path. Your fate is of no concern to the red dust sect. I won't participate if that's the case, Li Mu retorted, his bravado faltering. I will leave. He retreated slowly behind his powerful protector, the most esteemed and potent guardian. Li Mu had yielded. The other young masters, too intimidated to speak, wore faces of despair and retreated in unison. Today was a monumental embarrassment. They would become the laughingstock of the circle. The entire Beizhou would be a joke. Fourth uncle, have you recognized that fellow's identity? What is his origin to be so formidable? Li Mu felt a surge of resentment. He could not provoke the red dust sect. Yet could he not confront a mere 4 realms individual? One fourth uncle was insufficient. And my father, on the path of the killing god, there were countless individuals. It was among the broadest roads in the world, naturally attracting the most travelers. Fourth uncle pondered deeply. Among the young prodigies of Beizhou who have broken through to the 4 realms, aside from Jiang Yunli, a true phoenix-level figure, there are 5 others. Rumor has it that Jiang Wuyo is dead. He did not walk the killing god path. 2 others have gone abroad for studies, and one is rumored to have fallen into darkness and died. If he is from Beizhou, he is most likely the enigmatic heir of the Jin Wangfu, Jiang Yuntian, who is said to traverse the killing god path. A member of the Wangfu? Li Mu's face darkened further. The Zhou Mu was at odds with the Jin Wangfu. The Zhou Mu was originally dispatched by the court to balance and oversee local aristocracies. Could it be that, due to my father's recent report regarding the Wangfu's destruction of the dungeon, they now harbor a grudge and intend to kill me today? Li Mu's fist clenched in anger. This was audacious. Do not act rashly. The Jin Wangfu is formidable, having produced a true phoenix. As long as that true phoenix remains, even the Zhou Mu cannot contend with the Wangfu. The elder hastily advised Li Mu regarding the drought. The Zhou Mu's report has yielded no response. We cannot provoke the Wangfu now, but I nearly lost my life just now. Li Mu struggled to accept. The holy maiden of the Fengtian sect can truly act with impunity? Indeed, TCH, the holy maiden of the Fengtian sect is indeed invincible. Her death warrior Jiang Wuyo would not be killed in his own lair. Though I do not know that Yishio, he executed his task brilliantly. It would be even better if he could bring that holy maiden down. Do not harbor such dreams. Even if Yinlong City is connected to that Yishio, his limits can only extend so far. To think he could harm that true phoenix is mere folly, the elder dismissed. He had seen much and understood the true weight of the immortal sect's holy maidens. The Jin Wangfu was adamant in preventing our participation in the red dust path, truly tyrannical. Li Mu, unwilling to concede, fixed his gaze on the mysterious figure in black on the shore, now convinced that he was the enigmatic Jiang Yuntian of the Wangfu. What does your strength matter? Those on the killing god path are all ruthless killers. Their temperament cannot endure the red dust path for long. I shall merely watch as you disgrace yourself. After Li Mu and his companions retreated several hundred meters, they ceased their flight. They stood at a distance, observing. If we are barred from the red dust path, I shall witness how far you can traverse upon it. Do not stumble at the first step. That will be a source of great embarrassment. Only Yishio remained on the shore. Seeching aboard the vessel watched the solitary Yishio, her mood soured. Indeed, the most humiliating red dust path had emerged, and this disgrace belonged to her, Seeching. If he could complete the red dust path, would that erase her shame? Seeching pondered, contemplating whether to show leniency. Lady Seeching, the trial of the red dust path is decreed by the immortal sovereign. One cannot intentionally show mercy. I did not suggest leniency. Seeching's eyes shifted, donning an innocent expression. I merely hope he can succeed. It is impossible. Those on the killing god path tend to be somewhat deranged, cultivating through slaughter. Their mental state invariably flawed. In past instances, those from the killing god path have been among the fastest failures on the red dust path. Seeching felt deeply disheartened. Her sweet visage sagged, and she slowly raised her head, her lips quivering, narrowly preventing tears from spilling. Regardless, disgrace was assured. The difficulty of the red dust path had escalated to its zenith, and she hoped he would share in her humiliation. In a fit of frustration, Seeching cried out, "You are doomed." Chapter 28. A fairy? Not even comparable to courtesans. Time passed. Ding! A clear bell rang from the red dust vessel. After 3 chimes, the red dust path would close and no further entries would be permitted. Soon, the second chime sounded. Selfish glutton, with a rotten backside. If you have the ability to complete the red dust path, otherwise, we shall hold you in contempt. The voices of the young masters echoed from afar, filled with resentment. If you stumble at the first step, even if you board the red dust vessel, you shall be the most disgraceful guest in its history. At that point, do not expect even a cup of tea. That would be truly embarrassing. They all cursed. Perched atop the trees were 4 women clad in black robes, the Bone Ladies. They watched as Ishio stepped onto the vibrant red dust path, whispering among themselves. How far do you think the master can go? One Bone Lady inquired, intrigued. Certainly further than that disgraceful killer, Blood Demon scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the killer. I do not underestimate the master. The red dust path is unrelated to strength. The master is still young. In terms of temperament, the killer is but a mere insect compared to Ishio. Even if it is just 1 step, the master can certainly board the red dust vessel. The vengeful spirit remarked. The master's goal is not to go far, but to board the vessel and meet others. However, if he walks too short a distance, he will not receive the respect due, making it difficult to attain what he truly desires. The Bone Lady expressed her concern. The distance traversed signifies the level of respect received. We are demons. Brute force suffices. Gaining entry via the red dust path is still easier by brute force. The Blood Demon declared, dismissing the words of the defeated. At the last toll of the bell, Yishio stepped onto the vibrant red dust path. As his feet landed on the ethereal bridge of light, a wave of dizziness enveloped him. The lakes, heavens, and vessels faded from view. A picturesque scene unfolded, reminiscent of the Jiangnan landscape, where delicate women adorned in gossamer danced gracefully in a serene courtyard, while a talented maiden played the zither, filling the air with the fragrance of incense. My lord, you have returned. A gentle voice emanates from the inner courtyard, belonging to a woman of unparalleled grace and beauty. Her affectionate gaze seems to possess the deepest tenderness in the world, embodying all that is exquisite. My lord, I do not wish for your name to echo throughout the land, nor do I desire for you to be a formidable warrior. I simply long for your companionship as we grow old together. The enchanting lady nestles in the embrace of Yi Xiang, softly caressing his weary spirit. The renowned Mei Renguan, a place celebrated along the worldly path, is a realm of tenderness. It is said that even heroes find it difficult to traverse Mei Renguan. Each man harbors a dream of leading a simple, blissful life with a caring and gentle wife, free from the burdens of stress and worry. Yet, Yi Xiang finds himself ensnared by the trials of Mei Renguan. Should he succumb to temptation, should he act inappropriately, he risks falling from the path of the mortal realm. Many young men have faltered at Mei Renguan, committing acts of embarrassment that become the subject of ridicule. The outside world cannot fathom the illusions Yi Xiang experiences. They merely observe him taking his first step into the mortal world, remaining stagnant thereafter. Simultaneously, a potent aura of desire emanates from Ye Xiong, reflecting the innermost yearnings of his heart. Such a powerful essence of desire raises doubts about his innocence. Surely, he cannot still be a novice. The consequences seem dire. He may be a ravenous ghost of lust, his soul tainted with shameful desires, on the verge of a downfall. I knew all along. Those from the Shashin Dao will undoubtedly falter at the gates of desire. Most of them are soldiers or bandits. Do you know what the most common establishments along the war-torn borders are? Is it armories? Healing apothecaries? No, it is the brothels, where those who risk their lives seek solace. Just as those bandits delight in abducting fair maidens, they oscillate between life and death, needing the release of desire to quell their murderous instincts. The intensity of Ye Xiong's aura of desire astonishes all, surpassing imagination. His subordinates, the Lady of Bones among them, stand in stunned silence. Though they do not expect Ye Xiong to succeed, they silently turn away, unable to bear the sight, fearful of retribution should he hold them accountable. The assassins among them lower their heads, emitting guttural sounds of disbelief. The vessel of worldly affairs, Si Qing, feels a twitch at the corner of her mouth. She anticipated his embarrassment, but not so swiftly. She quickly averts her gaze, fearing that the forthcoming scene may taint her vision. Once aboard, she plans to dismiss him with a cup of the most unpleasant tea. The other women exchange glances. You go? Why don't you? They mutually evade responsibility. In the illusion, the wife of unparalleled beauty shyly bows her head, saying, "My lord, it is time for rest." Ye Xiong gazes longingly at the scene before him, his gentle and virtuous wife alongside alluring concubines. He seizes his wife's hands as she assists him with his garments. Yet with an indifferent gaze, he pushes her away, stating, "You are admirable, but you do not meet my expectations." His once dreamy eyes turn cold. The beautiful and virtuous wife weeps softly, resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom, her sorrow evident. Ye Xiong remains unmoved. Outside the illusion, Si Qing is equally perplexed. Are these women not satisfactory? Do men not desire gentle and lovely partners? His standards seem excessively high. Let's present a different selection. Si Qing invokes a mysterious gesture. Altering the illusion, the gentle and virtuous wife transforms into a powerful and aloof fairy. "Brother, I shall not permit anyone to harm you." The fairy exudes a commanding possessiveness, presenting a plethora of celestial treasures. "Not needed," Ye Xiong responds, as Si Qing's brow twitches. "This will not suffice. We shall change again." "Disciple, you are quite arrogant. I am your master. This is unacceptable. We cannot betray him." Si Qing, aware of the illusions, observes various women, roles, and scenarios, feeling uneasy. Yet none have succeeded in captivating Ye Xiong. "You are forcing my hand," Si Qing declares, her competitive spirit ignited. The illusion shifts once more, and this time, her own specter appears before Ye Xiong. "Bow before me, the fairy." The quality diminishes. The timid and hesitant woman is dismissed. Si Qing unconsciously tightens her fists. "What are you pretending for? Your aura of desire nearly envelopes the mortal path, yet you still feign virtue." Si Qing, skeptical, wonders if he is truly averse to women. She is repulsed. "What manner of woman do you seek?" Si Qing grits her teeth within the illusion. "Ye Viang, Ripius. I desire a woman who does not belittle me for my lack of talent, who respects my strength and background, who does not cling to me or chatter incessantly, who does not become my weakness, and who only appears when needed, quietly accompanying me and engaging in conversation to fulfill my needs." Ye Xiong acknowledges himself as a mere mortal, unacquainted with the depths of desire, yet remains rational. He has no interest in forming vulnerabilities or burdens due to a woman. What are you thinking? Daydreaming. Such a woman does not exist. There exists such a woman among my acquaintances, brothel women who require only payment without emotional entanglements. Si Qing feels a surge of frustration, wishing to confront Ye Xiong on the mortal path. Am I to be deemed inferior to a brothel woman? She invested heavily to appear in the illusion, and now he would rather seek solace elsewhere. This is a monumental failure, an utter disgrace. "I shall see if you're truly as resolute as you claim," Si Qing vows, deploying her final strategy, the most challenging Mei Renguan. "I shall see who your ideal woman is. Can you withstand her advances in your dreams?" The illusion transforms, and Ye Xiong perceives everything fade away. revealing a familiar scene and a familiar figure. Jiang Yunli. Chapter 29. Hush, do not weep. What is this? Si Qing's anger subsides, her almond-shaped eyes widening, her lashes quivering. She can see all within the illusion, yet the figure manifesting now is not of her design. The previous trials pertain to desire, scripted by her hand. This is a test of love among the myriad emotions. The illusions projected stem from the depths of the T's heart. Jiang Yunli. Si Qing instantly recognizes the figure within the illusion, a woman she both resents and fears. Her fingers tighten around the red embroidered ball, distorting it in her grip. Indeed, many men from the north revere that white lotus. You too. How unfortunate. Si Qing's mood darkens further, discovering that the sole contender for Yi Xiang's affection is none other than Jiang Yunli's admirer. A sense of chaos envelopes her. Sister Si Qing, you have noticed as well. Logically, they should not perceive the situation within the illusion. She does not wish to expose herself, lest her sisters learn of it, bringing her further shame. Sister Si Qing. The aura of desire surrounding him is of an unparalleled caliber. I sense a significant increase in my own qi. The exceptional furnace has proven to be immensely beneficial for our cultivation. A group of young women gazes ardently at Yi Xing. The Hong Chuan Jiao initiates the path of worldly affairs, not merely for altruistic deeds or to refine the hearts of mortals, but rather to assist their own practices. Those who partake in the path of worldly affairs are not ordinary individuals. They include exceptional prodigies whose essence of emotions and desires is far superior to that of mundane beings, devoid of trivial distractions and delusions. The young disciples of Hong Chuan Jiao possess insufficient experience and strength, and directly entering the mundane realm for cultivation renders them highly susceptible to the chaotic influences of worldly matters, which could easily disrupt their resolve. The aura of desire that Yi Xing exudes is of the utmost quality, intense yet entirely pure. What use is it, after all, if one remains a humble subject beneath the skirts of that woman? Si Qing does not, unlike her sisters, eagerly absorb the worldly essence that permeates the air. She only feels repulsion. Si Qing, could never stoop to such a level in this lifetime. An illusion. Yi Xing stands transfixed before someone she knows all too well. Someone with whom she shares the deepest karmic ties in this world. Princess Jiang Yunli of the Da Rui dynasty. With a beauty that could topple nations. She is adorned in a simple white gown, standing before Yi Xing, unadorned by makeup, resembling the unattainable moonlight. It is as if 2 years have passed without any change. Jiang Yunli's gaze lifts slightly, her previously indifferent eyes now brightening, the coldness in her brows softening, and the corners of her lips lifting, infused with the joy of reunion. At last, I see you again. What? Si Qing, who had been feeling gloomy outside, suddenly perked up. Something isn't right. There is intrigue. There are rumors. This mysterious man seems to share a hidden connection with Jiang Yunli, not merely a sycophant. Si Qing widens her eyes, observing the illusion, unwilling to miss any detail. Yi Xing, you are alive, how wonderful. Jiang Yunli's voice trembles slightly as she reaches out to remove the cloak from Yi Xing's head. Yi Xing silently steps back, evading her touch. Yi Xing, you still hold a grudge against me, don't you? It was my fault. Jiang Yunli's once cold gaze is now veiled in a thin mist. Yi Xing, it's him. Si Qing's lips part, revealing her excitement and insatiable curiosity. It is indeed you. This celestial being's luck is truly remarkable. The man she has been desperately searching for is right here on the path of worldly affairs, the only man on this path. Fortune has smiled upon her, and in her exhilaration, she begins to stomp her feet, the silver bells on her ankles ringing with a cheerful sound. It seems Jiang Yunli has hurt him, at least in his heart. He believes that Jiang Yunli has caused him pain. Do not forgive him. Remain steadfast. Si Qing clutches the red embroidered ball tightly in her hands. She must admit that this version of Jiang Yunli has an unrivaled allure that is nearly irresistible to any man. No one can withstand the tear-streaked beauty of a celestial being. Should he forgive her and fall at her feet, he would never betray Jiang Yunli. Nor would he ever harm her. All efforts would be in vain. Si Qing feels a sense of urgency. She does not harbor high hopes for Yi Xing. For now, she merely wishes to glean more secrets from their exchange. Tears hang like shattered jade at the tips of Jiang Yunli's lashes. Her voice laced with heartfelt remorse. 2 years ago, I fought with all my might to protect you. I am sorry, I was powerless. I couldn't do it. The king forbade enmity with the god Gun Marquis, who holds a high position and commands an army of 100,000, guarding a territory. He would not allow his only son to carry the ignoble title of a lecher, even threatening the safety of the common people. The court and the Night Patrol headquarters exerted pressure, prohibiting any condemnation of the god Gun Marquis' heir. Moreover, Ling Qingxian, a core disciple of the 24 Swords sect, an ancient and venerated sanctuary of swordsmanship that the Rui dynasty dares not provoke, had bribed all the victims, leaving no evidence. I am but a princess of hollow prestige, utterly helpless. Jiang Yunli's breath is laden with self-reproach, her words echoing her anguish at her own ineffectiveness. I exhausted every means to ensure your survival, yet I was still unable to do more. But now it is different. I have become the saintess of the Feng Tianjiao, and I can protect you. No one shall harm you again. Thus, I immediately dispatched Qing Lian to find you. I wish to make amends, to compensate you 1,000-fold. I would offer you everything I possess, if only you would accept it. Can we return to the past? Hand in hand, to fulfill the vows we once made? Jiang Yunli gazes at Yi Xing with humble anticipation, her lips pressed into a taut line, revealing her inner hopes and anxieties. No, this is wrong. Outside, Si Qing is burning with impatience, though she is still unaware of the specifics of their relationship. The Jiang Yunli within the illusion is vastly different from the one she knows. You must remain steady. Si Qing's ears droop in despair. She knows well that these illusions are projections of this man's innermost desires, the manifestation of his obsessions, from which he cannot escape and cannot see through. Yi Xing's gaze meets Jiang Yunli's, their eyes locking for what seems like an eternity. Eventually, in the face of Si Qing's helpless expression, Yi Xing takes a step forward, helping Jiang Yunli, who has collapsed on the cold ground in remorse, to her feet. Yi Xing gently wipes the tears from the corners of her eyes, soothing the pain and regret hidden in her brows. Do not be afraid, Yi Xing says tenderly. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. These words trigger an uncontrollable outburst of tears from Jiang Yunli, who clings to Yi Xing, crying in anguish. The weeping celestial being, like a fragile pear blossom, breaks the hearts of all who behold her. It is over, it is finished. Si Qing slaps her forehead. He is a man utterly lost, ensnared in the ridiculous fantasies of his own heart. How pitiable. My princess is graceful, confident, and pure. Yi Xing gently helps Jiang Yunli up. Will you return to me? My princess? Yes. Jiang Yunli smiles through her tears, gathering herself, becoming the celestial being untainted by worldly affairs. Her eyes are clear, devoid of the haughtiness and aloofness of a noble woman, filled only with the tenderness of compassion for humanity. The most enchanting aspect is her sanctified aura that inspires reverence, dissuading any thoughts of desecration. She has returned. The Jiang Yunli from Yi Xing's memories has come back. How wonderful! Ye vink ikkaim sinjiri. Raising her right hand to caress Jiang Yunli's exquisite face. In a playful gesture, Jiang Yunli does not shy away, but gently turns her face towards it. Slap! The resounding sound echoes through the air. Chapter 30. No need for painful regrets. Let the celestial being weep. With a sharp, resounding slap, Jiang Yunli's beautiful face is struck mercilessly. The white magnolia hairpin at her temple is sent flying. The imprint of 5 fingers is clearly visible on her fair, delicate skin. Si Qing, aboard the Hong Chun vessel, drops her most cherished possession, the red embroidered ball, which rolls away on the ground. The sound of the slap reverberates like thunder in her mind, shattering her world. All emotions are consumed by shock and disbelief. Her small mouth falls open, revealing her incredulity. This. Si Qing rubs her eyes vigorously, questioning her own perception. Did she just witness a slap? Moreover, it was an unrelenting slap to the face of the renowned saintess of Feng Tianjiao, although it may not transpire in reality, within the realm of illusions. She comprehends that the figure of Jiang Yunli in his eyes is indeed authentic. This implies that the genuine Jiang Yunli has arrived, and Yi Xing would act similarly, delivering a merciless slap. The man, Si Qing, is beyond description. Despite the palpable intensity of desire, the trials of love merely reflect the obsessions of his heart. Si Qing even harbors doubts about the path of mortal existence. She had anticipated that Yi Xing would not grant forgiveness, and that his harsh words would be the extent of her expectations. Yet, She dared not yearn for more. Why does the tearful Jiang Yunli possess the power to soften the heart of a man of stone? Ye Xing's gaze is cold and clear. He has pierced through the illusion and unraveled the enigmas within his heart. Indeed, the sensation of a pure fairy slap is far superior to moments of weeping. Yes, I once felt utterly powerless, enamored by you, and that is a fact. Ye Xing acknowledges the fluttering feelings he once harbored. Upon crossing into this entirely foreign and perilous world, confusion and fear were inevitable. Encountering a naturally noble maiden, breathtakingly beautiful and gentle, akin to an elder sister providing meticulous care, was overwhelming for Ye Xing, who had yet to navigate this society. It is impossible to remain devoid of thoughts. I once harbored hopes for everything you mentioned. I wished for her to be coerced, helpless before being imprisoned in the celestial dungeon. Even then, a flicker of hope lingered within Ye Xing's heart. However, all of that vanished the moment he entered the dungeon. The lingering thoughts of powerlessness were forcibly erased from his mind, leaving only the notion of that slap. Regardless of the truth, what I desire is not a superficial regret, nor a return to the past. I simply wish to see Ye Xing's lips curve into a chilling smile. As long as you weep, suffer, and feel each fiber of your being lament, what has been done cannot be undone. No reasoning or hardship can change that. You have acted. You have inflicted harm. I have lingered countless times between life and death, my reputation in ruins, everything destroyed, descending into the abyss of despair, only to emerge from the celestial dungeon. One misstep, one desire to return to the past, and it is all over. Nothing in this world is that simple. Jiang Yunli, I shall await you in hell. Ye Xing coldly observes the dissipating figure of Jiang Yunli, whose tear-filled eyes conceal boundless self-reproach and regret, yet fail to stir even a ripple in Ye Xing's heart. The trials of desire have been shattered. On the path of mortal existence, Ye Xing resumes his steps after a prolonged pause. Has he successfully passed through the trials of beauty? Outside, many who have been watching Ye Xing widen their eyes in disbelief. It is indeed impossible. Can even the gluttonous souls pass through the trials of beauty? The likes of Li Mu and his peers cannot accept this. He is not one of those ascetic cultivators. He walks the indulgent and hedonistic path of a killer. Could the trials of beauty have been lenient? The success of others causes them great discomfort, especially when it is an enemy. There is no leniency on the path of mortal existence. Perhaps the beauty within the trials was simply not to his taste. Fortune indeed smiles upon him, but we shall see how he fares in the subsequent trials. Rather than believe, Ye Xing relies on his character. They are more inclined to attribute his success to luck. This should not be the case. The killers cannot fathom why they fell at the trials of beauty, losing their footing on the path of mortal existence. Useless killers laugh. Why have you ceased your laughter? Your cackling voice has vanished. The bloodthirsty words of the demon have driven the killers to madness. Truly, he possesses an unparalleled aura of desire. The numerous women aboard the mortal vessel gaze upon Ye Xing with admiration and anticipation. He has mastered desire rather than becoming its slave, which is far more extraordinary than those who are indifferent and heartless. Merely passing this trial qualifies him as a distinguished guest. Since you all refuse to serve tea, I shall endure some hardship and take my leave. How naive you are. The sisters begin to bicker and compete. As the mistress of the mortal vessel, Si Qing refrains from participating. She hears the discussions of her sisters, hesitating to speak, for she knows more. She understands that Ye Xing is not merely someone who has successfully resisted the allure of the trials of beauty once, but rather someone who has faced that temptation countless times and has even unraveled the trials of love. It is not merely resistance, it is comprehension. This current trial of love and desire surpasses all previous tests on the path of mortal existence. The complexity of Si Qing's gaze towards this man is profound. She does not particularly care about Ye Xing's identity. What matters now is how far he can go. Let me witness your limits. Endless curiosity stirs within Si Qing's heart. As Ye Xing strides forward on the path of mortal existence, the scene shifts once more. An ancient city, streets bustling with shadows. The short-haired Ye Xing feels utterly out of place in this antiquated setting. It is as if he has returned 4 years into the past, to the early days of his journey. Standing on the street, he looks up to see the gates of the Night Patrol Bureau. This trial is named regret. Regret permeates life, irrespective of status or position. Even emperors and the most extraordinary figures of their time have their share of regrets. In youth, one may utter a careless word that wounds another, miss a chance encounter, or make a choice that leads to a lifetime of suffering. These regrets are universal. Ye Heng, who joined the Night Patrol Bureau 4 years ago, displayed remarkable talent from the outset, mastering the formidable path of thunder, earning the admiration of Jiang Yunli. Yet, 2 years ago, he became a villain, imprisoned in the celestial dungeon. Now, although he possesses the fourth realm, he walks the path of the killer, allied with demons. His reputation in tatters. Will you regret your past choices? Si Qing has investigated Ye Heng, and with the insights gained from Jiang Yunli's words, she has acquired further information. Your talent could have allowed you to join any immortal sect, becoming an elite disciple with a brilliant future. Yet now, the path of the killer is treacherous and unstable, leading to ruin and eternal infamy, with the Da Rui dynasty placing a bounty on your head, ensuring you face constant peril. The path of the killer is swift but lacks stability and elevation. Relying on it, you will never be able to exact revenge upon Jiang Yunli. Had you not joined the Night Patrol Bureau, you could have entered a sect long ago, becoming a renowned young prodigy revered by all. One choice can lead to vastly different outcomes. Given another chance, Si Qing believes anyone would choose the luminous path to ascent. Chapter 31. In this game, one must accept the stakes. How will you choose? Si Qing eagerly anticipates the outcome. She no longer wishes to see Ye Heng falter on the path of mortal existence, but rather hopes to witness him venture further. A man who travels further proves his excellence, perhaps even inflicting some measure of pain upon Jiang Yunli. It is a formidable challenge. As an observer, Si Qing feels the weight of this difficulty. The trial of regret is not particularly challenging on the path of mortal existence. Many have successfully navigated it before. However, she understands that the burdens others have borne pale in comparison to the trials Ye Heng currently faces. They are predominantly young prodigies, endowed with prestigious backgrounds and legacies. Their regrets, mostly trivial, are mitigated by the support of their families and sects, rendering these minor disappointments inconsequential and, in retrospect, laughable. In stark contrast, Ye Heng faces a choice that could lead him to celestial heights or the depths of despair. On the path of mortal existence, maintaining absolute rationality proves elusive. The allure of worldly affairs can ensnare participants, leading them to believe they can alter past decisions. They may think that by affecting their former selves, they can eradicate current hardships and sorrows. But can one truly refrain from attempting to instigate change? Once one intervenes, they have already forfeited the contest and exited the game. The expectation is for him to embrace the present with composure. But Si Qing understands that such a demand is exceedingly burdensome. No one can accomplish this feat. Ye Heng stands amidst the bustling street, gazing at his former self before the gates of the Night Watch. In that time, he was filled with trepidation and youthful fervor. He looks upon the entrance of the Night Watch, recalling the day of his examination for admission. Had he chosen to walk away from those gates, he would not have become a member of the Night Watch, nor would he have encountered Jiang Yunli, thereby avoiding the path of infamy and the descent into demonic cultivation. If only he could turn back, he had the potential to join any sect and become a carefree youth, unfettered by worldly constraints. A complex smile graces Ye Heng's face as he steps forward, approaching his former self and extending his right hand, truly desiring to change the past. Si Qing is not surprised. She never underestimated Ye Heng. With a firm grip, Ye Heng embraces his former self, placing a hand on his shoulder. A misstep is merely a misstep. One must not dwell in regret. He holds his past self tightly, his gaze unwavering as he faces the gates of the Night Watch, urging him to make the same choice. Ye Heng has no regrets about his past decisions. At that time, he was unaware of what the future held, oblivious to his own talents, with no connections to explore other sections. He stood alone in the fog, bewildered. Joining the Night Watch was the best choice. Even if given a second chance, devoid of future memories, with his then experience and mindset, he would still make the same decision. One cannot stand upon the heights of the future to judge their past self, nor can one bully their former self. Everything from the past was chosen by him, and he alone bears the weight of the present. With determination in his eyes, Ye Heng leads his former self toward the gates of the Night Watch, stepping through the portal that once destroyed everything he knew. In this game, Ye Heng willingly accepts the outcome. There is no need for change. he embraces the stakes, wagering everything on the future. The moment he crosses into the night watch, illusions shatter like a broken lake's surface, dissipating into glimmering fragments. The trial of regret is overcome. Yet, this event does not cause a significant stir in the outside world, far less than the uproar caused by Ye Heng's passage through the trial of desire. In the eyes of the privileged like Li Mu, the trial of regret is the simplest, and they are most confident of their success. Regret? With their formidable backgrounds. There are no unregrettable decisions, merely a few weathered experiences like anecdotes shared over drinks. However, the impact on Si Qing is even more profound. Such nonchalance and audacity. Si Qing bites her lip, her eyes sparkling. Only she comprehends the magnitude of the temptation Ye Heng faced, far surpassing that of mere beauty. It pertains to life and death, to choices that define one's existence. He confronts it all with equanimity. Jiang Yunli, how foolish you are to forsake such a man. Si Qing cannot help but mock Jiang Yunli. Prepare the Hongqian brew. Si Qing's speech quickens, her feet occasionally tapping with delightful sounds. The Hongqian brew? Other women gaze at Si Qing in astonishment. She intends to prepare the Hongqian brew? That is the highest form of hospitality. The most renowned technique of the Hongqian sect is the red thread, but even more famed is the exquisite wine crafted from the Hongqian brew, said to intoxicate across 3 lifetimes. It can heal the damaged essence of the soul, nurture the spirit, and solidify the heart's resolve. It is a magnificent treasure for the soul. The Hongqian sect possesses vast connections, and the Hongqian brew is sought after by both righteous and demonic paths. Yet, its production is exceedingly rare. It is an extraordinarily precious item, incomparable to other rare treasures. Historically, even those who have traversed the furthest on the Hongqian path seldom obtain the Hongqian brew. Only those truly recognized and appreciated by the masters of the Hongqian vessels have a chance, and the probability is dismally low. Indeed, the Hongqian brew is worth a jug, even if he fails in the subsequent trials. Si Qing's tone brooks no argument. However, soon after, the bronze mirror beside Si Qing emanates a radiant glow. The surface reveals the breathtaking visage of a Hongqian maiden. Si Qing, you intend to entertain others with the Hongqian brew? Her tone carries a hint of reproach. Faced with her sister's admonition, Si Qing's jubilant expression freezes, casting a displeased glance at her other sisters. You all secretly reported me. That is so annoying. The Hongqian brew is something the Hongqian sect can provide, yet the Hongqian maiden gazes sternly at her sister, not out of stinginess towards the brew, but out of concern for her sister's current state. To value a man so highly is something to be wary of. She must not allow her sister to become infatuated. Sister, he is different. Si Qing steps aside with the bronze mirror, whispering, he is Ye Heng, the one I mentioned to you before. Yizving. Oh, the man somewhat connected to Jiang Yunli? The Hongqian maiden appears indifferent, not giving it much thought. Si Qing, you are too naive. My rivalry with Jiang Yunli cannot be swayed by a mere man, especially one of no notable standing. No, he is different, Si Qing insists. She intends to offer the Hongqian brew not because of Ye Heng's status, but due to his remarkable performance on the Hongqian path, which certainly merits it. What's so different? He merely crossed the trials of desire and regret. It is nothing remarkable. The Hongqian maiden dismisses her. She too has embarked on the Hongqian path, where prodigies abound, including those of seed-level caliber. Countless individuals have overcome 2 or 3 trials. The furthest have surpassed 8 trials. With only 1 remaining, they could complete the entire Hongqian path. Such individuals are merely regarded with a slight elevation in esteem by the Hongqian maiden. The Hongqian brew? If he completes the entire Hongqian path, it can be granted. The Hongqian maiden establishes her goal unequivocally. Si Qing becomes anxious. Sister, are you not asking the impossible? Historically, those who have completed the Hongqian path are exceedingly rare, and such individuals ultimately become figures of great renown. You know he cannot achieve it. Thus, he does not deserve the Hongqian brew. Chapter 32. The final trial. Si Qing argues her case, but ultimately yields to her sister's authority, conceding that the Hongqian brew need not be prepared. She waves her hand dismissively. Although she deeply admires Ye Heng's audacity, she does not believe he can complete the Hongqian path. It is far too challenging. It has been a century since anyone has achieved this feat, while not all prodigies embark on the Hongqian path. The absence of success for 100 years underscores its difficulty. On the Hongqian path, Ye Heng finds himself enveloped in ominous energy. This trial is titled Pain. He must endure the most excruciating suffering. This trial is the most arduous of all. As spectators, Li Mu and the other young masters felt a chill run down their spines. It was rumored that a valiant man had once gritted his teeth and sawed off his own leg, enduring the agony without a single whimper, yet ultimately succumbed to excruciating screams, writhing on the ground in despair. Countless individuals had fainted from the pain at this stage in the past. With widened eyes, they eagerly anticipated witnessing the pitiful sight of Yi Xian's lamentations. An ominous dark mist began to envelop Yi Xian, seemingly causing his skin to rot. Every inch of flesh felt as though it were being sliced by a blade. Immobilized, yet painfully aware, all his powers dissipating. Despair and suffering coexisted, a dual torment of body and spirit. As time ticked away, Yi Xian remained still, the scene they anticipated never materializing. He stood there like a corpse, devoid of sound or movement. Did he faint while standing? Li Mu and the others could not believe anyone could face such torment with tranquility. Even if one could endure, surely they would at least grunt a few times. Once the ominous mist completely shrouded Yi Xian, no sound escaped him. Finally, the dark mist, seemingly unwilling to concede, collided with Yi Xian's body to no effect, merely dissipating into the mundane world. Feeling a little lighter, Yi Xian flexed his limbs. Was that all? Compared to the overwhelming turmoil experienced during the complete unraveling of the Tai Shi Mo Jing, this was inconsequential, hardly even a tickle. Li Mu and the others, disheartened, declared, "This is no longer entertaining." Some young masters were visibly shaken. They had come to witness his humiliation, yet the more they watched, the more they felt their own ugliness reflected back at them. Next, Yi Xian faced the trial of material desires. Within the illusion, he beheld a divine elixir that could grant him immortality, yet it was held by an invincible deity. The divine figure, wielding the elixir, looked down upon all. Those who kneel in sincerity may receive the elixir. Kneel, and you shall fail. Yet, in the face of such a path to immortality, what did dignity matter? How many could suppress their inner desires? Yi Xian disregarded the divine elixir and strode forward. It is meaningless if it is not taken by force. The deity continued. There lies the trial of longevity. Longevity embodies the wisdom of sentient beings, the most primal dream. Whether commoners or celestial beings, all yearn for it. Throughout history, how many exceptional individuals have paid any price in pursuit of longevity, plunging the world into chaos? While many wise figures have remained oblivious to the essence of immortality until their dying breath. Yet, this trial was the one Yi Xian navigated with ease. In his previous life, at the age of 120, he had reached the limits of mortality. Now, with the elevation of his realm, his lifespan had expanded. The youthful Yi Xian felt indifferent to the concept of aging. He was confident that as long as he lived, he would only grow stronger and naturally attain longevity. Having surmounted yet another trial, he had already passed 5 challenges. In the past, those who had traversed the mundane path typically only managed 4 or 5 trials, with only a select few reaching 6 or 7. Li Mu and the other young masters found it difficult to comprehend. Did he truly underestimate them? Even if they all participated, they were no match for him. Why go to such lengths to obstruct their involvement? Madame Baigu clenched her fists nervously. Having crossed the halfway mark, do you think there is a possibility for the master to complete the mundane path? The likelihood seemed slim. Historically, those who completed the mundane path were exceedingly rare. The killer understood the mundane path best. A useless man should remain silent. Since someone has achieved it, why can't the master? Is the master not worthy of comparison to them? It is they who are unworthy of standing alongside the master. The vengeful spirit, blindly confident in Yi Xian, believed he could succeed. As they continued forward, Si Qing silently cheered for Yi Xian, not for any other reason, but to prove to her sister, the Red Dust Woman, that she had underestimated him, that she was mistaken. Yi Xian pressed on, surpassing the separation trial. At this juncture, he smiled. In this world, he had long since ceased to care about parting from others. What did life and death matter? The life and death trial loomed before him. Confronted with the specter of death, some faced it with serene laughter, others with cries for mercy, while some chose to flee. Yi Xian reveled in the experience. The life and death trial was no stranger to him. He had already traversed it, emerging from the depths of hell after the trials of the Tai Shurimo Jing, having miraculously survived against all odds. To Yi Xian, death no longer held any terror. Before long, Yi Xian approached the final stretch of the mundane path. Just one step remained, and he would personally step onto the mundane path. The red dust boat was within arm's reach. On the boat, Si Qing gazed at Yi Xian, whose presence was tantalizingly close. Her heart raced, and her lips parted, yearning to utter words of encouragement, yet no sound emerged, fearing to disturb Yi Xian. At that moment, she had forgotten whether he could aid her against Jiang Yunli, forgetting all reality. She simply wished to witness a moment of history. The other women felt similarly, holding their breath, their eyes wide in awe. Even the young masters along the shore had ceased their curses and ridicule. They anticipated that this man, who had bestowed upon them such disgrace, could take that final step. If he succeeded, it would not be a loss of face for them. The man who completed the mundane path would render their self-awareness and surrender insignificant. They would certainly not be ashamed. Even if he faltered at the last step, he would leave his name upon the mundane path. They had not expected such a prodigy to arise from the northern continent, and they wondered who would dare look down upon them henceforth. I do not know who he is. Do I even have the right to serve him? This group of young masters, who had little respect even for their own fathers, now gazed at Yi Xian with admiration. Yet, Li Mu's expression darkened. He believed he had discerned Yi Xian's identity, thinking him to be Jiang Yun Tian of the Wangfu. Was the Wangfu on the rise, having already produced a Jiang Yunli, and now another hidden dragon? Li Mu's very soul trembled at the thought of such a formidable Wangfu. What would his father do? A hidden dragon? The elder beside Li Mu shook his head. You underestimate the significance of completing the mundane path. It is not comparable to a hidden dragon. Is it more significant than a saint? A saint is merely a saint of a single sect. How many immortal traditions exist? For every saint, there exists an equal number of disciples. Every era has them, yet not every era possesses a prodigy who completes the mundane path. Li Mu's pupils dilated in shock. Quick, contact my sister. Let her see clearly. Si Qing is not wrong. Si Qing slammed the table with a triumphant flourish, brimming with confidence. She believed that Yi Xian would undoubtedly succeed in that final step. Chapter 33. Apologies. I am a transmigrator. The bronze mirror soon revealed the alluring and enchanting red dust woman. Had the mundane path concluded? Had he departed? The red dust woman's gaze was languid and casual, inadvertently highlighting her exquisite curves, causing the other women to blush. Humph. Si Qing proudly raised her head. Sister, you are mistaken. He is about to complete the mundane path. Do not underestimate him. You claim he will finish the mundane path? The red dust woman frowned, unconvinced. She had traversed the mundane path herself, and the allure of the red dust woman surpassed that of Si Qing, attracting even more exceptional talents. There were more than 1 or 2 seed-level individuals among the sect leaders, yet none had completed the mundane path. Soon, only the final hurdle remains, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, success is assured. Si Qing brimmed with confidence. The Hong Chen Nu fell silent for a moment. A single hurdle is still a hurdle. Precision in language is paramount. The figure of the Hong Chen Nu, who had briefly elevated herself, languidly sank back into her seat. Having overcome 8 challenges, her temperament was commendable, yet could not be deemed unparalleled. She had witnessed much. The gap between the 8th and 9th challenges may seem trivial, yet it is a chasm akin to the difference between 8,000 and 9,000 in terms of power. An individual with 8,000 potential may only ascend to the core disciple of an immortal lineage, but not become a progenitor. Only Jiang Yunli, a singular individual endowed with extraordinary fortune, could bridge the divide between 8,000 and 9,000. Sister, you underestimate him. Just wait. He will soon traverse the path of the mundane. Si Qing wrinkled her small nose, observing her younger sister. A flicker of concern passed through the depths of the Hong Chen Nu's eyes, and she asserted with a commanding tone, merely the 9th challenge. Do not be rash with the Hong Chen brew. The Hong Chen Nu was not reluctant to part with the brew. Rather, she recognized that her sister's emotional fluctuations upon mentioning the unfamiliar man, Yi Xing, were quite pronounced, a troubling sign indeed. It indicated a potential entrapment in a mundane world from which one could not extricate themselves. The Hong Chen brew, in her heart, was akin to her sister at this moment. Si Qing momentarily paused, for sisters are of one mind. She was not foolish and suddenly grasped her sister's intent. The lively expression on her cheeks faded, and with resolute tone, she remarked, "Sister, what do you mean? Do you not trust me? I merely harbor admiration, nothing more." The Hong Chun Nu responded coolly, "That is well. I merely caution you not to tread the path of missteps taken by our predecessors. If you do not believe me, come and witness for yourself. You will surely appreciate it." Si Qing was filled with confidence. He had not merely traversed the 8 challenges. His methods differed fundamentally from those of past prodigies, who were typically serene and devoid of desire, suppressing their innermost cravings. In contrast, he indulged yet maintained mastery over his desires. It was a different approach altogether. Not interested, thought the Hong Chun Nu, dismissing the man Jiang Yunli had forsaken. Although he may be exceptional, he does not rise to the pinnacle. Despite her disdain for him, she trusted her own judgment. The Hong Chun Nu held little interest, her heart perpetually comparing herself to her greatest rival, Jiang Yunli. Those whom Jiang Yunli had abandoned, whatever the reason, they were still abandoned. She intended to claim those who had been disregarded. Is that not akin to reaping the benefits of others' toil? When he truly completes the path of the mundane, perhaps I shall grant him an audience. Sister, then you may await your encounter with him. The Hong Chun Nu merely smiled. She did not believe Ye Heng could surmount the final challenge. It was exceedingly formidable. Historically, the final challenge had thwarted countless prodigies, herself included, who had traversed the mundane path only to falter at the last hurdle. Recalling the trials faced at the final challenge, even after the passage of time, a flicker of anger and trepidation still sparkled in her eyes. What makes Ye Heng think he can conquer the final challenge? It is impossible. Unless Jiang Yunli is a woman of unparalleled folly. Is she? If she were, she would not deserve to shatter the records of the Feng Tian sect, ascending to become a saintess without extraordinary talent. On the path of the mundane, Ye Heng took the last step. All that he saw, heard, and experienced were mere illusions. Mom? Dad? The coldness in Ye Heng's gaze ignited an explosive wave of emotion. He beheld his parents, the family he missed day and night. Who? Who did this? Ye Heng surveyed the chamber, where his parents were bound to chairs, bloodied and seemingly subjected to unspeakable torment. Ye Heng attempted to move, only to discover he, too, was shackled, immobile. The vital energy within him had vanished. An icy, bone-chilling murderous aura emanated from Ye Heng. Helpless, he could do nothing. Ye Heng, you are but an ant. How dare you contend with me? My father is the divine spear marquis. You wish to oppose me? I shall ensure your entire family suffers. The arrogant Ling Yunfei emerged. In the outside world, Si Qing's expression was tense. This is excessive. The path of the mundane is excessive. How can it involve parents? Who devised this? This path is utterly despicable. She could not help but disdain the path of the mundane. Is this something a human could contrive? Their hearts are so foul. This challenge is rooted in wrath. While venerable elders may see beyond fame and fortune, and some may face life and death with equanimity, each individual harbors cherished people and possessions, family, friends, and sections. In this challenge, one must witness those they hold dear endure torment. Who can endure the destruction of everything they cherish before their eyes? The Hong Chun Nu spoke with a lingering unease. She herself could not let go of her sister or the Hong Chun sect, and thus faltered at this juncture. This challenge demands utter detachment. One must relinquish all. Should anger reach a certain threshold, even inaction can lead to failure. Only those who possess absolute indifference can prevail. Si Qing found herself in a quandary, uncertain whether to hope for Ye Heng's success, for success would signify he is utterly devoid of sentiment. Yet, the original Hong Chun Xianzun did not intend to select individuals devoid of emotion. Rather, he sought those of utmost kindness and purity, as such individuals would greatly benefit our cultivation. Utmost kindness and purity? Si Qing could not help but scoff inwardly. You devised such a twisted challenge. Even if one is not devoid of emotion, they will undoubtedly bear psychological scars, which hardly aligns with the notion of kindness. Only those of supreme kindness, filled with goodwill towards the world, can believe in the goodness of the world and trust that those they cherish will not be harmed by it. The Hong Chun Nu could not help but reveal a trace of sardonic smile. The world is cruel. Even children know there are villains. Contrary to expectations, the individuals the original Hong Chun Xianzun yearned for have never materialized. Historically, Those few who crossed the final challenge were all devoid of sentiment. Thus, the Hong Nu harbored no belief that Ye Heng could genuinely overcome the final challenge. Absolute indifference is somewhat plausible, but he is certainly not of supreme kindness. In the illusion, Ye Heng's steps faltered as he gazed upon his pitiful parents. Ling Yunfei, parents, his anger dissipated swiftly, replaced by clarity. Fake, you are all illusions. Ye Heng instantly perceived the truth. His parents were not of this world. How could they possibly be captured by Ling Yunfei? His parents were Ye Heng's Achilles heel. Yet in this world, he had no vulnerabilities. As a transmigrator, his parents could only exist in his memories. The logical fallacy allowed Ye Heng to see through the illusion. The original Hong, Chan Xianzun, could never have anticipated the existence of a transmigrator as a cheat. Chapter 34. The shock of the Hong Chen knew. It is done. It is done. Si Qing exclaimed with exuberance, her joyous footfalls echoing like a jubilant symphony aboard the vessel. Sister, he has succeeded. He has triumphantly crossed the final hurdle. Succeeded? The Hong Chenu's indifferent gaze suddenly sharpened. Her enchanting brows furrowed slightly, tinged with confusion and astonishment. How'd he do it? Is he truly devoid of sentiment? But it was too swift. An individual of absolute indifference can remain unperturbed, coldly witnessing the gradual destruction and humiliation of those they hold dear. This process is long and agonizing. Seeking Gzmirkt. I shall not divulge the details. Quickly recount what transpired in the illusion, every detail, including his emotional shifts and the minutest of movements. The tone of Hong Nu became urgent, unable to conceal her shock and curiosity. This was the first time Si Qing had witnessed her sister's emotions in such turmoil. With a hint of pride, she remarked, "Sister, did you not say he could not achieve this?" Hong Nu's expression stiffened, glaring unfavorably at her reckless sister. Si Qing felt a thrill of fear. Yet upon seeing her sister in the mirror, her lips curled in a playful smile. "Sister, you must admit you were mistaken. You underestimated him." Hong Nu, proud as ever, feigned indifference and stated, "Yet the world has gained another heartless lunatic, which is no blessing for humanity. Such a person is harmful if encountered. Si Qing, you must not meet him." "You are wrong, sister, utterly wrong," Si Qing retorted triumphantly. "He has seen through the illusion, deeming it a mere fantasy." Hong Nu's previously nonchalant demeanor suddenly tightened, her ears flushing red, overwhelmed by the shock that disrupted her usual composure, replaced by a heated fervor. "What did you say?" Her breath quickened, her chest rising and falling tumultuously, shattering her habitual calmness, making her even more alluring. "Speak quickly." Si Qing sensed an unprecedented seriousness from her sister and refrained from jest. She recounted how he had witnessed his parents in disgrace, initially filled with rage and a desire to rescue them, only to halt and declare that it was all a facade, not reality. Si Qing swiftly explained the details of the illusion, which were scant. "He has seen through the illusion?" Hong Nu was taken aback. He must be lost within it. How could he see through it, and why? Having personally experienced the depths of the illusion, Hong Nu knew well the disorientation it caused, blurring the lines between reality and deception. In other words, he saw his dishonored parents, but did not believe it to be true, doubting that they could be humiliated by others. Where did this confidence stem from? How could he harbor such conviction? Hong Nu understood Nai Xing's circumstances through her sister Si Qing. He possessed no background, no status, and had even offended the Rui dynasty, becoming a fugitive, living in constant peril, with his life hanging by a thread. What gave him the audacity to think his parents would remain unscathed? Surely, he could not naively believe that the Rui dynasty would spare his family. Could he? Was it based on his strength? While his talents were remarkable, talent alone does not equate to power. In the eyes of the Rui dynasty and the Feng Tian sect, his accomplishments were insignificant, let alone his identity as a criminal. Even if he were a descendant of an immortal lineage, he could not possess absolute assurance that his family would never suffer disgrace. History has shown that dynasties have fallen, and immortal lineages have vanished. Unless one possesses the strength to reshape an era, no one can claim absolute certainty, not even Hong Nu herself, who faltered in her final trial due to a lack of guaranteed security. Sister, how did he achieve this?" Si Qing called out, filled with curiosity. Yet aware that her knowledge paled in comparison to her sister's, she sought guidance. After calling several times without response, She noticed her sister's expression had frozen, her gaze vacant. Never mind, sister, continue your thoughts. You're not interested in him anyway. I shall take my leave. Siqing hung up before Hongshan Nu could react. In the realm, Hongshan Nu vanished. Thousands of miles away, upon witnessing her sister's disappearance in the mirror, her brows furrowed. That insufferable, petty sister, how infuriating. Yet her inner pride and dignity prevented her from reaching out to seek an audience. A man capable of traversing the path of Hongshan possesses a pride deeper than anyone else. My dear sister, you are still too young. He does not act for you. He acts for me. With an unwavering confidence, Hongshan Nu believed that merely her name could captivate souls. Eventually, he would seek her out. Surely, Jiang Yunli. How would you feel knowing that the man you abandoned could complete the path of Hongshan? This thought brought her joy as she contemplated her old rival. You will surely regret this for a lifetime. If he truly succeeds, we will have witnessed a miracle. In our northern continent, someone has traversed the path of Hongshan. What right do others have to look down upon us? Ha ha ha. Soon we will be the ones looking down upon others. Let them produce a peerless genius capable of completing the path of Hongshan. The young masters on the shore cheered with excitement. As mere spectators, they too felt a sense of pride. Surely, he cannot be one of our northern continent's own. We have no such prodigy. Some questioned Knight Xing's identity. If such a genius existed, his renown in the northern continent would surely rival Jiang Yunli's. Yet they had never heard of him before. I care not. This is still the northern continent. The glory belongs to us for someone completing the path of Hongshan here. The young masters continued to cheer and shout, eager to spread the astonishing news to the world. But wait, the master merely needed to board the Hongshan ship. How did he manage to complete it? The murderer held his head in despair, questioning the validity of it all. Perhaps it was merely a whim of the master. He likely never anticipated the simplicity of the path of Hongshan. I am merely curious how incompetent one must be to fail at the first step. The blood demon and others cast silent glances at the murderer. What say you? The murderer, feeling utterly defeated, could no longer argue that those of the demonic path seldom traveled far on the path of Hongshan, as it was a fact. Thus, very few prodigies of the demonic path had participated in it. However, that reasoning no longer held weight. The master practiced the first ancestral scripture of the demonic path. Oui din les démoniques techniques. He was closer to the essence of the demonic than any ordinary practitioner. The master was a prodigy. The murderer could only console himself with this thought. The master was beyond human comparison. Knight Xing completed the path of Hongshan, stepping into the coveted Hongshan ship that every man dreams of entering. Behind him were gazes filled with envy from countless men. Knight Xing traversed through the vibrant light, his feet landing on the tangible deck. Before him stood a dozen breathtaking women, their eyes sparkling as they gazed at him. Knight Xing regarded them with calm eyes. Each one was exquisite, some graceful and dignified, others lively and playful, with an enchanting allure. They all wore radiant smiles, welcoming Knight Xing, their sole guest. Knight Xing's gaze fell upon Siqing amidst the crowd, strikingly beautiful, yet akin to an innocent maiden, dressed in feathered attire with bare feet. Her silver anklets added a touch of lively charm. You? Knight Xing recognized her. You are not that woman from the illusion. Siqing's elegant and stunning countenance faltered. Chapter 35. A peaceful world for eternity on the Hongshan ship. With small bridges and flowing water, there were gardens in bloom. Knight Xing sat at a sandalwood table, his cloak laid upon its surface. A refined lady dressed in moon-white attire delicately held a green porcelain tea set, her fingers deftly teasing the tea leaves. This is this year's spring tea, freshly picked from deep in the EC. A lively girl with bright eyes smiled as she presented an array of royal pastries from a food box. These are all secret royal delicacies. A pink-hued, enchanting lady gently fanned herself. The fragrant incense mingled with her scent, filling the air with an intoxicating aroma. Before him, several women in court attire prepared to dance, their curves elegant and waist supple. In a pavilion, a poetically serene woman played the guqin, her graceful melodies echoing aboard the Hongshan ship, unheard and unseen by those on the shore. The Hongshan ship bestowed the highest honors. The true beauty of the realm lay before him, with an alluring combination of color, fragrance, and taste. What man could withstand such temptation? Let us cease. Yi Xian extended his hand to halt the teacup, declaring, there is no need for such complications. If I can offer my devotion without bearing any responsibilities, I am willing. Otherwise, let us dismiss the rest. Such trivialities are unnecessary and only serve to incite further irritation. Yi Xian had come with a purpose and did not wish to squander time amidst the melodic whispers. As the music faded and the dance came to a halt, the most enchanting woman in pink beside him lowered her head silently under the overpowering gaze of Yi Xian. Offering oneself? Such directness was rather excessive, especially considering the innocence of these unworldly maidens. They had never encountered a man so boldly forthright. The boys of their past had been eager to present themselves as paragons of virtue, scarcely daring to gaze upon them. "Everyone, please withdraw," Si Qing interjected, breaking the stilted atmosphere. The women retreated, casting complex glances at the unyielding Yi Xian. He was a man of intricate depths, inscrutable to them. Once all had departed, only Si Qing and Yi Xian remained in the courtyard. "You are a good person," Si Qing stated affirmatively while gazing at Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at her in astonishment. Did she lack discernment? To not consider him a rogue or an ill-mannered man was one thing, but to label him a good person? You did this intentionally. Having traversed the mortal realm, the aura you possess is an irresistible elixir for them, aiding their cultivation. Yet, they are naive and easily ensnared. Once trapped, they can never escape. "You are a good person," Si Qing reiterated her conviction. Her judgment was based on Yi Xian's completed journey through the mortal world, particularly the final tribulation, which assured her of his inherent goodness. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, indifferent. "It matters not whether I am good or bad." He regarded Si Qing earnestly and inquired, "I wish to know everything about the Feng Tianjiao." Si Qing was not surprised. Aware of Yi Xian's background, she anticipated his inquiry regarding the Feng Tianjiao. She did not withhold her knowledge and pondered before responding. To understand the Feng Tianjiao, one must grasp its tenets, severing worldly ties, purifying worldly tribulations, and mending the voids of heaven and earth. Such grand ideals elucidated why the Feng Tianjiao and the Hong Chunjiao were at odds. Their philosophies were fundamentally opposed. The Hong Chunjiao embraced the mortal realm, while the Feng Tianjiao sought to sever it. They were natural adversaries. Disciples of the Feng Tianjiao regarded their tenets as the highest pursuit in life, proclaiming a willingness to sacrifice everything for the sake of all living beings. Si Qing smiled, and Yi Xian could not help but join her in laughter. Their smiles bore a striking resemblance, both laced with irony. Si Qing, well-versed in the Feng Tianjiao's typical conduct, knew they cloaked their self-serving actions in the guise of moral righteousness. Yi Xian, on the other hand, was reminded of Jiang Yunli's deeds, the countless tragedies he had witnessed during the drought, while she, the so-called saintess of the Feng Tianjiao, claimed to dedicate everything to the world. Was that not absurd? Yet, the disciples of the Feng Tianjiao believed in their own righteousness. As long as they perceived their sacrifices as significant, their speed of cultivation increased, aligning them more closely with the teachings. Si Qing elaborated, "This is no mere exaggeration. It is a tangible shortcut beneficial to their practice." Yi Xian frowned slightly, suddenly recalling something. The god Gun Marquis planned to rebel for his only son, threatening the lives of all? What had seemed a laughable rationale now appeared far more complex. "It seems you understand. I am uncertain of the specifics regarding your encounter with Jiang Yunli 2 years ago, but it is clear that you greatly assisted her in joining the Feng Tianjiao. Logically, as a princess, she was not raised by the Feng Tianjiao, and her innate talents fell short of the extraordinary. Thus, joining the Feng Tianjiao should not have been easy. Yet she succeeded, indicating a profound resonance with their teachings. Perhaps you are indeed significant to Jiang Yunli. The more she cares for you, the greater she perceives her sacrifices, propelling her further along the path of the Feng Tianjiao." Yi Xian had previously believed himself abandoned, merely a pawn in the exchange of interest between the royal palace and the god Gun Marquis. Evidently, his worth was greater than he had realized. Yet, such a ludicrous justification. Could she genuinely believe it? Only by steadfastly believing her sacrifices were monumental could she derive any effect from them. Yi Xian mused, puzzled. The grandiose declarations of the god Gun Marquis' betrayal seemed absurd. Any person with a modicum of sense would find them implausible. This was the insidious nature of the Feng Tianjiao's disciples. They excelled at sanctifying their actions. transforming even the most heinous deeds into noble sacrifices for the greater good in their own minds. Ye Heng comprehended their method, to rationalize their actions as just, to moralize them. Even the most nefarious acts could be cloaked in righteousness, and even the most trivial matters could be dismissed with their self-constructed logic. 2 years ago, you were merely imprisoned, not executed. This was not due to her kindness, but rather her self-deception. She could not reconcile the act of killing you within herself, so she kept you alive. Yet as long as she found a reason that sat well with her conscience, your death would not impede her cultivation. Ye Heng realized with clarity. The uncertainties that had plagued him were now illuminated. He had always found it perplexing that she would send people to the prison. Her motives had seemed convoluted. Now, he understood her inner thoughts, which were repugnant. Ye Heng queried, how did she become the saintess of the Feng Tianjiao? 2 years prior, she had sacrificed him, thus acquiring the opportunity to join the Feng Tianjiao. However, the distance between an ordinary disciple and a saintess was vast. Whom had she sacrificed, and what deeds had she performed? Si Qing's demeanor grew wary. She is not simple. Although I detest the Feng Tianjiao's customary practices, Jiang Yunli is a remarkable woman. At times, I cannot help but admire her ambition and spirit. As a foe, Si Qing genuinely acknowledged her. The recognition and respect from an adversary was the highest honor. Ye Heng's curiosity deepened it. What extraordinary feat had she accomplished to earn such reverence from her rivals? Shortly after joining the Feng Tianjiao, she uttered a profound declaration that reportedly resonated throughout the world, drawing the favor of the heavens, to establish the heart for the heavens and earth, to establish life for the populace, to inherit the teachings of the ancients, and to usher in peace for all generations. Chapter 36. The thieving saintess to establish the heart for the heavens and earth, to establish life for the populace, to inherit the teachings of the ancients, and to usher in peace for all generations. What? Ye Heng could not help but strike the table and rise. The 4 sentences of Henku. How could he not be aware of them? You too were moved by the grand spirit embodied in these lines, were you not? These 4 sentences are destined to be recited endlessly. They have become the new pinnacle of aspiration for the disciples of the Feng Tianjiao, Si Qing remarked, her voice brimming with excitement. She observed the standing Ye Heng, knowing that she too felt the same stirring of emotions upon first hearing them. These 4 sentences aligned perfectly with the tenets of the Feng Tianjiao. Although the claims of resonating with the heavens may be exaggerated, when Jiang Yunli recited these lines, it caused the revered treasure of the Feng Tianjiao, the Bu Tian Ding, to resonate for the first time in millennia due to a single disciple. Had Jiang Yunli's cultivation been higher, she might have already claimed mastery over the Bu Tian Ding. Yet all were aware that as long as she continued to grow stronger, she would ultimately gain full control over the Bu Tian Ding. The recognition of the town's treasured artifact, the Beauties, marked the greatest stroke of fortune for Jiang Yunli. The essence of heaven and earth absorbed within the Beauties over the course of a millennium cleansed her marrow and enhanced her innate constitution, allowing her to cultivate the teachings of the Feng Tianjiao with a speed and potential rivaling that of the sect leader himself. Most importantly, she had the opportunity to wield the Beauties, making her ascension to the status of a holy maiden almost effortless. Si Qing's words were laced with envy, even jealousy. She was a core disciple of the undying Taoist lineage, and her sister was a renowned figure within the realm of humanity, holding a position of great esteem. With access to the finest scriptures and rare treasures, she was never in want. However, the sect leader's weapon, the Taoist armament, was a rarity even within the undying Taoist lineage, and Si Qing lacked the qualification to even meet it. Each era of the undying Taoist lineage had its own sect leader, surrounded by numerous elder practitioners capable of unleashing great power with the Taoist armament. Yet only the first generation had the ability to establish a bond with it. For subsequent generations, forging such a bond was a Herculean task, akin to ascending to the heavens. Over countless millennia, such instances were few and far between. To have the Taoist armament acknowledge its master guaranteed a future as a sect leader of the highest caliber, a true powerhouse. Therefore, do not underestimate Jiang Yunli out of spite. She is formidable. Si Qing was cautioning Ye Heng. You possess a temperament that surpasses your peers, yet in all other aspects, you cannot compare to Jiang Yunli. Applause echoed as Siqing looked at the clapping Yeshing in confusion. Are you all right? While that verse is indeed extraordinary, she is your adversary. Surely, you do not applaud her in acquiescence. Have you become one of Jiang Yunli's admirers? Jiang Yunli, splendidly done. She truly is remarkable. Yeshing couldn't help but smile. He was more familiar with the Henke Siju than anyone else in this world. Jiang Yunli was not a time traveler. Rather, these 4 lines were spoken to her by Yeshing. He recalled vividly their private conversation when she had inquired about his aspirations. At that time, wanting to impress her, he recited the Henku Siju, and Jiang Yunli had gazed at him with admiration, which filled Yeshing with satisfaction. It turned out this was the true reason behind his reminiscence. Yeshing calculated the timeline. It had been less than a month since he recited the Henke Siju. Back then, he had been preparing to accompany Jiang Yunli to the Fengtianjiao. Her dream was to join the Fengtianjiao, while he sought a change from the blood-soaked night watch department. Thus he proposed to accompany her. Yet, within that month, the wedding scandal erupted, and as a result, Yeshing lost his opportunity to join the Fengtianjiao. I underestimated you. You truly drained me dry, leaving nothing behind. So ruthless. You exploited me to the fullest while suffering no loss yourself, gaining immense benefits instead. You might even embellish your actions in your mind, believing yourself to be the righteous one, the victim here. Are you all right? Siqing looked at Yeshing, concerned by his unusual demeanor. Upon hearing her news, did despair drive him to madness? I wish to know, does theft hold any weight? Is the Taoist armament truly so inexpensive? Siqing took a moment to process, her eyes widening as she leaned forward, staring blankly at Yeshing. What did you say? Theft? The shocking words she spoke. Were they theft? Was it your theft? Siqing's gaze fixed intently on Yeshing, oblivious to how close she was leaning against him. Yes, the Henke Siju. She is unworthy. Although I too am a literary plagiarist, I merely echo the words of our ancestors. How could they possibly quarrel with the younger generation? But Jiang Yunli, what right does she have to monopolize the Henke Siju? It was you after all. Siqing's mind was in turmoil, as the silver bells on her ankles chimed in a flurry. Her steps faltered, her breath quickened, and her facial features betrayed her inner unrest. She had never anticipated such a monumental secret. After a lengthy pause, she began to regain her composure, looking at Yeshing with sympathy. How pitiful. She couldn't help but feel the injustice for Yeshing. Everything had been taken from her, her life stolen. All that Jiang Yunli possessed was rightfully yours. She knew of Yeshing's talent, which, though inferior to Jiang Yunli's, was complemented by his temperament, making him no lesser in potential. Had Yeshing joined the Fengtianjiao, there would have been no holy maiden in this generation, but rather a holy son, a figure of immense admiration destined to become the future sect leader. Yet all was usurped by Jiang Yunli, leaving you merely a prisoner with an uncertain future, a disgraced and reviled prisoner. Siqing felt even more furious and indignant than Yeshing. Contemplating Yeshing's question, Siqing pondered for a moment before sharing her own thoughts. Mere theft would scarcely resonate with the Taoist armament. But if Jiang Yunli had intended to fulfill her friend's dreams, even convincing herself that you, Yeshing, had changed and were unworthy of the esteemed verses, then she would naturally feel justified in usurping them. Why not expose her theft of your revered verses? Even if it bears little consequence and does not affect her status as a holy maiden, it would serve to humiliate her. Siqing could not contain her suggestion. Such a secret must not remain hidden. The world should know of her thievery. In the end, a woman will always resort to her own methods of revenge. Yeshing, however, appeared to regain his composure. Siqing questioned, what do you mean? Do you look down on women? Are you belittling my methods? Is my suggestion not worthy? Let the world see her true nature as a thief. Even if she finds a way to justify herself, a thief remains a thief. This cannot be washed away. It may inflict some damage upon her. A few rumors would be beneficial. As for how to make her suffer, Yeshing had 100 methods at his disposal. Chapter 37. The princess stopped at nothing to find him and win him over regarding how to retaliate against Jiang Yunli. Yeshing was reluctant to elaborate. That was his personal matter. What is Jiang Yunli's current realm? To confront her, one must first understand her capabilities, at least at the 5th realm, though it is uncertain whether she has ascended to the 6th realm, the Divine Hall stage. Siqing could not provide an accurate answer. Since joining the Fengtianjiao, Jiang Yunli had seldom ventured out, and thus, there were no records of her battles with outsiders to indicate her current level. Yeshing remained unperturbed. for it was as he had anticipated. Before his imprisonment, 2 years prior, Jiang Yunli had already reached the fourth realm, the Wanyu realm, and with her fortune, it was impossible that she had not progressed in those 2 years. What scriptures and techniques does the Fengtian Jiao possess? Her abilities are also crucial. Certain abilities might even hold the power to kill upon first encounter. Without knowledge of her capabilities, an untimely demise could easily befall one. The Fengtian Jiao scripture is the Butian Jing, granting mastery over the forces of nature, commanding winds and rains, summoning thunder and sun, claiming to govern all celestial phenomena. However, they are comprehensive yet lacking in finesse, Yexing remarked. Siqing blinked her wide eyes in astonishment, gazing at Yexing. She had expected him to react with caution or shock upon hearing this. Yet he offered such an evaluation instead. You are absolutely right. It is indeed accurate that if one could truly grasp all celestial phenomena, the Fengtian Jiao would have long since ascended above all other doctrines. Regrettably, since its inception, Fengtian Jiao has harbored dreams of elevating the Butian Jing to the status of the ancestral scripture, yet it has persistently fallen short, plagued by its own insatiable greed. The tone of Siqing carried a hint of disdain as she compared herself to the ancestors of the Hong Chan Jiao, who similarly aspired to encompass all worldly matters within a single scripture, revealing a gluttony akin to that of a snake attempting to swallow an elephant. In truth, the ancestors cannot be entirely blamed. There are whispered legends of a singular scripture capable of encapsulating myriad paths, surpassing all others in authority, with the Butian Jing and the Hongchun Jing drawing inspiration from it. Alas, such tales have long since faded into myth. Upon uttering these thoughts, Siqing felt a pang of regret, realizing her words had been somewhat indiscreet. It was not a matter of revealing secrets, but rather a concern that she might awaken Yi Xian's latent desires, fearing that he might entertain notions about the fabled scripture, which could lead to his undoing. That scripture had already become a relic of the past, best forgotten. Yi Xian remained silent, undoubtedly aware that the legendary scripture mentioned by Siqing was none other than his own Tai Shi Mo Jing. Siqing deftly shifted the conversation, cautioning him not to underestimate the Butian Jing. While it may not rival the ancestral scriptures, it remains among the highest echelon of teachings. I possess the ability to challenge it, as the doctrines of the Hongchun Jiao are not inferior to the Butian Jing and exist on an equal plane. The path of the killing god does not boast a comparable doctrine. Thus, I do not belittle your potential. But relying solely on yourself and the current state of the killing god path, you will not pose a threat to Jiang Yunli in the near future. Alternatively, you might consider my previous suggestion of publicly shaming Jiang Yunli. Siqing reiterated her plan, yet Yi Xian offered no response. Instead, he inquired about information concerning the Da Rui dynasty. Jiang Yunli was not merely the holy maiden of Fengtian Jiao. She was also a princess of the Da Rui dynasty, a formidable entity whose threats surpassed those of many immortal doctrines. While Yi Xian was aboard the Hong Chen ship, gathering the most elusive intelligence, news of his completion of the Hongchan path reverberated throughout the northern continent. The Jinwang Mansion, situated 1,000 miles away within the northern continent, learned of this development immediately. Although no one from the Jinwang Mansion openly participated in the Hongchan path, such significant events inevitably attracted the scrutiny of spies, with numerous families conveying first-hand information to the Jinwang Mansion. As Yi Xian conversed with Siqing aboard the Hong Chen ship, a parallel dialogue unfolded within the Jinwang Mansion. Jiang Yunli, gazing through a bronze mirror, regarded Jiang Yunyang with a sense of resignation. She was indifferent to Siqing and the Hongchan path she had initiated, fully aware of her ill intentions, yet unconcerned. The outcome of the Hongchun path held little interest for her. The younger generation of the northern continent could not capture her attention. Nonetheless, she patiently listened, her eyes betraying a sisterly affection for her brother. Dear sister, you are unaware that this time, the Hongchun path is traversed by a solitary individual. Ha ha! Siqing of the Hongchan Jiao has brought great shame upon herself by unexpectedly arriving in the northern continent, surely harboring ill intentions toward you. She deserves it, Jiang Yunyang exclaimed with delight. In his eyes, no celestial being could ever compare to his sister. The image of Jiang Yunli in the mirror remained cold and distant, a fairy untouched by the mundane. Word has it that the sole mysterious figure has completed the Hongchan path, but what does it matter? In the end, it is merely a solitary journey, the least and most humiliating of all Hong Chun paths. Jiang Yunyang continued unabated. He failed to notice the change in Jiang Yunli's expression, her icy demeanor shifting as she pondered the implications of such a feat. Is there something amiss, sister? It is merely the completion of the Hong Chun path. Jiang Yunyang queried, perplexed, for his understanding of the Hong Chun path was limited. You say someone has completed the Hong Chun path. Jiang Yunli's calm words concealed an undeniable shock and skepticism. Rumors spread, and she demanded verification of their authenticity. With the assistance of Jiang Yunyang's inquiries, they soon confirmed the truth. The news, now substantiated, revealed that someone from the younger generation of the northern continent had indeed achieved this remarkable feat. Sister, is completing the Hong Chun path truly impressive? Jiang Yunyang asked, a hint of envy creeping into his voice, surprised by his sister's apparent reverence for this individual. It had been a century since anyone completed the Hong Chun path, not because Jiang Yunli deemed it beneath her, but because she believed it was within her grasp. Jiang Yunyang held unwavering confidence in his sister's abilities. Jiang Yunli, however, merely smiled and shook her head, though she had never traversed the Hong Chun path. She understood it well. Deep within, her noble and proud heart harbored doubts about her own capacity to complete it. To finish the Hong Chun path signifies the possession of unparalleled qualities among the youth. Jiang Yunli's tone carried a note of envy, for such a talent is a rare find. Yet, Jiang Yunyang dismissed her sentiment, questioning whether character could surpass innate talent. As one ascends, the demands of character grow more stringent. Eventually, character becomes paramount. Jiang Yunli insisted, her astonished gaze betraying her curiosity. Who is he? In that moment, she yearned to uncover his identity. Unbeknownst to her, shrouded in a cloak, he concealed his true self. Jiang Yunyang shook his head. The news indicates he is male, has traversed the killing god path, and is under 30. There is no one of such caliber in the northern continent. Some speculate it might be her third brother, Jiang Yuntian. Could it truly be him? Impossible, Jiang Yunli retorted decisively. Though Jiang Yuntian is exceptional, he cannot be the one. Even his family, he is unworthy. Then it remains a mystery. Is he truly that significant? Jiang Yunyang, a devoted brother, was more concerned about why Jiang Yunli placed such importance on a stranger. Very significant, Jiang Yunli affirmed. I will go to any lengths to find him and win him over. Chapter 38. He cannot be Yi Xian, dear sister. Do you wish to recruit him? Or do you fear the Hong Chun Jiao might claim him? Jiang Yunli shook her head. A person with such character is certainly not one to bow low. His contribution to my cultivation is vital. The Feng Tian path demands not only a vision to save the world's populace, but also tangible action. Yet, there are shortcuts to be taken, such as harnessing the strength of others. Should he flourish along the killing god path, he could become the mightiest warrior, potentially creating the doctrine of the killing god. With his assistance, the turmoil of the world could be quelled, ushering in an era of peace. Jiang Yunli harbored grand ambitions, aspiring to surpass the achievements of all past leaders of the Feng Tian Jiao. To accomplish what previous generations could not, she must harness external support. Presently, this individual, brimming with potential, stands as the optimal choice. Indeed, if the world's foremost warrior were to align with us, your chances of becoming empress would be significantly greater. Jiang Yunyang's eyes sparkled with excitement. I act for the sake of the world, not for the sake of a throne, Jiang Yunli replied, her brows furrowing slightly. Yes, yes. I spoke out of turn. Jiang Yunyang hastily scolded himself. I must refrain from such talk. Certain matters should remain unspoken, particularly in your presence, lest they disrupt your cultivation. However, now that he had entered the Hong Chun ship, what if the Hong Chun Jiao attempted to recruit him? Jiang Yunyang felt a twinge of anxiety. Si Qing was the sister of the Hong Chun woman, who was an adversary in Jiang Yunli's destiny. It matters not. The Hong Chun Jiao cannot provide significant aid to the killing god path. Jiang Yunli remained untroubled, for the killing god path flourished in the crucible of battle, and the best training grounds are the blood-soaked battlefields, all of which are intertwined with the Darui dynasty. She is a princess of the Darui dynasty, yet her identity remains a mystery. Jiang Yunyang, with a helpless gesture, reveals that even he is unaware of who she is and how to garner her favor. Jiang Yunli begins to ponder over the renowned figures within the realm, those who possess strength at the Four Realms level or belong to the Sharon Dao. They are certainly not nameless individuals. Who could it be? Jiang Yunyang immediately commands his subordinates to gather information on any Sharon Dao experts in Beizhou and its surrounding territories. As he swiftly browses through the reports, he notes that all the individuals are over 30 years of age. With a sigh, he suddenly spots a bounty notice, the only one devoid of an age marker, a killer for realm strength, age unknown, true name undisclosed. Could it be him? No, the killer must already be over 30. Jiang Yunli quickly dismisses this possibility, recalling that she had heard of the killer's infamous name for over a decade. He must be at least in his 40s now. With no suitable candidates emerging, could it possibly be Yi Xing? Jiang Yunyang draws a connection between the killer and Yi Xing, both having recently escaped from Lake Prison and involved in the turmoil of Yinlong City. Yi Xing, why would you think of him? Jiang Yunli frowns. I was just rambling. It couldn't possibly be him, absolutely not. Jiang Yunyang feels foolish for even suggesting it. Frowning in contemplation, Jiang Yunli wonders if it might indeed be Yi Xing. After a prolonged reflection, she resolutely concludes it cannot be him. After all, having just emerged from Lake Prison, it would be remarkable for him to even be alive, let alone possess strength at the Four Realms level. Whenever there is an opportunity, Jiang Yunyang seizes the chance to belittle Yi Xing, for he had previously been so close to his sister. A nuisance. His temperament would never pass muster. Jiang Yunli deduces that it is not merely strength, but character that disqualifies him. Recalling everything about Yi Xing, she remembers his greed and lechery, how even after exhausting tasks, he would not forget to touch corpses, and how he would frequent brothels in his leisure time. A vulgar individual indeed. He is fearful of pain and death. During the early stages of training, he would wail about his suffering, and while on missions, he was more cautious than anyone else, terrified of dying. He cannot comprehend the cycle of life and death. The first time he saw a corpse, he vomited and couldn't eat for 3 days. When witnessing a comrade's death, he fell into a deep depression for a month. There are far too many details that unequivocally prove that his character is that of an ordinary person. It simply cannot be him. He would not be able to traverse even one trial along the path of worldly affairs. As long as it is not Yi Xing, then anyone else completing the journey through the mortal realm is inconsequential. As long as she can find him, Jiang Yunli is absolutely confident in her ability to win him over, especially if it means drawing him away from the Hongshan sect. Jiang Yunli inquires, are there any individuals from the royal mansion around the Hongshan ship? Yes. There are spies and several disciples from various families who also heed the royal mansion. Jiang Yunli frowns. These individuals lack the weight to demonstrate sincerity. For someone who has traversed the path of worldly affairs, even the highest honors would be warranted. If she were in Beizhou herself, she would not hesitate to visit personally. Have the spies invite him to the royal mansion in my name. She orders without hesitation. Understood. After ending the call, Jiang Yunli waits quietly for the next communication. She is confident that the next person to appear on the other side of the mirror will undoubtedly be that exceptional young talent, renowned for his unparalleled character. After a considerable time, Jiang Yunli recalls that she had originally intended to inquire about Yi Xing's whereabouts, but she had forgotten. It does not matter. Compared to that extraordinary individual, Yi Xing's fate, be it life or death, capture or escape, is no longer significant. He has lost his value. On the Hongshan ship, Yi Xing learns numerous secrets about the Da Rui dynasty from Si Qingkong, understanding which powers and figures require vigilance. He also requests her assistance in gathering information on all the immortal lineages and major forces to gain a better understanding of this world. Additionally, he seeks to discover where to find the level of thunder and extreme yang techniques that belong to a master. He asks Si Qing to collect information on the surrounding forces, particularly the demonic sects, as they possess many resources essential for his cultivation. Si Qing agrees to all his requests. This is the status befitting a guest who has traversed the path of worldly affairs. Having acquired what he sought, Yi Xing does not intend to linger on the Hongshan ship, which is the envy of men across the realm, and prepares to depart. Si Qing watches Yi Xing rise with a hint of concern. Are you all right? Knowing so much, realizing the truth, understanding what you have lost, and comprehending the terrors of the Fengtian sect and the Da Rui dynasty, can you bear it? Today, objectives have been accomplished, and Yi Xing feels satisfied, assuring her that everything is fine. Do not worry. Jiang Yunli has my sister to deal with matters for you, and she will surely help you take revenge. Would you like to meet my sister? She is a woman of the Hongshan. Si Qing is certain that her sister, the woman of the Hongshan, would be of great interest to Yi Xing. Her highest grade, worldly aura will undoubtedly aid him in his cultivation. She will be the best partner for him along the path of the Hongshan. Si Qing internally restrains her impulses, even contemplating whether to forcibly keep Yi Xing by her side to assist her in her training. No need, Yi Xing declines, showing little interest in the woman of the Hongshan. Si Qing's pupils narrow in surprise. This is the first time someone has disregarded her sister and outright refused her. Could it be that in his mind, the woman of the Hongshan cannot compare to a courtesan? Yi Xing is already close to exiting the courtyard when she snaps back to reality. You forgot to wear your cloak. She notices the cloak left behind on the table. It's a gift for you. Without looking back, Yi Xing waves his hand nonchalantly and steps away, leaving no trace. Hiding his identity while traversing the path of worldly affairs is merely Yi Xing's way of avoiding trouble. He does not wish to be cornered by the Imperial Army at the riverbank after leaving the Hongshan ship. He departs promptly, rendering his identity exposure inconsequential. Chapter 39. Do not fear. I am a good person. The riverside is teeming with people, more than at the start. Yi Xing has spent less than 2 hours on the Hongshan ship, yet news has already spread among the great powers of Beizhou, even reaching the ears of prominent figures closely monitoring the region. Most of the crowd consists of curious onlookers, while others are there on missions. They are most intrigued by the true identity of the one who has completed the path of worldly affairs, with many speculating that the mysterious young master of the Jin Wangfu, Jiang Yuntian, is the most likely candidate. There's a collective admiration for the Jin Wangfu, which is indeed a land of fortune, birthing true phoenixes and now nurturing a hidden dragon. They resolve to persuade their ancestors to quickly pledge allegiance to the Jin Wangfu. Initially, they thought the events in Yinlong City would greatly weaken the Jin Wangfu. But who would have anticipated that such a colossal entity as the Jin Wangfu would be shaken by mere old demons and an obscure figure like Yi Xing? If I were Yi Xing or Lady Whitebones, I would have fled to the end of the earth. They would probably tremble at the mere mention of the Jin Wangfu now. He has emerged. The buzzing discussions suddenly quiet down. Everyone stretches their necks, fixated on the Hongshan ship. As the dazzling light surrounding the ship dissipates, a luminous gate appears, and a figure steps through from within the Hongshan ship, traversing the threshold into the void. Clad simply in black, he wears the same attire he had upon boarding the ship, save for the absence of the cloak. Yi Xing stands poised in the void, his black hair billowing gently in the breeze, his dark attire accentuating his tall frame, with sharp brows and starry eyes emanating a youthful vigor. The individuals from the Wangfu approached, and indeed they were from the Wangfu. The crowd beheld an elderly gentleman, the old steward of the Wangfu, previously seen in a nearby city. The steward promptly advanced, flanked by 8 formidable warriors carrying a grand palanquin. In a remarkably brief span, the Wangfu displayed the utmost decorum to welcome their esteemed guest. How remarkably youthful! Many found themselves momentarily speechless, gazing at Yi Xiong, who appeared to be in his early 20s. While they were aware he was not yet 30, the distinction between 27 or 28 and 21 or 22 was substantial. The younger one was, the greater the potential he represented. Others in their early 20s possessed the strength of the fourth realm, coupled with an extraordinary mindset, while he, at merely 20, was preoccupied with frivolous pursuits. Many wished they could chastise themselves for their own inadequacies. How is it that my centenarian ancestor never reached the fourth realm? The disparity between individuals is more pronounced than that among dogs. I have traversed the mundane world for countless miles, never having encountered a celestial being. While the more I compared, the more poignant my heartache became. Not only the youthful ones, but even the middle-aged men present felt a sense of inferiority. They pondered whether he would present a maidservant. Numerous young ladies were eager to offer themselves. I feel as though I have seen him before. Some recognized a semblance of familiarity in Yi Xiong, as though he were a figure from their past. He is the old steward of the Jin Wang. The warmth of his smile suddenly frozen in place. Others remained uncertain, yet he definitively recognized Yi Xiong's identity, having seen the wanted poster with his likeness. It was imperative for those associated with the Wangfu to remember every enemy. How could it be him? The heart of the Wangfu elder plunged into an abyss, an icy chill enveloping his being. Is he truly the Yi Xiong from the wanted poster? Some also recognized him, their voices wavering in uncertainty. What? Those who overheard felt as though thunder had struck their hearts, their scalps tingling. Is this truly happening? This could lead to a calamity. Many began to swallow nervously, retreating quietly from the riverbank. Their gazes oscillated between the Wangfu elder and Yi Xiong. Suddenly, for sharp sounds pierced the air, as the four figures of the white bone lady and her companions materialized behind Yi Xiong, stepping into the void. The fearsome quartet appeared before the eyes of all. The white bone lady, the blood demon, the murderer, and the vengeful spirit. Each of their visages was unmistakable, radiating demonic flames. Even a modicum of understanding would reveal their identities. Naturally, Yi Xiong's identity became self-evident. The rumors were indeed true. The previously lesser-known Yi Xiong from the North Continent had reached the fourth realm. This was no ordinary fourth realm. He had traversed the mundane path and subdued four fearsome demons. Has the Jin Wangfu sunk to such extravagance? Such a figure, 2 years ago, was deemed worthy of imprisonment in a dungeon. Have they lost their minds? What lecher, what sinner could possibly compare to his significance? It was trivial to him, stealing a few maidens. If I were the Wangfu, I would have sent the princess to win him over. The Jin Wangfu had miscalculated gravely. This was a serious predicament. Surely, the Jin Wangfu had numerous fourth realm powerhouses, not to mention those beyond the fourth realm, especially that true phone presence. What will happen next? Once this thought was voiced, even the noble families who had allied with the Jin Wangfu fell silent. The weight of having traversed the mundane path was previously underestimated. Through others' explanations, they had come to grasp its significance. An intriguing spectacle was unfolding. Many spies from the Jin Wangfu's enemies could not help but smile. They had thought the Jin Wangfu, with its true phone and potential dragons, was invincible. Yet it seemed there were uncertainties regarding his character, perhaps grievances. The Jin Wangfu would surely regret their actions. To imprison such a dragon in a dungeon, effectively forcing him into enmity, was folly. The Jin Wangfu, despite its might, was not as extravagant as the immortal lineage. It appeared that the true phone princess was not as radiant as rumored. Otherwise, she would not have been so blind. Many awaited the unfolding drama, mocking the visibly distressed elder of the Wangfu. He was in a state of panic, casting pleading glances towards the nearby noble families aligned with the Wangfu, silently imploring for assistance. Yet these noble families feigned ignorance. Get away from us. Are you trying to endanger our lives? The five formidable beings could slaughter everyone present 10 times over with ease, especially with the red dust ship still nearby, without summoning true heavyweights. The Wangfu could do nothing against them. Did he think to rely on us? How flattering. My lord, I have learned several refined methods of tormenting people. I assure you they are quite effective. The murderer gazed at the elder of the Wangfu with a cruel glint. In an instant, Yi Xiong vanished, reappearing before the elder of the Wangfu the next moment. The elder's legs weakened, and he nearly collapsed. Yi Xiong politely assisted him, offering reassurance. Do not fear. I am respectful of the elderly and fond of the young. The elder trembled, paralyzed by fear, unable to meet Yi Xiong's gaze. Please convey to the beautiful princess that I miss her dearly. Yi Xiong spoke softly, guiding the elder onto the palanquin and instructing the bearers, be careful. Do not let him bump against anything. After sending the elder away, Yi Xiong raised his gaze to the anxious crowd, clasping his fists in greeting. I'm a good person. Should I inadvertently offend or harm any of you in the future, do not hold it against me. Please attribute the blame to the Wangfu and let them bear the costs. Having said this, Yi Xiong beckoned to the four figures of the white bone lady. It is time for us to flee. The forces of the Wangfu are approaching. The five stepped into the void, disappearing into the distant sky, leaving behind a throng of bewildered onlookers. After a considerable time, sound began to emerge from the riverbank. He possesses great poise. He hardly resembles a villain. Indeed, the events from 2 years ago must have deeper implications. The noble families, unlike the common folk, were not easily deceived and understood more. It was rumored that 2 years ago, Yi Xiong had garnered considerable fame in Yinlong City, renowned as a youthful hero. Alas, the Wangfu has made a grave error in this matter. They will have a hard time ahead. Some subtly guided the conversation. Chapter 40. How could it be him? He is indeed a good person. The lady from the red dust ship watched Yi Xiong depart, initially expecting a bloodbath on the riverbank, yet nothing transpired. further solidifying her belief in his goodness. Her disdain for Jiang Yunli deepened, not due to the allure of the Red Dust Lady or their respective statuses, but simply a loathing for wicked women. Thus, she issued a series of commands to her sisters while retrieving a bronze mirror. The mirror revealed the Red Dust Lady's tall and curvaceous figure, her enchanting beauty exuding an air of mystery and aloofness. "Is it only you?" The Red Dust Lady frowned, not seeing the Yi Xiong she had anticipated. "Petty sister, even I am cautious. Your gaze suggests slander. I did not obstruct anything. He simply has no interest in you, dear sister." Siqing felt wronged. "I truly did not." The Red Dust Lady laughed. "I do not believe you. No such man exists in this world." "I swear it is true," Siqing urged. "I know," the Red Dust Lady replied dismissively. "Do you think I would believe that? A person of his caliber will inevitably possess our stature and will meet us one day. When the truth is revealed, dear sister, you cannot deceive me." Siqing was speechless, realizing her sister was excessively confident and arrogant. Not every man would be captivated by her, yet she dared not voice this truth. For the pressure her sister had exerted upon her since childhood rendered her mute. "So what did you discuss?" Siqing quickly recounted her conversation with Yi Xiong. "What?" The Red Dust Lady, stretching languidly, halted abruptly, leaning forward. "Jiang Yunli is a thief." The Red Dust Lady was taken aback. Her gaze remained fixed for an extended period, filled with regret as she lamented, "Alas, it is regrettable that we realized too late. Yet, there is still time. We can disseminate the news. It is unfortunate, however, that he is unwilling to cooperate. If only the concerned party were willing to confront the matter directly, the impact would be far greater." Siqing cannot comprehend why Ye Xiong would refuse, as the plan seems remarkably sound. Does he not desire vengeance? Surely a good person would not be so virtuous as to repay malice with kindness. The results may exist, albeit minimal. Jiang Yunli has already rationalized the situation, and it poses no threat to her foundation. The woman of the mortal realm shook her head, fully aware that since the Fengtian sect has decided to elevate her to the status of a saintess, her resolve remains unscathed. Even if the outcome is subpar, it still holds significance. Is he too benevolent or merely timid to even attempt a course of action? Siqing struggles to understand why. After suffering such misfortune at the hands of Jiang Yunli, he does not take action. As an observer, she feels a burning indignation. The woman of the mortal realm acknowledges Ye Xiong's approach. He is astute, for potential does not equate to strength. Currently, his position within the path of the god of killing poses no threat to Jiang Yunli. Even with his utmost effort, he cannot match her. It would be wiser to remain dormant for the time being. In the future, the situation may become even more challenging. When Jiang Yunli ascends as the saintess on the 8th of next month, witnessed by all the major sects, his chances for revenge will diminish significantly. Next month marks the grand occasion when Jiang Yunli will host guests in celebration of her achievements, the pinnacle of her life. Any actions must occur before her elevation to saintess. Once she attains that title, she will be equivalent to the future leader of the Fengtian sect, and her status within the De Rue dynasty will rise to that of prince. The offspring of these two colossal entities cannot be challenged merely through potential. What means exist to prevent her ascension as saintess? "Sister, do you have a solution?" Siqing inquired eagerly. The woman of the mortal realm sighed. "This is a decision of the immortal path. How could I possibly intervene? Unless I were to kill her or incapacitate her, there is no way to stop it." Yet even the master would not entertain the notion of both the Hongshan sect and the Fengtian sect perishing together. Perhaps relinquishing hatred is the only path forward for him. Tell him that the future encompasses more than just vengeance. The woman of the mortal realm, for the time being, sees no possibility for Ye Xiong to achieve true retribution. Conversely, after Jiang Yunli becomes the saintess, should he act against her or those close to her, the forces under her command will surpass his own, placing him in jeopardy. Alas, he is truly pitiable. Siqing could not help but feel sympathy for Ye Xiong. News of Ye Xiong completing the path of the mortal realm is causing tremors in the northern continent. Impossible. How could it be him? Why him? He is merely a lecher. What right does he have to complete the path of the mortal realm? Within the Jin Wangfu, priceless treasures are being hurled to the ground by the enraged Jiang Yunyang. Investigate. It must be a mistake, an absolute misinterpretation. All avenues of information point towards Ye Xiong. More exquisite vases and jade artifacts shatter into pieces. As night descends, Jiang Yunyang rubs his stiff cheeks vigorously, striving to present a smile as he gazes into the bronze mirror. Within the reflection, Jiang Yunli appears resplendent, adorned with a rare touch of light makeup. Her already breathtaking beauty is enhanced, captivating those who behold her. Jiang Yunli furrows her brow as she gazes at her brother in the mirror. There is no stranger. The prodigy she has awaited day after day is absent. Has he not disembarked yet? Jiang Yunli cannot believe that her identity would fail to summon him. Surely he is merely resting on the Hongshan vessel. The Hongshan sect, presenting itself as a noble and pure woman, resorts to such tactics. It is laughable. Unless the woman of the mortal realm intervenes, she holds no regard for any other women of the Hongshan sect. To keep someone waiting by the shore, even for 10 days and nights, is intolerable, yet the wait is worthwhile. What is the matter? Jiang Yunli notices that her usually loquacious brother has grown unusually silent today. His expression rigid. Sister, perhaps we should let it go. It's merely the completion of the mortal path. Nothing extraordinary. Let us pretend we are unaware. What has transpired? Jiang Yunli immediately comprehends that something unfortunate has occurred. It cannot be concealed. Under Jiang Yunli's cold gaze, Jiang Yunyang gritted his teeth and reluctantly confessed, he is Ye Xiang. That man, Ye Xiang. With a clatter, Jiang Yunli's jade bracelet collided with the bronze mirror, shattering. Sister, are you all right? Are you hurt? Jiang Yunyang inquired with concern. Sister, it is nothing of consequence. Regardless, his cultivation is far inferior to yours, and his status is worlds apart from yours. It is of no significance. There was no reply from the mirror. It was then that Yunyang noticed that his sister's cold, beautiful eyes had become utterly frozen. So lovely, yet devoid of any spark. After a lengthy silence, Jiang Yunli's incredulous whisper finally escaped her lips. How can it be him? She could accept anyone, but Ye Xiang was beyond her comprehension. What aspect of his character could allow him to complete the path of the mortal realm? Not a single one. Why must it be him? Jiang Yunli's mind repeatedly denies the reality, as if doing so would ease her pain, but her heart feels as if it is being constricted by an invisible hand, suffocating her. The image of Ye Xiang surfaces in her mind. His bright laughter and friendly wave upon their first meeting is the memory that lingers most vividly. Yet soon, that cheerful, warm smile is replaced by the cold, indifferent gaze of Ye Xiang, now a criminal paraded before the public. Jiang Yunli's fingertips tremble as she picks up the shattered pieces of the bracelet, and they slip from her unsteady grip. Regret now graces Jiang Yunli's previously serene face. Chapter 41. The fairy's bloodshed, unable to hold onto the fragments of the bracelet. The bright candlelight within the hall casts shadows on her vacant fingertips. Her eyes, a multitude of emotions, shifting, disbelief, astonishment, regret, ultimately culminate in a sigh. So, it is you. In Jiang Yunli's eyes, Ye Xiang possesses many flaws, yet several merits. His talent is commendable, but not unparalleled. Such a youth is not rare in a city or region, yet viewed across the vast expanse of the world, they are as numerous as the fish crossing the river. Losing one or two does not inflict pain on the Darue dynasty or on her. If sacrificing him could secure the contentment of the people, it would be worth it. 2 years ago, she harbored such thoughts. But now, the path of slaughter combined with a heart of unparalleled ambition foretells the emergence of a deity of death, one who will leave a trail of corpses in their wake. This deity will harbor enmity towards the Darue dynasty, leading to terrifying consequences. This fate is one she has chosen. She cannot deceive herself nor find justification. The color drained from Jiang Yunli's face, leaving her lips pale. Pain flickered across her features. The shortcut may be easier and swifter, yet carries a heavy price. As long as her heart is filled with the conviction to sacrifice for the people, Jiang Yunli can traverse the path of Feng Tian with great speed. However, once doubt creeps in her heart, it will backfire. If only 2 years ago, she had made the effort to protect him and clarify everything. Given Ye Xiang's character, would he have accepted her ideals of peace for eternity? Today, the thoughts that arise are like the venomous fangs of regret, swirling within Jiang Yunli's heart and damaging her spirit, causing fissures to appear in her once steadfast resolve. And a crimson stain of blood appears at the corner of her lips. No, he would not agree. He has already relinquished his ideals. He is unworthy of the words he once spoke, living off slaughter, and embarking on a path stained with blood. I'm not at fault. For the sake of all living beings, Jiang Yunli cannot afford the cost of denying herself. Only by denigrating Ye Heng and casting him into the abyss can she prove her righteousness. In a hypnotic manner, she incessantly murmurs to herself. Yet, why does her heart still ache so profoundly? Jiang Yunyang, noticing his sister's distress, anxiously implores, "Sister, you are not at fault. Is it possible that all of this is merely an illusion?" Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yunli's troubled heart lightens, and she looks at her brother with anticipation. An illusion? From all available intelligence, he is indeed Ye Heng. This fact remains unshaken. However, this iteration of the mortal realm is peculiarly bizarre, too unreal. He is the sole participant, and yet he alone successfully traverses the path of mortals. Who knows if the sect of Red Dust intentionally allowed him to complete his journey with ease? Jiang Yang quickly deduces that these thoughts are not his own, but rather those of the advisors within the palace. The primary concern is to stabilize the most vital Tao heart of the true Phoenix, for her ascension to saintliness is of utmost importance to the palace. She must not encounter any misfortune. Indeed, Jiang Yunli's expression of anguish transforms into contemplation. I even suspect that the lake prison is a scheme devised by the Red Dust sect. Otherwise, how could a prison that has remained unbreached for a century suddenly witness a successful escape? Moreover, it is inconceivable that Ye Heng could cultivate the path of the killing god while imprisoned, achieving the fourth realm of power. It must be that the Red Dust sect had long been plotting in secrecy, employing every means to elevate Ye Heng's strength within the confines of the prison. The path of the killing god resembles the demonic path. As long as one is ruthless and unafraid of damaging their foundational potential, rapid strength enhancement is possible. With the aid of the Red Dust sect, it is plausible that Ye Heng could have attained his current prowess within 2 years. Following this, they could create a favorable narrative for Ye Heng for the path of Red Dust. In the past, countless prodigies participated in the path of Red Dust, yet this time, only Ye Heng stands alone. This is abnormal. His solitary participation suggests that the Red Dust sect's leniency goes unnoticed, imperceptible to others. They have succeeded, and now many question the palace, casting doubt upon you, sister. This is a scheme of the Red Dust women, aimed at undermining you on your most significant day. Jiang Yang articulates the advisor's analyses. Furthermore, there is evidence. Many witnessed Ye Heng exuding a terrifying aura of lust during the path of Red Dust. He was akin to a glutton of desire, a type of individual who could not have previously passed the threshold of passion. Additionally, his swiftness in overcoming various challenges is utterly illogical. So it is. Jiang Yunli nods in agreement, persuaded by the reasoning. The pallor of her face gradually regains color, and the once cold, ethereal maiden reemerges. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that Ye Heng spent less than 2 hours aboard the Red Dust vessel. Is it conceivable that someone who truly completed the path of Red Dust would be expelled so swiftly? Jiang Yuan presents yet another crucial point. Any normal man, provided that the Red Dust vessel does not disembark its guests, would surely be reluctant to leave. Is there any man who would voluntarily depart from the Red Dust vessel? Impossible. A faint, sarcastic smile graces Jiang Yunli's lips. Ye Heng, do you harbor such hatred for me that you would conspire with the Red Dust sect to fabricate falsehoods? Under such circumstances, the Red Dust vessel would not wish to retain you. How disdainful they must be of you. Why demean yourself so? Jiang Yunli finds this utterly amusing. Is this the revenge you have meticulously orchestrated, Ye Heng? Pathetic and absurd. And those from the Red Dust sect, having expended such effort, you are so fearful of me. A grotesque charade unfolds. With the truth laid bare, Jiang Yunli's consciousness becomes clear once more. The damaged meridians and Tao heart are restored to completeness. Alas, there are too few wise individuals. Many foolish ones dare to gossip. Even some of the royal uncles have reported to the king. Anger flickers in Jiang Yuyang's eyes. It matters not. When I ascend to the status of saint, all dissonance will dissipate. A subtle, yet commanding authority permeates Jiang Yunli's voice. However, there is one matter of concern. Jiang Yuyang furrows his brow, stating, I have just learned that a soul-biting blade has gone missing from the lake prison. It must have fallen into the hands of Ye Heng or the Red Dust sect. Furthermore, all 36 states possess a soul-biting blade within their prisons. Losing one is not a significant issue. we can forge another to replace it. However, should the Red Dust sect become aware that each prison possesses a soul-biting blade, and if this information were to leak, it might reach the ears of the elusive and inscrutable sovereign who has not graced the court for years. Upon mentioning the enigmatic sovereign, even Jiang Yunli's eyes reflect a glimmer of apprehension. Do not worry, the Red Dust sect will not expose this. Those previous incidents were merely conflicts among the younger generation. If exposed, it would be a serious matter. The Red Dust sect would not act so recklessly. Jiang Yunli asserts with confidence. But what if Ye Heng? He would not dare. The Red Dust sect forbids such actions. Moreover, Ye Heng is a man consumed by greed. Even if he covets the soul-biting blade, he would keep it hidden, fearing others might seek to seize it from him. We must remain vigilant regarding the conditions of the various prisons in the northern continent. Perhaps he will soon find himself ensnared. Jiang Yunli dismisses Ye Heng once more. From the moment she encountered him, she has confidently believed that she has seen through all his machinations. To see through a person is to manipulate them entirely. This was evident during her time in the Night Patrol Division. It was naive and foolish, and she would remain so now. He cannot escape her grasp. At the beginning of next month, I shall return to the northern continent, and I shall witness how much he has progressed in 2 years. Chapter 42. The plunder of the Red Dust vessel. Ye Heng leads the Bone Lady and 3 others, stepping into the void, journeying into the distance. The bandits, Blood Demon, and others gaze upon Ye Heng with curiosity and anticipation. They are immensely intrigued by the vessel of red dust. Before they can voice their inquiries, a sudden, thunderous clash resonates from afar, a shockwave parting the forest and leaving a chasm several meters wide. Combat among beings of the Fourth Realm. Ye Heng alters his course towards the battlefield. Encounters among Fourth Realm individuals are a rarity in the northern continent, and battles of this caliber are even more scarce. You of the Jin Royal House are utterly deranged, lawless. The furious shouts reverberate through the sky. Are you of the Jin Royal House plotting rebellion? Standing atop the treetops, Ye Heng surveys the collapsing forest. 2 factions are engaged in combat, one of which he recognizes. It is Li Mu, the son of the provincial governor of the northern continent, accompanied by his elder guardian. The opposing side consists of a figure clad in black robes, donning a peculiar bronze mask. The voice of Li Mu had just echoed in anger. Cease your pretense. I see your inner garment bears the emblem of the Jin Royal House. Le Mois complexion terns Ashen. He did not anticipate that the Jin Royal House would audaciously ambush him, the son of the provincial governor, in broad daylight on northern continent soil. The bronze-masked individual remains silent, exuding a chilling aura of blood. This blood aura coalesces into a phantom of a martial deity, launching frenzied attacks against the elder, who faces the chessboard-like formation. The path of blood, refining the body to forge a formidable physique, is a favored route for martial warriors. Much like the path of the killing god, the bandit recognizes the mysterious individual's capabilities at a glance. Ye Heng's eyes shimmer with vertical patterns, a flash of arcane light coursing through them as the vertical patterns slightly expand. It is as though a demonic eye emerges within the vertical pattern. Indeed, there is a hint of corpse energy. Ye Heng discerns the intense blood aura surrounding the bronze-masked figure, intertwined with an imperceptible trace of corpse energy. Intriguing. Individuals from the Jin Royal House. Corpse energy associated with the demonic path? Within a brief span, the battlefield undergoes a shift, sensing the arrival of numerous individuals. The bronze-masked figure, unwilling to engage further, transforms into a streak of bloodlight and flees beyond the northern continent. Vengeful spirits, bandits, follow him and investigate. Ye Heng commands the 2. Simultaneously, he tosses them a few items. What is this? The vengeful spirit and the murderer caught sight of their possessions, and upon lowering their heads, their pupils dilated in disbelief. Could this be the legendary yin-yang paper? The vengeful spirit gazed at the seemingly ordinary yellow paper in his hand. This was the yin-yang paper capable of sending messages across 1,000 miles, a miraculous object said to be crafted only in certain sacred places. Lady Whitebone and the others could not help but lean in, their expressions mirroring astonishment. This was indeed a precious item, allowing one to leave messages on paper that would be displayed on the main sheet, an extremely rare treasure that cannot be bought even with wealth, obtainable only by those with deep connections to powerful factions. Furthermore, The owner of the main sheet could sense the approximate location of the holder of the subordinate sheet. Naturally, the main sheet belonged to Ye Xiong. Was this the 1,000-mile talisman? The murderer examined the peculiar jade talisman in his hand, which could instantly enhance speed several-fold. He cradled the jade talisman with utmost care. Is this truly for me? Had I possessed such a treasure earlier, I would never have been captured by the night patrol. Is this the red dust transformation talisman? A tool for altering one's appearance, ideal for concealing identity. The murderer's hands trembled even more as he held these treasures. These were priceless artifacts, reserved solely for disciples of the sacred places. The four of them regarded the three treasures, capable of transmitting messages over great distances, sensing locations, enabling escape, and concealing identities, each a life-saving artifact in critical moments. Lady Whitebone and the others felt uncertain and asked, "Are these truly for us? I detest rescuing others. If you're captured, do not expect me to save you. I can avenge you and annihilate your 9 clans, but I will not rescue you," Ye Xiong stated, disclosing his aversion to being put in a compromising position. Therefore, he made it clear from the outset, in the face of danger, flee. The mission is of no importance. Survival is paramount. Who shall we kill? Let us go to the Jin Wang mansion and take a life, the murderer declared with fervor. Track that mysterious bronze figure from earlier. He possesses intriguing qualities and exudes the aura of death. Leaning towards the demonic path, Ye Xiong commanded the two. Report to me through the Yingyang paper regarding any developments. Rest assured, my lord, they affirmed resolutely before soaring towards the direction where the bronze figure had vanished. Lady Whitebone and the blood demon exchanged glances, eager for action. What about us? Shouldn't we do something? Those treasures are too hot to handle. You will conceal your identities and continue gathering various intelligence. Do not rely solely on Hongshan's sect for your information, Ye Xiong instructed. He then took out another sheet of yellow paper from his robe and handed it to Lady Whitebone. You are also responsible for liaising with the Hongshan ship and reporting everything to me. This sheet is a subordinate paper. The main sheet is with Si Qing and will serve for communication between us. Ye Xiong preferred not to keep it on his person, for he placed no trust in others. Now go. He gestured, allowing them to depart. He then ventured into the depths of the primal forest. Needing time to cultivate the recently acquired secret technique, the red dust transformation technique, a skill possessed by the Hongshan sect. This technique allows for the alteration of living beings, an untraceable method of transformation that would greatly benefit Ye Xiong at present. In an uninhabited cave, Ye Xiong removed a jade flask from his waist, from which flowed a kaleidoscope of exquisite liquor, crafted from the essence of 3,000 strands of red dust by the Immortal of Hongshan. This divine soul liquor was also effective during moments of uncontrollable chaos within the Taisher demonic canon. Ye Xiong carefully stored the red dust brew, knowing that possessing such a divine soul treasure would enable him to consciously enter a state of chaos and transform into a true demon when necessary. Ye Xiong sat cross-legged, beginning his cultivation of the red dust transformation technique. Before closing his eyes, he cast a glance at the soul-eating blade before him. Once he successfully mastered the transformation technique, he could wield this blade to invite the world of demons into play, making existence itself more intriguing. Above the forest, Lady Whitebone and the blood demon exchanged incredulous looks. They had not anticipated their task to be so simple. Were so many precious treasures the result of their lord plundering the Hongshan ship? The blood demon cautiously stowed away the treasures, having never encountered such artifacts in his life. Even after scouring the entire Hidden Dragon City's night patrol, he had not seen anything like them. After traversing the red dust path, the Hongshan ship would not part with such an abundance of treasures. Lady Whitebone was equally astonished, realizing that what they knew was likely just the tip of the iceberg. There must be even more valuable treasures hidden away. Could it be that our lord is becoming affiliated with the Hongshan sect? Lady Whitebone pondered aloud. Otherwise, how could the immortal Si Qing be so generous? It is possible. The blood demon nodded in agreement, then cautioned Lady Whitebone. The Lord has entrusted you with a most crucial task. You must not disappoint him. Lady Whitebone replied, Si Qing may very well be the future matriarch, and the Yingyang paper belonging to the matriarch is in your possession. You must write carefully upon it, ensuring it does not affect the relationship between the Lord and the matriarch. The blood demon pointed at the Yingyang paper in Lady Whitebone's hand. Realizing the weight of her responsibility, Lady Whitebone felt a surge of confidence. Rest assured, I will not jeopardize the bond between the Lord and the matriarch. I will ensure their relationship grows even closer. Chapter 43. Transforming into a gentle and warm Taoist, Yi Xiong sat cross-legged in the cave, practicing the red dust transformation technique. This technique, at its core, involved altering one's bones and blood, reshaping sinews and flesh to transform into myriad beings. Ye Xiong possède un extraordinaire fondational officio, enabling him to master this transformation technique with unimaginable speed. After a day, a series of crackling sounds emanated from Yi Xiong's body. In that instant, he grew several inches taller, and his flesh swelled and pulsed like a coiling dragon, his physique becoming remarkably robust. On the second day, Yi Xiong's short black hair began to grow rapidly in the wind. Within minutes, it reached the ground, his fingers elongated, and his throat shifted, altering the sound of his voice. On the third day, his facial features began to change. By the fourth day, Yi Xiong stood up, channeling the transformation technique, exclaiming change. His form immediately morphed, growing into a towering man of 2 meters, his features no longer resembling those of his previous self. Instead, they bore sharp lines radiating strength. His eyebrows were thick and straight, sharply arched, and his forehead was broad and full, transforming him into a ruggedly handsome youth, entirely different from before. Yi Xiong used the jade talisman as a mirror to observe his newly transformed self. He had completely changed. His height, physique, facial features, and voice were all different. His voice now resonated like thunder, filled with power. Thunder comes. As he spoke, his silver hair danced wildly, each strand crackling with rebellious arcs of electricity. His black pupils transformed into those of a thunderous gaze, and chains forged from thunder coiled around his powerful arms. There was no trace of demonic energy, only the regal aura of thunder. Yi Xiong had become a magnificent youth striding upon the path of thunder. Who dares to claim, I am of the demonic path? Yi Xiong was thoroughly satisfied with the transformation technique. It was utterly perfect. By fundamentally altering his flesh and bones, it was neither an illusion nor a falsehood. No wonder the powerful figures of the Hongshan sect could conceal themselves among the mundane world. As long as they did not actively expose themselves, no one would discover their true identities. Yi Xiong sensed the demonic energy within him, but upon introspection, it was nearly undetectable. He felt instead a surge of tumultuous, thunderous power coursing through every inch of his flesh. The demonic energy was perfectly contained deep within his dantian, not leaking out in the slightest. He could only utilize the thunderous techniques. At present, he was merely at the initial stage of the fourth realm, and his combat power was insufficient to be invincible at this stage. Yi Xiong made a rough estimate of the combat power solely based on the Thunder Path. If he so desired, he could adopt a new identity, traversing the world as a young prodigy of the Thunder Path, walking the most righteous path imaginable. The Thunder Path still required effort. He needed to find the master of the Thunder Path as soon as possible. Yi Xiong retracted his transformation technique, the thunder dissipating as he underwent another change. He diligently refined every detail, conjuring an image of a tranquil Taoist from his mind. The imposing and vigorous figure of the thunderous youth vanished, replaced by a delicate young man. His demeanor transformed into one of gentleness, exuding warmth akin to jade. A radiant sunlit silhouette appeared behind Yi Xiong, his gentle gaze akin to the life-giving dawn, yet it could shift to become as fierce as the midday sun. Were he to don a Taoist robe, no one would doubt his authenticity as he walked among the disciples of the Tao. With the extreme Yang path, his power level would not differ significantly from that of the Thunder Path, both at the early stages of the fourth realm, yet lacking the supreme scriptures for their respective paths. Yi Xiong scrutinized every detail, striving for perfection, ensuring that every aspect aligned with his current identity. After 2 hours of meticulous adjustments, he was finally satisfied, having exposed no flaws. He committed every inch of his flesh and blood to memory, enabling him to instantly adopt this form in the future with his transformation technique. Subsequently, Yi Xiong continued to employ the transformation technique, assuming various identities: a sinister old man radiating an eerie aura, a young man with slitted eyes akin to a venomous serpent, an arrogant nobleman, a debauched scion, and a weathered farmer with a head full of white hair. After indulging in a myriad of identities, Yi Xian returned to his original appearance, suddenly recalling that there were still some identities he had yet to explore. 5 days passed, and Yi Xian had thoroughly mastered the transformation technique that Si Qing had mentioned would take at least a month to grasp. Its utility surpassed that of a mere enhancement in power, especially when contending with the formidable entity of Darue City. The transformation technique proved invaluable. Yi Xian took up a piece of yin-yang paper and, using his mystical energy as ink, inscribed a message to summon the 4 individuals outside. Assemble. Near a chaotic burial ground, 2 figures, Killing Thief and Vengeful Ghost, received the message, eager to leave this haunted place. Killing Thief had long yearned to escape, and silently, he and Vengeful Ghost departed from the chaotic burial ground. In a town, the Blood Demon, cloaked and discreetly gathering intelligence in a tavern, left unnoticed. Outside, the White Bone Lady folded a piece of yin-yang paper, upon which the still visible characters read, "The temperature has dropped recently. Remember to add a thicker layer of clothing to avoid catching a cold." On the red dust ship, Si Qing stood in a daze. Meanwhile, the White Bone Lady produced another piece of yin-yang paper, receiving orders to meet with the Blood Demon after a few minutes before vanishing together. An hour later, atop the highest peak within a radius of several dozen miles, 4 figures shrouded in a chilling aura landed upon the summit. Yi Xian addressed the 4, inquiring about their findings from the past few days. Throughout these 5 days, they had transmitted some intelligence via yin-yang paper, although the distance limited their written content. The mysterious figure has remained within the chaotic burial ground to avoid exposure. We did not enter, but we meticulously examined the surroundings and found nothing of particular significance. Killing Thief suggested capturing the suspected bronze figure. Without discovering any major secrets, I feel anxious, as if the treasures I possess are burning in my hands. Let us set that aside for now. Yi Xian turned his gaze to the White Bone Lady and the others. Si Qing conveyed that they could confirm Zhang Yunli would return to the northern continent, already on her way back, expected by the 5th of next month. The White Bone Lady emphasized this crucial intelligence, noting that today was the 24th of the month. Yi Xian observed the White Bone Lady, sensing her excessive reverence towards Si Qing. It was reasonable, given the significant assistance provided by the Red Dust sect. Etiquette should not be neglected. However, he was more concerned about uncovering the traces of the demonic sect in the vicinity, needing sufficient resources for demonic cultivation to enhance his power. There are no notable demonic sects around, just some rogue practitioners, the White Bone Lady replied, shaking her head. She had made every effort to gather information, and combined with Si Qing's intel, they could ascertain that the northern continent and its surrounding areas lacked any demonic sections. The Blood Demon interjected. The Darue dynasty maintains a strong grip over the northern continent. Previously, there were demonic sects, but they have either retreated or been destroyed. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Without any demonic sects, how can one quickly amass power? Then we must venture further afield. Time is of the essence. My lord, I have come upon some good news. The Blood Demon announced. Rogue practitioners lack sect affiliation and background, but there's a black market among nearby rogue practitioners for the exchange of goods. 700 miles north lies an unnamed mountain in Yinzhou, where a Blood Demon reigns, having established a black market for trade among nearby rogue practitioners. Blood Demon? The Blood Demon glared in outrage. Who dares impersonate me? Others may have greater renown, and their lineage may surpass yours. You are but a latecomer. It is rumored that this Blood Demon possesses complete mastery of the 4th realm, able to intimidate the nearby rogue practitioners. Ye, wing inuited. When is the next gathering of demons? In 3 days, the White Bone Lady provided the exact timing. Excellent. Yi Xian cast a satisfied glance at the White Bone Lady. This information was valuable. My lord, I have also gathered much useful intelligence. The Blood Demon, eager to assert himself, declared. I discovered that there are 2 dungeons in the northern continent, including the location of the dungeon in Yinzhou. Why not rob these dungeons? Though they may not contain treasures, they hold soul-eating blades. At that time, each of us could wield a soul-eating blade and grow stronger. The more he spoke, the more excited the Blood Demon became. To Yi Xian, the soul-eating blade was of little importance, but for the Blood Demon, possessing such a formidable weapon was a dream. With such an artifact, he would dare to confront even a 5th realm monster. Killing Thief was also intrigued. Uninteresting. Yi Xian coldly rejected their proposal. Instantly, the expressions of Killing Thief and the Blood Demon dimmed, and they weakly protested, "My lord, are we to forego the soul-eating blades in those dungeons? That would be too generous to the Darue dynasty. If we do not act quickly, once the Darue dynasty relocates the soul-eating blades, we will have no opportunity left." Ye Xian spread his arms wide. "Thus, I invite all demonic cultivators to unite for a grand endeavor." Killing Thief and the Blood Demon were taken aback. Ye Xian could not be bothered to explain. The vengeful ghost could not help but scorn the two. In the 36 states of the Darue dynasty, how many dungeons exist? Like a star map dispersed across the 36 states. How many blades can we seize with just a few of us? We would only fall into a trap. Let us take whatever we can, and when the Darue dynasty dispatches their strong warriors, we can refrain from engaging, which is better than letting others benefit. Killing Thief and the Blood Demon were reluctant. Such treasures, how could they divulge this information to other demonic cultivators? That would be akin to doing a good deed for nothing. The vengeful ghost remarked, "The master intends to raise a swarm. Only by enlisting the aid of all demonic cultivators can we seize numerous soul-eating blades from the Darue dynasty. The soul-eating blades can devour one another to enhance their strength, and eventually, all will converge into one." Killing Thief and the Blood Demon were left speechless, stunned by the audacity of the plan. However, if this course of action is taken, the situation will completely spiral out of control. One cannot fathom the number of monsters that may join in, and even the forces of the dark arts might become involved. How can one ensure the final victory? The mere thought of a chaotic realm filled with evil beings sends chills down the spine of Shui Mo. The fear is palpable. The soul-devouring blade, even at the level of extraordinary weaponry, may not entice those ancient practitioners of the dark arts. Yet, should the soul-devouring blade continue to assimilate and evolve, it might reach the level of a Taoist Master-S weapon, at which point not only the elder fiends but also celestial beings and Buddhas would be compelled to intervene. If I cannot become the ultimate master of the soul-devouring blade, it merely signifies my unworthiness. Therefore, the blade should rightfully fall into the hands of someone qualified. Is that not just? Ye viong naturali asserts. The five figures tread the void, soaring towards the nameless mountain 700 miles away, having already departed from the northern continent. Along the journey, Lady Baigu reports on minor matters. "My lord, the region of Yinlong City has become utterly tranquil. The royal house, along with the noble families, has worked together to pacify the populace, and there has been no unrest. Conversely, many noble families in Yinlong City harbor grievances against the royal house, as numerous elite members of their clans perished at the hands of the night patrol. These families are now awaiting the return of the princess, and the commoners also believe that the princess will genuinely advocate for their interests." Yi Xiong nods, acknowledging the information. "By the way, my lord, rumors have suddenly emerged in the northern continent and spread rapidly across the lands. Shui Mo, unwilling to be outdone, shares the intelligence he has gathered. It is said everywhere that you, my lord, have traversed the mundane world due to the leniency of the fairy of emotions, which is but a fabrication. It matters not. Yi Xiong is indifferent to such ephemeral fame. He seeks tangible benefits. What value does hollow reputation hold? He discerned its futility 2 years prior. In the end, strength speaks for itself." Shui Mo remarks, "This information is disseminated by the power of the royal house. Many people believe it." Yi Xiong chuckles softly, suspecting it to be the handiwork of that white lotus. "Truly, she is the holy maiden of the Feng Tian sect, familiar in her methods and style. Then I shall await your performance in Yinlong City." Yi Xiong leisurely approaches the vicinity of the nameless mountain with the four fiends. As they traverse the rural path, Yi Xiong observes the surrounding environment. To the east lies a grand river, to the west dense forests, to the south intricate marshlands, and to the north towering cliffs that pierce the clouds, with peaks concealed within the mists. A splendid location, Yi Xiong praises. A wise choice indeed. There is no fear of being encircled by an army, even if powerful adversaries invade, whether retreating into the grand river or the forests and marshes. One can easily evade pursuit. After passing through a mountain bend along the path, a scene of smoke-laden rural life comes into view. There are still villages here? The vengeful spirit questions in confusion. In this gathering of demons, let alone ordinary folk, even those with some strength would not dare to approach. How can there be a village here? Have those evil beings truly reformed and ceased to harm others? Uninformed, the vengeful spirit is unaware that demons, like humans, inhabit these areas alongside ordinary people. The killer finally seizes the opportunity to mock the vengeful spirit. Take a good look at these individuals. They are not peaceful farmers. The vengeful spirit does not retort, for he has previously dealt only with malevolent spirits and has had little interaction with humans, leaving him perplexed. He gazes intently at the village and observes a diverse array of farmers, well-dressed and enjoying living conditions far superior to those in other regions. However, each individual appears listless. Even the stout men have gaunt, sallow faces, high cheekbones, and sunken eyes devoid of vitality. The women sway as they walk, and the once vibrant children possess vacant stares, their eyes lacking luster. These individuals share a common trait. A scar resembling a centipede encircles their wrists. They are likely blood slaves, kept by the elder demons, required to offer a certain amount of blood monthly to survive. Shuemo cannot help but frown, being a practitioner of blood magic himself. He is aware of the methods employed by his fellow practitioners. He feels disdain, preferring to seize the blood of powerful enemies, for that is truly gratifying. This is Yunzhou, within the realm of the Great Rue dynasty. Does the Night Patrol not oversee this? Lady Baigu inquires, somewhat puzzled. The Great Rue dynasty claims dominion over 36 states. Yet in reality, it controls less than half of the territory. In many regions, true authority lies with the noble families or powerful beings, who are the actual masters of a land, merely required to pay sufficient taxes to the Great Rue dynasty, allowing them to act with impunity. In places governed by millennia-old families or immortal lineages, even taxes need not be paid, for the Great Rue dynasty dares not offend them. The elder demon atop the nameless mountain is likely the true master of this area. As long as he provides sufficient benefits to the authorities, they will not interfere, and the Night Patrol will feign ignorance of this locale. The killer reveals the harsh reality of this world. As for these ordinary people, who in the heavens cares about them? He used to act in this manner until he ultimately made an enemy of a powerful figure within the authorities and was captured. Otherwise, he too would reign supreme, behaving like a local emperor. Yi Xiong walks along the village path. The elderly folk have long succumbed to despair and numbness, their vacant gazes shifting slowly as Yi Xiong passes. Only the frail children still harbor a glimmer of hope for the world. A 7 or 8-year-old child tugs at Yi Xiong's pant leg, weeping, "Please save us." The child's wrist bears a freshly healed wound, a painful sight. Chapter 45. The local demonic practitioners are disrespectful. Crossing the towering peaks that reach the clouds, scattered houses are nestled among the rocky mountains. Under the dim moonlight, points of light flicker in the valley, with numerous paper lanterns floating in the air. Yi Xiong walks along the street paved with dark red stones, where many stalls line the sides, displaying various chilling artifacts of the dark arts. The stall owners mostly don black robes to conceal their identities, or they wear masks. Greedy yet wary eyes watch passers-by. Over 100 individuals gather in the valley, yet an unusual silence prevails. Vendors and buyers converse in hushed tones, making it difficult for outsiders to overhear. The more significant transactions of treasures occur within the small houses surrounding the area, inaccessible to outsiders. Each person conceals their treasures and identities with utmost secrecy, fearing exposure, for the greatest danger arises from other demons. Yi Xiong arrives at the central square of the street, where a massive drum stands prominently. He picks up a drumstick. In the darkness, countless greedy eyes fixate on him as he strikes the drum, the heavy, resonant sound reverberating through the air, clearly reaching every ear. A drumbeat signifies a grand opportunity for trade. The stall owners immediately pack away their items, and everyone converges towards the central square. Hundreds of fierce gazes fixate on Yi Xiong in front of the giant drum. A bold young man, daring to beat the drum. If he lacks sufficient treasures for trade, he shall not escape unscathed. If he dares to deceive us, he will surely meet his demise. From the hidden palace atop the mountain, the local master, old Demon Dong, gazes down with his crimson demonic eyes upon Yi Xiong at the center of the crowd. Young man, do you possess any significant treasures you wish to trade, or do you have urgent matters requiring assistance? If your offerings are insufficient, you may find yourself in dire straits. Yi Xiong looks disdainfully upon all the demons, drawing forth the soul-devouring blade from his waist. As the blade is unsheathed, it seems to whisper with countless resentful voices within the valley, sending a chill through the hearts of every demon present. Fear and greed intertwine as they gaze at the floating demonic blade. An endless tide of resentment spills from the blade, entwined with a chilling wind that seems to consume the will of others with its wails and cries. The soul-devouring blade. It is indeed the legendary soul-devouring blade. The knowledgeable evil beings recognize the blade, their voices betraying a frenzied greed and yearning. To possess such a demonic weapon, what manner of individual was this? Instantly, no one dared to underestimate Ye Heng. It was no wonder he did not conceal his identity. He had confidence. Was he a disciple of some ancient demon? Or perhaps a student of a powerful figure within the demonic sect? He likely was not from Yinzhou. Could he be the renowned young man from Beizhou who had recently made waves? Regardless of his identity, the Shihun Dao was clearly intended for sale. Pairs of crimson eyes converged upon the Shihun Dao, breaths growing heavy. What do you desire? What must one offer to obtain the Shihun Dao? Someone could no longer contain their curiosity. Even among them were hidden old demons of the fourth realm, unable to resist. The highest bidder shall prevail. I seek only treasures of the demonic path that can enhance cultivation, Ye Heng stated. An ancient voice spoke up. I possess a century-old dark flower. Unable to restrain himself, someone called out a bid, the greed provoked by the Shihun Dao rendering them incapable of maintaining their discretion. The century-old dark flower. Was it not in the possession of the Ji Daoren? Even he had arrived. The crowd gazed in trepidation at the mysterious figure cloaked in black robes, recognizing him as an old demon of the fourth realm. While the dark flower was precious, it was still far from sufficient to acquire the Shihun Dao. Another old demon proclaimed, I have a demon core from a fifth realm ghost beast. No one recognized his identity. I have an unknown piece of immortal white bone. I possess a fragment of the Wanhun banner, which could be consumed by ghost practitioners to enhance their cultivation. I have my own claim. I possess a blood soul tree that has borne fruit. A sinister voice emerged from the palace at the mountain peak. As a local Dong Lao Mo also set his sights on the Shihun Dao. Ye Heng remained silent. In the palace, Dong Lao Mo gritted his teeth. I have nurtured 9 blood pearls for countless years. They are now classified as extraordinary weapons. Ye Heng continued to hold his tongue. Boy, what do you really want? Do you look down upon all these treasures? Dong Lao Mo was incensed, an overwhelming aura crashing down, causing trees to bow low, the air thick with a suffocating scent of blood. Old demon, you must adhere to the rules of your territory. A voice reprimanded as Ye Heng remained silent. The Shihun Dao was present. Even an old demon at the pinnacle of the fourth realm could not compel everyone to retreat. Here, the rules dictated that no killings or coercive transactions could occur in the ghost market, which had become a recognized gathering place for nearby rogue demons. For common items, perhaps they would grant Dong Lao Mo some face. Today, however, even if their cultivation was inferior to Dong Lao Mo's, as long as they could obtain the Shihun Dao, they would not fear his threats. The pungent scent of blood in the air dissipated quietly. Many began to bid, revealing their most treasured possessions, disregarding the risk of exposure. Various rare demonic treasures were continuously voiced, inciting waves of greedy gazes, with some demons secretly noting the bidders' identities, preparing to eliminate them after leaving the ghost market. As time passed, fewer and fewer dared to bid, having been drained of their offerings. Throughout this, Ye Heng remained non-committal. Suddenly, an old demon grew anxious. Boy, what do you truly desire? Are you toying with us? Do you not find even one of these treasures appealing? Had it not been for the fear of being attacked en masse, some old demons would have already been tempted to seize the Shihun Dao. They had almost reached the threshold, but nothing compared to the Shihun Dao. Ye Heng's gaze swept over all the bidders. Indeed, they had offered more treasures than he anticipated. This was their last resort. The old demons were at a loss, having presented their most prized possessions. Truly, they had nothing left. We are merely rogue demons, not those from the powerful sects. The treasures we possess are the fruits of decades of toil and are hard-earned. The old demons began to threaten with murderous intent. Boy, if you do not wish to leave the black market in pieces, it would be best to hand over the Shihun Dao. If one of us acquires a treasure, we can quietly depart with it. The Shihun Dao must not return to you today. Choose wisely. You must select one for transaction. Dong Lao Mo from the palace declared, trade with me, and I shall allow you 3 days in the black market before you discreetly leave. The local demon cultivators showed no courtesy. Do you think we are? We are demons, and here we are reasoning with you only to avoid disrupting the market's rules, lest we lose our trading ground in the future. Instantly, a wave of derisive laughter echoed around the square. Indeed, a youthful fool unaware of the consequences. I desire all your treasures. Ye Heng smiled at them. Old demons replied, Boy, do you possess more than one Shurhun Dao? Or do you wish for us to unite in a transaction? Such a laughable thought. The mockery in their voices grew thick. They trusted no one but themselves. It was impossible to unite in a transaction for the Shurhun Dao. Who would claim it then? Mistakenly, I mean to say the blade is mine, and so are your treasures. Chapter 46. The demons cried out in grievance. The demonic blade is mine, and the treasures are mine. Ye Heng's earth-shattering declaration stirred a tempest within the ghost market. What did you say? The unruly demons were stunned. They had never encountered such audacity. Even Dong Lao Mo would not dare to act with such impunity in the ghost market. Boy, you are playing us. You never intended to trade the Shurhun Dao. You only wished to ascertain the extent of our treasures, then plunder with purpose. A cunning old demon saw through Ye Heng's intentions. Yet he could not fathom what basis this young man had to act so boldly. Was he a scion of a powerful sect? Yet, a scion would not need to plunder for treasures themselves. Without strength, relying solely on the Shurhun Dao would not safeguard you. Those who contravene the rules of the ghost market shall die. Dong Lao Mo from the palace struck directly. The blood-soaked ravine surged with endless blood energy, coalescing into a torrent of crimson, from which emerged countless blood hands that devoured vitality. Birds and beasts in the forest shattered, their blood consumed by the blood river. Whoosh! Behind Ye Heng, 9 killing blades materialized, and under the impetus of demonic energy, their edges trailed long ribbons, effortlessly blocking the blood river. Numerous old demons, poised to seize the Shurhun Dao, strained to suppress their impulses. Heart racing, they observed the confrontation above, sensing that Dong Lao Mo's blood river was at a disadvantage. Though he had not exerted his full power, neither had he. The old demons regarded Ye Heng with trepidation. He had not even glanced upward. A faint smile upon his lips, strolling leisurely. When did Yinzhou produce such a formidable slayer? Could he possibly be the legendary youth from Beizhou? Some speculated about Ye Heng's identity based on his age and capabilities, correlating it with recent rumors from Beizhou. I do not seek your treasures without recompense. If you desire the Shurhun Dao, I have placed it in every dungeon, and every dungeon within the Rui dynasty possesses a Shurhun Dao. If you wish to obtain it, then go and seize it. This statement sent another tumultuous wave through the hearts of the old demons, both alarmed and fearful. A storm is brewing. A significant event is unfolding. They cast sidelong glances at the other demons, aware that only a select few could seize the Shurhun Dao from the dungeons on their own. No one spoke, urging silence among them. They understood it was impossible. Someone would inevitably sell this information, and soon many monsters would learn of it. Is this fellow not afraid of death? If this is true, he has irreparably offended the Rui dynasty. Truly a madman, a lunatic who fears not the chaos of the world. If I am not mistaken, he is Ye Heng, having escaped from the dungeon. Could what he claims be true? The old demons began to breathe heavily, their greed overwhelming their reason. This piece of news is worth its weight in gold, whether you seize it for yourselves or sell it to other demonic sects. It would suffice to exchange for treasures without incurring any loss. The old demons exchanged glances, contemplating the potential truth of the matter. Indeed, if it were true, it would be a boon. But who are we? We are the wicked, and not profiting would be a loss. Whether your news is genuine or false, who can say? Hence, I shall take my leave. Ha ha, you are formidable, but do you truly believe you can take all our treasures? A fool's errand. I bid you farewell. What can you do to me? Thank you for the information. Youngster, you are still too naive to adopt the ways of the wicked. Suddenly, many old demons moved in unison, laughing loudly as they turned to depart. It was clear that Ye Heng was not to be trifled with. There was no need to risk their lives against him, for merely acquiring this news was already a significant gain. Ye Heng remained unmoved. Before him stood an old demon radiating bloodlust, the formidable Dong Lao Mo youngster, hand over the soul-devouring blade. And I shall allow you to leave with the blood soul tree. Dong Lao Mo refrained from attacking, having personally sensed Ye Heng's strength, which was not to be underestimated. As long as you surrender all your treasures, I shall depart. Yi Heng appeared quite accommodating. Dong Lao Mo's expression turned cold. Then you're merely bringing this upon yourself. With a thunderous command, he summoned an endless river of blood and resentment behind him. 9 blood orbs, linked by threads of blood, swelled ominously, forming a sea of blood that enveloped a radius of 100 meters to suppress Yi Heng. These blood orbs were his greatest trump card, forged over decades. With such treasures at his disposal, he could confidently retreat even from monsters of the 5th realm. You are quite arrogant. So much so that you have forgotten the soul-devouring blade is outside. Without your weapon, what do you intend to fight me with? The path of the killing god? Ah, the soul-devouring blade is mine now, as is the blood soul tree. He snickered. Then, Yi Heng's surroundings were engulfed by a swarm of skeletons. A colossal skeletal guanyin overshadowed him. 2 paths, indeed, the skeletal figure proclaimed. Dong Lao Mo's eyes twitched, yet he boasted a higher realm. And with the aid of his extraordinary weapon, he remained confident. But before he could finish his thought, the blood energy entwined around the skeletal guanyin, causing the skeleton to sprout flesh. The path of blood demons. Dong Lao Mo's expression shifted. 3 paths? This is something I have only heard of, never witnessed. A regular genius struggles to ascend a single path, while only legendary prodigies can afford to expand into a 2nd or 3rd. The flesh guanyin wielded a massive blade. No need for bloodshed. Dong Lao Mo forced a stiff smile, but watched in horror as the flesh guanyin donned a ghostly shroud, emanating a vengeful aura. The path of vengeful spirits. Dong Lao Mo began to sweat profusely. Wait, we can negotiate. Everything can be discussed. As he spoke, the flesh guanyin sprouted dragon horns and beast-like eyes, unleashing a fierce demonic aura that countered the sea of blood. Dong Lao Mo trembled, his lips unable to form words. The path of demons. Just how many paths do you possess? How can one individual wield so many paths? Are you not afraid they will tear you asunder? What negotiations? Let us speak of the little tricks I've learned in my spare time. Yi Heng leisurely maneuvered the eerie guanyin toward Dong Lao Mo. The latter was rendered speechless. Little tricks? He laughed, a mixture of disbelief and impotence. You concede? I can help you seize those old fool's treasures. If we do not hurry, it will be too late. In critical moments, others are merely here to betray. However, the eerie guanyin did not relent. We have no grudges. I have not wronged you. You are the wicked, Dong Lao Mo retorted. Should wicked cultivators be condemned to death? Yi Heng replied with a laugh. I am one as well. Dong Lao Mo gritted his teeth and let out an enraged roar, unleashing the full might of the blood sea. The earth trembled with a thunderous crash, shattering everything in the black market. Shadows fled in all directions with great speed, eager to escape. Once free, they could exchange that astonishing news for endless treasures. Fight, fight. The more ferocious the battle, the better. Perhaps we can reap the benefits later. Amidst the chaos, a paper Taoist flew toward the forest. Paper Taoist. Hand over your century-old flowers. A killer brandishing a blade blocked his path. As a fellow of the 4th realm, you cannot stop me. The paper Taoist remained undeterred. The terrain here is complex, the black market established for ease of escape. And with this blade, the killer summoned the soul-devouring blade from afar. The paper Taoist was taken aback. Meanwhile, the white-bone lady coldly glared at the mysterious figure in black robes. Hand over the eerie, immortal bones. Senior, you are mistaken. I am but a mere ant of the 2nd realm. How could I possess such treasures? You cannot deceive me. A chilling voice emerged from behind the white-bone lady. A spirit possessed by vengeful spirits. Earlier, they had dispatched many souls to secretly record the treasures possessed by each individual. No one will be spared. On the other sides, blood demons and vengeful spirits also obstructed their paths. When encountering opponents of the 4th realm, they would summon the soul-devouring blade to assist, easily suppressing other cultivators of the same level. Stop crying. We are all wicked, yet you are still so shameful. Get lost. The blood demon impatiently kicked a bear man before him. You even stripped him of his clothes, dreaming of hiding treasures? In the eerie and terrifying black market forest, the sounds of many wicked beings lamenting could be faintly heard. Chapter 47. Breaking through the primordial realm as dawn broke, the plunderous battle finally ceased. The white-bone lady and her companions stood obediently before Yi Heng, a far cry from their arrogant demeanor that had instilled both fear and resentment in the wicked the previous night. The ground was strewn with various demonic treasures. Some fortunate individuals had fled, but none of the treasures that had been offered were missing. The blood demon bore an excited expression. Plundering was indeed the style of the demonic path. Here, a reward for you. Ye Heng casually tossed the 9 blood orbs strung together to the blood demon, who received them as if they were a precious treasure. The blood demon weapon was perfectly suited for him. This piece of bone is for you. Ye Heng pointed to a fragment of bone emanating a faint golden light among the treasures, though it did not reach true immortality. It was a remnant from a powerful deity, beneficial for the white bone lady's cultivation. She could also forge it into a suitable weapon. Take this rag with you. Ye Heng offered the remnants of the 10,000 souls banner to the vengeful spirit. The killer gazed longingly at Ye Heng. You may use the soul-devouring blade for now. Instantly, the killer's face lit up with joy. All 4 had received treasures most suitable for them, their combat strength enhanced, placing them among the strong of the 4th realm, capable of resisting or fleeing from 5th realm foes. Ye Heng required no external aid. He sought only elixirs to elevate his cultivation. The century-old Een flower, the ghost demon pill, and the blood soul tree fruit were all bountiful harvests, more precious and fitting for the demonic path than the treasures acquired from the night patrol of Yinlong City. After dividing the spoils, rustling sounds emerged from the collapsed forest nearby, as several silhouettes stealthily appeared among the trees. Oh, who would have thought they truly fear not death and have made it this far? How intriguing. The murderer turned back, astonished at the sight of several ragged, blood-soaked youths. The eldest was barely of age, while the youngest was around 10. They were all children from the villages below the mountain. Earlier, when Yi Shuang passed through the village on the way down, this group of children had knelt in desperation, pleading for salvation. Yi Shuang had merely uttered a single phrase: "If you wish to survive, stake your lives and follow me." He then departed, traversing the towering peaks as if stepping into the void. Yi Shuang gazed at the 5 youths, all in a pitiful state. Their fingers were raw and scraped, their shoes lost, and their bare feet were caked in blood and mud. Yet their eyes had transformed. No longer did they harbor the fearful, despairing gaze of before. Instead, they now possessed a fervent determination. They had indeed wagered their lives, conquering the soaring mountain in the pitch-black night, where a moment's misstep could lead to a fatal plunge into the abyss or befalling the jaws of a beast. With luck, they had triumphed over death. No one was there to save them. They could only save themselves. Within the shattered palace lay demonic scriptures and remnants of malevolent potions, now theirs for the taking. The old demon here was dead. It was unlikely that this place would again become a haven for rogue demons. However, the villages below remained in peril. The deep forest would eventually be occupied by other malign entities or monsters, and the plight of those below the mountain would remain unchanged, possibly facing exploitation by the authorities. The remaining demonic scriptures and low-level potions were beneath Yi Shuang's notice, yet they had the potential to alter the fates of these youths and their families. This was their only path. As ordinary villagers, devoid of talent or background and weakened in spirit, they would be unable to cultivate righteous scriptures. Only the dark arts held the promise of defying fate. The 5 boys spoke not a word. They knelt, bowing their heads heavily against the hard ground, the sound echoing. Then, supporting one another, they made their way towards the ruined palace in search of the scriptures that could change their lives. They displayed remarkable understanding, without even attempting to shamelessly request to follow the adult. The blood demon looked on with satisfaction at the staggering figures of the 5, having faced life and death. They were indeed different. Do not underestimate them. They may one day become formidable demons of the dark arts. The white bone lady had faith in their future. Let us wait and see if they truly earn the right to follow the adult. Yi Shuang's heart was as tranquil as an ancient well. The future of these youths was theirs alone, whether good or ill. Yi Shuang had only acted on a whim, casually providing aid to a few desperate souls. Go now. Track those old demons and observe their actions. Also, see if their lair harbors any hidden treasures. Yi Shuang commanded the 4. In case of emergencies, contact me with the Yin Yang paper. Yi Shuang needed time to absorb these treasures and enhance his strength. He flew deep into the forest, seeking a natural cave, and summoned a massive stone to seal the entrance. Sitting cross-legged within the depths of the cave, he arranged century-old ghost flowers and other treasures before him. These potent medicinal flowers required specific methods or scriptures for refinement, even for demon cultivators. Consuming them directly would result in self-harm, yielding more harm than benefit. Yi Xuang casually took a century-old ghost flower and placed it in his mouth. He activated the upgraded Tai Shi Mo Jing, forming a vortex of demonic energy within. As the flower was crushed, its volatile medicinal properties were devoured by the demonic energy. The surrounding Yin energy coiled around him, and the overwhelming spiritual potency exploded within. In a fleeting moment, he brushed against the confines of the fourth realm's completion. When the last remnants of the ghost flower's potency were consumed, he successfully broke through. Stepping into the complete fourth realm, Wanyu, he continued his cultivation, consuming the ghostly demon pills of the fifth realm. He devoured the blood soul tree fruit, even the tree itself, in a manner unimaginable to ordinary beings. The cave echoed with the wails of spirits, various ominous energies creating an infernal spectacle. The blood energy emanating from Yi Xuang formed terrifying phantoms in the air, resembling the legendary primordial blood demon. The ghostly energy transformed into a demon king traversing the underworld. Greedily fixated on Yi Xuang's physique, bones assembled into the white bone ancestor. The corpse ancestor, demon emperor, god of killing, and death god. 18 legendary ancient fiends stood around Yi Xuang. They roared, unleashing the most horrifying howls, as if seeking to devour everything about Yi Xuang, to consume every inch of his flesh and essence. Yi Xuang's body shattered, blood soaking him entirely, his flesh and spirit seemingly torn apart by the 18 fiends. A demonic silhouette of himself emerged behind him, one finger pointing to the heavens, the other to the earth. He howled to the skies, issuing a scornful roar at the 18 fiends. Alone, he faced these formidable foes, his limbs torn apart, his chest pierced, his skull cracked. Yet the demonic silhouette did not retreat an inch. Yi Xuang's form lay in tatters, bones fractured, while his spiritual core shone with golden light. Lightning formed connections with his shattered body. Time became irrelevant. The remnants of his demonic silhouette were continuously shattered and reborn, battling the 18 fiends. Amidst the cyclical dance of life and death, vitality began to stir within Yi Xuang. Thunderous heartbeats resonated, golden light surging. The fragmented demonic lord silhouette once again touched the earth, transforming it into demonic soil. The remnants of the 18 fiends began to retreat, their once fierce and greedy gazes now filled with fear and submission. Some of the fiends, still unwilling, attempted to consume Yi Xuang, only to have their heads torn off by his silhouette, devoured and crushed by the great mouth of the demonic lord. The struggle within this spectacle was perilous and intensely brutal. Ultimately, one fiend knelt, bowing its proud head in submission. The corpse ancestor, demon king, an evil lord. All 18 fiends bowed low. At this moment, a terrifying aura erupted from within Yi Xuang, marking his ascendance to the fifth realm, Hunyuan. He had successfully advanced. Chapter 48. The fairy returns to the northern continent under the imposing gaze of Yi Xuang's demonic silhouette. The corpse ancestor among the 18 fiends tore off a piece of its own flesh, infused with undying vitality, and offered it to merge with the demonic lord silhouette. The blood demon presented a drop of blood radiating divine light. The white bone ancestor contributed a golden finger bone. The demon king ripped apart a fragment of its own dark spiritual essence. The demon king removed the hardest scale from its chest. All 18 fiends offered their primal essence, merging it with the silhouette of the demonic lord. The silhouette underwent a qualitative transformation, reborn in essence, as demonic flames surged, dissipating the phantoms of the 18 fiends before him. As the phantoms vanished, their gazes remained wary and greedy, their desires undiminished. Blood-soaked, Yi Xuang was enveloped in demonic energy. His flesh reborn, bones restructured, continually shattering and surpassing limits. After what felt like an eternity, Yi Xuang opened his eyes. His left eye gleamed with golden lightning, while his right eye was as dark as the abyss. It was indeed a perilous path. Yi Xuang understood that the Tai Shi Mo Jing became increasingly treacherous with each successive realm. Many pinnacle figures and prodigies once heralded as seeds of greatness had perished in their breakthroughs, their bodies and souls torn apart, reduced to ashes, leaving nothing behind. What Yi Xuang cultivated, the Tai Shi Mo Jing, was even more formidable and challenging. They had only to confront 9 adversaries. Yi Xing faces the challenge of 18 adversaries. with the difficulty doubled. Those prodigies of a lesser ancestors began their cultivation by relying on the finest and purest magical treasures, resulting in fewer impurities within them. Ye Heng, however, does not enjoy such favorable conditions and must rely solely on his own efforts, regardless of the hardships endured. Fortunately, he is aided by the forces of thunder and extreme yang. Ye Heng perceives the thunder pulsating within his heart and the golden light emanating from his spirit platform. Infused with extreme yang energy, these two forces have proven immensely beneficial, providing profound assistance that outsiders cannot replicate at such depths. Indeed, Ye Heng feels the energy within him has at least increased tenfold compared to before. The fifth realm is known as the Hunyuan realm, requiring the seamless amalgamation of the cultivated mystical energy. For instance, Jiang Huaya practices the elemental paths of water, wood, metal, and earth, mastering the extraordinary techniques of mountains and rivers. Yet his external compatibility does not translate to internal harmony. Should Jiang Huaya break through to the fifth realm, he would be able to merge into the essence of mountains and rivers, thus truly mastering the wondrous technique of the mountain river seal. Currently, the mystical energy Ye Heng commands is worthy of being called demonic energy, unique in all of heaven and earth. The other practitioners of the demonic path merely grasp branches of the demonic arts, such as Yin energy and death energy. In a fleeting vision, Ye Heng perceives his true demonic form treading upon a broad path, forged from the convergence of 18 avenues, each a formidable road traversed by the titans of the demonic path. Ye Heng consumes all remaining treasures, further enhancing his inner demonic energy. With a focused gaze, a stream of mystical light bursts forth from his eyes, piercing through the mountain peaks and creating a vast passage, soaring out of the melting cavern. Standing atop the crumbling summits, the mountains beneath him shatter. 5 days have passed. Ye Heng estimates the time, retrieves a piece of yin-yang paper, and contacts Madame Baigu and her companions. On the 3rd day of a new month, in a certain locale of Yinzhou, chilling winds howl in the unfathomable depths of a rift. 3 mysterious figures in black robes stealthily observe the depths of the fissure. Paper Old Ghost, are you certain the dungeon holds the soul-devouring blade? A deep voice inquires from one of them. Absolutely, would I deceive you? Replies another, the voice belonging to the Paper Taoist, the master of the century-old Minghua. After losing the century-old Minghua, the Paper Taoist returned to his lair, growing increasingly furious at the loss of a treasure he had guarded for over a decade, lamenting his misfortune without tears. Never before has he suffered such a loss. It must be reclaimed. Should he seek trouble with Ye Heng? The Paper Taoist hesitates. Instead, he sets his sights on the soul-devouring blade within the dungeon. Any blade of such caliber surpasses the value of the century-old Minghua, making it a profitable endeavor. However, the dungeon's defenses are formidable, relying solely on himself. He cannot seize it, thus enlisting the help of 2 other old demons, both at the 4th realm. If you assist me in acquiring the soul-devouring blade from the dungeon today, I can ensure that each of you possesses 1 later. But you must not skimp on the treasures promised to me, the Paper Taoist reiterates. He seeks assistance without offering benefits, only demanding them in return. He then proceeds to disseminate information. Contemplating this, the Paper Taoist's anger towards Ye Heng diminishes. He perceives himself as a good person. Could there be other soul-devouring blades elsewhere? Surely not every dungeon possesses one. The 2 other old demons, cunning as they are, deduce the truth from subtle hints. What? Are you planning to breach our agreement? The Paper Old Demon's expression darkens. As long as it's genuine, each of us will receive a soul-devouring blade, and we shall not violate our oath. However, such a significant endeavor may provoke the De Rue dynasty, which is perilous. The other 2 old demons express their apprehension. What is there to fear? If there is a debt, it has a source. When the De Rue dynasty seeks retribution, it will be directed at that individual. The Paper Taoist thinks, fully aware that he is the instigator and should bear the blame. The benefits, however, will be his. Have we ascertained the strength of the dungeon's warden? Although the warden is at the 4th realm, his combat prowess is among the weakest of that tier. Otherwise, he would not be assigned to such a desolate dungeon. The 4th realm's corpse demon is also not formidable. The 3 of us can easily succeed together. The Paper Taoist asserts confidently. Over the past 3 days, He has expended considerable resources to ascertain the dungeon's defenses. Aside from the 36 celestial prisons and the divine prison of the capital, most other dungeons possess similar levels of security. Let us prepare for action. After meticulously reviewing every detail and finalizing their plan, the trio begins their silent descent into the rift. Minutes later, 5 figures hover above the chasm, gazing downwards. The paper old demon is the first to act, while the other nefarious beings from the black market either remain on the sidelines or discreetly connect with other demonic practitioners, preparing merely to sell information for profit. The vengeful spirits report to Ye Heng on recent developments. Although 5 days have passed, the news has not spread widely, and the authorities remain unaware. While 100 individuals may know, they are all from the underworld. None dare to proclaim it publicly. Fearing death and with no benefits to gain, they are all covertly seeking buyers to peddle the information. The paper Taoist, who takes direct action, stands alone in his endeavors. Thus, the dungeons have yet to endure widespread incursions. His decisiveness is commendable. Let him ignite the world completely. Ye Heng muses, observing the chasm, faintly catching sight of the paper Taoist's excited silhouette amidst the darkness. Concurrently, in the neighboring Beizhou, a ship traverses thousands of miles. Finally entering the domain of Beizhou, a celestial maiden stands upon the vessel, enveloped in a delicate veil of ethereal mist. Her skin, unlike that of mortals, resembles the purest luminescence crafted by the moon goddess, akin to exquisite mutton fat. The one true foam of Beizhou, the sacred celestial maiden, has returned. Chapter 49. As a practitioner of the demonic arts, he is deemed unworthy. The rift reverberates with the sounds of fierce explosions. The clash of formidable supernatural abilities triggers the rolling of boulders, and the anguished howls of demonic beasts can be vaguely heard. The battle persists for a full hour before tranquility is restored. Minutes later, 3 figures emerge from the dark depths of the chasm, their black robes torn asunder, their aged and pale faces marred by bloodstains, yet their excitement is unmistakable. To think there truly exists a soul-devouring blade. We have struck it rich, exclaims the paper old demon. Hurry, reveal the soul-devouring blade to us. I've never seen one in my life. Fools, do you truly believe you can suppress the vengeful energy of the soul-devouring blade? Were it not for my preparations to temporarily contain the vengeful energy within this treasure chest, we would not have been able to take it at all. The paper Taoist retorts, clutching a specially crafted box tightly. A chilling aura still seeps from it, reminiscent of ghostly wails. Paper old demon, you cannot renege. You must assist us in obtaining the soul-devouring blade from other dungeons. One of the 2 old demons threatens. Should you dare to backtrack, do not blame us for our ruthlessness, for you cannot control the soul-devouring blade at present. The 2 old demons threaten ominously. I too honor my word. I shall undoubtedly assist you. However, to master a soul-devouring blade requires a lengthy period and immense effort. Even if you grant me 2, I would not possess the means to control them. That is true. The 2 old demons relax. Unable to contain their inner elation any longer, they exclaim at that time, each of us will possess a soul-devouring blade, growing strong and powerful. We might even establish a formidable demonic sect, perhaps even achieving the status of sect leader or ancestor in the future. Their triumphant laughter echoes across the serene rift. Paper old demon, enough. You have laughed for too long. I mock that Ye Heng is devoid of cunning and wisdom. To reveal such treasures and information simply to lure out some artifacts is sheer foolishness. The paper Taoist, basking in his moment of triumph, could not help but express his derision towards Ye Heng, deeming his approach to be utterly inadequate for a demonic cultivator. Are you referring to me? A flat voice erupted in the minds of the 3 from the paper Taoist. Who? The trio, startled like startled birds, experienced a drastic change in countenance. This desolate area was devoid of life, with the nearest town nearly 100 miles away. Logically, their actions today should have gone unnoticed, even if they were exposed. No one would arrive in time. Is it you? The paper Taoist's face turned ashen as he gazed at Ye Heng, the one he had just ridiculed for his supposed foolishness, now standing before him. Are you also here to seize the soul-devouring blade from the dungeon? The paper Taoist assumed that Ye Heng and his companions shared the same goal as himself, feeling a sense of misfortune wash over him. Why was he so unlucky? Despite the presence of 3 dungeons in one heavenly prison in Yinzhou, he had encountered these unreasonable and tyrannical individuals. What do you intend to do? The paper old demon was both furious and apprehensive. Having recently suffered a setback, he now possessed the soul-devouring blade and had allies at his side. I am not to be trifled with. Truly, fool. The mysterious dark mark on Yexiang's forehead began to crack slightly. Resembling the gaze of a demonic, I fixated on the paper Taoist and his companions. He could vaguely perceive a special mark left upon them, invisible to ordinary eyes and indelible. You have been marked by the Yao Shu imprint, and yet you are so self-satisfied. Yexiang recognized the origin of this mark, recalling that the night patrol had employed it in the past. However, it was only used in the pursuit of heinous criminals. The imprint, crafted from the blood and flesh of the offspring of the tracking mouse, could be silently applied to others and then tracked over vast distances by the mother mouse. It seemed this was prepared for them. The blood demon felt a lingering dread, recalling that during his time in the lake prison, no such Yao Shu imprint existed. Otherwise, upon their emergence, they would have been immediately hunted down by the formidable figures of the Darue dynasty. These three fools had unwittingly shielded them from danger. The killer could not help but feel a chill of fear. Previously, he had yearned to seize a new soul-devouring blade from the other dungeons. Had he done so, he would likely have been marked by the Yao Shu as well, not knowing how many monsters would pursue him to his demise. He cast a more submissive gaze towards Yexiang, unconsciously bowing his body in a gesture of deference. What? The paper old demon's face drained of color in an instant. They had heard of the infamous Yao Shu imprint. There was no way to erase or conceal it, at least not to their knowledge. The only way to rid oneself of it was through the passage of time, which could take anywhere from a month to several months. During this protracted period, they would constantly be at risk of being hunted by the powerful figures of the Darue dynasty. They lived under the perpetual threat of death. Damn it, paper old demon, you never mentioned the existence of the Yao Shu imprint. The other two old demons grasped the paper Taoist by his collar, wishing to rend him to pieces. They had not yet reaped any benefits and had only incurred trouble. I had no idea. Logically, how could a dungeon possess such a rare item as the Yao Shu imprint? The paper Taoist was equally bewildered. Suddenly, he turned to Yexiang. Is it you? You had your suspicions all along. You knew and chose not to speak, merely leading us to be scapegoats. He felt like a clown in a play, utterly ridiculous. We are all demonic cultivators, yet we are still human. One must not be excessively wicked. The paper old demon gritted his teeth, feigning innocence. Were you not wicked when you practiced demonic arts with human skin? The white-bone lady scoffed. We are all villains, so cease your display of innocence. It only serves to prove your ineptitude. Hand over the blade and escape. Spread the word so that other old demons may take the fall. With more scapegoats, the Darue dynasty will expend their energy on the hunt, giving you a chance to survive. The blood demon outlined a path to survival for them. The paper old demon felt no gratitude. You are truly ruthless. You wish to drain me dry. While this may indeed be the most likely path to survival, the other scapegoat old demons will surely come after me, holding me accountable for the burdens. I will bear the blame for you all, while you escape unscathed. If I were not a demonic cultivator, I would consider reporting this to the authorities. This is truly a grave injustice against the elderly. Yet, he had no choice but to proceed as such to preserve his life. Fine, fine, fine. There will be ample time in the future. I will surely repay you. The paper old demon nearly ground his teeth to dust. He turned to flee, seeking to distance himself from this place and from Yinzhou. Have you forgotten something? The fleeing paper Taoist paused. What? Damn it. Do you still wish for me to obtain the soul-devouring blade? This was excessive. It was truly too much. He shot Yexiang a fierce glare, then exerted all his strength to flee. Having suffered such a significant loss, he could not afford to lose the soul-devouring blade as well. He would not survive. Come here, Yexiang commanded. The paper old demon could not help but chuckle. Do you think I am someone who can be summoned at will? It is impossible. If you have the ability, come chase after me. I will entangle you, and no one will escape when the powerful figures of the Darue dynasty surround us. If you're not afraid of death, then come and try. The paper old demon fled with remarkable swiftness. In the next moment, he looked down in horror, unable to believe what he saw in the specially crafted box he held, hearing the sounds of clashing within. Before he could react, the box designed to suppress the resentment of the soul-devouring blade was sliced open, and the blade rolled toward Yexiang. So, When you said come here, you meant for the soul-devouring blade to come to you. But why would the demonic blade obey his command? Why should it? Chapter 50. The original demon, journey to Yinlong City. The paper old demon was indignant, utterly and profoundly so. They were all figures of the fourth realm, all demonic cultivators. The paper old demon dared not even touch the soul-devouring blade, only managing to temporarily subdue it within the specially crafted box. He had even aided this blade in escaping the dungeon. Yet what had Ye Heng done? Why would the soul-devouring blade heed his call? The paper old demon spat blood, feeling as though he were a powerless man who would sacrifice everything, even his life, for a cold and aloof woman, yet would receive nothing in return, not even a smile. And this man, named Ye Heng, had encountered this cold and aloof woman. With a domineering command to come here, the high and mighty woman had rolled over like a dog. Was this right? The paper old demon turned back, his hand covered in the eerie coins of the underworld, reaching out to grasp the hilt of the soul-devouring blade, unwilling to allow his goddess to be so abased. Striving to retain her, the torrent of resentment coalesced upon the soul-devouring blade, struck mercilessly against the paper old demon's palm, denying him any chance to make contact. The paper old demon gazed at his bloodied and mangled hand, watching helplessly as the soul-devouring blade joyfully soared toward Ye Heng, frolicking around him like a dog greeting its master. The fierce torrent of resentment seemed to hold back, as if afraid to harm even a single hair on Ye Heng. The paper old demon's mentality shattered, his resolve collapsing entirely in that moment. He howled to the heavens. Why? He had suffered losses and been deceived. He was angry, yet he accepted it. Among demonic cultivators, there was no code of ethics, and suffering losses merely proved one's inadequacy. Yet he could not accept why the soul-devouring blade behaved in such a manner. Paper old demon, you wretch, look at what you have done. The other two old demons also felt their mentality crumble, although the Shihundao does not belong to them. Possessing this weapon greatly increases their chances of survival when pursued by formidable adversaries from the Daruade dynasty. With the Shihundao gone, the two elder demons, their crimson eyes ablaze with hatred, were eager to devour the incompetent Ji Lao Mo alive. How could one be so utterly inept? How dare you even call yourself a demon cultivator, you wretched fool? You should escape quickly. The Daruade dynasty strong will soon arrive. The blood demon's words pierced like daggers. Ji Lao Mo and his companions could not help but spurt blood in frustration. Such humiliation was intolerable. Yet, they dared not utter a single harsh word. With gritted teeth, they turned and fled, wishing never to encounter Ye Heng again in this lifetime. As the retreating figures of Ji Lao Mo and his companions disappeared into the distance, it seemed as if the air was still filled with their tears of regret, fading into the horizon, accompanied by the faint sounds of silent sobs. However, no one felt pity for them. The four members of Baigu Fu Run gazed in astonishment at the Shihundao, which hovered before Ye Heng, swaying as if vying for attention. Their hearts were tumultuous. They understood that Ye Heng could effortlessly subdue the Shihundao, having done so with remarkable speed during the Lake of Hell incident. Yet this time with a mere command, the Shihundao obediently complied. The enhancement of his realm and strength should not have made this feasible. Let us proceed to the dungeon, Ye Heng stated, ignoring the attention-seeking Shihundao as he soared towards the Fissure dungeon. The gap in the vertical mark on his forehead widened. A minute later, Ye Heng and his 5 companions landed amidst the ruins of the dungeon. The corpse demon was still alive. How utterly useless were Ji Lao Mo and his companions, failing to vanquish it despite a 3-2 advantage. Fearing unforeseen circumstances, they fled after acquiring the Shihundao. Amid the taunts of the killer, Ye Heng drew forth the Shihundao, intent on dealing with the corpse demon and seizing the precious blood it possessed. My lord, shall we subdue some creatures deeper within the dungeon? The vengeful spirit inquired. There's no need. I have neither the leisure nor the time to subdue them, and the assistance from the Four Realm subordinates is minimal, Ye Heng replied. Leave none alive. He issued the command. Understood. Soon, the dungeon was devoid of life, shrouded in chilling, deathly energy and a suffocating aura. It was indeed an ideal place for demon cultivation. However, those with true ambition amongst demon cultivators would avoid consuming the countless impurities within the mysterious energy. While their power might surge temporarily, future breakthroughs would become arduous. Ye Heng did not directly utilize this energy to enhance his strength. Instead, he opened a vertical eye on his forehead. Within it resided a gaze that disregarded the world. The cold, dark energy, gathered from various malevolent sources, was devoured by the demon eye. This was the divine ability Ye Heng mastered upon reaching the fifth realm, the Hunyuan realm. This divine ability was not merely an extraordinary technique. It was an innate power. Those formidable bloodline creatures, often referred to as possessing innate divine abilities, were, in truth, merely endowed capabilities and did not warrant the title of divine abilities. Ye Heng referred to this demon eye as the primitive demon eye. It devours all, wielding authority over every evil spirit and demon. Under the primitive demon eye, even beings of equal rank within the malevolent realm stand defenseless. It can discern all demonic entities. Commanding the Shurhundao is a manifestation of the primitive demon eye's might. Simultaneously, it can absorb the mysterious energy associated with demonic aura. And the demon eye can unleash chaotic demonic light, its power surpassing that of mere extraordinary techniques. The strength of the primitive demon eye will amplify with Ye Heng's ascent in realm, serving as a powerful trump card. The primitive demon eye consumed the accumulated dark energy of the dungeon over a century, and its power began to seep through the vertical eye, causing Bai Gu Fu Ren and her companions to unknowingly kneel, their foreheads touching the ground. At this moment, the yin-yang paper in Bai Gu Fu Ren's embrace emitted words. "My lord, the fairy of Sidu has sent word. Jiang Yunli has returned to Beizhou." Ye Heng narrowed his eyes slightly. "Let's head to Yinlong City." In Beizhou City, an extraordinary scene unfolded as throngs of people filled the streets, all gazing upwards at the ship piercing through the clouds. It was common knowledge that the only true Phoenix Fairy of Beizhou had returned. As the citizens looked up in awe, a slender, ethereal figure gracefully descended from a ship, adorned in a pristine white, feathered garment, its sleeves fluttering gently. Her breathtaking beauty was accentuated by a few strands of hair that danced at her cheeks, swaying with the breeze. Her countenance bore a hint of otherworldly serenity, yet her smiling eyes added a touch of warmth. The cloud steps, formed beneath her feet, scattered fragments of luminous light with every step, akin to falling stars. The steps led directly to the royal palace. The entire city seemed to fall into silence, as if the bustling metropolis had been muted, whether noble or commoner. All heads were raised in reverence and admiration, quietly following the lofty figure of the celestial maiden, not daring to breathe. As her figure vanished into the skies, the citizens displayed expressions of lingering regret. "Sister, I just received news. A dungeon in Yunzhou has been breached, and a Shurhundao has been stolen." Jiang Yunyang excitedly approached Jiang Yunli, sharing the thrilling tidings. Jiang Yunli smiled faintly. As expected, Ye Heng's greed has led him to take action. She was now more convinced than ever that the red dust ship was a fabrication. The demon rat seal had already been stamped, and the commander of the night patrol in Yunzhou, along with the elders of the royal palace, two formidable beings of the fifth realm, were in pursuit with extraordinary weapons. It was merely a matter of time before Ye Heng and his companions were caught. Jiang Yunyang's excitement heightened. With two fifth realm powerhouses, they have no chance of resistance. It seems they are fleeing further north into Yunzhou, attempting to escape the confines of the Darue dynasty. That area is a chaotic land devoid of humans and demons. "Sister, should we capture Ye Heng alive?" Jiang Yunyang posed the crucial question. "Alive or dead, does it matter?" Jiang Yunli listened calmly. "So, Ye Heng intends to venture into a realm devoid of both humans and demons, forsaking his humanity? How disappointing. A dead end was a choice he made for himself." Jiang Yunli provided her answer. "I have returned this time for Jiang Wui, for the innocent lives lost in the night patrol, and for the suffering citizens. Ye Heng is of no consequence." Jiang Yunli's gaze turned towards Yinlong City. "Before I become the holy maiden, I must ensure that my heart remains untainted." Onward to Yinlong City. Chapter 51. In the next life, be a good person, Yinlong City. The city gates, wide enough for 4 horse-drawn carriages to pass side by side, were now choked with an overwhelming crowd. Outside the gates, throngs of people surged towards Yinlong City, while within, it was a sea of bodies, making movement nearly impossible. "Have you seen the Princess Fairy?" "No. There are too many people. Alas, individuals from surrounding counties have arrived, and even many from Beizhou City have followed in the fairy's footsteps to reach Yinlong City. It was said that the fairy had left Beizhou City several days prior, personally visiting surrounding counties to comfort the disaster-stricken. Those victims were truly fortunate to have the chance to behold the fairy's grace. I heard the princess has exempted all farmers in Yinlong City from taxes for 3 years, and every household will receive food. The fairy will also construct martial arts schools in every county, providing opportunities for the farmers' children to cultivate. How generous! Is it possible that the drought is indeed related to the royal palace? Is this a form of compensation? Someone whispered. Instantly, the crowd turned their furious gazes towards the speaker. Silence. The drought has been thoroughly investigated. It was caused by the rampage of demons. The prince and the princess were not in Beizhou at the time, which allowed the demons to wreak havoc. It was that scoundrel Li So who framed them. He is the true culprit allied with the demons. All evidence against him is fabricated, and he has been dealt with. It is rumored that the drought is linked to those thieving rogues, Yi Xing and his ilk, and they will soon be captured. They cannot escape. Look at those continuously entering the city. They are all disaster victims here to express their gratitude to the princess for her great kindness. This year, my family has suffered a complete harvest failure. Were it not for the benevolence of the princess, the 5 remaining members of my household would surely perish from hunger. The princess, who ought to be exalted, has never looked down upon our lives as other nobles do. She has never regarded us with disdain. I am acutely aware that, aside from the princess, no other aristocrat would expend several days to survey all the disaster-stricken areas. It is rumored that this month is of great significance to the immortal. Yet even so, the immortal has traveled great distances to return, and we are truly honored by her presence. Some elders clasped their hands together, their eyes filled with piety, worshipping in the direction where Jiang Yunli stands, as if venerating a bodhisattva descended to the mortal realm. Witnessing this scene has caused those who doubted the royal family to waver in their skepticism. With so many people gathered, one must wonder whether Yi Xian and the malevolent spirits would come. Is it not said that he traverses a path that is utterly terrifying, capable of inflicting harm upon the princess? Nonsense, he is a fraud. What gives him the right to compare himself to the princess? He is unworthy. Should he dare to approach, today will be his last. We need not the princess's intervention. One spit from each of us could drown him. No one is fearful, nor is anyone daunted. They stretch their necks, longing for but a glimpse of the princess. A single sight would suffice. Amidst the ruins, what was once the Night Patrol Bureau remains only crumbling walls, reduced to scorched earth. Behind Jiang Yunli stands her younger brother, Jiang Yunyang, along with a kindly old woman. Surrounding them are the elegantly attired nobles, lords of the prominent families of Yinlong City. Jiang Yunli struggles to conceal her grief. Her most loyal and steadfast subordinate, who should have been her greatest support in the future, has perished. Even now, she is unable to accept this reality, feeling pain for the first time in her life. It is an error of judgment on my part. 2 years ago, I failed to recognize his wolfish ambitions, allowing him to commit such atrocious acts. I am at fault. Jiang Yunli slightly bows to the lords of the great families. Swiftly, the notable figures of Yinlong City recoil, none daring to receive her salute. Their expressions are complex, and they cannot meet Jiang Yunli's gaze directly. In their hearts, they lament how, merely 2 years ago, the princess shone brightly in Beizhou, and in just a short span, she has ascended to such extraordinary heights. They all display sycophantic smiles, blaming the malevolent Yi Xian and his ilk, lamenting that they were too late to offer assistance, resulting in the obliteration of the Night Patrol Bureau by the wicked. Alas, my poor son. Princess, when we capture Yi Xian, he must be brought to Yinlong City. I shall avenge my son. Indeed, he must not be spared. The lords vehemently denounce Yi Xian. No one dares to probe whether the princess is at fault or whether she should bear responsibility. Furthermore, they have already received what they desired. The royal family will advance some of their family members and recommend some of their disciples for cultivation in various orthodox sections. Their grievances against the royal family have long since dissipated. Jiang Yunli's calm gaze falls upon Jiang Yunyang. Stepping forward, Jiang Yunyang looks down haughtily upon the assembly of lords. Yi Xian and his associates have already been pursued by the royal family. I had intended to deal with him before all of you today, but alas, he has proven quite elusive and has yet to be captured. Jiang Yunyang's expression betrays his frustration. It has been several days. With the demon rat seal in hand, I had anticipated a swift resolution, yet success remains elusive. It is as if they knew from the onset that they had been marked by the demon rat seal and fled with all their might. It must be the Hongchan sect that has discerned the demon rat seal. Jiang Yunli speaks with a calm confidence. The Hongchan sect would not personally intervene to aid his escape. He is not significant enough to incite true enmity between the Hongchan sect and the Da Rui dynasty, nor with the Feng Tian sect. There's no longer a place for him to hide in this world. Jiang Yunli steps out of the ruins of the Night Patrol Bureau. At the broken entrance, she pauses briefly, gazing upon the familiar yet foreign door. Let be rebuilt. Not a single flower or blade of grass should remain. All traces of the past must be erased. Yi Xian, this was your final opportunity to see me in Yinhong City. You shall have no further chances. Jiang Yunli strides forth from the ruins without a hint of nostalgia. Whether you exist today or not shall not disturb my unwavering resolve. A faint aura of sanctity radiates from her, as if she were destined to ascend to the heavens. As Jiang Yunli slowly walks towards the street, it seems that only she remains in all of Yinhong City. The bustling and noisy city suddenly falls silent. Behind Jiang Yunli, the kindly old woman raises her hand, and the winds cease, the clouds still. A beam of ethereal light descends from the heavens, transforming into a celestial platform that elevates Jiang Yunli into the sky. A pure and refreshing fragrance envelopes Yinhong City, clearing the minds of all who inhale it, dispelling worldly concerns. Outside Yinhong City, Yi Xian gazes at the bodies hanging from the city walls. Unclaimed corpses. The villains deserve their fate. They have caused us such suffering. Their deaths are a small reprieve for us. They should be ground to dust, and yet they dare to accuse the princess. Attempting to tarnish her name. Do they think we are fools? On the city wall, some children and common folk hurl rotten vegetables and foul eggs at the hanging corpses, venting their pent-up fury. This scoundrel did not escape. Blood Demon observes the corpse, recognizing it as Li Su, once of the Night Patrol Bureau. Logically, he could have easily fled. He could have hidden away in some remote valley and lived. This fool even attempted to assassinate the princess, completely unaware of his own insignificance, never even laying eyes on her. How naive he was, thinking to seek justice from the princess. Poor creature. Do not aspire to be a good person in your next life. The killer shakes his head in disbelief. Lady Whitebone cannot help but sigh deeply. She admires Li Su for his determination. In pursuit of the truth behind the drought and to seek justice for countless victims, he risked everything, all for the sake of righteousness. Alas, uncovering the truth proved futile. In the end, he was disgraced and publicly executed, reviled by those he sought to save. Even the murderer, who has taken countless lives, feels pity for him. Yi Xian retracts his gaze. At his waist hangs a wooden stick named Invincible Divine Sword as he strides towards Yinhong City. Faintly perceiving the radiant figure of Jiang Yunli suspended in the air at the city's center. It has been a long time. Chapter 52. This city, only enter, not exit. Wait, my lord, are we truly going? Blood Demon suddenly inquires. I'm unclear about Jiang Yunli's strength. But those masters of the immortal sects cannot be below the fifth realm, can they? My lord, I do not doubt your abilities compared to Jiang Yunli. Rather, she is the princess of the Da Rui dynasty and a saintess of the Feng Tian sect. Such a significant figure must have ancient monsters accompanying her. We cannot ascertain their strength. Even elite disciples from some families are covertly protected by elder family members. The saintess cannot lack guardians. Indeed, does that not mean we are walking into a trap? The killer also appears anxious. Even with the soul-devouring blade in hand, he feels unsettled. Lady Whitebone disparagingly regards the two cowards. What do you mean? We are not afraid of death. We simply do not wish to die in vain. Did my lord not say that living is the most important thing? Only by surviving can we play the long game. Death is the end of all. My lord, shall we reconsider? Let us not act impulsively. Perhaps we should take this opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the Jin Wangfu. She is but a clone. Ye Yin Ripius. He has already contemplated the concerns that the killer and others have raised. If Jiang Yunli's true self has descended, accompanied by formidable ancient beings, Yi Xian is not foolish enough to seek death. He does not fear the sixth realm, but facing beings beyond that is perilous. He wishes for the immortal to weep, not for himself to shed tears. Today is the 8th day of this month. On the day when Jiang Yunli ascended to the position of saintess in the Feng Tian Jiao, she invited her fateful adversary, Hongqian Nu, whose true form must also be within the sect. Yi Xing observed the resplendent Jiang Yunli from the sky through her vertical demonic eye, devoid of life, resembling a porcelain figure. It was merely a spirit puppet controlled by a wisp of Jiang Yunli's divine consciousness. The avatar held no significance, even if the puppet were destroyed. The loss of that divine thought would not be detrimental to her essence. Thus, the avatar required no unwavering protection from powerful beings. The ability to create avatars was not considered supreme skill, as many formidable factions possessed it. The world was vast, and powerful individuals often secluded themselves for years. Yet some mundane affairs or social matters required their intervention, which is when avatars could effectively handle time-consuming tasks. Realizing it was merely an avatar, the assassin pondered. Avenging the avatar would serve no purpose. Why waste time? Destroying the avatar would be futile. Ye Ying Simidet. For others, the avatar may hold little value. But for Jiang Yunli, any action taken against her avatar would carry immense weight. The brutish killer, aware of the rumors surrounding this avatar ability, recognized that the divine consciousness of the avatar was intrinsically linked to the original. Whatever the avatar witnessed, the original would feel as if present. Blood Demon couldn't help but mock the assassin, revealing a lewd expression. My lord, you may do as you please to her defenseless avatar, while she, from thousands of miles away, can only seethe in impotent fury, unable to act. Whether she is a lofty princess or the imperious saintess, she can only passively endure, powerless to intervene. A voice of disdain echoed from the side. Blood Demon was taken aback, realizing it was not Yi Xing's voice. Anger surged within him. Who dares to mock me? Do you wish for death? He laughed heartily, acknowledging the absurdity of being ridiculed by a country girl. The assassin seized the opportunity to retort. Yi Xing turned to the girl beside him, whose sun-kissed face was not beautiful, dressed in a faded patch cloth shirt with fresh mud stains on the hem. Her fingers, slightly thicker than those of a refined lady, bore the marks of labor. You are Si Qing, Yi Xing confirmed. Ah, you actually recognize me? Si Qing exclaimed in astonishment, glancing down at herself, seemingly lacking any revealing flaws. A country girl wouldn't dare mock the ugly appearances of others. Blood Demon and the assassin exchanged glances, at a loss for words. Yi Xing discreetly observed Madame Whitebone, realizing that the yin-yang paper had led them here. Indeed, items capable of sensing locations should never be kept close. My lord, you would undoubtedly recognize the fairy Si Qing at a glance. Madame Whitebone smiled warmly, while subtly signaling the assassin to smile. Quickly smile. She may very well be the future matriarch. Si Qing's cheekbones flushed with a healthy glow, seemingly brighter. She cast a strange glance at Yi Xing. What did you mean by those nonsensical words regarding the yin-yang paper? Indeed, the aura of desire cannot deceive. You are merely pretending to be proper while being shameless in private. Is there a matter at hand? Ye Vink Fronit. What kind of look is that? Nothing. Si Qing hastily averted her gaze, pretending nonchalance, yet nervously looked towards Jiang Yunli in the distance. Did you not say you wouldn't expose her true identity? Knowing she's an avatar, why did you still come? I merely wish to gauge the steadfastness of her belief in the world against the common populace. Yi Xing replied with an indifferent tone, harboring the most ruthless sentiments. Si Qing's mouth slightly agape. Do not underestimate her, although it is an avatar. I can tell that the old woman accompanying her is from Feng Tian Jiao, incredibly close to the sixth realm. But do not be timid. Confront her boldly. Although I cannot directly intervene, protecting your escape is effortless. I possess treasures. Si Qing confidently patted her ample chest, boasting her wealth surpassing that of other core disciples of Hongqian Jiao. Bolstered by her powerful sister, Hongqian Nu Yi Xing cast a glance at her chest, confirming her affluence. There were still many resources yet to be extracted, prompting her to signal Madame Whitebone to take special care of Si Qing, as her potential was considerable. Madame Whitebone met Yi Xing's gaze with a reassuring nod, promising, rest assured, my lord, I will treat the matriarch with utmost respect, enhancing your relationship. You four will guard the entrances of Yinlong City. The city now permits entry, but forbids exit. Yi Xing issued commands to Madame Whitebone and her companions before proceeding alone into Yinlong City. Hey, what about me? Si Qing pointed to herself, feeling forgotten. She feigned aloofness, but privately muttered some odd remarks. You are truly not straightforward. Si Qing concealed herself in a corner, retrieving a small bronze mirror from a fragrant pouch. Soon, the mirror reflected the alluring visage of Hongshan new sister. Ye Heng is about to confront Jiang Yunli's avatar in Yinlong City. She will surely suffer a blow to her resolve, providing you with the perfect opportunity to defeat her. Si Qing sought to take credit for her insight. Fully aware that the animosity stemming from today's events far exceeded the hatred for her fallen disciples, fostering an irreconcilable enmity. Ye Heng would be in grave danger. Perhaps only her sister could safeguard him. Futile. If she dares to return with an avatar, she must have devised a perfect explanation. It will not shatter her resolve. Hongshan Nu gently shook her head. She understood Feng Tianjiao and Jiang Yunli too well. Hongshan, never rely on others. With that, Hongshan Nu's formidable presence vanished from the bronze mirror, standing tall upon the crimson clouds. Gazing ahead, she beheld the ethereal mountains shrouded in mist. With palatial heavenly halls suspended in the air, their glazed tiles reflecting the resplendent hues of dawn. Jiang Yunli, if you seek to establish your supremacy today and attain the title of unparalleled saintess, I, Hongshan, shall bestow upon you a crushing defeat on your most significant day. She recognized that Jiang Yunli's invitation was not sincere. Fearless, she prepared for the confrontation. In Yinlong City, Jiang Yunli's voice flowed like a clear spring, soothing the tumult of the world. 2 years ago, I confined my once friend Ye Heng to the dungeon. It pained me greatly, yet I had no choice. He was my most valued companion, yet I could not prioritize him above the multitude. I had to act for the greater good. Curse you, Ye Heng. The princess cares for you so deeply, yet you chose to become a vile scoundrel, utterly unforgivable. You have caused the princess such sorrow. You deserve to descend into the depths of hell. Long live the princess. The princess genuinely values us, the common folk. A chorus of support erupted, resonating through the skies. I could not bear to kill him. I wanted to give him a chance, but alas, I was wrong. Jiang Yunli's heart ached with disappointment, and the voices cursing Ye Heng grew louder. Now he has fallen into the path of darkness, committing unforgivable sins. It is my moment of weakness that has led to this. I have wronged Yinlong City. Jiang Yunli slightly bowed to the multitude, her aura shining more brilliantly. To prevent any innocent from suffering harm, regardless of who they are, be it former friends or family, I will not show mercy again. Not unlike an ascension, it resembles a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. The sacred maiden's Tao heart is on the verge of becoming flawless. Behind Jiang Yunli, an elderly woman bears a serene smile. Indeed, the final step for the sacred maiden must be completed in her hometown, Yinlong Cheng. Is that so? When a relative errs, do you show no mercy? Amidst a chorus of praises, one voice stands out, discordant and jarring. In an instant, countless furious gazes turn toward him. A mysterious figure cloaked in black steps forth. You need not guess my identity. I'm certain you have all heard my name. Meng Yaozu. The cloaked figure reveals a face marred with deep cracks, a ghastly visage stitched together. Meng Yaozu, the prodigy who ascended to the fourth realm at the tender age of 25, and the only one from an ordinary family in Beizhou. Was it not rumored that he had fallen into the demonic path, controlled by demonic thoughts, and slaughtered his entire family before being exterminated by the Night Watch? The crowd gazes at Meng Yaozu in shock. His fame was immense, rivaling that of Jiang Yunli 2 years ago, and due to his humble origins, he was even hailed as the foremost prodigy in Beizhou. Yet this prodigy fell into darkness a year ago, annihilating his family and plunging into infamy. It is he. Ye Xiu halts, intrigued by him. I have encountered him before. He was once the sycophant around Jiang Yinhua, Jiang Yunli's younger sister, who was about to be wed to the heir of the divine spear marquis. Ye Xiu's demonic eyes widen slightly. He perceives the potent blood aura within Meng Yaozu, alongside an unmistakable aura of death. Instantly, he recognizes him as the bronze-cloaked figure who previously impersonated the Jin Wangfu. I have never known evil. A year ago, I was the target of a conspiracy, contaminated by demonic forces, leading me to lose control. I do not understand who seeks to frame me. I have no enmity with anyone and have always maintained amicable relations. Meng Yaozu's indignation is palpable. The surrounding crowd falls silent. Previously, Meng Yaozu enjoyed a stellar reputation in Beizhou, as he willingly assisted those without power or influence due to his humble background. To this day, many remain baffled as to why he suddenly embraced the demonic path. Possessing extraordinary talent, and with a bright future alongside the esteemed Jiang Yunhua. Why would he choose such a path? I cannot find evidence, but shortly after I fell into the demonic path, Jiang Yunhua suddenly sought to marry the heir of the divine spear marquis. I realized then that I had become an eyesore, an obstruction in their path. Meng Yaozu reveals a self-deprecating smile. What? The commoner's expressions shift dramatically. Is this truly the case? Many begin to murmur. Is the Jin Wangfu truly so malicious? Perhaps. Without requiring your intervention, his previous reputation was sufficient for him to succeed. Si Qing approaches Yishio, appearing as if she is merely observing the unfolding drama. Jiang Yunyang steps forward, indignantly rebuking him. Silence. Your descent into darkness has nothing to do with the Wangfu or Sister Yunhua. It is your inability to resist the allure of the demonic path that led to your own downfall. In the eyes of outsiders, you and Sister Yunhua are at most friends. You are unworthy of obstructing her. Furthermore, Sister Yunhua has never regarded you highly, nor has she ever admired you. It is your relentless attempts to ingratiate yourself with the Wangfu. Sister Yunhua is destined to be, with Ling Yunfei, a match made in heaven. This union has nothing to do with you. Is that so? Meng Yaozu clenches his fists. His sharp, claw-like nails pierce deeply into his flesh. Raising his head, his eyes blaze crimson. Ling Yunfei, the debauched scion, youth of the Wangfu, clearly covet the power of the divine spear marquis. The current emperor has no heir and is rumored to be frail. The Jin Wangfu seeks to ally with greater forces to vie for the throne. Instantly, the city echoes with gasps of shock. Such matters are beyond your ken. The initial connection between the Jin Wangfu and the divine spear marquis could not possibly stem from you. Si Qing whispers. Ye shi u silently admires Wang Yunli, astonished at the unforeseen potential for manipulation. He had never anticipated that he could play such a significant role 2 years prior. Jiang Yunyang, exasperated, shouts, "Enough! You speak nonsense." Regardless of the reasons behind the Wangfu's alliance with the divine spear marquis, what relevance does it hold for you? Is it necessary to frame you? Meng Yaozu retorts with self-mockery. I too once wondered why. If only you had been forthright with me. I am not devoid of dignity. I would have quietly departed to facilitate her. Why must you ruin my reputation and lead to the destruction of my family? I have observed the actions of many scions from noble families and finally grasped the truth. We, the unconnected, are but ants in your eyes. Extinguishing us is far easier. After all, I possess some talent, and there are sects willing to accept me. I may not compare to the divine spear marquis now, but the future is uncertain. To preemptively eliminate a potential adversary is the most prudent course of action for you nobles. Such a revolting tactic. Si Qing expresses her deep disdain. To curry favor with the divine marquis while discarding others is one thing, but to annihilate them is beyond reprehensible. Jiang Yunli, how will you reconcile this within yourself? Si Qing gazes curiously at Jiang Yunli. This man before her seems so pitiable, so innocent. Can you truly believe the Wangfu is justified? Do you truly intend to uphold righteousness at the cost of familial ties, jeopardizing the Wangfu's schemes? Jiang Yunli, I choose to believe in you. It is said you are virtuous, a celestial being, a bodhisattva. I have endured for a year, harming no innocent souls, and have refrained from directly retaliating against the Wangfu. Now I ask you for one answer. Does your Wangfu dare return justice to me? What shall you, Jiang Yunli, do now? Meng Yaozu's soul-stirring roar reverberates throughout the heavens and the earth. He is a man with no recourse, ultimately calling out for kindness. What is the truth? Jiang Yunli turns to her brother. Jiang Yunyang's gaze falters, filled with anxiety. He forces himself to maintain composure. Sister, all he says is a fabrication. Our Wangfu has done nothing. If he possesses any proof, let him present it. I have no evidence. Meng Yaozu has searched for a year without finding any. Such matters are inevitably seamless. How could the Wangfu possibly leave behind evidence? You tread the path of corpses, where a formidable demon known as the Hanban Nu resides, leaving devastation in her wake. Is the drought not connected to you? Jiang Yunli's calm voice shatters the last shred of hope within Meng Yaozu. He emits a sound that is half laughter, half crying. I understand now, I comprehend. Meng Yaozu laughs maniacally towards the heavens. Can one be so shameless? Si Qing is taken aback. She slaps her forehead. It is finished, it is finished. If he cannot achieve this, then you. Si Qing begins to lose confidence in Yixiao. His reputation is so grand, so lofty, having restrained himself for a year without harming anyone. Yet this cannot stir even a ripple in Jiang Yunli's heart. Si Qing can already foresee that in Yinlong Cheng, where his name is sullied and the infamous lecherous Yixiao is even less likely. When a demon seeks reason and justice, it has already lost. Chapter 54. The Path of the Sun, Hao Yin Xianzong. Hanba Nu. Other formidable demons of the demonic path are beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk, yet the name of Hanba Nu is almost universally recognized. Whenever a region suffers from prolonged drought, people inevitably think of Hanba Nu, who leaves behind barren lands in her wake, bearing the blame for all droughts. Is he connected to Hanba Nu? The months of suffering from drought, the loss of loved ones, ignites furious eyes among the populace, ready to reduce Meng Yaozu to ashes. So, it was you. I have long suspected a great demon lurked behind the drought. Jiang Yunyang immediately sounds the charge, aiming to place the blame for all droughts squarely upon Meng Yaozu, ensuring that this matter will no longer pose a threat to himself. Meng Yaozu continues to laugh, arms spread wide. Evidence? Moments ago, you demanded evidence from me, which I could not provide. Now, you wish to ascribe the guilt for the drought to me. Where is your evidence? Evidence? You, Meng Yaozu, succumbed to the demonic path a year ago. This year, the city of Yinlong has been plagued by a drought not seen in decades. You have also embraced the path of the drought demoness. Can you provide an explanation? Your inability to present evidence to prove your innocence marks you as the perpetrator. Jiang Yunyang cunningly turned the tables, ensnaring Meng Yaozu in a trap of self-justification. Meng Yaozu fixed his gaze upon the lofty Jiang Yunli and coldly inquired, "Is this your response? Is this your sense of justice? You, the demonic fiend, are unworthy of questioning my sister. If you desire justice, I shall grant it to you." Jiang Yunyang stepped forward, disdainfully regarding the cornered Meng Yaozu. You claim that the Wangfu caused your descent into the demonic path out of fear of your retaliation against them? How laughable. Let me inform you that you are merely a talented insect, unworthy of the Wangfu-esque concern. It is utterly ridiculous. My sister's talent, strength, and status are sufficient to crush you. The citizens of the city nodded in agreement. 2 years prior, Meng Yaozu shone brightly, comparable to Jiang Yunli, but now, the two were as different as fireflies to the radiant moon. Our Wangfu is teeming with powerful individuals. Would we fear you? Jiang Yunyang's disdain deepened. Do not even compare yourself to my sister. You do not even measure up to me. The heads of the citizens froze in astonishment as they gazed at Jiang Yunyang. You? Are you not overly confident? What began as a trivial matter turned into a moment of revelation. Jiang Yunyang declared, to dispel any misunderstandings about the Wangfu. I shall reveal today that I, Jiang Yunyang, am now an outer disciple of the Hao Yin Xinzong. With a proud smirk, he relished the shock of the crowd. The majority remained bewildered, having never heard of Hao Yin Xinzong, unaware of its significance. The members of the noble families, however, were taken aback, staring in disbelief at the self-satisfied Jiang Yunyang, recognizing that if it were their own kin who became a disciple of Hao Yin Xinzong, they would be even prouder and more arrogant. Hao Yin Xinzong? Yi Xiong turned to Si Qing, admitting his limited knowledge of the world, particularly regarding these eminent sacred lands. Hao Yin Xinzong, the supreme path of the sun, was rumored to possess teachings derived from an ancestral lineage, thus ranking among the pinnacle of sacred lands. Si Qing's expression grew solemn. She had not anticipated that a mere Wangfu, with the saintess Jiang Yunli, could also produce a disciple of Hao Yin Xinzong. What fortuitous fate does the Jin Wangfu possess? Such a revelation was indeed alarming. The supreme path of the sun? Yi Xiong's eyes gleamed with interest. He was in dire need of knowledge regarding the supreme sun and thunder. This unexpected delight was a boon. Indeed, Hao Yin Xinzong's teachings stem from the supreme sun, and it is advisable to avoid provoking its powerful practitioners. They despise evil and do not show mercy to demonic entities, believing that anyone who treads the path of evil, with a corrupted body, life, and heart, is deserving of death. Si Qing instinctively positioned herself before Yi Xiong, attempting to shield him from exposure. Today, let us pretend we were never here, she whispered. Initially, she had concluded that Yi Xiong's confrontation would not disturb Jiang Yunli's resolve. But with the unexpected appearance of Hao Yi and Xianzong, exposing themselves was now too perilous. Regarding her sister, she reasoned that her sister's strength and resilience would suffice. The Sheng Tianjiao would not truly seek her life. A little hardship could be endured. Those capable should bear more burdens. You believe you are worthy of Hao Yi and Xianzong's attention? Your talent, disposition, and character, none of these merits such recognition. Meng Yaozu, having previously been close to the Princess Yanhua, was well acquainted with the Wang Fu and Jiang Yinyang. His talent was decent, yet he was far from qualifying for a sacred land like Hao Yi and Xianzong. Moreover, it was said that Hao Yi and Xianzong did not only consider talent when accepting disciples. Character and integrity were equally critical. You, Jiang Yinyang, were nothing more than a lawless tyrant in Beizhou City. Especially after the Jin Wang departed for the capital, you ran rampant, regarded as the foremost of spoiled youths. This is where your ignorance lies. My nature is righteous. My body is pure. My heart is just. Jiang Yunyang produced a golden jade talisman from his bag, embossed with the image of a golden crow, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. The talisman bore his name, Jiang Yuyang. This is the token of an outer disciple of Hao Yin Shinzo. Who dares to dispute it? Meng Yaozu's lips moved, but found no retort. He was uncertain of its authenticity, yet no one would dare impersonate a disciple of Hao Yin Shinzong in public, not even the heir of the Wang Fu. Is being an outer disciple truly of such significance? He was, after all, the heir of the Wang Fu. The common folks remained perplexed, deeming outer disciples unimportant. Although outer disciples may not rank among the core disciples, their status was not inferior to that of elite disciples. Many were accepted into the outer sect, not for lack of ability, but due to entering late. Outer disciples might still be granted part of the teachings, with potential to become core disciples in the future. Si Qing, concerned that Yi Xiong might be unaware, whispered explanations while expressing her confusion. What could Hao Yi and Xianzong possibly see in him? Observing discreetly, she utilized her abilities. The truth behind the drought is a jade sun treasure flower, capable of forging a jade sun body. Yi Xiong pieced everything together. The jade sunflower was an exceedingly rare item, rich in potent solar material, and Hao Yin Shinzong was devoted to the path of extreme sun. So that was it. But the jade sun body would only ensure a passing talent. What of character and disposition? Si Qing cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Yunyang, regarding him as worthless. The inspectors from Hao Yi and Shinzong must have misjudged him or perhaps were swayed by Jiang Yunli's influence. Si Qing scolded, realizing that even the most renowned sects harbor their share of corruption. Yi Xiong observed Jiang Yunyang's self-satisfaction with a discerning eye. He wished to ascertain the level of extreme sun energy within him to determine whether he had indeed cultivated the teachings of the Supreme Sun. Was there no extreme sun energy within him, merely an ordinary body? Yi Xiong furrowed his brow. The jade sunflower had yet to be utilized. Did Jiang Yunyang truly possess the teachings of the Supreme Sun? Chapter 55, Go, Yi Xiong. I am a disciple of Hao Yin Shinzong, and my sister is the saintess of the Sheng Tianjiao. Do you dare to provoke the Wang Fu? Even now, you demonic fiends have not surrendered. You still wish to attribute the drought's misfortunes to us, dreaming foolishly. Today, you, the sinner, shall pay with your life for the countless innocent souls lost to this drought. Jiang Yunyang stood with righteous indignation, exuding an extraordinary presence. Seize him. Kill him. Avenge my deceased daughter. The calls for retribution drowned out Meng Yaozu's protests. He hung his head in silence, beginning to doubt himself. Was he in the wrong? No, that could not be true. Everything he had endured was genuine. The drought bore no relation to him. Raising his head, he beheld the grotesque faces and furious eyes of the crowd. These were the pitiful souls he had once been unwilling to harm, yet now they wished to tear him apart. Ha! Meng Yaozu laughed, a laugh full of liberation. If you have grievances, the night patrol will conduct a thorough investigation, but until then, you must visit the prison. Jiang Yunli's voice was cold and detached. I will no longer place my trust in any woman. I shall not. Meng Yaozu shook his head, his expression of confusion and anguish transforming into one of rage and madness. He no longer suppressed himself, no longer restrained the corpse energy within. The murky purple corpse energy surged, twisting and consuming everything around Meng Yaozu, coalescing into a grinning corpse face that emitted countless howls of the undead. The putrid corpse energy enveloped the entirety of Yinlong City. The leaves withered, and the once vibrant grass turned a sickly yellow. The surrounding populace was engulfed in terror, hastily retreating from Meng Yaozu. Even the small corpses of the four realms dared to act recklessly. Today, I shall vanquish demons once more. The old woman behind Jiang Yunli scoffed. With a mere gesture, clouds descended from the heavens, encasing the pervasive corpse aura in a shroud. Indeed, there was a presence reminiscent of the unyielding bones of the corpse ancestor temple, a force not to be compared with ordinary corpse techniques. Alas, the four realms were too feeble. The old woman summoned more clouds, forming impenetrable layers that ensnared Meng Yaozu. The fifth realm, is it? Let's shatter that now. After all, why steadfastly protect is but a jest in the eyes of you righteous souls. Meng Yaozu roared, a suffocating silence and decay enveloping him, the luminous clouds failing to hide the ominous aura. At that moment, the heavens seemed to dim, the air thick and murky. A terrifying miasma of death enveloped Meng Yaozu entirely, extinguishing the last vestige of life within him. His skin turned a ghastly pallor, his eyes devoid of pupils. Only a lifeless gaze surveying the world he detested. Such talent is extraordinary. Si Qing couldn't help but commend. He should not be a disciple of the corpse ancestor temple. Lacking the unyielding bone scriptures, he was merely an ordinary practitioner of corpse techniques, yet he had shattered limits, exhibiting traces of the unyielding bones. Si Qing, with discerning eyes, was astonished. I never imagined that the relatively obscure Beizhou would produce such prodigies. He glanced at Jiang Yunli, then at Yi Xing behind her, and finally at Meng Yaozu. Each one, a paragon that would shine brightly across the realm. The Jin Wangfu was fortunate to encounter two unparalleled geniuses, who had both forsaken their mortal enmity. Si Qing clicked his tongue in wonder, truly a bunch of fools. They needed not lift a finger, as Yi Xing and Meng Yaozu grew. The future of the Jin Wangfu would be secure. Si Qing observed the battlefield, watching Meng Yaozu, amidst the relentless assault of the myriad clouds, transform into a rampaging corpse demon. He tore apart the luminous cloud halo, displaying terrifying combat prowess upon entering the fifth realm. A formidable match against the seasoned old woman of the late fifth realm. Yet Si Qing understood that as time elapsed, Meng Yaozu's situation would only worsen, and defeat was inevitable. Such a figure dying here would be a tragic loss. Stealthily, Si Qing rummaged within her garments for something. Yi Xing, you must rescue him. She discreetly placed a treasure into Yi Xing's hands. Je viens regarder accidentally. Fool, his future is limitless. He may even carve a path in corpse techniques that rivals the unyielding bones. I do not aspire for him to become a legendary figure like the corpse ancestor, but the potential for him to become a great demon is high. If you save him now, he will become your strongest ally, as you share common foes. Facing the Feng Tian sect and the Dare dynasty, you must not only grow stronger yourself, but also establish a vast power for self-preservation. The corpse ancestor? Yi Xing recalled the 18 fierce demons that had appeared upon breaking into the fifth realm, one of whom was indeed the corpse ancestor, seemingly soft in stature, kneeling the fastest. In the future, if you establish a grand sanctuary, you may contend with the Feng Tian sect. At that time, you must protect me. This treasure can withstand the full force of a strong attack and break through spatial formations, traversing 1,000 miles in an instant. Si Qing forcefully pried open Yi Xing's fingers, placing a warm little jade sword in his palm. Wait until he is cornered and in despair, then strike. Such a kindness will be greatly appreciated. But do not reveal yourself. They are currently powerful, so keep your brilliance hidden. Si Qing strategized. Stay close to me and study well. Even good people should not be overly naive. Yi Xing's fingertips lightly caressed the jade sword, feeling its residual warmth. I have plenty of these little schemes. Learn from me in the future, and if you call me teacher, I shall teach you everything. Si Qing raised her delicate brows, patting Yi Xing's hand, urging him to conceal the jade sword. At the same time, she felt a twinge of guilt. Would her sister be angry if she found out that she had given away the precious treasure she had painstakingly acquired? To say it was lost, yes. It fell into the lake. In the midst of the fierce battlefield, others had already retreated hundreds of meters away. The clouds continued to descend, forming various extraordinary weapons. consumed entirely by Meng Yaozu's searing dark red blood aura. Despite being at a higher realm, they could not subdue him. The old woman's expression soured. Thus, she removed a bell from her waist, a rare treasure. Gently shaking the bell, she commanded rain come. In the clear sky, dark clouds materialized out of thin air, crackling with thunder and lightning, unleashing a torrential downpour upon the mere 10-meter radius where Meng Yaozu stood. Dozens of cloud chains entwined around him, and just as he broke free, he was enveloped by the deluge. The raindrops struck the ground silently, yet a bottomless pit appeared instantaneously, 10 meters in diameter. Obliterated by the rain, a roar erupted from the depths of the pit, dark red waves surging skyward, shattering the clouds above as Meng Yaozu emerged. His body drenched in dark red blood. "Rain Master, assist me," the old woman commanded, shaking the bell once more. A vague silhouette of the rain god emerged, rain coalescing into a dragon, charging toward Meng Yaozu alongside the chains of clouds. Hidden Dragon City trembled. The onlooking populace prostrated in awe, their homes cracking and debris falling. "To force me to use the Rain Master Bell, you are indeed formidable," the old woman declared, retracting the bell. At this moment, Meng Yaozu's limbs were crushed by the dragon, his body ensnared by the cloud chains, emitting a howl that was both human and beastly. He struggled frantically, causing the earth to tremble, yet he was powerless to escape. The outcome was sealed. Was this the means of a celestial being? Such a fearsome corpse demon subdued with ease. The crowd, hiding with their heads down, gazed reverently at the old woman in the sky. Such a method of summoning clouds and rain, in their eyes, was divine, and this deity stood respectfully behind the princess, appearing as an elderly matron. The opportunity had arrived. Si Qing subtly nudged Yi Xing with her elbow. "Go." Yi Xing, watching him step forward, she nodded approvingly. Indeed, he was a diligent student. "No, I meant to say conceal your identity. Do not expose yourself to save him." Seeking Suden Lipanigt. Chapter 56. Once a saintess fed demons with her own body. Feng Tian Sect's sacred ground. The woman from the mortal realm gazed at the Feng Tian sect disciples welcoming her, a peculiar smile gracing her lips. "Yao Yin, I once thought you would be my lifelong rival, yet I did not expect Jiang Yunli to surpass you." Yao Yin, a core disciple of the Feng Tian sect, possessed exceptional talent. Having broken through the 9,000 in her destiny cultivation realm, she was the sole seed for the sect's leadership. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, she was destined to become the holy maiden of this generation. A gentle, graceful smile adorned Yao Yin's exquisite oval face, devoid of any aloofness. Junior sister Yunli shines even brighter. It is all for the sake of filling the void in the world, unrelated to status. Is that so? The path is prioritized for those who attain it. You should address Jiang Yunli as senior sister, not junior sister. Yao Yin's footsteps faltered momentarily. At that moment, radiant colors burst forth in the sky. A figure rode upon a massive green gourd, soaring towards the Feng Tian sect's sacred ground. A Buddha's disciple rode a six-tusked white elephant. Some flew on swords, while others walked upon clouds, each step blossoming with flowers. All were seeds of the leaders from various immortal lineages. "Brother Liu, I did not expect you to be here as well." A flame appeared on the horizon, and in the next moment, a tall youth with red hair emerged from the flames 1,000 meters away, calling out to a man lazily seated upon the golden crow's phantom. "You, the Haotian Xianzong, were never so leisurely in the past as to witness the enthronement of the Sheng of the Fengtian sect, a mere trifling matter." The fiery youth from the Finchen Shrine was filled with curiosity. The Yanyan family is closely knit, and the Finchen Shrine maintains a cordial relationship with the Haotian Xianzong. "Brother Liu, have you also heard that today, the immortal Jiang of Fengtian has invited the Hongshan Nu? Are they merely here to watch the spectacle?" Indeed, Liu Hao, marked by the great sun emblem on his forehead, nodded. "It appears that our intentions align, yet that Jiang Xianzi is quite confident, and the Hongshan Nu is not easily dealt with. Don't ask me to reveal my past. I once attempted to stealthily infiltrate the Hongshan Nu's ship, only to be hung up for 3 days and nights." The fiery youth recalled the Hongshan Nu with a tinge of fear and apprehension. Liu Hao inquired, "Brother Liu, which side do you stand on? Surely, you must align with Jiang Xinzi, right? I've heard that her brother has become an outer disciple of the Haotian Shinzong." The fiery youth's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could it be that the Hao Ian Xianzong is collaborating with the Fengtian sect or the Jin Wangfu? Before Lu Hao could respond, the loquacious fiery youth continued. Is the humble Jin Wangfu truly a land of fortune, brimming with talent? Even Jiang Xinzi's brother is a dragon among men? Surely, it cannot be that the Hao Ian Xianzong facilitated his entry through backdoor means. Are you, Brother Lu, contemplating a union with Jiang Xinzi? But wait, there seemed to be no precedents of a Sheng of the Fengtian sect marrying. I believe I heard from my father that a previous Sheng once fed herself to demons. Lu Hao, visibly exasperated, retorted silence. Do you wish for your own demise? Do not implicate me. The sacred ground of the Fengtian sect was suddenly enveloped in an aura akin to divine majesty. The fiery youth quickly pleaded, Predecessor, I misspoke. It was my father's words. You may seek him out. I am merely a pitiful and useless little fellow. Consider me inconsequential. Mind your words. The elder in our sect engages with demons for the sake of all beings. Yes, the Fengtian sect is magnificent. The fiery youth flattered. Once the overwhelming pressure dissipated, he resumed his playful demeanor. Brother Lu, you still haven't explained how you came to accept Jiang Xinzi's brother. Which elder in your sect has taken a liking to him? It is I. Lu Hao replied helplessly, aware that any silence could lead to wild speculation from his friend, perhaps even suggesting that someone in the Hao Ian Xianzong had set their sights on the princess. You? With such high standards? Is Jiang Xinzi's brother truly a seed of the sect leader, virtuous like a saint? No, he is quite lacking, his talent negligible. Even if he becomes a Yuyang Baodi in the future, it amounts to little, and his character is deplorable. Then, do you fancy Jiang Xinzi or the princess? Be silent. My interest lies solely in his wretched character. Lu Hao replied, Do you think everyone is preoccupied with romantic pursuits? Such trivialities are inconsequential. Haven't the old folks always said that Hao Ian Xianzuan walks the path of extreme yang, with righteousness in heart and deed? They believe that those who tread this path are virtuous, and that those who cultivate the demonic path must be wicked, deserving of death. I refuse to believe it. Lu Hao's eyes flickered with a moment of indignation. I wish to find someone notorious for their malice, with a vile character, and lead them down the path of extreme yang, to show the old folks that doctrine and virtue are not inherently linked. You truly are a commendable disciple of the sect. Your father's eldest son, the fiery youth praised, raising his thumb. Lu Hao threatened, Be quiet. If you dare to speak of this, your sister will learn of your indiscretions. Your father's lecherous reputation and your mother's idleness stem from your loose tongue. Hush! Someone approaches. It's her. The fiery youth quickly diverted the topic, gazing in astonishment at the phoenix gracing the horizon, pulling a royal palanquin. The assembly of celestial disciples immediately shed their arrogance, standing and bowing slightly. This was not out of reverence for her status, but rather respect for a formidable presence. Within the palanquin sat a woman clad in imperial robes, her indifferent phoenix eyes sweeping across the congregation, as if the stars themselves revolved within her gaze. Akin to the phoenix's rebirth, even the eldest sister of the De Rue dynasty had arrived. It seemed the De Rue dynasty esteemed Jiang Xinzi highly. The loquacious fiery youth, upon beholding such an exquisite and noble figure, dared not gaze further, bowing his head and forcing himself into silence. Is the Hongqian new here? Does Yunli possess confidence? The imperial-robed woman queried the other occupant of the palanquin, a voluptuous and mature beauty, the Jin Wangfei, Jiang Yunli's mother. Yunli shall not falter. Upon hearing that Yunli's avatar had returned to Beizhou, what required such division of consciousness? A mere insignificant child. Then let us eliminate him. The imperial-robed woman exhibited no concern for the matter at hand, nor for any names. In Long City, Meng Yaozu ultimately fell, captured, witnessing divine prowess. The common folk knelt in reverence towards Jiang Yunli. In that moment, Jiang Yunli's renown in Yinlong City reached unprecedented heights, surpassing all. The moonlight radiating from her formed a lunar halo behind her. The minute, scarcely visible cracks upon it began to fade, soon to become a flawless moon, reflecting her very essence. The citizens basked in the radiance of the immortal, enveloped in profound silence. The sound of footsteps, neither heavy nor light, echoed sharply, piercing the stillness. Who walks now? Such a disturbance was deemed disrespectful to the immortal, and many cast discontented glances towards the intruder, intending to intervene. felt the weight of countless gazes upon her, and helplessly lowered her small hand. I have taught you well. How could you be so careless as to forget to conceal your identity? I provided you with transformation techniques, even if you couldn't master them in time. I offered you a transformation talisman. Why did you not use it? Exhausted, she felt the burden of her role as a teacher weighing heavily upon her. Yeshing, Jiang Yunli's seemingly placid voice held a complexity of emotions. For the first time today, her gaze shifted, fixating on Yeshing emerging from the throng. Chapter 57. Castrate him. Chop him up to feed the dogs. Yeshing. Countless gazes seemed riveted upon Yeshing, many pupils dilating in shock. Murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Unmasked, Yeshing's visage was fully revealed to all. This very face, still plastered on wanted posters at the gates of Yinlong City, bore a likeness that many in the crowd had previously encountered, having engaged in banter with him 2 years prior. He has returned. How dare he? Is he seeking death? Or does he intend to exact revenge upon Yinlong City? A multitude of bewildered stares fixated on the strolling Yeshing. You are no longer the revered young prodigy of Yinlong City from 2 years ago. You are a lecher, a villain. Yeshing? Jiang Yunyang was equally perplexed. He had only just learned this morning that Yeshing was about to flee from Yunzhou to a chaotic land, thousands of miles from Yinlong City. Even if he could fly, he could not return. It matters not. Jiang Yunyang's lips curled into a cruel and frenzied smile, feeling that today was insufficient. How fortuitous that he has delivered himself to my doorstep. Fate intertwines. Must we meet once more? Jiang Yunli's gaze trembled slightly, a confluence of emotions swirling within her depths. Ultimately, indifference emerged as the sole sentiment. Her cold gaze regarded Yeshing with disdain. Yeshing, you lecher, you murderer. How dare you appear? Today shall mark your day of reckoning, Jiang Yunyang bellowed, pointing vehemently at Yeshing. His voice instantaneously ignited the ire of many surrounding them. For the vile beast who defiled brides, there can be no forgiveness. Because of him, so many brides have suffered humiliation, ultimately unable to bear the shame and choosing to end their lives by drowning. This time, he must not escape. He shall be subjected to 1,000 tortures, made to pay with his life for the miseries inflicted upon those unfortunate women. The cacophony of curses reverberated through the air, a stark contrast to the earlier demeanor of Meng Yaozu. Enough, enough, I understand. I am the lecher. I am the villain. Let us be quiet now. Yishing waved his hand dismissively, exasperated by the noise. Remarkably, the clamor subsided. The crowd stared at Yishing in disbelief. How could he not defend himself, feel shame, and yet appear so self-satisfied? Lecher, castrate him, feed his vile deeds to the dogs. A woman's furious roar shattered the stillness. Many men felt a pang of apprehension. Yishing halted his steps and raised his gaze. Were those the family members of the brides who had suffered? Familiar faces emerged before him, one of which was the charming widow, San Yang, known for selling baked goods. Her fingers trembled as she pointed at Yishing, her eyes ablaze with fury, her chest heaving with the intensity of her anger, her tone urgent and severe. I have long said that he harbors wicked intentions. On the day of his crime last month, he came to my stall with ulterior motives. He must be castrated. Yishing silently regarded San Yang, her voice sharp as a poison blade. A faint smile crept upon his lips as he turned to approach her. Why should she have the audacity to accuse him? What merit did she possess to warrant his attention? Siqing was both furious and indignant. She did not recognize the widow, but she was certain that Yishing would never harbor any thoughts toward her. She was somewhat attractive, but merely in the eyes of ordinary people, far from a true beauty, let alone comparable to a fairy or a temptress. Even the daughters of affluent families would outshine her. Not necessarily, someone nearby analyzed. Yishing likely seeks distorted pleasures. Otherwise, given his status 2 years ago, he could have had any courtesan or noble lady, yet he chooses to violate brides who are not even considered beautiful. Is it for their looks? It is clearly a twisted desire within him. No, sin tortif. Absolutely not. He has encountered beauties of all kinds, including married women, and even the wives of friends who are stunning. If he were driven by lust, wouldn't they be far more enticing than the charming widow? Silence. You dare speak on his behalf. He is a lecher, and you defend him. The other women glared at Siqing in anger. San Yang, the charming widow, eyed Yishing as he approached, her heart racing. However, upon seeing the princess in the distance, accompanied by an elderly woman wielding divine abilities. Her demeanor became haughty once more. "Do not come near me. I detest lechers." "San Yang, do you truly harbor such hatred for me?" "Ye Heng invited softly." "What grievance do you hold?" The night patrol that night claimed the lives of many noble youths, and their parents and brothers did not despise you as much as you do. "I am your savior. Is this the hatred I deserve?" "I seek justice. To avenge those innocent young girls," San Yang declared, her righteous indignation palpable. "Moreover, I must ensure that everyone knows your filthy and depraved heart. Fortunately, I am not blind and have not allowed you to succeed." "San Yang, do you truly despise me so? What must I do to earn your forgiveness?" He raised his hand, reaching toward her cheek. "What do you think you're doing?" She stammered, panicking. "San Yang, do not be angry. Do not curse. It will lead to wrinkles." Ye Heng gently wiped away the flour on her cheek, her age showing signs of sun exposure and the passage of time. San Yang gazed at the gentle Ye Heng, her expression filled with disgust, momentarily lost in thought, recalling their first meeting 3 years prior. Her husband had passed away due to illness, branded as a woman who brought misfortune and driven away by her in-laws, with no one to turn to. Fortunately, she possessed a skill, making excellent baked goods. She sold all her dowry to set up her stall, but faced exploitation from officials, harassment from thugs, and lewd remarks from men, enduring unbearable hardships. Many nights, she contemplated ending her life by drowning. Just when she felt she could no longer persevere, she distinctly remembered that overcast day with little business when a spirited young man with a warm smile came to her stall and bought her baked goods. She couldn't help but glance at him a few times. What she remembered most was how he stood up to a few bullies, capturing the men who sought to take advantage of her, saving her life. That day was the first time she had been free from troubles, the most carefree day she had ever experienced. Afterward, he would return occasionally to buy her baked goods, and no one dared to bully her again. She smiled brightly, looking at Ye Heng with blossoming affection and shyness. She had once mustered the courage to secretly slip him a handkerchief when she sought change. That night, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep, but received no response from him, leaving her disheartened for a long time, lost in self-pity. Until 2 years ago, when the scandal broke, perhaps out of twisted feelings stemming from unreciprocated affection or fear that others would think she had ties to him. She had been among the loudest to curse Ye Heng in public. Today was no different. Ye Heng wiped the flour from San Yang's face, gently brushing her slightly unruly eyebrows, transforming them into a sleek and lustrous arch, caressing her cheeks as if applying blush. He brushed off the dust from her skirt and cleaned the crumbs from her fingers. She appeared even more enchanting. The charming widow, San Yang, found herself somewhat entranced by Ye Heng's tender gestures, lost in a daze. The scene she had long dreamed of had come to life before her. She instinctively reached out, yearning to touch Ye Heng, the man who had brought her light in her darkest hours, the handsome youth for whom she felt a deep longing. However, the piercing gazes surrounding her jolted her back to reality. Countless eyes, wide open, stared in shock as the man and woman flirted openly in public. "How scandalous! How disgraceful!" they exclaimed, aghast at the public display of affection, accusing him of being a ravenous lecher for daring to touch San Yang in front of so many people. Upon hearing her name, San Yang trembled. The dazed look in her eyes turned cold, filled with revulsion and fury as she frantically wiped her face, as if erasing every trace of Ye Heng's touch to rid herself of the humiliation, shouting, "You lecher! How dare you lay your hands on me? You will go to hell, to the 18 levels of hell." "Indeed, I shall descend into hell," Ye Heng nodded, seizing her wildly thrashing hands and pulling her into his embrace, murmuring, "I am timid, my beauty. Would you be so kind as to explore the depths of hell for me?" Holding her close, he drew nearer. San Yang, gasping for breath, felt her air supply dwindle. Her face flushed with a deep crimson. "You ignorant fools, you may mock me along with the crowd, or sever ties with me. It matters not, San Yang. You have gone too far." Her head throbbed as Ye Heng's voice became increasingly indistinct, and tears of regret welled in her eyes. She is indeed aware that Ye Heng is not a lecherous man. During an incident, he was at the sesame cake stall, right before San Yang's eyes. She also knows that Ye Heng harbors no inappropriate intentions towards her. Rather, it is she who harbors such feelings for him. "Why do you look down upon me? Is it because I am a widow that you hold me in contempt? Then you, a lecher, surely have no right to scorn me." Everyone curses you. I curse you. What wrong have I committed? The regrets and madness swirled in the eyes of the beautiful widow, San Yang, as she cast a pleading glance towards Jiang Yunli. Save me. Jiang Yunli caught a glimpse of the old woman behind her. The old woman, receiving the cue, shouted fiercely, Lecher, cease your arrogance. Before me, do you dare to act recklessly? You seek death. With that, she soared towards Yi Xiang, but her speed was not particularly swift. This man is the last obstacle in the heart of the saintess, the final hindrance to her enlightenment. Although the old woman appeared to move rapidly, she only reached Yi Xiang at the moment San Yang exhaled her last breath. The old woman wished for the saintess to witness the heinous crime he committed, which would aid her in taking the final step. Yi Xiang released his grip, and the beautiful widow, San Yang, was dead. What? I thought he and San Yang shared an unresolved past. How could she be dead? It was not mere flirtation, but rather a funeral preparation. The onlookers were stunned, screaming as they scrambled away from the scene, terrified by the smiling visage of Yi Xiang. A chill ran down their spines, and cold sweat poured forth. Even the corpse aura emanating from Meng Yaozu had instilled such fear in them. How audacious! To dare commit murder before the princess is utterly lawless. Let us see how he meets his end. Once they distanced themselves, their fear dissipated. With the princess present, Meng Yaozu, a formidable demon, had been easily suppressed. Could Yi Xiang possibly be stronger than him? Everyone prepared to strike, ready to vanquish evil at this very moment. A young warrior raised his arm and shouted, seizing the moment before the princess. The rallying cry was loud, but their peripheral glances remained on the princess, hesitant to be the first to charge to their doom. Yi Xiang, you have become terrifying indeed. Jiang Yunli shook her head gently, her eyes filled with disappointment. I've heard of your many misdeeds. Yet I still held a glimmer of hope for you. Perhaps you were not entirely lost. But now, you have hardened your heart against innocence. Observing Yi Xiang at this moment, the nearly non-existent guilt within Jiang Yunli vanished entirely. Only a sense of acknowledgement remained, affirming her past actions. He is unworthy. Only I, Jiang Yunli, can uphold the principle of peace for all generations. I am in the right. Behind her, the lunar wheel's final cracks disappeared, becoming whole and flawless. It is done. The old woman could hardly contain her ecstatic joy. The saintess had achieved enlightenment, her heart now complete. In the sacred land of the Feng Tian sect, on a square paved with white jade, Jiang Yunli stood to one side, ethereal and graceful, while before her stood the enchanting figure of the alluring mortal woman. Above, on the cloud peak, disciples of various Tao sects gazed intently at the two women confronting each other. Directly above, a regal woman in an imperial robe surveyed the world, accompanied by the exquisite and charming Wang Fei. Aunt, Jiang Yunli bowed respectfully to the imperial figure, filled with reverence. Behave yourself. The imperial woman spoke indifferently, her gaze falling upon the mortal woman, her eyes reflecting the phantom of a phoenix, seemingly issuing a faint cry of anger, as if she had spotted an irksome woman. Do you despise me? A voice, irresistibly enchanting, echoed forth. From beside the imperial woman emerged a captivating figure in red, her beauty accentuated by a vermilion dot on her forehead, adding to her allure. Distant yourself from his palace. The red enchantress appeared oblivious, languidly stretching, her figure stunning. Yet none dared to gaze upon her. In the distance, a fiery youth tightly shut his eyes, muttering, do not look, do not look. If you do, it's over. She is the former mortal woman. My father would surely be toyed with like a dog. I am not foolish. The red enchantress languidly perched atop the phoenix. Is this how your Darue dynasty seeks to reclaim its honor? Wasn't your former empress quite pleased? The imperial woman's eyes turned cold. An overwhelming imperial aura stirred the winds and clouds, yet it failed to sway the red enchantress in the slightest. Ladies, this is a sacred place for cultivation. Please refrain from engaging in conflict. A calm voice emerged from the Feng Tian temple, obstructing the precarious imperial might that threatened the Tao disciples. The imperial woman cast a cold glance at the red enchantress, understanding that she was not easy to deal with and wishing to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. She then directed her gaze towards Jiang Yunli, her tone unequivocal. Jiang Yunli, do not disappoint me. Confrontations between the high-ranking members of two great factions could easily lead to chaos. resulting in consequences neither could bear, leaving it to the younger generation to clash. Jiang Yunli revealed a confident smile. Today, victory is the only option. This matter concerns the reputation of the Feng Tian sect and the Darui dynasty. If she gains her aunt's support within the Darui dynasty, she knows her path will ascend higher. Mortal woman, I have no time to entangle with you for years on end. Today, we shall determine the victor. With her words, behind Jiang Yunli, a magnificent temple began to coalesce, built upon clouds, with gentle winds as its roof and thunderous dragon bones as its structure. Resembling the return of a celestial palace from mythology, the temple radiated a warm, sacred glow, showering moonlit petals, resonating with ethereal melodies. You claim to have stolen the temple realm. Are you quite pleased with yourself? The mortal woman's lips curled disdainfully. Chapter 59. The celestial idol Jiang Yunli conjured the ethereal image of the temple. The sixth realm of the temple manifested, revealing the essence of the Tao. The Tao disciples were not particularly surprised, as most were also in the sixth realm. However, the mortal woman's words left them puzzled. Stolen? Can one truly steal the temple realm? When did the Feng Tian sect acquire such means? Your talent today does not qualify you to stand alongside us. Stealing the vows of others just to gain the recognition of the Bu Tian Ding. This is your confidence? The mortal woman's words stirred a tempest within the hearts of the onlookers. They had heard tales of Jiang Yunli and were astonished. They had also heard of the 4 verses of Henku, holding her in admiration. Yet now, it seemed there was more to the story. It was not theft, but rather a fall from grace, a loss of the original heart of the Tao. I am not a thief, but a practitioner. Jiang Yunli's expression remained unchanged. Upon learning that Yi Xiang had boarded the mortal vessel, she understood these matters could not be concealed. Futile. The words of the 4 verses of Henku had already intertwined with my fate. It is not I who speak, yet only I can wield them. To compel the innocent Yi Xiang into a desperate situation for the sake of theft. This is your path? I act for the sake of all living beings. Jiang Yunli's expression grew even more serene. A bit too disingenuous. This generation's Feng Tian sect saintess seems rather insincere, the fiery youth muttered involuntarily. Beside him, Lu Hao looked at him speechlessly. Do you not see where we are? What? Do you not believe me? Let me tell you, no matter the reason, wrong is wrong. Any other excuse is nonsense. Moreover, when someone commits a wrongdoing that becomes known, it implies they have likely committed 10 more in secret. The fiery youth asserted confidently, there can be no mistake. So, you are thus inclined to tarnish your sister and your parents' reputation? Lu Hao's expression darkened. What is tarnishing? I speak of the truth. My sister gets upset and dares to scold me. Tomorrow she will hit me, and the day after, she will break my legs. A month from now, I might be in mortal danger. Is that not a mother dragon? Today, my father conversed with another woman. Tomorrow, he will meet her privately. And the day after, he will undoubtedly become intimate with her. A month from now, I shall have an additional stepmother. My mother, please be quiet. Lu Hao, rendered speechless, pondered the identity of that Yi Xiang, feeling a twinge of pity and curiosity, thinking perhaps he could offer assistance to the unfortunate Yi Xiang. The fiery youth stroked his chin thoughtfully. Lu Hao also contemplated. Although your methods are peculiar, it is indeed true that this current Sheng Nu of Feng Tian lacks authenticity. It appears that scriptures and virtue have no correlation. The lady in the imperial robe turned her gaze toward the Jin Wang Fei, inquiring about the truth of this matter. The Jin Wang Fei, feeling somewhat guilty and wary of offending the esteemed imperial sister, responded hesitantly. There is indeed a youth named Yi Xiang, but he fell and was killed. His very existence erased, and what he expressed could captivate Yunli. It was his honor, yet he is unworthy to live and bear it. The lady in the imperial robe, requiring no further information, issued a direct command. She then glanced at the Hong Mei Nu. Hong Mei Nu. The Hong Chan Jiao never concerns itself with mundane disputes. This matter does not pertain to you. The Hong Mei Nu smiled faintly, saying nothing. Yet she took note of the name Yi Xiang, that unfortunate wretch. The Hong Chen Nu observed the serene and unperturbed Jiang Yunli, sighing internally, realizing her efforts were in vain. Without further words, the Hong Chan Nu conjured a worldly palace behind her, resplendent and tainted with all things mundane, a sixth realm manifestation. Without resorting to extraordinary techniques, the two engaged in a direct confrontation, their paths clashing head-on, their divine thoughts colliding in the most perilous of encounters. The ethereal shadows of the two divine palaces intertwined and clashed. Waves of worldly essence coalesced into mere mortals, merging with the pristine realm of the celestial goddess, striving to draw the divine palace into the mundane. Meanwhile, the celestial aura and Tao sound sought to erase the worldly traces of the red dust palace. A silent confrontation ensued. As the mortal and celestial collided, the celestial essence and the red aura suffusing the entire sky. The two divine palaces continued to fracture. The two women stood atop their respective divine abodes, their divine thoughts manifesting. Their paths and hearts revealed themselves, clashing in their most primordial forms, behind Jiang Yunli. A moon wheel of Tao heart coalesced. It seems your power is not as formidable as your words suggest. The Hong Qinnu appeared relaxed, her hands forming a mysterious seal, summoning countless figures in the midst of the red dust, encompassing both the powerful and the common folk. Instantly, everyone transformed into the Hong Qinnu, their eyes radiating a rosy divine light, coalescing into a pink ribbon. Before Jiang Yunli, a phantom of the moon deity appeared, countering the 3,000 sword energies of the red dust. Jiang Yunli let out a pained grunt, yet she held her ground. The two began to wield the most primordial powers of their palaces, both knitting their brows in concentration. It appeared that the outcome was once again indeterminate. The remaining Tao children, observing the stalemate, lost interest. Indeed, when the capabilities and realms were equal, a deathless battle could yield no victor. However, the elders on both sides would not permit any fatalities to occur. The Hong Qinnu was slightly stronger, yet Jiang Xianzi possessed the advantage of her homeland. Hong Qinnu, it is over. Amidst the collapsing moon deity palace, Jiang Yunli's divine radiance scattered as she waved her hand. Bu Tianding. What? The Hong Qinnu exclaimed in shock, gazing incredulously at the divine cauldron's phantom coalescing above Jiang Yunli, its stabilizing presence forcing her to retreat. With a flawed Tao heart and sixth realm strength, even if the Bu Tianding recognized her, she could not harness a shred of its power. For the first time, a flustered expression crossed the stunning face of the Hong Qinnu. The previously relaxed Tao children and celestial seeds around them could not help but rise and stare. Bu Tianding. Even the lady in the imperial robe displayed signs of surprise, while the languid demeanor of the Hong Mei dissipated, replaced by a grave countenance. A complete Tao heart, devoid of flaws? The Hong Qinnu beheld the flawless moon wheel behind Jiang Yunli, which had previously borne a crack that had now vanished, signifying she had surpassed a critical threshold and possessed an unparalleled temperament. How could this be? The Hong Qinnu struggled to recall the previous battle, convinced there was nothing that could have led to Jiang Yunli's complete Tao heart. Not because of me? This thought led the Hong Qinnu to contemplate Yin Long Cheng, aware that Yixiang had confronted Jiang Yunli's divine consciousness there. She harbored no expectations, but was utterly unprepared for the outcome that instead allowed Jiang Yunli to achieve a perfect Tao heart. That man, you have brought me great harm. The Hong Qinnu fell silent, wishing she could rush to confront Yixiang and demand an explanation for how he had not only failed to disrupt Jiang Yunli's Tao heart, but had instead facilitated her final step. Are you her enemy or mine? At Yin Long Cheng, witnessing Yixiang inflict harm upon the innocent, Jiang Yunli's heart was finally free of distractions. The obstacle that had perplexed her for 2 years had been surmounted. A beautiful smile graced her lips, transforming Yin Long Cheng into a place of unparalleled brightness. Aunt Yun, I'll leave this place in your hands. With her purpose fulfilled, there was nothing left for Jiang Yunli's divine consciousness to cling to in Yin Long Cheng. She prepared to let her avatar fade away, allowing her final thought to return to her true self, presenting herself in the most perfect manner before those gifted individuals. The game has not yet begun. How can you leave? Yixiang's playful voice emerged from behind Jiang Yunli. Unfazed, she replied calmly, I have no words left for you. You are beyond saving. This is merely an avatar of mine, and you cannot stop me. Is that so? Yixiang chuckled. Jiang Yunli, do you know something called figurine? A celestial figurine. Do you know what that is? Are you certain you wish to depart? Chapter 60. Princess Pei Xianzi, the perfect figurine. Jiang Yunli Furuit Herburice. A celestial figurine. She was aware of its existence. But what is a figurine? She had never heard of it. However, Yi Xiang's smirk sent chills down her spine, an instinctual feeling that if her divine consciousness returned to her true self, something dreadful would occur, leading to regret. What is a figurine? Jiang Yunli inquired, unable to grasp its meaning from the literal sense. Was it yet another fabricated term? 2 years ago, she had often heard Yi Xiang utter perplexing phrases. A figurine? That is a fine item. Yi Xiang regarded her with amusement, observing her ethereal beauty. Seemingly delicate, yet lacking the warmth of flesh and blood, an otherworldly charm. Not a physical entity, but a spiritual doll crafted from special, sentient materials. This is a life-size figurine, a perfect figurine. You may understand it as a type of statue. A flicker of impatience crossed Jiang Yunli's eyes. Is that all? What is so terrifying about a statue? It is not a deity statue imbued with divine might. Even an avatar can be rendered so lifelike by a skilled artisan. Sculpted from white jade into an identical likeness of a celestial being or a porcelain celestial. Yi Xiang extended his hand, a chilly, white mist coalescing in his palm, forming a miniature Jiang Yunli figurine, pristine as snow. With some time, I could create a figurine like this. Ye Viang asserted confidently. Jiang Yunli's gaze trembled slightly, her displeasure directed at the miniature version of herself in Yi Xiang's hand, feeling a sense of discomfort at the perceived offense. Boring. Viang, Yundi Wavit Hasidive. Dismissing the matter, thinking it nonsensical. If a large number of celestial figurines were produced, would anyone desire them? A celestial being of unparalleled beauty, not requiring distant admiration, but available right before one's eyes. Would anyone be tempted? Yi Xiang's words struck Jiang Yunli like a thunderbolt, her expression turning blank and incredulous. The sacred moon wheel behind her flickered like a candle flame. What did you just say? Jiang Yunli's voice trembled, her mind uncontrollably conjuring numerous distressing images, envisioning how she would be perceived should this come to pass. Suddenly, a chill ran down the spine. However, Jiang Yunli, your usual attire is far too plain. Let us make some alterations. Yi Xiang, manipulating the dark energy, prepared to give Jiang Yunli's shadow a grand transformation. Halt! Jiang Yunli exclaimed in panic, simultaneously waving her hand, enveloping the surroundings in a faint mist, obscuring the details from outsiders and concealing her from Yi Xiang's view. Your Highness, do you require my assistance? The ever-watchful old woman inquired. She had been waiting to see if this man could elevate the Saintess's resolve further. If he succeeded, it would present an opportunity for the Feng Tian sect to surpass the other sections. After all, the Saintess was merely a projection and in no danger. Now, sensing a level of panic and indignation in the Saintess that she had never before experienced, the old woman felt somewhat flustered. Aunt Yun, do not approach. Jiang Yunli's voice strove to maintain composure. Yes. No, what is happening? Si Qingling's nostrils flared slightly. Should she not have taken advantage of the old woman's inattention to rescue Meng Yaozu and escape? How had she ended up by Jiang Yunli's side? She was merely a projection. Was she being bullied? TSK, men. Amidst the swirling mist, Yi Xiang, like a master, began to alter the figurine of Jiang Yunli. A white garment would be splendid. A flowing white robe suits a fairy's temperament. It could be more delicate. Jiang Yunli's simple white outfit transformed into something akin to gossamer wings. It could be more form-fitting. Still a white-robed fairy, yet the dress clings closely, accentuated by a slender satin ribbon at the waist. The hem slightly splits. It does not reveal much, but adds an alluring charm to Jiang Yunli's fairy-like grace. A perfect blend of ethereal and seductive, stirring one's heart. The aloof fairy has descended into the mortal realm. When have I ever dressed like this? Jiang Yunli's clear eyes burned with a flame of shame and anger. Even her jade-like skin bore a faint blush and warmth. The unsightly attire draped upon her was a source of unprecedented humiliation. It was taught to me by Fairy Pei. Yi Xiang admired his handiwork with satisfaction. Perfection. Fairy Pei. Jiang Yunli pondered in her mind. Could it be the legendary Fairy Pei? The elusive sword fairy. Yet how could she possibly adorn herself in such a manner? You lie. That Fairy Pei would never wear such clothing, even in private. Has he gone mad? Daring to sully the name of that Fairy Pei. He must have no fear of death. How is it? Does this figurine look good? Yi Xiang placed the Jiang Yunli figurine before her, urging her to appreciate it up close. Impudent. The Saintess's pure and compassionate aura transformed into a chilling frost, her tone laced with lethal intent. Her eyes glinting like icy blades, wishing to shatter this unsightly figurine and tear Yi Xiong apart. So thieves, so terrifying. Yi Xiong, though speaking of fear, drew closer to the furious Jiang Yunli. Unfortunately, you are merely a projection now. Your abilities barely reach the second realm. What can you accomplish? This sense of helplessness must be quite unsettling for you. Jiang Yunli bit her lip. What do you intend? Her voice remained cold, yet bore a hint of panic. An unrecognized plea. If such a figurine were to truly appear in the world, it would be a fate worse than death. Rest assured, I still harbor some thoughts of the shameful past, so I would not truly act upon it. I am quite sentimental. Yi Xiong gazed at her sincerely. Jiang Yunli coldly smiled. You would not dare? Then you should forever conceal it in your heart, never exposing such shameless behavior to anyone. This is merely a threat. I merely wish to reunite with an old friend and engage in conversation, nothing more. As long as your consciousness remains, I need not resort to the figurine. Yi Xiong moved the figurine closer to Jiang Yunli's eyes for a clearer view. Do not glare at me. My heart is fragile. If you glare any harder, I might act impulsively and commit an irreversible act. As Yi Xiong spoke, he continued to wave the figurine before Jiang Yunli. The more she wished to avert her gaze, the more he compelled her to look. Forcing her to shut her eyes, her lashes trembled. This matter would haunt Yi Xiong for a lifetime. Before the figurine was revealed, it posed the greatest threat. Yi Xiong, I never expected you to sink to such despicable depths, using such vile tactics to threaten me. Is this your revenge? Jiang Yunli opened her eyes, still tinged with shame and anxiety. Yet the moon behind her no longer flickered. But you seem to have forgotten one thing. While my projection cannot harm you, others here can. If you were to die, this matter would go unnoticed, and this filthy thing would never see the light of day. Jiang Yunli regained her confidence and aloofness. Filthy? This is you? You call yourself filthy? Yi Xiong again thrust the figurine before her. Jiang Yunli's hard-won composure shattered. The corners of her lips twitched, as if something unsavory was about to escape. Chapter 61. The demonic energy threatens the city. Jiang Yunli forced herself to resist the urge to look at the detestable figurine. Gritting her teeth, she declared, You have grown stronger. The killing god past fourth realm can indeed boast in Yinlong City, but not today. You should have seen the outcome of Meng Yaozu. How do you compare? Your confidence stems from Xiqing, does it not? I know you have climbed the ranks of the Hongqin sect, reaching lofty heights, and are well aware of many things concerning me, including the rivalry between the Feng Tian sect and the Hongqin sect. Yet there is one thing you have miscalculated. Though the Hongqin sect and Feng Tian sect are ideologically opposed and rivals, they are not mortal enemies. The conflict between the two is confined to the two most exceptional disciples of each generation. Beyond that, neither side will interfere. Xiqing will not directly intervene on your behalf, nor will she openly assist you. She cannot afford the consequences of crossing the line. To kill you, Xiqing will only watch helplessly, unwilling to act. And what ability do you possess to resist? You're merely being used by the Hongqin sect. Your associates, the Lady of Bones and her 3 companions, should have been marked by the demon rat seal, unable to assist you from thousands of miles away. As long as you vanish from this world, even if you leave behind a contingency plan, such a filthy figurine will not appear. The capture of the Lady of Bones and her companions is merely a worldly concern. What does it matter to the Hongqin sect? They are women, demonesses. Even if the concept of such a revolting figurine spread throughout the world, besides you, a lawless wretch, would dare to create it? Who would dare? For the typically reticent Jiang Yunli, this was the first time she had spoken so much at once. With each word, her tone grew increasingly assertive, her confidence soaring. Ain't Yun. Before Jiang Yunli allowed Yi Xiong to retort, she waved her hand, summoning a gust of wind that tore apart the unsightly figurine and the mist obscuring them. I am here. The old woman responded respectfully. Observing the Sanus's heart moon behind her, she noted there were no cracks, no hindrances, though regrettably, there was no elevation to the ultimate realm. She has emerged, finally emerged. Yet I wonder, what have they been discussing for so long? It seems the princess values him greatly. Even if he is a lecherous rogue who kills publicly, she still speaks with him privately. It is enviable. The princess cares so much, yet he does not cherish it, resorting to lechery. Truly despicable. The men gritted their teeth in jealousy, their hearts clamoring loudly. Princess, you must not show him any mercy this time. You cannot. What right does he have? Jiang Yunli issued a command for annihilation. The resounding cheers of the crowd erupted in Yinlong City, a cacophony of male voices that seemed capable of toppling the heavens. How splendid! Is he well? Si Qing gazed at Yi Xing with concern. Surely he hasn't suffered another blow? Seeking a private conversation with Jiang Yunli. Could be that old feelings linger? It appears she has failed, revealing herself as a heartless and selfish woman. Why can't you let go? How foolish! Si Qing gepauted in frustration. Understanding dawned upon the old woman, her gaze turning icy as she looked at Yi Xing. Do not blame me for using my advantage over you. Just don't fault me for bullying the elderly. Yi Xing curiously inquired, what position do you hold in the Feng Tian sect? Is a person of the fifth realm considered middle or upper tier within the sect? I cannot claim to be of high standing, the old woman humbly replied. I am merely an unworthy servant, running errands for the saintess, with no significant status. This revelation sparked a wave of astonishment throughout the city. A mere errand runner at the fifth realm? What kind of celestial place is the Feng Tian sect? That such words would allow the ignorant to glimpse the terrifying immortality of its doctrines? Yet, no one dared to underestimate the old woman. Under normal circumstances, Yinlong City had no fifth realm powerhouses, and the gasps of astonishment and awe-filled gazes brought her delight. At her advanced age, being only at the fifth realm indeed seemed lacking. However, her joyful demeanor was abruptly shattered, a lump of frustration forming in her chest, her face turning ashen. You sharp-tongued brat, you shall pay, she bellowed, summoning her extraordinary powers to manipulate the clouds above, unleashing a torrent of weapons that pierced the sky with a chilling sound. Old woman, spare him a dog-esque life. Do not let him die too easily, Jiang Yunyang interjected hastily. He had long harbored disdain for Yi Xing and sought trouble with him. Today's opportunity might be his last. Quickly use the jade sword and escape. Seeking Gurjid. Glancing anxiously at the unmoving Yi Xing otherwise, it will be too late. You, a mere killer of the fourth realm, cannot hope to match that fifth realm elder, who wields superior techniques and spells, far stronger than others of the same rank. Yi Xing ignited with demonic flames. With a mere wave of his hand, a tide of dark energy coalesced into a black dragon that roiled in the air, devouring the myriad weapons of white clouds. The grandiose assault vanished in an instant. The sky, wreathed in mist and celestial aura, turned black as the destructive black dragon unleashed a terrifying pressure that crushed Yinlong City. The spectators, gazing in awe, were drenched in sweat, faces flushed and breathless, feeling as if they were being dragged into an abyss of despair. What a ferocious demon dragon! The old woman's complexion darkened, more fearsome than Meng Yaozu before. She dared not be reckless, employing her most formidable technique, extending colossal chains from the clouds, shimmering with lightning, designed to inflict greater harm against demonic forces. Simultaneously, she removed the treasured Rain Master bell, casting it forth. Rain Master, aid me. The bell chimed, summoning a dragon of profound water that roared into existence. The demon dragon returned the roar, and a tempest arose, the black dragon ensnared by the chains of white clouds, thrashing violently as the chains began to snap. Yi Xing's demonic eye opened wide, fixating on the Rainmaster bell. A beam of primal demonic light erupted forth, leaving a pitch-black corridor in the air, fissures appearing in the fabric of space. Wherever the primal demonic light passed, all things dissolved, including the very air itself. The majestic dragon of profound water crumbled beneath the primal demonic light, reduced to mere grains of sand as the light engulfed the Rainmaster bell, corroding its essence. The old woman coughed up blood. My treasure! Another spurt of tainted blood followed. Her final hope gazed skyward. Her century-long cultivation had been shattered by the black dragon. The clouds consumed, leaving only an abyss of blackness. What other means do you possess? Allow me to witness the greatness of your immortal lineage. Yi Xing materialized before the old woman, challenging her to display her prowess. Do not be smug. I am not without my strengths. Clenching her fist, she summoned her martial arts, her aged body harboring a surprising vitality, having also cultivated the path of the martial god. Yi Xing seized her head, slamming it down into the ground, causing the earth to fracture beneath them. I'm not lacking in skill either. He looked down at the old woman on the ground, pressing his foot down forcefully. I assent that, right? The stunned Jiang Yunli, caught in the tumult of battle, suddenly snapped back to reality and pleaded, wait. Do not kill her. Blood flowed from beneath Ye Heng's foot. Next time, remember to speak quickly. He casually kicked the old woman's corpse aside. The once revered figure, admired throughout the city, became a lifeless body in a matter of moments. The demonic energy surged. An icy chill and a pervasive sense of despair enveloped every heart. Chapter 62. The city awaits who will survive. Silence. A deathly stillness. The entire city stood frozen in disbelief. Many faces bore the remnants of anticipation for the spectacle, convinced that the battle would mirror the excitement of Meng Yaozu's suppression. Yet, the evil forces stirred not a ripple. They expected to witness divine techniques without threat. But the outcome surpassed all expectations. She is dead? Just like that? They stared in horror at the old woman, cast aside like a beggar, her demise swift and simple. He is Ye Heng, isn't he? How has he become so powerful? Many could scarcely believe it, having witnessed Ye Heng's gradual rise from an ordinary person. The overwhelming demonic aura surrounding him was unfathomable. Do not fear, the princess is still here. Yes, the princess is a celestial being, a saintess. The one who perished was merely her servant. Please, princess, vanquish the demons. The trembling populace, crushed under the weight of demonic energy, turned their fervent and expectant gazes towards Jiang Yunli, including the powerful families of Yinlong City, who placed their hopes in her. Among the noble families, many were cultivators, with several at the third realm and even some at the fourth. Yet now, they lacked the courage even to glance at Ye Heng. At that moment, Jiang Yunyang was the most distressed. He knew that his sister, Jiang Yunli, was merely a doppelganger, not her true self. The doppelganger possessed no real strength to slay demons. What about me? What shall I do? Rely on dozens of subordinates at the second and third realms? On the fewer than 5 fourth realm warriors in Yinlong City? With these thoughts, the once arrogant Jiang Yunyang found his legs trembling, wanting to flee but paralyzed by fear. The cries of the city, a prayer for salvation, seemed an inescapable tide, drowning Jiang Yunli in despair. Powerlessness, shock, and fear coursed through her as countless negative emotions gnawed at her once unbreakable spirit. Aunt Yun. Jiang Yunli bit her lip, pained as she gazed at the bloodstained corpse. She was not merely a servant. While her strength was not formidable in the Feng Tian sect, she was an elder. How could she report this loss to the sect? The saintess's incompetence. Panic engulfed her as she sought to escape the reality before her. The divine consciousness seemed to be attempting to detach itself from the avatar and return to the true self. Once it returned, everything in Yinlong Cheng would be irrelevant to me. I would remain oblivious to all that transpired. Are you truly determined to leave? Ye Heng's voice, devoid of emotion, shattered her thoughts of escape. Do you not care about the life and death of the entire city? Have you forsaken your path? Or do you merely desire to collect figurines? His words struck her vulnerable heart like a piercing arrow. Jiang Yunli trembled all over. Her departing divine consciousness lost the courage to leave. The cost was too great for her to bear, even if the next moment led to hell. She could only watch helplessly, unable to act, and this sense of powerlessness drove her to madness, causing her to lower her once proud head. For the first time facing Ye Heng, she revealed a fragile expression, no longer the omnipotent princess she once was. Her eyes brimmed with desperation and incredulity. This was all too difficult for her to accept. How could it be so? Are you truly Ye Heng? Jiang Yunli gazed in a daze at the formidable figure before her, whose presence could conquer the world. If you doubt it, why not touch me and see if I am real? Ye Heng raised an eyebrow with an open hand. Jiang Yunli gaped, at a loss for words. Logic told her it was impossible for Ye Heng to have become a formidable warrior of the 5th realm in just 2 short years, especially not a monster among them. The speed of cultivation in the demonic path could not possibly be so rapid, even though she herself was of the 6th realm, having been nurtured by countless heavenly treasures from the small Wangfu, and utilized all her efforts to join the Feng Tianjiao. Receiving the essence of the Tianding for a millennium to cleanse her foundation, she had only just reached the 6th realm at the age of 24, 2 years older than Ye Heng. Furthermore, she was certain that even with all her trump cards, she could hardly defeat a formidable opponent like Aunt Yun without the aid of the Tianding. Yet Ye Heng, Jiang Yunli had never regarded his strength and talent as noteworthy. At this moment, she felt trepidation towards his power. Why does it seem that the princess is a bit flustered? Could it be that she is afraid? Impossible. For she is indeed the true phoenix. No matter how strong Ye Heng is, he cannot surpass her. The once confident citizens of Jiang Yunli began to waver in their faith. Is this really Ye Heng? Siqing's mouth formed an shape as she stared blankly at him. Is this still the man I once knew? She had thought she understood him better than anyone, recognizing his excellence and supreme disposition among the younger generation. Yet disposition does not directly translate to strength. In her mind, Ye Heng had always been a young warrior of the fourth realm in the Shashan Dao, someone who required her protection. How had her little brother suddenly become so fearsome? Moreover, the demonic energy he emanated was entirely unlike that of the Shashan Dao. This was the essence of his fundamental cultivation. Was this truly a demonic path? Siqing watched the slowly dissipating black dragon, the lingering demonic energy causing her to shiver involuntarily. Why does it feel more terrifying than a sister of the fifth realm? Surely, his cultivation method does not surpass the Hong Qingjing? It was impossible. Such a thing could not be. Perhaps it was a mutated scripture with special enhancements in the fifth realm. He had already entered the fifth realm and had not informed her. No wonder he had acted so frivolously and boldly on the yin-yang paper. Siqing could not help but huff in annoyance, stamping her foot, which produced a crisp jingle from her anklet. Jiang Yunli gazed in a daze at the approaching Ye Heng, instinctively retreating step by step. Ye Heng, I. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, yet found herself at a loss for words. Various emotions and thoughts surged within her, spiraling out of control. Was it regret? Fear? Anxiety? She did not know. The moon wheel behind her flickered wildly, akin to a lake's surface disturbed by violent waves. Do not be afraid. I do not consume humans, Ye Heng softly reassured the anxious Jiang Yunli. She managed to smile, though it was far from joyful. Ye Heng, what do you intend to do? Jiang Yunli had resigned herself to her fate. She understood all too well that today, in Yin Longcheng, she could do nothing. Ye Heng could act with impunity, doing as he pleased. And she silently bit her lip, constantly reminding herself that for the sake of the common folk, for the countless citizens, even if her avatar were to be humiliated by the evil, Jiang Yunli was fighting for the world, and it was worth it. As if on the verge of shattering, her Dao Heart Moon wheel unexpectedly radiated brilliant light. The panic and other emotions in her eyes transformed into a sacred clarity. Ye Heng regarded her, a smile creeping upon his lips as he said, 2 years ago, you forsook me for the sake of the world. Indeed, how could one person compare to the world? 2 years ago, you chose to be a bodhisattva. Today, I shall make you choose once more. Ye Heng grasped Jiang Yunli's chin, compelling her to gaze upon the multitude of the city. Pointing at the crowd, he declared, will you choose to let them live? Or will you choose him? Ye Heng's finger shifted towards the trembling Jiang Yunyang, her only brother. Chapter 63. For you. Willing to feed the demon, Jiang Yunli's mind was flooded with images of Ye Heng's humiliations. Fortunately, it was merely her avatar. Whatever indignities she had to endure, she could bear them, considering it a sacrifice of self, a trial to transcend. She had never anticipated that Ye Heng would use the entire city to threaten her. This is a city of thousands. How dare you? Jiang Yunli glared furiously. In Longcheng's official records indicated there were 2,432 households, totaling 86,723 souls. Ye Heng spoke the precise figures. There should be about 10,000 who wish to witness your celestial grace today. Let's assume 10,000. 10,000, a full 10,000. Do you see them merely as prey to be slaughtered at will? Jiang Yunli's eyes reddened, her fingers tightly clutching her garment as she repeatedly murmured, Ye Heng, you cannot do this. You cannot act this way. They are innocent. Our grievances have nothing to do with them. You must not. Her voice diminished, growing softer and more pleading. This tone and expression were indeed befitting of a saint. Ye Heng admired her, offering his praise, then forcibly grasped her chin, forcing her to confront Jiang Yunyang. It seems you have misunderstood my intentions. Do not evade. Look at your dear brother, your only sibling. If you do not wish for the entire city to perish, then sacrificing one person will suffice. Choose to sacrifice Jiang Yunyang, and the entire city shall be saved. You would still be the compassionate saint. How splendid. Unable to evade, Jiang Yunli gazed at her trembling brother, her voice filled with anguish. No, it cannot be like this. Yunyang has just come of age. He knows nothing, understands nothing. He is innocent and kind-hearted, and our enmity has nothing to do with him. Is that so? Is he not the one who humiliated the saint? How dare he? Why does the saint not resist? What on earth is happening? The citizens of the city watched in disbelief as the princess, seemingly a pitiful little rabbit in Ye Heng's grasp, appeared to be bullied. They were stunned. Is this truly the renowned Jeune Feng of our northern continent? Why does she resemble a wronged maiden, allowing herself to be mistreated? They could see the scene but could not hear the dialogue between Ye Heng and Jiang Yunli, as her previous words had been deliberately muted. Everyone, leaving Long Cheng immediately. Ye Heng intends to slaughter the city. Jiang Yunli suddenly cried out, I am merely an avatar. I lack the strength to vanquish demons today. Her voice resonated far and wide. Flee. Everyone flee. This is the final act I can perform for you, even if I am subsequently bullied by the malevolent forces. For your sake, I willingly embrace the demons. What? The princess is but a doppelganger? Alas, the fierce demons cannot be thwarted. This is dire. The wicked seek to slaughter the city. Flee swiftly. Despite the overwhelming confidence in Jiang Yunli, the populace remained unperturbed, with little to fear. Yet now, countless terrified screams reverberate through the heavens. A multitude turns back, desperately attempting to escape Yinlong City, but the streets are congested with people, blocking every path. Those behind, unaware, continue to push forward. Those in front desire to flee, while those behind strive to surge forward, resulting in chaos, further obstructing the way. A well-meaning warning. Yishio observes with amusement the resolute Jiang Yunli, prepared to face death. Yishio declares, your malevolence will not prevail. Jiang Yunli smiles serenely, her eyes reflecting a steadfast willingness to sacrifice herself. Come, I shall allow you to torment this doppelganger of mine. I will simply close my eyes and endure. Behind her, the moon wheel radiates a resplendent glow, even more brilliant than before. How clever to suggest that all deceptions are for their benefit, when in truth, the aim is to incite chaos, to provoke me into a city-wide massacre, which is of no concern to you. You need not bear the consequences. Your heart's path remains unscathed. You need not face a choice. You can deceive yourself into believing you have exerted maximum effort, while amidst the turmoil, Jiang Yunyang could effortlessly slip away, achieving a dual benefit, while the fate of those ordinary souls trapped here is of little consequence. Is it not? Yishio meticulously exposes the hypocrisy of Jiang Yunli, stripping away her self-deception. I have not. Jiang Yunli's body trembles slightly. Is that so? Yishio glances at the moon wheel behind her, which begins to dim. To confront these adept self-deceivers, one must ruthlessly unveil their facade, tearing apart their self-delusion and self-aggrandizement, forcing them to face reality in themselves. Jiang Yunli bites her lip, shaking her head in denial, but her gaze remains fixed on her brother. Observing Jiang Yunyang's cleverness as he refrains from fleeing with the throng of guards, instead donning common attire, hiding among the masses to seize an opportunity to escape. A smirk of triumph involuntarily graces Jiang Yunli's lips. Everyone desperately rushes toward the four-city gates of Yinlong City. Some have already sighted the gates, on the verge of escape, their faces alight with the joy of survival. Yet in the next moment, a chilling and ominous figure stands at the center of the gates. This gate shall not be crossed. Those who approach perish. All four gates are blocked, obstructed by the four formidable bone ladies. The overwhelming aura of the four realms rises from the city gates. Fear not, he is but one man, even against four realms. We can unite and break free. A voice calls out from the crowd, many echoing in agreement, inciting the ordinary people to charge outward. Hidden like ants in the shadows, the blood demon wields the extraordinary blood pearl, swiftly slaying a man who spoke from within the throng, a high-ranking figure from a prestigious family. The killers and others also take action. Even those hidden within the four realms are easily repelled. They possess mid to late stage strength within the four realms, not weak. Bolstered by treasures acquired in the black market, they are considered strong within the four realms. No one escapes. Some with strength attempt to scale the city walls, only to be pierced instantly by the floating, soul-crushing blade. The vast Yinlong City is so tightly sealed that not even a bird could escape. Remain still. Do not make a sound. Be obedient. Yishio's soothing voice resonates clearly in every ear. Panic spreads as all eyes turn to the figure of Yishio in the sky, fear and despair engulfing Yinlong City. The fate of life and death now rests in Yishio's hands. The initial chorus of curses and derision has long since faded. Your lives are not in my hands, but in hers. Yishio pushes Jiang Yunli forward, compelling her to confront the harsh reality, to face everyone. Jiang Yunyang, who sought to fish in troubled waters, has not escaped, blocked by a second soul-crushing blade, its edge aimed directly at his brow. The strength he amassed through rare treasures to barely enter the third realm crumbles before the terrifying resentment emanating from the soul-crushing blade, proving utterly futile. Jiang Yunyang's face pales, paralyzed by fear. Now it is up to him. Will he die or abandon the entire Yinlong city, allowing you, the most revered, kindest, and most beautiful princess, Jiang Yunli, to decide? Let us await her choice, Yishio proclaims for all to hear. In an instant, all gazes converge upon the sibling pair, countless eyes filled with fear, pleading, expectation, and trust drowning Jiang Yunli. She feels as though she has plunged into an abyss, gasping for breath. Chapter 64. Given the opportunity, you are ineffectual. Jiang Yunli longs to escape, yet finds no avenue for her flight. Her once unwavering self-deception, previously so advantageous, is laid bare under Yishio's merciless revelations. Akin to being exposed to the scorching sun with nowhere to hide, Jiang Yunli lacks the courage to even glance at them. Choose. No matter how one chooses, it is wrong. On one side lies the entire city. On the other, her own brother, the only sibling she has cherished since childhood. Had been years prior, had she not joined the Feng Tian sect, the decision would have been simple. But fate has a way of complicating matters within the Feng Tian sect. She attained what she desired, but the cost of bearing risks and consequences. Yishio, if you wish to punish me, do as you please. Jiang Yunli can no longer maintain her pride, her body softening as she pleads softly. Aside from your choice, I desire nothing else. The weight of countless eyes upon her threatens to shatter Jiang Yunli's spirit. She has never felt such a terrifying gaze, so suffocating. Jiang Yunli's lips move slightly, as if she is on the verge of making a choice, and all hold their breath for this momentous decision that affects their very lives. Ye Shiyun, do not bully my sister. Jiang Yunyang shatters the silence. Trembling with fear, his legs quiver, yet he musters the courage to face Yishio. Yishio, what do you truly desire? Speak plainly. As long as the royal residents can comply, I will fulfill your request. Do not torment my sister any longer. He cannot afford to gamble, for he knows all too well the significance of this moment for his sister. Losing her path in front of countless witnesses bears a tremendous price. Yishio glances at Jiang Yunyang, who is choking on his own words. She pats Jiang Yunli's cheek gently. Take your time. Ponder deeply whether your brother is more important or Yinlong City. There is no rush. I can wait. Time is abundant. Each passing moment is a torment. Then Yishio strides toward Jiang Yunyang. By the way, you possess the Yuyang Baohua, do you not? Hand it over. Jiang Yunyang's eyes light up. The Yuyang Baohua is rare, but it is not the only one in existence. It pales in comparison to his own life. If the other party has a desire, then negotiation is possible. I can offer the Yuyang Baohua, but you must ensure my safety, Jiang Yunyang states, laying down his conditions, and do not harm others. The citizens of the city do not express gratitude. Instead, murmurs of doubt arise from the crowd. Is it true that there is a Yuyang Baohua? Is it not rumored that the drought is merely the royal residence's ploy to hasten its growth? Could the drought truly be connected to the royal residence? Some subtly incite dissent. It is the members of the noble families covertly stirring the crowd's voices to sway the situation. Thus, the doubts grow louder. It certainly has nothing to do with the princess. It must be the fault of the royal heir. Indeed, he is guilty, even if he is my younger brother. The princess will surely uphold justice and will not choose him. The voices converged, imposing greater pressure on Jiang Yunli. Are you negotiating with me? The Yuyang Baohua is within the Chinquan bag, but it has already recognized its master. No one else can open it. External forces would only destroy everything inside. Jiang Yunyang produced the Chinquan bag. At this moment, he had no time to heed the clamoring voices. Survival was paramount. Jiang Yunyang confidently gazed at Yi Xing and reasoned. Yi Xing, you require the Yuyang Baohua to heal your wounds, do you not? You are a demon, and in just a few short years, you have attained the pinnacle of the fifth realm. The cost must be immense, even threatening your life. Furthermore, The terrifying magic of the eye technique you just displayed transcends extraordinary arts, comparable to celestial techniques, which even those of the sixth realm cannot cultivate. You cannot cultivate it. It must be a perilous, forbidden art. The Yu Yang Bao Hua harbors tremendous Yang energy, effective in healing certain demonic injuries and suppressing demonic powers. You need to rely on the Yu Yang Bao Hua to survive. Am I not correct? Jiang Yunyang's strength may be lacking, but his insight is profound, and he is confident in his deductions. His trembling legs stood resolutely. If you leave Yinlong City obediently now and sincerely apologize to my sister, I shall ensure you receive the Yu Yang Bao Hua afterward. Jiang Yunyang believed he had discovered Yi Xing's Achilles heel and proposed his conditions. Without the Yu Yang Bao Hua, you will not survive. What can you achieve by killing me? Even if Yinlong City were to fall, my sister would remain unscathed. Still the holy maiden of the Feng Tian sect. He directly conveyed this to Yi Xing. If you truly wish to take revenge on my sister, it cannot be accomplished today. You must first ensure your own survival and protect yourself from the backlash of the forbidden demonic arts. Jiang Yunli could not help but raise her head in surprise and admiration at her brother. Then, she fixed her gaze on Yi Xing's silhouette, as if she glimpsed a glimmer of hope for a breakthrough today. Yi Xing smiled lightly and continued toward Jiang Yunyang, extending his hand. Hand it over. Under conditions of uncertainty, I will not give it to you. Do you believe I will now destroy the Qinquan bag, reducing the Yu Yang Bao Hua to dust? In a brief period, even the Si Qing of the Hongqian sect would find it difficult to procure a treasure comparable to the Yu Yang Bao Hua. Stop right there. I will truly destroy the Qinquan bag. Jiang Yunyang shouted with a fierce yet trembling voice. Yi Xing, agree to his terms. Your safety is paramount. He is correct. I have no treasures of the same caliber as the Yu Yang Bao Hua, and I cannot find a substitute in a short time. Si Qing discreetly transmitted this thought to Yi Xing. Jiang Yunyang's analysis left her with no room for rebuttal. It was too logical. The analysis was flawless. Rather than causing distress to the wicked Jiang Yunli, she preferred Yi Xing's safety. Yi Xing observed the Qinquan bag in Jiang Yunyang's hand. He was aware that the Qinquan bag was an exceedingly rare treasure capable of containing all things, reserved for the significant figures of major powers. Si Qing, as a core disciple of the Hongqian sect, possessed such a treasure largely due to her sister, merely relying on his status as the son of the prince. Jiang Yunyang might not qualify. He was merely benefiting from his sister. The Qinquan bag requires blood to recognize its master. Once it does, outsiders cannot forcibly open it. Attempting to do so would destroy the bag, rendering any treasures inside inaccessible. The Yu Yang Bao Hua lies within the Qinquan bag before us. Even the supreme method of the extreme Yang Dao, which Yi Xing desperately needs, is contained within. 2 treasures and a mere fraction of the punishment for a woman. Which is of greater significance? Then destroy it. Yi Xing did not hesitate, urging Jiang Yunyang to destroy the Qinquan bag. What? Jiang Yunli and Si Qing were utterly perplexed. Do not try to deceive me. I will truly destroy it. Jiang Yunyang's eyes turned crimson, teetering on the brink of madness. He did not believe. You must be gambling, betting that I will yield. This is a game of wits, and we shall see who is more ruthless. He already emitted profound energy with a mere thought. The Qinquan bag would turn to ashes. Do not panic. I will give you ample time to destroy it. Ye Yinka sumit a nonchalant posture. Do not force my hand. Do you truly fear death? I will destroy it. Jiang Yunyang stood on the edge of collapse, nearly driven insane. Fool, my master has cast aside the world. No treasure or person can threaten him. From a distance, the Lady of Bones mocked Jiang Yunyang. Accepting threats signifies that my master possesses a vulnerability. She believes her master would never accept having a weakness, not for anyone. I will count down for you. When I reach 3, you will undoubtedly destroy it. Yi Xing kindly counted down for Jiang Yunyang. 3, 2. Before finishing, Jiang Yunyang clutched his head, seemingly driven mad. He dare not. He understood that destroying the Qinquan bag would equate to suicide. He could not muster the courage for such a death-defying act. He wished to live. Yi Xing leisurely retrieved the Qinquan bag from his hand, disdainfully kicking him. You had your chance, yet you are useless. Chapter 65. Yinlong City, you have been abandoned. Jiang Yunyang, kicked, sat on the cold ground, terror-filled tears in his eyes. Still, he defiantly glared at Yi Xing. Even if you obtain the Qinquan bag, you cannot open it without me. The game is not lost. There is still hope. If it is destroyed, it will be as if nothing occurred. If it is not destroyed, then obediently open it. Otherwise, we shall see how much torment your esteemed title can endure. Ye Heng looked down upon Jiang Yunyang from a lofty position. The hairs on Jiang Yunyang's neck stood on end. Under Ye Heng's indifferent gaze, he felt an overwhelming chill. Yet he held on, uttering, "I will not." As he spoke, Ye Heng's hand rested upon the hilt of a wooden sword. "Yunyang, open the Chinquan bag." At this critical moment, Jiang Yunyang spoke up. "Sister." Jiang Yunyang was puzzled. Opening it would mean losing all leverage, leaving him at their mercy. "I have not lost yet. He must also be holding strong. The first to yield will indeed face utter defeat. Open it." Jiang Yunli's tone brooked no dissent. "Yes." Jiang Yunyang dared not oppose his sister. With a flicker of his mind, the Chinquan bag in Ye Heng's hand opened. What appeared to be a small pouch contained an area the size of half a room, filled with numerous items, including women's intimate garments. Ye Heng swiftly spotted a flower radiating golden hairs within a jade box, the Yu Yang Baohua. At the same time, he discovered a mysterious scroll depicting the sun, within which resided a golden crow. This was part of the celestial teachings Jiang Yunyang had acquired from the Haotian Shinzong. Ye Heng secured both treasures close to his chest. The remaining contents of the Chinquan bag could be examined later. "Yunyang, release the Chinquan bag." Jiang Yunli commanded once more. Jiang Yunyang, filled with indignation, ultimately relinquished the Chinquan bag. "It is all yours." Jiang Yunli gazed at Ye Heng, who had approached her, generously offering the Chinquan bag and all within it. "It seems you also possess moments of understanding." Ye Heng looked at Jiang Yunli with curiosity. "It appears you are quite accommodating. During my most radiant moments, you merely looked on from distance." Jiang Yunli humbly positioned herself lower, lightly biting her lip. After a sigh, she bowed slightly to Ye Heng, expressing her apology. "Ye Heng, I am truly sorry for everything that transpired 2 years ago. I had my own constraints, but regardless, you were the victim. Let's not dwell on it. It is all in the past." Ye Heng waved his hand dismissively. "Let bygones be bygones." Jiang Yunli was momentarily taken aback, staring in disbelief at Ye Heng's nonchalance. Does he truly not care? It cannot be. The documents have been destroyed, making it exceedingly difficult to overturn the case, especially as it involves Shun Chang Ho and the Sun Yi Si. Currently, I find myself unable to circumvent these two colossal entities. Thus I must ask you to endure a little longer. However, you may relinquish the identity of Ye Heng. I can arrange for the court to announce that Ye Heng is deceased, and the wanted notices can be naturally withdrawn. You could assume a new identity and reside anywhere across the 35 continents, where no one is aware of the events that transpired in Yin Longcheng. With a new identity, no one would cast aspersions upon you as a lecher or murderer. Whatever treasures you desire, I can assist you in seeking them out, employing both legal and mystical means. This is my recompense. Should you doubt my sincerity, I can swear an oath to the Feng Tian Jiao, to heaven and earth. Jiang Yunli spoke with profound earnestness. As long as I am not forced to choose, as long as I can survive this day, I am willing to bear these costs. Looking into Ye Heng's eyes, she felt both trepidation and an awareness of his formidable nature, which was far more terrifying than any outright slaughter by a wicked demon. She believed that as long as Ye Heng harbored even the slightest remnants of affection or hope in his heart, he would acquiesce to her submissive stance. Such is the nature of men. I have stated that I care not for the labels of lecher or murderer. Ye Heng regarded her with amusement. "Surely, you do not believe that my purpose today is to cleanse my name and prove my innocence? Is it not so?" Jiang Yunli did not trust Ye Heng, who was truly willing to bear the stigma of being a lecher for eternity. Ye Heng deemed it unnecessary to expound further. He addressed the assembled populace, raising his voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, am I a lecher?" The crowd remained silent, none daring to voice their initial vitriol. "Am I a murderer?" The silence persisted, even in the presence of the corpses of San Yang and the old crone. "Ha ha!" Ye Heng laughed heartily, his mirth echoing like thunder, reverberating through the city, shaking it to its core. "I tell you, I am indeed." His raven hair danced wildly in the wake of his laughter, his gaze imbued with the arrogance of a madman. "Regardless of how you mock me, whether as a lecher or a murderous fiend, a villain of unspeakable heinousness, I remain indifferent." His voice was laced with contempt for all humanity. The notions of honor and disgrace held no significance in Ye Heng's eyes. "You revile me. You fear me, yet what of it? If you are aggrieved, curse me in your hearts, or resort to crafting effigies to curse me. Trample upon them daily if you must, it matters not to me. Yi Xing's haughty voice trampled over Yin Long Chung. His arrogance lingered in the air as he turned back. Do you think I care about the past? Observing the almost demonic figure of Yi Xing, Jiang Yun Li fell silent. Your pleas, your submission, how utterly laughable. Choose, will they live, or will he? Yi Xing's commanding finger swept across the assembled crowd before finally resting on the despairing Jiang Yunyang. I have shown considerable generosity. 2 years ago, you did not even grant me the chance to choose. Jiang Yunli staggered back a few steps, nearly tumbling from the heights of her lofty position. Raising her hand to invoke a mystical technique, she found only a faint pulse of energy at her fingertips, which dissipated before it could reach Yi Xing. Realizing she was merely a projection, devoid of true power, she stammered. In her life's most desolate and powerless moment, she gazed at the crowd, at her brother. 1 against 100,000. Yet this one was her only full-blooded sibling. The Jin Wang Fu might boast numerous sons and daughters, but none could compare to Jiang Yunyang. He was unique, the sole legitimate heir. To forsake the crowd was to relinquish all she had achieved. Her status as the Shengnu of Feng Tianjiao, the revered Butian Ding, seemingly weighed in the balance. In a barely audible whisper, small enough that Yi Xing might not hear, she declared, I choose Jiang Yunyang, your only blood relative, a bond between siblings. The sole legitimate son of Jin Wang Fu. Should you abandon your own brother, how shall you face your mother, your father? A woman who would forsake her own brother for the sake of a grand path, who would respect her. In such a scenario, not only your parents, but even the other clans of Derue will ostracize you, and they will neither believe nor accept you. How will you navigate your existence in Derue? Do you still aspire to be the empress? Such dreams are but folly. Yi Xing's voice was like a demon devouring Jiang Yun Li's fragile spirit. Her courageous choice remained unvoiced. By the way, is your mother still young? Can she bear more children? Yi Xing inquired with curiosity. Jiang Yun Li had no time to dwell on Yi Xing's flippant affront. I choose them. With gritted teeth, she shut her eyes, unable to bear the sight. You must keep your word. Do not harm them. Yi Xing applauded her decision. I acknowledge you. You are indeed the Shengnu. You have solidified your conviction. How splendid. Your strength must have increased, considering you can now regard your own brother as a resource for your cultivation. How ruthless. I do not. Jiang Yisa Ravin Muo, poised to shine brightly, was once again interrupted, dimming once more. Yi Xing surveyed the crowd. All remained breathlessly still, anxious to know whom the princess had chosen. I regret to inform you, Yi Xing declared. The princess has chosen to abandon you. Behind him, a devastated Jiang Yun Li abruptly opened her eyes, staring blankly at Yi Xing. Chapter 66. The royal family owes me a princess, a beauty within Yin Long Chung. The tension was palpable, the fearful sweat soaking their garments. All eyes were nervously fixed on Jiang Yun Li. Her choice determined their fates, and their hearts raced with escalating intensity, the atmosphere thickening with dread. They observed Jiang Yun Li seemingly attempting to voice something, yet her words were inaudible. As the answer emerged, their breaths collectively halted. Then, they watched in disbelief as Yi Xing pointed toward the crowd, his voice echoing with regret. You have all been forsaken. In that instant, the world fell silent. Even breath and heartbeat ceased to exist. Everyone stood transfixed, staring at Jiang Yun Li. Had she chosen to sacrifice the entire city for her brother? Unbeknownst to them, some clenched their fists tightly, while others' gazes turned frenzied, their expressions contorted. On what grounds? A voice erupted in anger, igniting a firestorm among the crowd, shattering the tense atmosphere. This is a grudge between Yi Xing and your royal family. What does it have to do with us? We are innocent. Why must we be sacrificed? Why should we bear the burden? What sins have we committed? Why should we die in place of your brother? Ha ha! Jiang Yun Li, are you not a benevolent bodhisattva? Why then is your heart so cruel? Faced with the specter of death, they could not retain their composure, their furious inquiries threatening to upend the very heavens. Indeed, the scions of noble families were unsurprised. They were the elite, the privileged, fully aware of the thoughts of the upper echelons. Numbers were never the issue. Status was paramount. Thus, they had subtly guided the voices of the crowd from the outset, ensuring everyone understood that Jiang Yunyang was the harbinger of the drought. hoping to sway Jiang Yun Li's decision with collective outrage. Now it seemed futile. What Sheng knew, what compassion for the world, was merely a charade. Many members of noble families scoffed at Jiang Yun Li. From the very beginning, they had not revered her as the ignorant masses did. They understood well that Jiang Yun Li was far from the paragon of virtue portrayed in public narratives. The drought alone was sufficient evidence. Could she truly be unaware of her brother's role in the calamity? Whether willfully ignorant or deliberately avoiding the truth, neither scenario painted her as a saint. My sister has chosen me. Jiang Yunyang was overwhelmed with joy, nearly bursting into laughter. Indeed, we are truly kin. What are these lowly individuals worth? Even if their sacrifice leads to dire consequences, it can still be compensated for. But my death is irrevocable. Come quickly to protect me. Jiang Yunyang immediately gathered the surrounding guards to prevent being harmed by the furious commoners. With her eyes closed, Jiang Yunli dared not face the situation. Staring blankly at Yixiao, this was not the choice I envisioned. You. Jiang Yunli's eyes brimmed with tears, murmuring, No, no. My choice was not meant to be this way, it was not. What? Yixiu, fine confusion. He pressed his hands downwards, urging the angry crowd to calm themselves. Suddenly, silence enveloped the city as if the princess had something to say. At that moment, Jiang Yunli, lost and powerless, gazed at the detestable Yixiao. You did this on purpose. You are absolutely doing this on purpose. She felt the last glimmer of trust from the crowd and sensed her brother's anxious and expectant gaze. The choice she had previously made with all her strength now left her bereft of the courage to reiterate it before everyone. Helplessly, she looked at Yixiao. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, pleading silently. Beneath her sorrow lay a deep-seated hatred and murderous intent, though it was well concealed. Who should I choose? Speak. Yixiu impatiently piresit. Jiang Yunli's lips moved, yet she found herself unable to utter a word. If you made the wrong choice just now, I grant you a chance to start anew, but if you deceive me, I shall be displeased. If sacrificing your brother is what you choose for the sake of the world, then prove your unwavering conviction to me. Yixiao drew forth a wooden sword, compelling Jiang Yunli to grasp this child's plaything. Kill him yourself. The mountains and rivers she could uphold, yet this mere wooden stick felt as heavy as Mount Tai. Slipping from her grasp, hold it tightly. Yixiao stood behind her, guiding her hands to hold the wooden sword, its blade pointing at the trembling Jiang Yunyang. No, sister. Please. Jiang Yunyang, under the weight of fear, collapsed to the ground, pleading with his sister. I am your brother, your only true brother. Yixiu, why have you become so cruel and insane? You will regret this, surely. Jiang Yunli turned her head, glaring at Yixiao in anger. Cruel? Yixiao laughed. Why did you not question the godly spear marquis 2 years ago when he made you choose the fate of countless lives? Has the godly spear marquis regretted his actions? I see no signs of it. Not only has he faced no punishment, but your royal family even offered a princess for marriage. By rights, your family still owes me a beautiful maiden. When will you deliver her to me? Each question shattered Jiang Yunli's moral high ground. Unable to refute, she felt powerless. This tiresome farce has dragged on long enough. I shall give you 3 seconds to make your choice. Moreover, to sacrifice your brother. You must not only take action yourself, but also slowly prolong his suffering with each cut. The drought's officials reported over 7,000 deaths. I trust the authorities. So grant your brother 7,000 cuts. Do not deny it. Should you dare to argue, I will be angered. Yixiao's words left Jiang Yunli stifled, unable to voice her defense for Jiang Yunyang. The crowd watched Jiang Yunli's silence. Could it be that Jiang Yunyang was indeed the perpetrator behind the drought? In that moment, many began to believe it. The truth of the Yuyang Bao Hua was undeniable. Now the princess lacked the courage to explain, compounded by Li Su's detailed evidence. Most importantly, they had witnessed today that the sacred and untouchable fairy princess was, in fact, merely human, shattering the illusion that had once cloaked her in unwavering adoration. 7,000 lives? How could it possibly be merely 7,000? I know the number of deceased far exceeds that. For mere treasures. How dare these celestial beings act so callously? Furious and red-eyed, they yearned to tear Jiang Yunyang apart. Yet, Jiang Yunyang merely gazed at his sister, thinking, what does it matter? What do they know? As long as they survive today, their voices shall not escape Yinlong City. nor the northern continent. I am still the heir of the royal family, still exalted and untouchable. Time is ticking. Yi Xiao whispered softly in Jiang Yunli's ear. If you do not choose, it will mean mutual sacrifice. 3, 2, 1. Jiang Yunli's lips quivered. Yet in the final moment, she could not muster the strength to utter a single word. Very well. You have chosen to forsake everything. Yi Xiao released Jiang Yunli. I have not, Shu. Yi Xiao raised a finger to her lips. Confront your own heart. Do not deceive yourself any longer. Chapter 67. The Shattering of the Tao Heart. What now? Your princess, your sister, at the final moment. Her dignity and self surpassed you both. Her selfish evasion equated to abandoning you all. Jiang Yunli wished to express something. The wooden sword's blade silenced her words. It is too late. You have no more chances. Yi Xiao could not be bothered to glance at Jiang Yunli any longer, casting his gaze over everyone. Do you all wish to march to your demise? Yi Xiao's words plunged every heart into an abyss. Disappointment filled the eyes of the crowd as they looked upon Jiang Yunli, including her brother. Their expressions of disappointment, anger, and questioning appeared as if they were vengeful spirits dragging her down to the deepest depths of hell. In truth, I abhor senseless slaughter. She is selfish. Unlike her, I offer you a chance for self-preservation. Yi Xiao's words ignited the desire for survival within the crowd. Yi Xiao pointed at Jiang Yunyang. Kill him, 7,000 cuts, and you shall survive. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted from Yinlong City, even ordinary citizens radiating a fierce energy. The desire to live clashed with the anger directed at the perpetrator. I knew it. I knew he was a good person. Si Qing lifted her head slightly, displaying a self-satisfied expression. For how could someone I recognize truly commit such atrocities? Jiang Yunli, you foolish woman, have you not seen through this? The crowd surrounded Jiang Yunyang with menacing faces, yet none dared to strike. Jiang Yunyang was flanked by dozens of loyal subordinates, and his own cultivation, bolstered by treasures, was not something ordinary people could contend with. The capable aristocratic families hid among the throng, unwilling to reveal themselves. Killing Jiang Yunyang would incur the wrath of the Jin Wangfu, leaving them without refuge in the Darui dynasty. Sun family, Zhao family, Lu family, come forth, Lu Jianghe, Sun Baolu, Zhao Amin, they are all my life and death brothers. As families of my brothers, take the lead. Yi Xiao began to call out names. The heads of the three families turned pale, their expressions more nauseating than swallowing a fly. Internally cursing the deceased traitor, they struggled to maintain composure. To kill Jiang Yunyang would mean the end of their families. They hoped that the other two families would step forward to take the blame. It seems my words hold no weight. 3 seconds have passed. If you do not show yourselves, I shall annihilate the 3 families. Indeed, I do not know most of you from the 3 families, but if anyone recognizes even one of you hiding in the crowd, your entire family may leave Yinlong City with their wealth intact. Yi Xiao raised 3 fingers. 3. The members of the 3 families turned pale with fear, especially as those around them were already eager, excitedly eyeing them, some even making gestures as if to report them. They knew they could not hide. They were all prominent figures in Yinlong City, impossible to conceal. How ruthless! For the first time, I feel fear towards a young man. I have encountered the monstrous beings of the 6 realms, yet none instilled such dread. The patriarch of the Sun family realizes he lacks even the courage to harbor resentment against Yi Xing. Before Yi Xing can count to 2, he stands up with his clan. The Zhao and Lu families also rise, exchanging bitter smiles. To act now would mean losing their standing in the Darui dynasty. But the world is vast, and there are other places to survive. If they do not stand up, their entire families will be annihilated. That wretched rebellious child, before fleeing with his family, must first be eradicated, his bones ground to dust. The 3 have made up their minds. They exchange glances, rallying all the strong members of their families before launching a silent assault on Jiang Yunyang and his group. You are audacious, daring to rebel against your superiors. You shall be punished by annihilation of your clan. Jiang Yunyang roars in fury. If we join forces, we might have a chance against the evil. The 3 families' warriors remain silent, only intensifying their assault on Jiang Yunyang. There is no time for idle chatter. The sooner they eliminate him, the sooner they can escape. Who has time for your nonsense? Sister, save me. Help! Jiang Yunyang watches helplessly as his guards fall one by one, desperately calling for his sister. Sister, plead with Yi Xing for me. I am your brother. Save me. When he finds himself utterly alone, despair envelopes him. You too are the cause of the drought. You are complicit, and you deserve to perish. In his final moments, Jiang Yunyang wishes to drag all the noble families down with him, ensuring they accompany him to the grave. Silence. In this drought, we have indeed gained some trivial benefits, but did we have a choice? The entire northern continent is governed by your royal family. You control everything. I privately reported the drought to the provincial governor. I too wished to save those poor souls. But it was futile. For 4,000 years, the Derue dynasty has rotted from the inside out. Jiang Yunyang, for this drought, you deserve 1,000 deaths. If you had merely put in the effort to nurture the precious flowers, expending energy and wealth, you could have at least allowed the common people to survive. But you could not be bothered, and thus you deserve to die. I have long found you displeasing. At this point, the noble families no longer feel the need to spare the royal family's feelings and speak their minds. After all, they are leaving the Derue dynasty. So there is no need for pretense. The truth about the drought is laid bare, and at this moment, everyone understands. The rumors were true. The royal family is the true villain. The head of Li Su, displayed at the city gate, was meant to save us from calamity. How laughable! We are indeed a pitiful lot, caught between laughter and tears. Kill him! Kill him! The warriors dismantle Jiang Yunyang, crippling him but refraining from directly ending his life. An ocean of anger surges towards him. Some wielding poles, others clutching stones, attacking with fists and teeth, a multitude thrashing him mercilessly. He is dead. In the northern continent, the most privileged scion, Jiang Yunyang, has perished, his demise shrouded in mystery, perhaps at the hands of an elderly man's cane or a woman's grip. His body was left unrecognizable. Awaken, the show is over. Yi Xing waved his hand in front of Jiang Yunli's vacant eyes. Her once pure gaze now appeared hollow and devoid of brilliance. Her pupils dilated, radiating a profound sense of confusion and despair. Her ethereal beauty, which should have been as flawless as jade, now twisted slightly, her brows furrowing as the anguish in her heart surfaced, her porcelain skin fracturing gradually. The transcendent aura that once surrounded her vanished, replaced by a faint scent of death. Continuous cracking sounds emanated from within Jiang Yunli's body as she began to shatter. She gazed at Yi Xing, her lips curling in pain. You have won. At that moment, the Dao Heart moon wheel behind her shattered, the immaculate Dao Heart fragmented. Chapter 68. Witnessing her rise to glory, witnessing her fall from grace. The long-desired immaculate Dao Heart was just attained, only to be destroyed, leaving irreparable rifts. Her eyes, once as clear as the moon, slowly became veiled in a layer of mist. You have won. My life's pursuit has failed. Jiang Yunli's gaze remained dim and lifeless. Yet she calmly regarded Yi Xing. I owe you nothing now. Everything is returned to you. Stop pretending. Don't act as if we have forgotten each other in the rivers and lakes. If given the chance, you would wish to eliminate me immediately. Ye Ving, Unjonminjit, reached out to caress her beautifully cracked cheek. The frigid celestial essence only heightened the sense of fragmentation. You must live well, live splendidly. I grant you time to grow stronger. That way, it will be more amusing to bully you. Is this how it ends? Dream on. Jiang Yunli silently closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she no longer feigned her emotions, glaring at Yi Xing with disdain, retreating to distance herself from him. I owe you nothing, nor will I show you any mercy. Do not die. Do not perish under the backlash of the demonic scriptures. The next time we meet, I will sever your detestable hands. Jiang Yunli's eyes glinted like the icy depths of the abyss, chilling to the bone. Then do so swiftly. Do not forget the figurine. Yi Xing raised an eyebrow. Jiang Yunli's cold aura instantly dissipated, replaced with a mix of anger and humiliation. Shameless. I am timid and only see familiar faces. If you come personally, I will welcome you with open arms. But if I am frightened, I might act irrationally. Yi Xing is a threat. The figurine is a threat. Jiang Yunli glared coldly, unyielding. Leave. Today is your day. I cannot attend, so no gifts will be offered. Please understand. Jiang Yunli emitted a few piercing laughs, chilling enough to freeze one's soul. The puppets continued to shatter, turning to ashes scattered across the earth. In her final moment, Jiang Yunli remained coldly fixed on Yi Xing, her gaze unwavering. The entire Yinlong city fell silent once more. Everyone anxiously watched Yi Xing, uncertain if this fearsome demon would truly let them go. Yi Xing scanned the crowd. The setting sun bled crimson as it elongated his silhouette, casting it upon the city walls. Dressed in black, he stood quietly, accepting the fearful, apprehensive, or sorrowful gazes of the masses. Do not thank me. I did not dispense justice for the drought's perpetrator, nor should you fear me. I have no interest in slaughter. Yi Xing's indifferent voice echoed through the air as he bowed to the crowd. Today, I welcome you to my trivial game. Thank you for your efforts. Ha ha ha. I must take my leave. May our paths not cross again. Yi Xing let out a hearty laugh, the demonic aura swirling around the unconscious Meng Yaozu as he soared towards the city's outskirts. The flight to survival begins. Ha ha! Let the strong of the Darue dynasty try to pursue us. The blood demon and his companions issued the most direct mockery to the Darue dynasty, their demonic sounds rolling through the quiet Yinlong city, leaving behind a throng of dazed and bewildered souls. In the sacred land of the Feng Tian sect, the ethereal shadow of the Bu Tian Ding hovered above Jiang Yunli's divine hall, swirling with rainbow-colored lights, its body intricately carved with mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and stars, as if clouds and mist were rising. At this moment, even the sun high above dimmed slightly. All noisy discussions abruptly ceased. Could a being of the six realms wield such a divine weapon as the Bu Tian Ding? Even a hint of its power is enough to instill fear. The fearless youth, Chun Mo, truly fell silent. Lu Hao of the Hao Hian Xianzong, who has never shown much interest in the outcomes of battles, found himself sitting upright. All the Daozi and Xianzhong gazed in shock at Jiang Yunli, their expressions tinged with a hint of reverence. The ability to wield the sect's treasured artifact, even with just a fraction of its power, signified that she had surpassed them and stood at the pinnacle of her generation. The Wuxia Dao heart, previously recognized by the Buitian Ding, now equated to her ownership of it. The woman in the imperial robe revealed a smile of approval, accompanied by a trace of envy. The stylish and graceful Wang Fei, who had momentarily lost her composure, stood trembling. The situation had turned dire. The languid and indifferent Hongmei Nu, who usually paid little heed to the battle's progress, now wore a serious expression, her fingertips manifesting a thread of crimson. Hongmei Nu, do you intend to participate in the discourse among the juniors? A cold voice echoed as a woman, standing like an ice sculpture, regarded Hongmei Nu with indifference. She was strikingly beautiful, her skin as smooth as cream, yet devoid of color, a woman without warmth. She was Si Muqing, the previous saintess of the Fengtian sect and Jiang Yunli's master. Si Muqing and the woman in the imperial robe flanked Hongmei Nu, encircling her in a silent grip. What? Today you wish to harm my disciple? The smile on Hongmei Nu's lips grew increasingly seductive, her gaze turning more perilous. In discourse, life and death are not considered. Yielding ends the contest. The crimson threads entwined more around Hongmei Nu's fingertips. Yield? You seek to utterly shatter my disciple's pride, to crush her self-esteem, leaving scars on her Dao heart that cannot be extinguished. Red Dust Woman, you have lost, Jiang Yunli said coldly, her gaze disdainfully surveying the pale, red dust woman. The latter did not attempt to argue. The moment the Buitian Ding appeared, she knew she had no chance of victory. Even the slightest hint of its might was beyond the reach of the six realms. She would not mock Jiang Yunli for relying on divine weapons. The Red Dust sect also possessed its own Dao weapons, yet she could not draw upon any strength. What had transpired in Yinlong City? It had left her Dao heart untroubled, and she had thought he would provide some assistance, but instead, he had bolstered her enemies. The expression of the Red Dust Woman grew increasingly grim, and the enchanting smile that once captivated many faded away, leaving only a bitter smile and a sense of helplessness. Had she truly reached the level of wielding the Buitian Ding? Yao Yin, who had once been the most outstanding disciple of the Fengtian sect, now looked on with a mixture of unwillingness and resignation. There was no longer a glimmer of opportunity. The admiration of her master and fellow disciples, the astonishment and envy from peers, and the helplessness of her rival, the Red Dust Woman. All of these factors culminated in Jiang Yunli's most glorious moment. A hint of a proud smile lingered at the corners of her lips. From this day forth, I ascend to greater heights. What shall we do if we cannot prevail? The red dust woman lamented, I can lie down, but I shall not kneel. The proud red dust woman was unwilling to concede defeat outright. She stirred the 3,000 red dust calamities. An ant shaking a tree. The buoy Tian Ding gently swayed, emitting a low, resonant hum, as if it were descending from the heavens. The earth trembled, the red dust calamities dissipated, and the red dust woman staggered back. Her fiery red lips, stained with traces of blood, still refusing to concede. With the passage of time, the red dust woman was on the brink of collapse. Yield. Jiang Yunli maintained her unbeatable demeanor, though a flicker of panic and pain crossed her eyes. This fleeting shift in emotion was caught by the red dust woman, who practiced the path of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Are you afraid? Yield, or you shall perish. Jiang Yunli's gaze turned icy, unwilling to delay any further. At that moment, Yinlong City's night was forcing her hand, though she did not know what had transpired. It was clear that something had gone awry on the other side of her doppelganger. The red dust woman was resolute. I have no choice. Though hope is faint, I can only rely on that unfamiliar young man. A sense of self-mockery arose within her. She never anticipated that one day she would depend on a man. Unexpectedly, Hongmei Nu felt a surge of anticipation. The woman in the imperial robe sneered disdainfully. A mere nameless insect dares to influence the events of today from afar? How laughable. You, Hongmei Nu, have no strategies left and yet entertain such absurd notions. A man? Did they think that their conflict involved a man? Was the true reason for their battle not a theoretical dispute between the two sects, but rather a competition for a man? Yes, it must be so. The fiery youth Chinamo slapped his thigh. This gossip was worth it. His mind began to race, unable to contain his thoughts. Is it a struggle for dominance? But competing for a man would necessitate the use of the Bui Tian Ding. Could there be more to the involvement of the Feng Tian sect's leader and the Red Dust Immortal? Wow. Lu Hao silently distanced himself, lest he be caught in Chun Mo's reckless musings. Jiang Yunli exerted all her effort to summon the ethereal image of the Bui Tian Ding. As the celestial essence coalesced into a vortex, the clouds parted and a mysterious star map emerged in the heavens. The light of the stars descended upon the world. The red dust woman, transformed into countless manifestations, desperately evaded the starry might, placing her last hope upon Yi Xian. But soon, all her red dust doppelgangers were shattered, and 360 beams of starlight enveloped the red dust woman from all directions, leaving her with no escape. It was over. At that moment, the flawless moon behind Jiang Yunli shattered. The celestial palace crumbled, and the Bui Tian Ding above vanished. The edifice had collapsed. Chapter 69. Show respect, go in person. Just as Jiang Yunli completely subdued the red dust woman, the situation underwent a monumental shift. The palace fell, and the divine Ding disappeared. Jiang Yunli's exquisitely beautiful and frosty visage could not hide the pain within. Her gaze grew eerily calm, as though resigned to her fate. Had her Tao heart collapsed? The red dust woman stared blankly at the dispersing starlight, astonished. That man truly accomplished it? It was hard to believe. The best scenario she could envision was that Yi Xian had caused Jiang Yunli to waver, rendering her unable to wield the Bui Tian Ding. The thought of a collapsing Tao heart was beyond her imagination. Jiang Yunli's master, Si Muqing, felt her eyelashes tremble, her breath faltering almost inaudibly, as she whispered with a distorted voice, the Tao heart has collapsed. The Bui Tian Ding has turned against her. The worst, most improbable scenario had come to pass. It was not merely the damage of divine consciousness, but the collapse of the Tao heart, a wound too grievous to heal. The Bui Tian Ding had abandoned her. What on earth had happened? How could such a terrifying outcome arise? All eyes were riveted on Jiang Yunli, whose lips bled and complexion turned pallid, eager to uncover the truth. Their gazes reflected shock, sorrow, or joy. It was clear that the collapse of her Tao heart did not stem from the battle, but rather from a problem with her doppelganger. The astute Chen Mo deduced, but it shouldn't be. If the doppelganger encounters trouble, one can always return their divine consciousness to the main body. If that fails, one can simply destroy that strand of consciousness without significant consequence. This perplexity was shared among the crowd. If the doppelganger faced difficulties, escape or destruction was merely a matter of thought. Jiang Xinzi's doppelganger was certainly capable of fleeing. It was simply that she did not wish to. Even at the cost of her Tao heart collapsing, she could not bear to leave. Thus, There remained only one possibility. Chen Mo spoke with unwavering certainty. Instantly, everyone turned their gaze toward him. You two possess insights? If she could not bear to leave, then it must be a matter of a Dao partner. Chen Mo slapped his thigh. I understand. He abandoned Jiang Xianzi, causing her to suffer the emotional tribulation. Hence her Dao heart collapsed. But is he truly a man? How could he abandon someone as extraordinary as Jiang Xianzi? Was it because she made an unforgivable mistake? No, stop. That's wrong. A thunderclap struck Chen Mo's head, causing his hair to bristle in chaos as he hastily bowed to the surroundings, acknowledging his error. Jiang Yunli glared furiously at the incessantly chattering Chen Mo, opening one's mouth, wishing to deny. Yet blood fills the mouth, robbing the strength to speak. Fortunately, the master intervenes, sparing the ears from vile words. You deserve this. Sooner or later, you will perish by your own foul tongue. Lu Hao revels in the misfortune of the dark-hued Chen Mo. The latter opens his mouth, black smoke billowing forth, and with a sinister grin, Chen Mo whispers, "They are anxious. They must have guessed correctly. Otherwise, why strike me with thunder? They are certainly in a hurry." Lu Hao retreats silently, mourning for the Feng Tian sect, as they are now under the gaze of this foul-mouthed charlatan. Their reputation will surely suffer. The outcome is clear. Amidst the battle, the Dao heart has crumbled. The saintess of the Feng Tian sect is indeed the foremost individual in centuries. How intriguing. At this moment, the only person audacious enough to mock in such a manner is the alluring Hong Mei Nu. She lazily stretches, her perfectly contoured figure an eyesore to the woman in the imperial robe. Concealing her malicious intent to witness my disciple's embarrassment, you will be disappointed. This true phoenix indeed bears the shadow of your two elders. The woman in the imperial robe lowers her gaze, snorting disdainfully. With a flick of her sleeve, the phoenix takes flight, carrying the royal consort of Jin away, who, in her panic, descends awkwardly, only to be caught by a transformed hairpin that morphs into a Qinghua. Si Muqing cannot simply allow the woman in the imperial robe to depart. She casts a disappointed glance at her disciple, Jiang Yunli, transforming into a beam of light. She heads towards the Feng Tian shrine, where numerous other beams of light also converge. The high-ranking officials of the Feng Tian sect seem to be embroiled in a fierce debate, leaving a group of younger disciples staring blankly at one another. Should we depart as well? The atmosphere is too unsettling. The ascension of the saintess today seems precarious. Chen Mo nudges Lu Hao. Are you returning to the sect later? Why not accompany me to investigate what has transpired? Lu Hao glances at him. You are afraid to return, aren't you? After coming out, your sister, your mother, and your father have inexplicably gained several burdens. Nonsense. I am merely curious about that man named Yi Xian. I want to learn his methods of dealing with women. Even Jiang Xianzi has been bullied by him, and there are even matters involving Hong Chun Nu. He is truly a model for men. Time passes. In the Feng Tian shrine, an astonishing aura occasionally emanates, rendering the onlookers breathless. After the burning of a stick of incense, the saintess is summoned to take her place. Ultimately, the Feng Tian sect adheres to the original plan, insisting that Jiang Yunli ascend to the position of saintess today. They must press on, lest the Feng Tian sect face further humiliation. However, the steps to become a saintess are shorter than any previous occasion. Even the credentials, the Feng Tian seal representing the identity of the saintess, are not conferred upon Jiang Yunli. A saintess in name only. Witnessing all this, Yao Yin's eyes once more brim with ambition and hope. She sees a glimmer of hope in replacing her. This position of saintess has not stabilized and will not endure for long. The various immortal heirs of the major sects understand that the actions of the Feng Tian sect are merely to preserve face, a force measure. Amidst this awkward atmosphere, the various sects' heirs bid their farewells. Jiang Yunli, like an icy figure, becomes the saintess with an expression devoid of emotion, her gaze fixed on the departing guests. The departing guests seem more inclined to converse with Yao Yin, a disciple of the Feng Tian sect, rather than with her, appear among the immortal heirs. Even Hong Qin Nu, who should have been her rival, disregards her. A day that should have been her moment in the spotlight has instead relegated her to a mere supporting role. A day that began with promise ends in disappointment. After enduring what felt like an eternity, Jiang Yunli finally concludes her ordeal. She speaks not a word to anyone, departing expressionlessly to her courtyard, dismissing all maids and attendants. Alone, She can no longer maintain her facade of strength. Blood spurts forth. In stark contrast, the departing Hong Chun-nu feels the gentle spring breeze, her spirits soaring. Speak. How much do you know about that Yi Xian? Hong Mei nu incurious. The prior situation had left even her feeling powerless. Unable to find a way to aid her disciple through inevitable defeat, vanquished by a man from thousands of miles away. I know little. I only know he has traversed the path of the mundane, and everything Jiang Yunli possesses now is stolen from his achievements. Hong Chun-nu divulges what she knows. Upon hearing this, Hong Mei-nu's pupils constrict slightly, her gaze shimmering with an otherworldly brilliance, her lips curling into a beguiling smile. How he shattered Jiang Yunli's immaculate Dao heart remains unknown for now. Hong Chen-nu is equally curious. She retrieves a bronze mirror, seeking to contact her sister Si-ching. With respect, go personally. Hong Mei-nu raises her hand to halt the use of the bronze mirror. Having traversed the mundane path, possessing an unparalleled disposition, he does not seem to be one devoid of emotion or desire. He is the one anticipated by the original Hong Chun Xianzun, inadvertently assisting you in overcoming a significant trial in life. He is an important cause and effect in your existence. Hong Chen-nu's brow furrows slightly as she regards her master. I have not even met him, yet he becomes my cause and effect. Fate knows no coincidence, only destiny. Go. Perhaps he will greatly aid you in the mundane realm. Will this help your cultivation as well, master? Hong Chen-nu inquires generously. Hong Mei-nu chuckles softly. To me, he is merely a little fellow. If he wishes to assist me in achieving enlightenment, he may need to cultivate for another 100 years for it to be of any significance, just a fraction. Hong Mei-nu separates her index and middle fingers by a minuscule gap. Chapter 70, The Golden Crow Sutra of the Heavenly Emperor. Jiang Yunli leans weakly against the doorframe. Her ethereal robes wrinkled against her frame, her 3,000 strands of hair limply cascading over her shoulders, with a few strands sticking to her pallid cheeks. Pain, despair, negativity, and loneliness, an array of unprecedented negative emotions devour this proud and aloof fairy. The sky will not fall. A voice, tinged with frustration at her lack of struggle, resonates in the courtyard, resembling a celestial maiden descending amidst the moonlight. Si Muqing gazes at her disciple with disappointment and heartache. Speak, what has transpired? Jiang Yunli purses her lips, recounting everything related to Yi Xian in meticulous detail to her master, who is her greatest support at this moment. Simukvink listens quietly, her demeanor remaining aloof, untouched by the mundane world. Upon hearing about the figurine, her cold composure falters, a hint of discomfort seeping through. After grasping the full extent of the situation, Si Muqing gazes at her disciple with a heart heavy with sorrow. No wonder your Dao heart has crumbled. The unpredictable and deranged evil is a terrifying adversary. A powerful malevolent force, notorious for its misdeeds, is not the main issue. The most frightening aspect of evil lies in its complete unpredictability. No one can foresee its next move. Should it grow stronger, the world will face a troublesome malevolence. This is your tribulation. Si Muqing, in resignation, states, this trial can only be overcome by you alone to reclaim your Dao heart. Only by regaining your Dao heart can the position of saintess be secure, and you will ascend to greater heights, akin to a phoenix reborn. What must I do? Jiang Yunli looks to her master for guidance. Teach me. Si Muqing refrains from giving a direct answer. Instead, recounting an example. The 18th generation leader of the Feng Tian sect faced an invincible giant demon in his time, known as the Demon Lord. Under the terrifying reign of the Demon Lord, heaven and earth trembled. The 18th generation leader stepped forth, sacrificing himself to contain the Demon Lord, curbing the latter's frenzied desire to slaughter the immortal path. The leader saved the world, transcending his Dao intent to a level comparable to the first generation leader. Jiang Yunli's voice trembled uncontrollably as she instinctively retreated, shaking her head in denial. No way, I would rather die. Even her breath carried a sense of resistance. She found herself caught in an insurmountable dilemma, unable to accept her fate. Thoughts of Yexing surged in her mind. Along with the burdens she had borne and everything she had lost, all that remained was an insatiable desire for vengeance. The idea of stripping away her lifelong pride, of pleading for mercy, even preparing herself for the humiliation at his hands, had proven futile against his unyielding heart. She could not accept the prospect of once again discarding her dignity to face Ye Heng. If such a sacrifice were the only means to reclaim her Tao heart, she would prefer to embrace death. This is merely the path traversed by your predecessors, not one that you are destined to follow. Although he bears the shadow of an unparalleled demon, he falls far short of transcending the entire realm of immortality. The chances are virtually non-existent. Muqing remarked with a calm demeanor. Even if you were to offer yourself as sustenance for the demon, his weight is insufficient to carry you further along the path of Fengtian. He is too weak. Moreover, you have previously mentioned that his rate of ascension is exceedingly abnormal, and his techniques are awry. The path of evil has been tread too swiftly. The further one goes, the more arduous it becomes. He is unworthy of becoming an unparalleled demon. I merely wish to convey that self-sacrifice may allow you to advance further along the path of Fengtian, and perhaps even regain your Tao heart. Jiang Yunli exhaled in relief, a smile gracing her lips. From her master's words, she gleaned that he was not as formidable as she had feared, and her invisible trepidation towards Ye Heng diminished significantly. Muqing continued, for 1,000 years ago, chaos erupted across the realm. An ordinary disciple of the Fengtian sect, neither a saint nor a progeny, formed a bond with the founding emperor of the Jiang family during a time of strife. Together, they pledged brotherhood, aiding in the establishment of the great dynasty of Darui and restoring peace to the world. This ordinary disciple achieved the Tao heart of Fengtian, thus attaining the Fengtian celestial body and ascending to the position of sect leader. Jiang Yunli looked at her master with resignation. Am I to rebel against my own family? 1,000 years prior, another ordinary disciple, who had failed in the pursuit of becoming a saint, recognized the potential in a humble disciple from a poor family. This ordinary disciple facilitated the latter's rise, enabling him to become one of the foremost figures in the realm of immortality, suppressing the forces of evil and cleansing the world for a century. This ordinary disciple subsequently gained the recognition of the Butian Ding and ascended to the position of sect leader. Muqing recounted the deeds of the sect's predecessors to Jiang Yunli. Upon hearing the tales of numerous predecessors, Jiang Yunli appeared contemplative. Your current situation is more favorable than those predecessors. Although some within the sect may harbor discontent towards you, you are still the saintess for the time being, regardless of the circumstances. Muqing regarded her intently. Your only rival is Yao Yin, despite losing the recognition of the Butian Ding. Your physique has been refined by its celestial essence, placing your innate talent on par with hers. However, your advantage has diminished, as she will receive more emotional support due to her early initiation into the path. Yunli, you have 3 years' time. Within this period, you must distance yourself from Yao Yin to truly embody the role of the saintess. To surpass her, you must emulate your predecessors and seek the fated child, leveraging the strength of others. Jiang Yunli nodded. She had long understood that leveraging external power could expedite her journey along the path of Fengtian. Do not set your sights on the disciples of the immortal lineage. They follow their own paths, merely adding embellishments, yielding little substantial benefit. Muqing cautioned. What you seek are the exceptional talents emerging from humble backgrounds. You must provide timely assistance to them, ensuring that your presence becomes a significant boon in their growth, thus attracting greater fortune. Jiang Yunli furrowed her brow. Ordinary talents are easy to find, but locating a prodigy of sect leader caliber, especially one from a background devoid of connections, is exceedingly difficult. Such individuals are rare. Perhaps only 2 or 3 may emerge within an era, if any at all. You will need to harness the power of the Wangfu or even the Darui dynasty to aid in your search. This is a task Muqing cannot assist you with. It ultimately depends on whether fate will smile upon you. Shortly thereafter, the Leisure ruins would open, gathering many heroes, providing the children of humble origins with a chance to participate, perhaps even leading to the discovery of such a fated child. Muqing delivered this crucial news to Jiang Yunli, who shed her despondency. Her spirits lifted, her eyes regained their confidence and pride. An inexplicable premonition blossomed within her heart. She was certain she would find the fated child destined for her path of greatness. With the support of such a being, she believed that all she had lost would eventually return. Ye Heng, I shall prove that all your meticulous schemes will ultimately prove futile against me. They are merely the trials of life. Jiang Yunli's gaze was filled with lethal intent. As for you, suffering the backlash of the demonic scriptures, you shall find yourself unable to advance, forever relegated to the shadows, until I bring your demise, leaving you as a wandering spirit. Thousands of miles away, in an unknown forest at the edge of the northern continent, Ye Heng sat casually upon a tree stump, unfurling a resplendent scroll, the Tiandi Jinwu Jing. Chapter 71, Bride? If not you, then who? The Tiandi Jinwu Jing was a sacred scripture belonging to the Hao Tianxianzong, a fundamental law of the sect, rumored to have originated from an ancestral lineage, ranking among the most supreme scriptures of sect leaders. Ye Heng's eyes sharpened with the essence of the demonic eye as he gazed upon the scroll. With a resonant cry imbued with authority and nobility, a golden crow, ablaze with the true fire of the sun, erupted from the mystical text, aiming to devour Ye Heng. Impudent, the manifestation of the demonic lord formed behind him. Seizing the golden crow's wings with both hands, and with a mighty maw, consumed it in one gulp. The golden crow was reduced to mere sustenance within Ye Heng's grasp, and under the watchful gaze of the demonic lord, the scroll exhibited no further signs of the crow. Ye Heng perused the text briefly. Indeed, it was extraordinary. The profundity of the scripture far surpassed any Yang scripture acquired in the Night Patrol Division. Regrettably, it was merely the initial portion of the sect leader's scripture, capping the cultivation at the 6th realm, with no subsequent text. Upon successful cultivation, he would at least reach the 6th realm, free from the worry of a backlash from the demonic scriptures. Ye Heng maintained a positive outlook, having anticipated the impossibility of acquiring the complete scripture. To obtain the sect leader's scripture of the extreme Yang path so easily was already a delightful surprise. He needed a place rich in solar energy to begin his cultivation. Ye Heng scrutinized the annotations on the scripture. It required not only astonishing talent or a unique physique, but also demanded a specific location to initiate the training. Challenging, yet manageable. He awaited news regarding the Thunder Sect scripture, hoping that Si Qing's efforts in gathering information for various sects would yield fruitful results. Ye Heng felt content. Even if he could not find the Thunder Sect's scripture in the short term, the Tiandi Jinwu Jing alone would allow him to contend with the prodigies of the immortal lineages. In the future, combined with the Thunder method, he would surpass the sect leader seeds with the dual might of extreme Yang and Thunder. My lord, that cowardly man has awakened. Came the voice of the assassin from a distance. Ye Heng rolled up the scroll, vanishing from his location. Moments later, he appeared in a cave several thousand meters away. I am not a coward, came the rebuttal from within the cave, Meng Yaozu. He had been taken away during his unconsciousness after departing from Yinlong City. 3 days and nights had passed. Ye Heng could not be bothered. Blood feuds run deep. Being abandoned by a woman was one thing, but being dragged into the demonic path, losing his reputation, and having his family perish, only to naively seek to reason with the enemy's sister in Yinlong City. Was this not the epitome of weakness? The assassin mocked. Meng Yaozu's voice fell silent as Ye Heng entered. Meng Yaozu hung his head, his expression dim and pained. You are my saviors. I shall repay you with my life, even if it means traversing mountains of blades and seas of fire. He bowed deeply to Ye Xiao, then walked towards the cave entrance with his head lowered, clearly affected by the previous words of the murderer. Ye Xiao spoke. There's no need to wait. There's something I need you to do right now. Meng Yaozu halted, looking at Ye Xiao. You are Ye Xiao, correct? I have heard of you. I am aware of everything that has transpired regarding you. While investigating Ling Yunfei, I discovered some victims from the wedding scandal 2 years ago. I can assist you in locating them. However, there are few survivors left. After the case concluded 2 years ago, Ling Yunfei, under the guise of a righteous man, visited the victims, after which many grooms and brides took their own lives, with some entire families perishing in flames. Ye Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not anticipate this turn of events. Indeed, a pathological individual. Ye Xiao had personally handled the case and knew that when Ling Yunfei committed his crimes, he did not hide his identity, even humiliating brides in front of their grooms, seemingly to satisfy his twisted psyche. Afterwards, he feigned concern as a righteous man while visiting the victims. Such behavior reflects a profoundly deviant mindset, utterly arrogant. It shattered the last defenses of the victims. Driven to madness, they could only bid farewell to this despairing world through death. I have no desire to exonerate myself. Ye Xiao scoffed. Why does everyone naively believe that I need to prove my innocence? Meng Yaozu looked at Ye Xiao in astonishment. You're not concerned? How can you not be concerned? For the past year, I have exhausted every effort to prove my innocence and to demonstrate that I have not descended into the path of darkness. Why, with a similar experience, do you remain indifferent? A wise man once said that arguing with those who bully you to prove yourself is an act of cowardice. One must make the enemy truly feel pain. The murderer gazed mockingly at Meng Yaozu. Meng Yaozu fell silent. By the way, let me share some good news. The blood demon wore a playful smile. 2 days ago, your dream fairy, Princess Yanhua, publicly declared at the city gate of Beizhou that you, Meng Yaozu, are nothing but a shameless waste. She has never held you in her heart, not even for a moment. And she represents the royal family in declaring eternal enmity against evil. Meng Yaozu gritted his teeth. The blood demon continued. Oh, and I have just received word that Ling Yunfei has publicly proclaimed in Yuzhou that he will come to Beizhou to eliminate you, the lecherous one, in the name of justice, seeking retribution for all women. Ye Shiyu Mididisimidet. He truly knows how to find opportunities to showcase himself. A trap? Do you want me to assist you in ambushing Ling Yunfei? Meng Yaozu inquired. Boring, Yi Xiu shook his head, clearly indicating it was not the right time. What I want you to do is make him experience all that those pitiful grooms have endured. Meng Yaozu raised an eyebrow. I want him to become a powerless man. Isn't he about to get married? Doesn't he relish humiliating brides in front of grooms during weddings? It is only fitting that he tastes his own medicine. This is what Yi Xiu intends to do, offering Ling Yunfei a wedding gift. Since he is perceived as a wedding lecher, why not fulfill their expectations and behave as one? Now, we urgently need a man to take action against the bride. Princess Yanhua. Yi Xiu looked at Meng Yaozu. It is you. Meng Yaozu's eyes widened in disbelief. This is madness. Why must it be me? He seemed reluctant to take on this role. Yi Xiu turned to the blood demon. The blood demon quickly shook his head. My lord, I do not fancy women. Yi Xiu then looked at the resentful ghost. My lord, if we kill her first and turn her into a vengeful bride, I could give it a try. Yi Xiu then turned to the murderer. My lord, like you, I cherish women and never bully them. Yi Xiu stared at the murderer for a long time, feeling a sense of unease. Yi Xiu nodded. That is reasonable. Yi Xiu then looked at the Lady of Bones, who helplessly said, My lord, I am a woman and powerless to act. Thus, Yi Xiu turned to Meng Yaozu, followed by the other 4 gazes fixed upon him. You and Princess Yanhua were once a pair of talented individuals. Your enemy, if not you, then who? Will you continue to be a turtle, forever weak? The murderer mocked. Is it true that the first and last time of the woman you once cherished will be handed over to another man to bully? Surely not. At this point, you still have lingering feelings for her. If you have made up your mind, then follow me. Yi Xiu turned to leave. Minutes later, the murderer and the others also exited the cave, with Meng Yaozu trailing behind them, having made his choice. Chapter 72. Unifying the Demon Path. Weighing the heavens and earth, Meng Yaozu had made his choice. Can we truly create chaos at the wedding of the son of the godly spear marquis? Meng Yaozu expressed his doubts. The godly spear marquis possesses astounding strength, guarding the borders against the demon race, with powerful generals aplenty. We are utterly incapable of achieving such an endeavor. The 9 great divine lords, the 9 most renowned figures in the Dazue dynasty. Meng Yaozu glanced at the Lady of Bones and the others, who were weaker than him, then turned to Yi Xiu, who was strong, yet not at the level of the godly spear marquis. To create chaos at the wedding without sufficient power is tantamount to seeking death. My Lord Estile is to first establish the highest goal. If that is unattainable, then lower the target. If it is truly impossible to act during the wedding, we can accomplish it afterward, as there are still 2 months until the wedding. The blood demon and the others had been following Yi Xiu for a long time and understood his methods well. It is the challenge that makes it interesting. If there are no opportunities, then we must create them and wait. Are we to do nothing? That would be cowardly. What the son of the godly spear marquis? Can he compare to the holy maiden of the Fengtian sect or Princess Jiang Yunli of the Dazue dynasty? My lord has yet to make Jiang Yunli suffer greatly. The murderer spoke with a boastful tone. Do not wear such a gloomy expression. This is a game. Enjoy the process. If we cannot achieve our goals in the end, it matters not. Failure is inconsequential. Yi Xiu remarked. I failed in the Hidden Dragon City. Upon my release, I wanted Jiang Yunli to experience true pain. But I cannot achieve that. The Lady of Bones interjected. My lord, you did not fail. Jiang Yunli's resolve has crumbled. And news from the Fairy of Emotion indicates that she paid a hefty price, becoming a laughingstock of a holy maiden. The Blood Demon and others felt invigorated, sharing their thoughts. With mere strength of the fourth realm, we participated in the Hidden Dragon City incident, truly dragging a lofty holy maiden into the depths of hell. Even if our roles were minimal, we take great pride in that. In their eyes, there was utmost respect and loyalty towards Ishio. Upon hearing this, Meng Yaozu's pupils dilated in shock. Such a remarkable feat could be deemed a failure? What then of me, Meng Yaozu? A waste? The most laughable waste under heaven. Meng Yaozu suddenly understood why they mocked him for being weak. Reflecting on the year he spent with power, yet achieving nothing, he found himself disdainful of his own inaction. It seemed Meng Yaozu had made a certain resolution. He knelt on one knee before Ishio. My life was saved by you. From now on, I shall heed your commands. This equated to loyalty and allegiance. The murderer and the others could not contain their joy. They were self-aware of their own talents and potential, realizing they could no longer keep pace with their lord, while Meng Yaozu was different. He was a prodigy of the war god path, now embarking on an extraordinary path of the corpse ancestor. Had it not been for his internal struggles, Meng Yaozu could have become a fifth realm powerhouse long ago, and the fifth realm would merely be his starting point, not his destination. To some extent, Meng Yaozu's potential was already comparable to certain celestial beings. Having resolved this, the true form of the demon sovereign coalesced behind Ishio. The demon lord descended through the void, each step leaving behind a burning black mark in the air. His cold gaze loomed over Meng Yaozu. The demon lord extended his hand towards the crown of Meng Yaozu's head. Death enveloped Meng Yaozu, instilling a profound fear within him, as if his very soul were frozen and devoured. In this moment, he truly comprehended the might of Yi Xiong. He took great pride in his own strength. Even if he were weaker than Yi Xiong, he believed he would not fall far short in the same realm. Yet now, he experienced the overwhelming force of true dominance. Kneeling on one knee, Meng Yaozu remained motionless, bowing his head in respect and submission, allowing the demon lord's hand, capable of taking his life at will, to rest upon him, offering his very existence. Well done, I bestow upon you this gift, Yi Xiong smiled. As a peculiar blood and flesh phantom emitting an extraordinary aura was forcibly extracted from the demon lord's essence. It was a fragment of flesh seemingly offered by the suspected phantom of the corpse ancestor during a breakthrough. What is this? Meng Yaozu's heart raced as he sensed an insatiable craving within his body and soul for this mysterious fragment. He was unaware of its nature, yet he knew it was undoubtedly the most precious treasure in existence that could greatly aid him on his path. Consume it, commanded Yi Xiong. Yes, without hesitation. Meng Yaozu swallowed the blood and flesh, his cracked physique emanating a terrifying aura of death. Yi Xiong observed Meng Yaozu's transformation. Although his strength did not increase directly, his foundational potential was subtly enhanced, enabling him to traverse the path of the corpse ancestor more swiftly and further. Yi Xiong sensed the remnants of the corpse ancestor's blood and flesh still within Meng Yaozu, able to be reclaimed at any moment, along with everything bestowed upon him. Should he forcibly reclaim it, Meng Yaozu would not only lose all enhancements but also suffer backlash. There were also the remnants left behind by 17 unparalleled fiends. To Yi Xiong, these remnants were merely embellishments, not worthy of his attention, and he had no intention of directly consuming them. Wishing to avoid tainting the essence of the demon lord further, he granted the corpse ancestor's flesh to Meng Yaozu, unaware of the unexpected joy it would bring. While useless to Yi Xiong, it posed an irresistible temptation for those in the realms of demonic, beastly, and ghostly paths. The four assassins gazed at Meng Yaozu with envy. Treasures that could elevate potential were far more precious than those that merely enhanced strength, even within the most revered sections. Yet they felt no jealousy. They had not cultivated the path of the corpse ancestor. Even if they obtained it, they could not wield it as Meng Yaozu could. They were self-aware enough to understand that such a treasure was beyond their worth, better reserved for subordinates of greater talent. They felt the stark disparity between themselves and true prodigies, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Come forth. The demon lord barked sharply. From the phantom emerged four strange remnants. A finger bone, a drop of blood, an intent to kill, and a wisp of resentment, seemingly remnants from the pathways of bone. Blood, killing, and ghost. Consume them. The four treasures landed before the Lady of Bones. Us? The four looked at each other skeptically, questioning their worthiness. My lord, Such precious treasures should be reserved for true prodigies of the bone path. The Lady of Bones refrained from consuming the fingerbone. The assassins struggled to suppress their greed. We could just take them. Yi Xiong was indifferent. In the future, should those 18 fiends dare to return, they would pay a greater price, ultimately revealing who would consume whom. Consume it. That is an order. Yes. The four bowed deeply, then raised their heads. Their eyes held a different expression, no longer one of obvious respect, but rather of determined resolve. They each consumed their respective treasures from their paths. Their bodies radiated divine light, an extraordinary aura. Never had they imagined they would one day have the chance to touch the threshold of the fifth realm. The assassin could hardly contain his emotions, sporting a forced smile as he experienced the feeling of genius for the first time. So, it is in the eyes of a genius. Crossing from the fourth to the fifth realm is so simple. And there are 13 left. Yi Xiong felt troubled by the remaining 13 treasures left by the fiends, for there was no one to bestow them upon. Treasures of the Beast King, the god of death, and the extreme Een ancestor. The 18 fiends embodied all paths of demons, beasts, and ghosts. One day, could he unify these beings and measure the realm of heaven and earth? Yi Xiong gazed disdainfully upon the world. Chapter 73. She is as useless as a man. The upper limit has been raised. The assassins displayed remarkable zeal for cultivation, feeling the enhancement of their inner strength. This sensation was exquisite. "My lord, the Fairy of Affairs has arrived," reported the Lady of Bones shortly after. The whimsical Xiqing left a cheerful chime of bells as her anklets danced in the air, exuding both charm and a hint of innocent radiance. "My lord, you are too soft-hearted to deal with women. Leave it to me. The more beautiful the woman, the more deceitful she is. Beautiful women must be eliminated." Meng Yaozu's murderous aura surged, his mentality shifting from one extreme to another, transforming from a sycophant to a slayer of beauties. The honest Meng Yaozu clearly believed the earlier absurdities of the assassin, genuinely thinking Yi Xiong was a compassionate person. Silence. The assassins swiftly covered Meng Yaozu's mouth, pulling him away. Impressive, Xiqing approached Yi Xiong gracefully, surprised at how quickly he had subdued this prodigy. "I underestimated you. By the way, you must not know how pitiful Jiang Yunli of the Feng Tian sect has been since her heart collapsed 3 days ago. She deserves it. A wicked woman should meet such a fate." Xiqing spoke cheerfully, sharing her delight with Yi Xiong. Yi Xiong's brow furrowed slightly. Had she not brought the intelligence about the sex he desired most? His advancing steps halted. "Why did you forget me when leaving Hidden Dragon City?" Xiqing suddenly recalled something, her tone reproachful. "You forgot about me," but the next moment, her smile bloomed like a flower. "Was it that you did not wish to burden me?" "Umph. Even if I am exposed, as long as I do not directly intervene, the De Rue dynasty would not dare to touch me. But I appreciate your good intentions." Yi Xiong replied, "I truly forgot. By the way, if you help my sister through a great calamity, how about I treat you to a meal?" Xiqing's expectant eyes were fixed on Yi Xiong. To obtain the intelligence, Yi Xiong feigned indifference. "All right. What would you like to eat?" "Anything is fine." Xiqing pondered. "How about hot pot for a lively atmosphere?" "Too troublesome." Xiqing thought again. "Then how about imperial cuisine?" "Too bland." Xiqing's exquisitely beautiful face revealed a bitter expression. "Then roasted meat?" "Too greasy." Xiqing slightly parted her lips, gazing blankly at Yi Xiong, reproaching. "Then what do you wish to eat?" "I'm fine with anything." Xiqing cracked a smile, appearing utterly helpless, akin to a man, while Yi Xiong appeared extraordinarily powerful, reminiscent of a woman. "Do you not wish to dine with me?" Xiqing suddenly realized her previous joy turning to disappointment, her tone weak. "I've gathered the information on the sections." Yi Xiong's eyes brightened. "Then we must eat. This meal is essential." Xiqing fell silent. Yi Xiong perused the records containing information about the sections. Almost a month had passed. At last, he obtained detailed intelligence. And Yi Xiong felt satisfied. The wait was worth it. It is evident that Xiqing is genuinely devoted, meticulously compiling information on the immortal Dao lineage. While this task poses no challenge for her concerning the information of the North Continent and its surrounding regions, she remains largely uninformed about the details of the smaller sects, necessitating her to gather data through various channels. Furthermore, she is apprehensive about potential inaccuracies in the intelligence. Hence, she diligently cross-references to ensure no significant errors before presenting it to Yixing. Yixing is on a quest for the information he requires. Shortly thereafter, as he browses through the records, his hand comes to a halt, and a flicker of surprise dances in his eyes. The most sought-after techniques of the Thunder Lord and the locations for cultivation in the Yang realm are surprisingly found in one place. Ye Heng discreetly stows away the tome that chronicles the myriad powers of the world. Regarding the Jiyang Dao and the Lei Ting Dao, he harbors no trust in anyone. He possesses the audacity to lead 5 individuals and disrupt the internal affairs of the Darui dynasty. Not due to his strength, but because he can alter his identity at will, traversing the realms as a disciple of the righteous celestial path, his trump card for survival. By the way, Ye Heng, if the opportunity arises for you to meet my sister, would you be looking forward to it? Seeking casually inquiris. Her small eyes surreptitiously observing Ye Heng questions. The Red Dust Maiden, is she clever? Of course she is clever. My sister is the wisest in the world. Si Qing proudly lifts her chin. Is she generous? She is generous with me, but towards others, especially men, she has never shown any kindness. I see. Ye Heng promptly loses interest. Why engage in something that offers no advantage? Huh? Si Qing looks at Ye Heng, who has once again declined. Don't you realize that by helping my sister this time, you're doing her a great favor? Meeting her could mean becoming friends with her, which is something many celestial prodigies dream of. She cannot help but feel a flutter of excitement in her heart. Yet, upon reflection, something seems amiss. You must be cautious. Any woman you encounter could potentially be my sister, Si Qing warns. After bidding farewell to Si Qing, Ye Heng is eager to reach his destination, determined to acquire the Thunder Lord's techniques. Si Qing watches as Ye Heng departs, realizing that the one across the yin-yang paper is indeed more sincere, with words that resonate more sweetly. Wait, weren't we supposed to have a meal together? Disappointed, Si Qing leaves without having dined. The bronze mirror in her embrace stirs slightly, revealing the enchanting visage of the Red Dust Maiden, who plays with a stray lock of hair. Her every smile and frown imbued with innate allure. Stingy little sister, are you still obstructing him, scheming to prevent him from meeting me? I'm not, Si Qing protests, though she secretly contemplates that she has indeed thought of doing so. Not so. The Red Dust Maiden smiles. Then why not meet him? Initially, the thought of meeting Ye Heng was not imperative for the Red Dust Maiden. However, her master, Hong Meinu's words, weigh heavily on her mind. Yet, with her pride, she hesitates to take the initiative, thus waiting for Ye Heng, like other men, to expend great effort just to see her once. Other men are dismissed. Yet Ye Heng is allowed a chance. Sister, what if he simply does not wish to meet? Si Qing timidly reveals the truth. The Red Dust Maiden laughs. Impossible. 3 days hence, I shall arrive. If I find out that you have deceived me, my foolish and stingy little sister. The Red Dust Maiden's alluring laughter sends shivers down Si Qing's spine. Si Qing, after a moment of contemplation, thinks I haven't lied. So what is there to fear? 3 days later, aboard the Red Dust ship, the Red Dust Maiden assertively acquires the yin-yang paper from the reluctant hands of Si Qing, enabling communication with Ye Heng. However, having obtained the yin-yang paper, the Red Dust Maiden finds herself in a quandary. Despite her mesmerizing charm, she has never taken the initiative. Proud as she is, she cannot directly inquire. So she disguises herself as Si Qing, channeling her energy into writing on the yin-yang paper. After all, communication via the yin-yang paper conceals the identity of the other party. What do you think of my sister? Sister, please return it to me. Si Qing anxiously attempts to reclaim the yin-yang paper, fearing Ye Heng may utter something peculiar, but is effortlessly subdued by the Red Dust Maiden. On the other side of the yin-yang paper, the Lady of Bones, alone, feels the paper radiating warmth in her grasp. Upon inspection, she sees Isnt, the sister of Si Qing, the renowned Red Dust Maiden. The Lady of Bones furrows her brow in contemplation. The Red Dust Maiden is either the main mistress or the sister of the main mistress. She cannot afford to offend her. Such a situation must not jeopardize her masteress' interests. After much deliberation, she inscribes on the yin-yang paper, Red Dust Fairy. Your grace and beauty have long been admired. These highly complimentary words manifest on the yin-yang paper held by the Red Dust Maiden. Upon reading this, the Red Dust Maiden smiles. As expected, this is how men are. She somewhat smugly allows Si Qing to glimpse the words inscribed on the yin-yang paper. Si Qing stands there, dumbfounded. Chapter 74. The Lord's techniques, Shun Shao Tian Zhou Zhen Jie Jing beyond the North Continent. For 1,000 miles to the east lies Qingzhou. Amidst the towering mountains, there stands an ancient temple known as San Yi Si. The resounding thunder reverberates through the heavens as a robust young man, commanding the power of thunder, soars towards the ancient temple nestled within the mountains. San Yi Si, one of the sacred places of the Buddhist sect, was established by disciples of the Earth Store Palace, following the path of karma, transforming into a valiant and formidable figure. Ye Heng gazes intently at the resplendent golden hall atop the mountain peak. The sky is shrouded in ominous clouds, yet above the golden hall, the dark clouds part, allowing sunlight to cascade in golden rays upon the hall. Centuries have passed, rendering the golden hall a repository of abundant yang energy, fulfilling the requirements for cultivating the Tian Di Jin Wu Jing. San Yi Si harbors a portion of the Thunder Lord's techniques, Shun Shao Tian Zhou Zhen Jie Jing. Ye Heng has stumbled upon this information from the vast powers that Si Qing has provided, fortuitously discovering that the Thunder Immortal Dao lineage has crumbled into history, with the techniques scattered across the world, granting him a golden opportunity for acquisition. Typically, such techniques belong to the Immortal Dao lineage, accessible only to core disciples, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to pry into them. Even if one were to capture a core disciple, they would likely be bound by seals, rendering access exceedingly difficult. Ye Heng had not anticipated the essential Jiyang Dao and Lei Ting Dao techniques to be so readily available. The Tian Di Jin Wu Jing was effortlessly obtained from Jiang Yunyang, devoid of any restrictions. It almost seems as if someone has deliberately sought to disseminate the Tian Di Jin Wu Jing. The ease of acquisition leads Ye Heng to question the authenticity of the Tian Di Jin Wu Jing. Its profound and domineering nature does not suggest falsity, and whether the techniques harbor hidden dangers is of little concern to Ye Heng. The Taishu Mo Jing transcends all techniques. San Yi Si possesses a portion of the Shun Shao Tian Zhou Zhen Jie Jing, the initial segment. Rather than concealing it, San Yi Si openly invites all to learn the Shun Shao Tian Zhou Zhen Jie Jing. Yet, over a century has passed, and no one has succeeded in comprehending the true essence of the Shun Shao Tian Zhou Zhen Jie Jing, including the monks of San Yi Si. Ye Heng stands at the mountain's base. Now, in the guise of a celestial disciple, he must exhibit courtesy, strolling alone along the tranquil ancient path. The 5 companions known as the Killing Bandits have not accompanied Ye Heng. He has dispatched them to the realm of Yuzhou, a strategic border post guarded by the Divine Spear Marquis, tasked with defending against the demonic tribes beyond Yuzhou. Ye Heng ventures forth alone, seeking the necessary techniques in the opposite direction towards Qingzhou. Not long after, he becomes alert, spotting a figure ahead, a woman clad in formidable armor, exuding an air of strength. With a broadsword slung across her back, she stands tall and resolute, her battle robe billowing dramatically in the wind, positioned firmly in the center of the ancient path. As I reflect upon the scene, my gaze locks with that of Yi Xiang, both of us scrutinizing each other. Our brows are sharp, and our features possess an acute edge. Her eyebrows subtly hint at a fierce brilliance, her penetrating gaze fixed upon Yi Xiang, instilling a profound sense of pressure. She embodies a seasoned female general, one well acquainted with the trials of battle. As Yi Xiang observes the mysterious runes etched upon her chest armor, they evoke the image of a thunderbolt cleaving through the heavens. Xin Xiuyun, Ye Viang Inuides. Although I have not encountered them, I have heard of their formidable reputation. The intelligence provided by Si Qing also contains information regarding Shun Shao, Jun renowned within the Darui dynasty. They are feared for their combat prowess, numbering over 10,000. Each a cultivator, with more than half being women, under the command of one of the 9 great marquises, Shun Shao Ho. Shun Shao Ho is one of the 2 female marquises among them, and tales of her prowess circulate widely, revered by countless women as a goddess of war. Before me stands a female general, not Shun Shao Ho, yet I sense her cultivation level, 5th level of Han Yuan. To Yi Xiang, she is not a peer, but rather an ant that could be crushed with a single punch. Within the same realm, Yi Xiang is invincible. Even those who have cultivated the teachings of the sect leader would only manage to endure for a brief moment. The Thunder Path. Was it you who just traversed the void like a bolt of lightning? The voice of General Xie Palu lacks the gentleness often associated with women, instead exuding authority and strength. The fourth level is acceptable. Are you seeking knowledge at the San Yi Si for the Shun Xiao Tian Zhou Zhan Jia Jing? It appears to be a question, yet it carries an air of certainty. Are you as well? Perhaps you can enlighten me about the San Yi Si? Yi Xiang steps forward, eager to learn more about it, for his understanding is rather limited. I am not. Xie Palu responds swiftly, and I advise you against going, lest you bring humiliation upon yourself. I do not belittle you, for I too have attempted it before, and not a shred of true intent could I grasp. After a century, only Shan Xiao Ho has glimpsed a hint of true intent. You, at your age, possessing the fourth level, have reason to be proud. However, the likelihood of mastering the Shun Xiao Tian Zhou Zhan Jia Jing is slim. At this moment, Yi Xiang only possesses the strength of the fourth level. Such a top-tier sect leader's teaching is far too profound for ordinary individuals like us. Do not reach too high, lest you suffer setbacks. It would be wiser to return with me and join the Shun Xiao Jun, where a wealth of Thunderpath teachings awaits you. Should fortune smile upon you and you receive guidance from Shun Xiao Ho, it would benefit you for a lifetime. This was her deliberate ploy to wait for Yi Xiang. I appreciate your concern, but I am resolute. I cannot bend my will before the authorities. Yi Xiang firmly declines. A flicker of anger passes through General Xie Palu's eyes, though not directed at Yi Xiang. Our Shun Xiao Jun is different. We only accept disciples from humble backgrounds, rejecting the cunning offspring of noble families. The rewards of Shun Xiao Ho are clear and distinct, unlike others. You may inquire. I speak no falsehood. It seems you have not surrendered yet, so accompany me to the San Yi Si. With my presence, you shall not be suppressed by them. Xie Palu temporarily refrains from pressing her point, confident that once Yi Xiang faces failure, he would not miss the opportunity to join the Shun Xiao Jun. Is it true that failure leads to suppression? Is the San Yi Si truly so overbearing? The San Yi Si belongs to the Buddhist realm of the Dizong Palace, where one cultivates karma, igniting the flames of sin to cleanse the evils of the world. Those who cannot withstand the trial of the sin flames are deemed the most heinous of criminals. The San Yi Si does not kill, but rather guides. Xie Palu strides forward with powerful, steady steps, explaining to Yi Xiang, you are not a bounty target nor criminal. Yet the Dizong Palace judges evil without regard for worldly laws, only considering karma. Among cultivators, who has not stained their hands with blood, who can guarantee a clear conscience, who stands unblemished before heaven and earth? Yi Xiang inquires, is the sin flame also a form of magic relying on technique for judgment? It cannot be erroneous? Never has it erred, asserts Xie Palu with conviction. Thus, as long as you can pass through the trial of the Dizong Palace's karmic flames, it suffices to prove to the world that you are no villain. Other immortal traditions will recognize it. Countless individuals of noble reputation hesitate to undergo the Dizong Palace's trials. A hint of derision graces Xie Palu's lips. Oh, so merely passing through makes one a good person? Yi Xiang expresses a flicker of interest, though it seems he doubts his own ability to succeed. Can even the most fearsome demons and those of the demonic path pass through? While they may not be deemed good, they can prove themselves guiltless, and anyone who encounters such a person will naturally feel goodwill and respect. Chapter 75. The Flames of Sin Soon. Xie Palu and Yi Xiang arrive before the ancient temple. Can women enter temples? What brings you to the San Yi Si? Yi Xiang questions as Xie Palu knocks on the temple door. Too far for you, she replies. The temple door slowly opens, revealing two monks who gaze at Xie Palu and Yi Xiang with curiosity. Xie Palu whispers a few words, and the monks lead them into the temple, guiding them toward the golden hall atop the mountain. The golden hall, forged from a special metal, shines brilliantly under the sun, adorned with deep and shallow traces of lightning. Inside the hall hangs an ancient bronze bell, its body emblazoned with cloud and lightning patterns that twist like living entities, faint sparks of electricity dancing within. Upon closer inspection, Yi Xiang perceives the brilliance of thunder, and the world around him fades, leaving only the apocalyptic divine thunder that threatens to obliterate all. Amidst the divine thunder, Yi Xiang vaguely discerns a sacred text, teachings of the sect leader. Be cautious, benefactor. A deep, resonant voice interrupts, dispelling the apocalyptic thunder in Yi Xiang's vision. A benevolent, wise monk approaches the golden hall. This artifact is an ancient relic from the former Shun Xiao Imperial Palace, containing a portion of its sect leader's teachings, nurturing yang thunder energy for a century. The thunder has transformed into a divine beast, viewable only by extraordinary individuals. Ye Heng interrupted is certain that as long as there are teachings of the thunder path, he has not come in vain. How audacious, were it not for Master San Ye's assistance. Your eyes would be blinded. Siepalu expresses her astonishment at Yi Xiang's recklessness. Yi Xiang remains silent, his gaze fixed upon a young monk seated before the bell. He is transfixed, staring intently at the bell, as the swirling thunderous dragon emanates astonishing lightning that continuously strikes him. He remains unmoved, his body akin to a golden statue, steadfast as a mountain. The thunder, transformed into a beast, is a rare treasure. The pure thunder energy, accumulated over the years, transforms into a potent elixir for the thunder path, worth no less than the Yu Yang Baohua. If one could consume it, their cultivation in the thunder path would soar. Do not linger. He is one of the 3 most exceptional disciples of this generation from the Dizong Palace, a candidate for the Buddha's successor. He is unlike us. He is a true prodigy, Xie Palu reassures Yi Xiang, mistakenly believing he is fixated on the young monk before the bell. Just as she finishes speaking, the solemn-faced young monk suddenly erupts with curses. Damn it! What thunder sect leader's teachings? They are utterly false. They cannot be found. Destroy it. I have wasted so much time on this. His market-like fury astounds Xie Palu, who had just been extolling his virtues. The wise monk reveals a look of bitterness, seemingly feeling a bit embarrassed. The young monk, having been struck by the thunder, storms out of the golden hall, his body charred black, continuing to hurl insults at the grand bell. Turning back, he notices the astonished gaze of Xie Palu and shrugs nonchalantly. Have you never seen a foul-mouthed bald monk? Xie Paluis Lipstvich, taken aback by the unexpected temperament of the Dizong Palace's most reputable genius. Have you also come to comprehend the Shen, Xiao, Tian, Zhou, Zhan, Jiejing? I advise against it. You will only face a barrage of chaos, the young monk warns, genuinely concerned for Yi Xiang. Having always learned with ease, he had never faced failure until today. It is certainly not a matter of personal fault, but rather an issue with the divine bell. See, I have not deceived you. Even Ming Kong of the Dizong Palace has failed. Xie Polu whispered to Yi Xing, asserting that it is only right for her to join the Xinxiao army. Yi Xing observed Ming Kong, who continued to spew a multitude of unrefined words. The pinnacle of the 5th realm, impressive, yet still a mere ant's realm. Even if one were to exert strength here, none could impede Yi Xing from acquiring the Thunder Master's teachings. I wonder if the Sani Temple will become agitated should the Thunder Beast be seized. The identity just employed has been wasted. At this moment, Xie Palu presented a special invitation to Ming Kong, which was her purpose for today. Ming Kong appeared unsurprised, having been aware beforehand, and lamented, the Luai's ruins have reopened. I intended to delve into the Shunxiao Tianzhoujin Jiejing beforehand to secure an advantage. After all, the Luai's ruins were once the secret domain of the Shunxiao Imperial Palace, which possessed the Shunxiao Tianzhoujin Jiejing. Having it there would provide a significant edge. But alas, I was unsuccessful. The mention of the Luai's ruins piqued Yi Xing's interest, particularly since it was related to the Shunxiao Tianzhoujin Jiejing. The core disciples of the Dizong Palace regard it with great seriousness, indicating its significance. This has nothing to do with us. It is a stage reserved for true prodigies, and you should not entertain such thoughts. Even I lack the qualifications, Xie Polu remarked, gazing at the approaching Yi Xing in disbelief. I, who have already entered the 5th realm, do not dare to aspire for more. Even if the Luai's ruins are presided over by the esteemed Lord Shenhou, I am still unworthy of participation. You, being merely at the 4th realm, dare to dream? Having achieved her objective, Xie Palu did not depart immediately, but instead turned her attention to Yi Xing. Are you still not disheartened? Are you certain you wish to undergo the trial of sin fire to comprehend the teachings? The benevolent old monk reiterated, seemingly unconcerned for the reckless. If he is indeed a person of profound transgressions, you cannot prevent me this time. The notion of only crossing without slaying, or putting down the butcher's knife to become a Buddha, is mere nonsense. One ought to put down the knife and accept their fate. Ming Kong eagerly rubbed his hands together. Xie Polu frowned, realizing the implications of Ming Kong being a potential harbinger of calamity if he were indeed a deeply sinful individual. His identity and status could potentially jeopardize the Xinxiao army. She hoped no complications would arise. Ye Heng, too, found herself in silent prayer. I simply wish to cultivate. It is that simple. If I am not allowed to do so, then I shall have to converse with the demon sovereign. Ye Heng approached the golden hall. Think it over carefully. Once you begin, there will be no room for regret, Siepolu cautioned. Do not attempt it, even if you pass the trial of sin fire. What of it? You may still fail to comprehend the Thunder Master's teachings, an exercise in futility. And should you fail the trial, let alone whether you can leave the Sani Temple today, your reputation will be tarnished. Thus, it was common knowledge that the Sani Temple held the potential to grasp the Thunder Master's teachings, yet scarcely anyone dared to visit. The risks outweigh the rewards. You may go. I grant you a path to safety, Ye Heng said, casting a glance at her. However, Siepolu could not fathom her intentions. Watching helplessly as Ye Heng entered the golden hall. The moment she stepped inside, crimson flames ignited within the hall, not scorching, but rather the sin fire. The sin fire enveloped Ye Heng entirely. Should there be any sin within her, the fire would awaken it, incinerating the sinner from within. The sin fire ignited upon her body, and even the spirit and soul could not escape its burning grasp. A glimmer of demonic energy flickered in Ye Heng's eyes. Let us see if it can truly burn. Ye Heng never believed herself to be guilty. Her conscience was clear, and she bore no shame before heaven and earth. Yet she would not accept the trial of sin fire. She deemed herself unworthy. The fire sought to evoke the power of inner sin, but the demonic energy suppressed it, preventing the sin fire from penetrating her being, leaving only an exterior layer of flames. Was there truly no sin within her? To outsiders, it appeared as though she had never committed any wrongdoing in her life. This signified that she had not engaged in malevolent acts from birth to the present. Either this individual possessed a fundamental law far surpassing that of the Dizon Palace, which was unlikely, for even the few remaining ancestral laws in the world could not entirely fend off the transgressions of cross-realm sin fire. In their eyes, Ye Heng was merely a figure of the fourth realm in the Thunder Tao, while the old monk had reached the pinnacle of the fifth realm. The disparity was immense. At their level, they were utterly incapable of discerning the true nature of Ye Heng's situation. Chapter 76, Breakthrough. The world in shock. Surely he has not committed a single wicked act? Minkong's composure began to fray. Even I harbor the fire of sin within me. Did you not allow him to pass? Did you intentionally use the sin fire on me? The benevolent old monk appeared perplexed. You, with your unbridled tongue and incessant vulgarities, have violated the precepts of the Buddhist path. You must surely carry some sin. He could not be the legendary good individual who had never done any wrong. Such beings were rare, but had he not even committed minor offenses like insulting others? Minkong scratched his head, unable to comprehend. Is there truly such a person in this world? He is not an infant. He must be made to join the Shunshao army. Siepolu became increasingly protective of this talent. Although the military does not impose stringent requirements on character, who would not wish to fight alongside a virtuous companion? The sin fire continued to envelop Ye Heng entirely, yet still could not penetrate her being. The old monk, having confirmed that it was not a miscalculation in technique, retracted the sin fire, his tone now much gentler. You have passed. The sin fire trial, which had struck terror into many prodigies, was effortlessly traversed by Ye Heng. Come with me. I shall personally introduce you to Lord Shunho, Siepolu urged eagerly. Observing Ye Heng's impassive demeanor, Siepolu grew anxious. It is exceedingly challenging for rogue cultivators to thrive. The demands of teachings, treasures, external threats, and even oppression from the powerful can easily lead the innocent astray. You may not have heard of Ye Heng's name. Ye Heng. I suspect you have not heard. A recent significant event in the North Continent has rendered him a once revered young hero, but unfortunate circumstances have led him down the path of darkness, committing unspeakable sins. Now, the Dazhong dynasty has issued orders to leave no survivors. I merely wish to inform you that rogue cultivators, for various reasons, may stray onto the wrong path. And by then, regret will come too late. Within the Shunshao army, none of this will occur. Lord Shunho has privately lamented that Ye Heng encountered otherworldly beings, which is a pity. Unlike other powerful figures, Lord Shunho would never oppress others. By joining the Shunshao army, you will find nurturing in a few years. You may even have a chance to participate in the Luai's ruins to seize opportunities. Furthermore, there are many female generals in the Shunshao army. Siepolu was nearly at the point of personally seducing her. Benefactor, I can recommend you to the Dizong Palace. The old monk also expressed his desire to nurture talent. Ming Kong appeared hopeful. When that time comes, we shall be brothers. I shall take you to showcase your might. No, to vanquish demons. Yi Xing remained disinterested, not wishing to encounter those peculiar beings up close, for such exposure could be detrimental. I wish to comprehend the teachings. Xiaopelu intended to say more when she suddenly felt a surge of heat within, revealing a piece of paper resembling yin-yang talismans, inscribed with 2 words, "Return swiftly." Xiaopelu's pupils dilated. This was a command from Lord Shenhe, directed at all external commanders. The brevity of the message indicated the gravity of the situation. What on earth has transpired? Such a situation had never before occurred. Its emergence signified a shocking upheaval that would unsettle the world. Xiaopelu dared not linger. Drawing an iron plate from her bosom, a token of her identity, she presented it to Yi Xing, stating, in the aftermath, "You may seek me at Shunshao Ho at any time. My word shall remain eternally unaltered. By the way, what is your name?" Since the Laze ruins were under the auspices of Shunshao Ho, a reunion seemed possible. Yi Xing casually adopted a name, Mo Wentian. "A fine name soon. You shall be renowned across the realm," Xiaopelu asserted with conviction. This was not due to his prowess, but rather the virtue of one who had endured the trial of sinful fire. Such noble character would inevitably garner widespread recognition. "I await you in the Shunshao army." The methods of the Thunder Lord are unattainable, yet the Shunshao army possesses an abundance of thunder scriptures that will surely meet your needs. In due time, you will also have the opportunity to accompany us to the Laze ruins and witness the unparalleled elegance of those prodigies. Xiaopelu departed. She remained skeptical that Yi Xing could comprehend the Thunder Lord's methods. Such a notion seemed unrealistic. Virtue did not equate to strength or innate talent. She soared through the air, hastening her return. In the Golden Hall, Yi Xing sat cross-legged before the divine bell. "By the way, if I were to tame the Thunder Beast, you wouldn't be angry, would you?" Yi Xing pointed at the swirling thunder dragon upon the divine bell. "It is a divine gift. The capable shall possess it," the old monk replied calmly, seemingly unconcerned that this exceedingly rare thunder beast might fall into Yi Xing's hands. Although virtuous individuals were few, there had been others who had traversed the trial of sinful fire. Recently, it was Ming Kong, who possessed but a trace of sinful fire within. Yet, the outcome remained the same. No one could fathom the true essence of the Shunshao heavenly curse, true resolution scripture. The once illustrious Shunshao Ho had attempted it in her youth. She too was of the Thunder Path, but could only grasp a portion of its true meaning. Unable to glimpse the Thunder Beast, "What is lost cannot be reclaimed," the old monk stated with calm assurance, prepared at any moment to rescue Yi Xing from the clutches of lightning. Yi Xing's eyes gleamed sharply as he locked gazes with the Thunder Dragon on the divine bell, and the world around him was once again engulfed by the annihilating divine thunder. The sky filled with thunder left mysterious imprints of ancient pathways in his divine consciousness, each mark bearing an unbearable assault on the mind. A mere glance from an ordinary person would lead to severe mental degradation and psychological collapse. The imprints resembled words, yet were not. They were not of this realm. No one could decipher them. They could only grasp their essence. Even a formidable individual, relying solely on strength to withstand the divine thunder's harm to the mind, could not comprehend the true meaning and thus could not attain the Lord's methods. Yi Xing's heart pulse erupted with the purest thunderborn of an innocent heart, pulsing rhythmically. Gradually, the resonance of his heart's thunder merged with the raging divine thunder of the cosmos. The tumultuous divine consciousness swirled, and Yi Xing's eyes, veiled by liquid thunder, involuntarily activated the power of his heart pulse. Master of the heavenly laws, governing the life and death of all things, he grasped the true essence of the Shunshao heavenly curse, true resolution scripture. He had now attained the methods of the Lord, capable of reaching the sixth realm. "Come forth," Yi Xing commanded, and the thunder dragon upon the divine bell obediently transformed into golden thunder liquid, merging into his mouth. The old monk outside was flustered and attempted to intervene. "Is this not disgraceful?" Ming Kongwukid. The old monk, abashed, lowered his hand. The thunder liquid filled his belly, and the realm of thunder scriptures surged at an astonishing pace. From the mid to the late stages of the fourth realm, the unyielding shackles between the fourth and fifth realms crumbled in mere moments. He broke through to the fifth realm, Yet it was not the end. He reached the mid to late stages of the fifth realm. Hours later, bolts of divine thunder, like wild dragons, erupted behind Ye Heng, coalescing into towering thunder pillars, akin to celestial columns, radiating an astonishing momentum. For pillars stood in the cardinal directions around Ye Heng, having already brushed against the threshold of the sixth realm. These four thunderous pillars represented the vital dragon bones of the divine hall. Breaking into the sixth realm was merely a matter of time. The thunder liquid within finally exhausted all its energy. In the thunder path, Ye Heng had surpassed the fifth realm, arriving at the transitional ethereal hall between the fifth and sixth realms. Renowned for its martial prowess, the thunder path, with the Shunshao heavenly curse true resolution scripture, was considered the foremost method of its kind. At this moment, Ye Heng, relying solely on his thunder path strength, was more than a match for prodigies like Ming Kong and perhaps even stronger. The four colossal thunder pillars transformed into a divine thunderbell, inverted above Ye Heng. Embodying the pinnacle of the thunder path techniques, he had comprehended the heavenly thunderbell incantation. It was both offensive and defensive, possessing tremendous might. While Ye Heng's power surged rapidly, the world outside trembled. News of the soul-devouring blade had spread, and the entire realm was aware of it. Demons howled in frenzy. Chapter 77. One man disrupts the realm. 18 days had passed since the news of the soul-devouring blade was disseminated from the dungeons of the Demon Path Black Market. Initially, apart from the action-oriented and unfortunate paper man, others among the demon cultivators preferred to adopt less perilous methods to sell information, as they lacked the strength to seize it themselves. The news began to circulate within small circles of demon cultivators. As time progressed, more and more demon cultivators became aware of it. Yet, it was only 2 days prior in the chaotic city outside the Darue dynasty that the paper man bellowed in a shocking uproar that echoed throughout the realm. The paper man, having been marked by the demon rat and fleeing in disarray, managed to survive multiple life and death encounters, ultimately escaping alone to the chaotic city. The chaotic city was not part of the 36 states of the Darue dynasty, populated by a myriad of rogue sects and nefarious paths. In a bid for survival, or perhaps vengeance against Ye Heng, the paper man roared at the myriad of monsters and spirits in the city. Across the 36 states of the Darue dynasty, every dungeon and heavenly prison harbors a soul-devouring blade, at the very least classified as an extraordinary weapon, and some may even be remarkable or of higher caliber. His proclamation stunned the entire city. Was the information true? Many fearful gazes fell upon the paper man, a fourth realm old demon. From within a palace, shrouded in ghostly energy, a crimson palanquin soared forth, effortlessly defeating 2 fifth realm experts pursuing the paper man. A clear yet eerie female voice emanated from the palanquin. Hounds of the Darue dynasty, begone. The 2 fifth realm experts, their bones shattered and drenched in blood, dared not utter a word, supporting each other as they obediently vacated the chaotic city. I speak the truth. This is absolutely verifiable, and I have personally confirmed it. There can be no mistake. Confronted by the mysterious woman in the red bridal gown within the palanquin, the paper man trembled, fearing for his very soul. He dared not conceal anything. The information had originally come from Ye Heng, who had escaped from the northern continent's dungeon. He possessed the soul-devouring blade, and he was the origin of it all. The paper man revealed Ye Heng's name. This burden of sin was one he could not bear. If the Darue dynasty seeks trouble, let it be with him. Do not come looking for me, an inconsequential old fool. Is that so? The bride in the palanquin let out a sinister laugh, and a veil, vast enough to shroud the entire city, suddenly enveloped the paper man. Moments later, the veil vanished, leaving behind her clear words, "He is indeed alive." The paper man's trembling legs could not be stilled. He had survived the hands of this unparalleled fiend. Fortunately, he had spoken not a single falsehood. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to mere bones by now. The truth was indeed real. The words of the Jidao Run were met with skepticism by many of the elder demons in the chaotic city. However, there was no doubt regarding the ominous figure of the bridal gown killer. Consequently, numerous old demons wore manic, twisted smiles. How intriguing. I shall sell this piece of news and profit immensely. Old fellow, is there even time for you to sell this news? I desire nothing more than for more people to be aware of it. I wish to see how truly chaotic this world can become. Countless individuals heard the news. many of whom were disciples of various demon sections. Information spread like wildfire from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100. The news raced across the globe at a frenzied pace, and no one could halt its dissemination. The demon cultivators went into a frenzy. The Shi Hun Dao, renowned among demonic weapons, was known far and wide. Hurry and seize it. The warden of the dungeon is merely of the fourth realm. If we join forces, it will be a simple task to take it. Most demon cultivators are highly proactive, and many rushed to seek the dungeon as soon as they heard the news. Those lacking the strength called upon friends, while novices in the demonic path spread the word, hoping it would reach the ears of more powerful demon cultivators in hopes of gaining favor. A notorious demon had already made a move, successfully seizing the Shi Hun Dao from the dungeon and wielding it to dominate the realm. The envious demon overlords grew even more frantic. In contrast, the court reacted sluggishly. It was too cumbersome, and with the vast expanse of the Rui dynasty's 36 provinces, their response was painfully slow. By the time the capital of Rui realized the situation, the news had already spiraled out of control. The celestial and Buddhist sects were equally bewildered. What had transpired? How could the demonic creatures, previously rarely seen for months, now flaunt their dominance so brazenly? Had a being of ancestral caliber emerged from the demonic path to seize the world? In a certain provincial city within the Rui dynasty, the citizens beheld a colossal, zombie-like hand emerging from the clouds, crushing a mountain peak and obliterating a heavenly prison, extracting the extraordinary Shi Hun Dao from within. Throughout this stronghold city, teeming with powerful cultivators, no one intervened, no one stepped forward. The once vocal celestial beings, known for their eradication of demons, had vanished. How could there be so many demon cultivators? Wasn't it said that the celestial path was mighty while the demonic path was weak? The novice celestial disciples trembled in fear. Foolishness. The demonic path appeared weak only because it had kept a low profile under the concerted assault of the celestial and Buddhist forces, coupled with the selfishness of its practitioners, making collaboration difficult. In isolated demonic territories, it could not possibly contend with the righteous paths of the world. Hence the perception of weakness. Yet the demonic path had never been feeble. This old monster had actually emerged. Such occurrences were not isolated within the Rui dynasty. Chaos reigned. One person could disrupt the entire world. This individual was named Ye Heng, and his name echoed throughout the realm. The events that transpired in the northern province had been suppressed by the Jin Wangfu, and few were privy to the truth. Ye Heng, still considered an unknown figure beyond the northern province, was now different. His name had reached the ears of many old monsters, and information regarding him appeared on the desks of numerous prominent figures. Ye Heng, this little demon cub, is quite remarkable. Even the ancient ancestors of the demonic path offered their commendation. The demon cultivators across the land bestowed upon Ye Heng their utmost praise, sacrificing himself for our benefit. One man bore the hatred of the Rui dynasty, enabling us to obtain the Shi Hun Dao. How could such a benevolent figure emerge from the demonic path? This fellow is truly reckless. Does he not harbor any fear or trepidation? Alas, he is not strong enough. Had he been, I would have desired to follow him. Remember, he is one of our own. Though betrayal is common among demon cultivators, anyone who dares to divulge his whereabouts to the court will find no refuge, even at the ends of the earth. Naturally, demon cultivators possess a sense of righteousness. Yet even if one does not betray him, hiding away is perilous. He has thoroughly offended the Rui dynasty, and the celestial and Buddhist sects will not spare the instigator of chaos. Will no ancient ancestor of the demonic path come to his aid and protect him within the fabled forbidden grounds? There are, but they are not of the ancient lineage. Rather, a young man with black hair, whose gaze resembles that of a deity surveying the world, emerged from the supreme domain of the demonic path. He softly uttered, Ye Heng, creating chaos in the world of the fifth realm, bears significant destiny and may serve as my attendant. This declaration stirred immense waves across the realm, even drawing the attention of many immortal beings from venerable celestial lineages. Chapter 78. Be cautious, Wangfu. I am in a foul mood. Who is he? So young, yet so arrogant. While Ye Heng possesses strength at the fifth realm, he cannot be compared to those ancient monsters. Yet among the younger generation, he ranks just below the likes of Daozi and Maji, a prodigy who could rival the core disciples of immortal lineages. Furthermore, Ye Heng accomplished something that shook the world, an act that even the demonic progeny dared not attempt. How could he possibly become another S attendant? Many demon cultivators rallied in support of Ye Heng. He had become a figure of admiration among them. They spent their lives yearning to incite turmoil and assert their existence, but never succeeded, while Ye Heng had achieved it. Silence. It is not disdain for Ye Heng, but rather honor. He hails from there. From where? The legacy of the Demon Lord, the hall of life and death rebirth. All who heard were left speechless, their very beings frozen. The court and celestial sects, caught unawares, hastily responded. Rumors circulated that several ancestors of the celestial and Buddhist paths had descended upon the capital of the Darui dynasty like deities, and on that day, the dragon energy of the capital dissipated, the aura of the emperor absent. Celestial energy enveloped the entire capital. On that day, the influential Jin Wang, the current emperor's brother, despite his formidable power, was reduced to a state of sweat-drenched submission before the grand palace, kneeling for an extended period, too afraid to rise. The female general, Xie returned to the Shun Shao army at breakneck speed. Upon entering the central tent, she found over a dozen generals wearing grave expressions, the majority being female commanders. One warrior clad in dark iron battle armor, her sharp gaze akin to a divine weapon, surveyed the room. She is the renowned Shun Shao Ho, Xiao Zhanyu. Her visage was striking, yet devoid of any feminine frailty. My lord, time is of the essence. Please issue your commands swiftly, urged a frantic civil official beside her. Xiao Zhanyu's piercing gaze swept over the official. What exactly does the court intend to do? If they dare forge such a peerless demonic weapon as the Shurhan Dao, what else would they hesitate to undertake? What do human lives and souls mean to those in power? Now that it has been exposed, they realize the urgency, the panic, is too late. My lord, exercise caution in your words, the official replied, drenched in cold sweat. What I have said is unalterable. You shall relay it back to the court. Declare the Shun Shao Ho, Xiao Zhanyu, with an air of authority. The official's legs trembled. My lord, please do not take offense. The demonic flames are raging, and exterminating evil is the priority, the official said humbly. The emperor has commanded that the Shun Shao army is responsible for the safety of all dungeons and heavenly prisons in Qingzhou, Shanzhou, and Qizhou. We must not allow the evil to prevail. What is Shurhan Dao? Xiao Zhanyu inquired, seeking only the information she desired. The official's expression soured. Do not ask me. I am merely a messenger. Ha! Xiao Zhanyu scoffed coldly. At this point, still clinging to the delusion of bringing forth the unrivaled demonic weapon. I have no time for this. My lord, this is the emperor's command. Military orders from outside are not to be disregarded, Xiao Zhanyu asserted with commanding presence. See them off. The sound of armor scraping echoed chillingly, and a palpable aura of menace enveloped the entire central tent. All the generals rose, their fierce gazes fixed upon the civil officials. It seemed that any disagreement would lead to immediate execution. The civil official trembled as he was escorted away from the central military tent. My lord, should we not put on a show for the court's sake? A subordinate whispered, suggesting that at least both sides could save face. What need is there for an explanation? It is they who must answer to me, declared Xiao Zhanyu, his bloodstained crimson cloak billowing like flames. Send word. The affairs of the dungeon are none of the Shun Shao army's concern. Let the demonic sects and those with ambitions fight amongst themselves. Whoever dares to involve the mortals under my command in the battlefield shall face my wrath. Yes. Upon issuing the command, Xiao Zhanyu's anger remained unquenched. Contemplating the tumultuous world, an overwhelming aura of killing intent surged, piercing through the countless layers of clouds above the military camp, echoing like the mightiest thunder. They're all filthy scoundrels. Xiao Zhanyu struggled to contain his murderous rage. My lord, why not seek out the mastermind Ye Heng? He's the cause of all this. If we eliminate him, it will quell the public's fury, suggested one general. Ye Heng? Xiao Zhanyu's eyes narrowed slightly. What good would that do? It's merely the local officials igniting the flames, forbidding any resistance. What sense is there in that? In my eyes, the Jiang family deserves their fate. His words conveyed no fear or respect for the royal Jiang family of the Darui dynasty. The 9 great divine lords are incomparable to mere subjects. Inform the Jin Wangfu to be on their toes. They should behave in my presence and not provoke me when I am in a foul mood. Xiao Zhanyu showed no intention of concealing his stance. These words, when conveyed to the Jin Wangfu, were met with silence. Enough of these trivial matters. I cannot be bothered. What is the situation regarding the Lei Zhe ruins? Xiao Zhanyu shifted the topic. Have all the invitations been sent out? There are still a few immortal sects far afield. Some generals are delivering them, and they should arrive within 10 days. Xiao Zhanyu nodded and then looked at the generals below. He waved them away to protect the citizens of the nearby towns. At this moment, Xie Lu finally had the chance to approach. Palu, have you not found Ming Kong in the Sanyi Temple? Or do you wish to participate in the Lei Ting ruins? It is not that I am unwilling, but you cannot compete with those prodigies. Xiao Zhanyu expressed some regret. If only I could grant you 2 or 3 more years of cultivation, perhaps you would have a chance. You must at least reach the 5th realm of perfection. I am self-aware, Xie Lu replied with a carefree smile, neither demanding nor insisting. My lord, I have discovered a promising talent at the Sanyi Temple. Xie Lu intended to inform Shun Xiao Ho about Yi Xian. Xiao Zhanyu's interest was piqued. You should be under 30, already in the 4th realm, walking the path of thunder. Xiao Zhanyu nodded slightly. A disciple from a humble background reaching such a level is indeed a promising candidate. She knew Xie Lu would not recommend anyone else. Bring him to me. He did not come, Xie Lu said helplessly. Xiao Zhanyu's eyes narrowed. It seemed he had rejected the Shun Xiao army. Due to my orders, I did not have time to bring him back. I had to return first. However, he has passed the trial of the sin fire at the Sanyi Temple, and bears no mark of sin. None at all. Xiao Zhanyu was slightly taken aback. She had encountered individuals devoid of sin, not just children who were innocent and ignorant. She had met elderly people without sin, but they were all ordinary folk confined to their villages, their lives limited to a mere 10 miles around their hometowns. There are many good people, yet I have never seen one who is both a genuinely good person and a formidable rogue cultivator. He seeks to comprehend the true essence of the Thunder Lord's teachings at the Sanyi Temple. As for the outcome, I do not know, but I have given him a token. With it, he can come to the Shun Xiao army to find me. Xiao Zhanyu nodded, approving of Xie Lu's actions. When he arrives at the Shun Xiao army, bring him to see me. Xiao Zhanyu commanded, dismissing the unlikely possibility of him looking down on the Shun Xiao army after grasping the true essence. Yes. However, 3 days later, Xie Lu, eagerly awaiting Yi Xian at the Shun Xiao army, found himself disheartened. Stay calm. He is merely gathering intelligence on the Shun Xiao army to determine if it is worth joining. Once he understands, he will not be able to escape. Xiao Zhanyu remained confident, believing that no disciple of humble origins studying the path of thunder could refuse to join the Shun Xiao army or reject her guidance. 5 days passed, then 10. Xie Lu grew desperate, even contemplating a trip to the Sanyi Temple to see if he was still there. He most certainly is not. Xiao Zhanyu halted Xie Lu, her gaze fixed on the direction of the Sanyi Temple, her expression shadowed by unease. She had misjudged the situation for the first time. Why wouldn't he come? Does he not wish to join the Shun Xiao army? That would be a great loss. Xie Lu felt frustrated. He had finally found a promising talent, one he recognized, and now it seemed he had slipped away. Sleep eluded him for days. If he does not join the Shun Xiao army, it is not a loss for me, but for him. In her discontent, Xiao Zhanyu resolved to forget about the elusive and arrogant individual and focus her thoughts on the matter of the Lei Zhe ruins. As she reviewed the names of many prodigies, her spirits lifted considerably. The candidates of the 4th realm paled in comparison to these true prodigies. Chapter 79. The fairy emerges from the sect. The golden crow patrols the heavens. The incident of the soul-eating blade has plunged the world into chaos. Numerous soul-eating blades have been seized, leading to battles for their possession. It is no longer just the demonic cultivators taking action. Many ambitious individuals have also joined the fray, competing for the soul-eating blades, even if they cannot wield them, as they can exchange them for many treasures. The reputation of the Da Rui dynasty has plummeted further. An old demon mocked, since you desire the soul-eating blade, perhaps the Da Rui dynasty should disband and become a demonic sect. Some express confusion. Is the Da Rui dynasty truly this foolish? News had circulated that Yi Xian had been out of prison for some time. Surely, that was enough time to relocate the soul-eating blades from the dungeon. This reflects the arrogance of the powerful, who have always looked down upon the small fry, underestimating Yi Xian, believing that as long as they deal with him swiftly, their secrets would remain hidden, or they assume Yi Xian would not dare to expose them. If it were you, would you reveal it? Certainly not. I am not foolish. The Rue dynasty shares this belief, and they think that only within the prison can there be enough strong souls to serve as nourishment for the soul-eating blades, enabling them to conceal their actions. Forging hundreds of soul-eating blades simultaneously to devour souls cannot be done seamlessly. It will eventually be exposed. The Rue dynasty, scorned by the world, seems to have given up, allowing the soul-eating blades to be seized in large numbers without taking measures to destroy or relocate them. Some astute individuals have deciphered the Rue dynasty's intentions. Since the situation is beyond control, they decided to push the event further, using the forces of the demonic cultivators and ambitious individuals to hasten the fusion and devouring of the soul-eating blades, accelerating their evolution. Because the divine prison in the capital of the Rue dynasty has not been breached, the dungeons and heavenly prisons both harbor soul-eating blades. And the premier divine prison must also be refining the soul-eating blades, and those must be of the highest caliber. Ultimately, in the battle for the soul-eating blades, the Rue dynasty still holds the greatest advantage. Currently, the Rue dynasty feels quite stifled, especially Jiang Yunli from the Feng Tian sect. She avoids confronting her mother, enduring her father's uncharacteristic grievances and scoldings through the bronze mirror. She recalls the attacks from other royal uncles against her father, the emperor's fury, and the discontent of many high-ranking officials towards the royal palace. All of this reveals a harsh reality. The Jin Wangfu's path to the throne has become significantly more arduous. All of this stems from Yi Xian. Jiang Yunli gently bit her lip, her fingertips piercing her palm. Two faint gray lines lay upon her jade-like skin, a testament to 3 sleepless days and nights. If changes were not made, the years of effort by the Wangfu would be rendered futile. Jiang Yunli felt an urgent desire to take action. Occasionally, she would inquire of her maidservant whether there were any news of Yi Xiu, whether his whereabouts had been discovered. The responses were consistently the same. After leaving Beizhou City, Yi Xiu seemed to have vanished from the world entirely. Given the connection between Hongshan Jiao and Yi Xiu, it was likely he had disguised himself as an ordinary person using the transformation talisman from Hongshan, hiding in some city. The quest to find him without him revealing himself was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, with little hope of success. The helplessness of witnessing the situation deteriorate in Beizhou City, yet being powerless to effect change, once again engulfed Jiang Yunli, slowly consuming her weary spirit. Becoming the true holy maiden of the Feng Tian sect would be the greatest support for her father. A fire ignited in Jiang Yunli's eyes. The sky had not yet fallen. She, who had never accepted defeat, did not believe she was at a dead end. Yet the shattered resolve of her path, coupled with her wounded body, constantly reminded her that the opportunity for arduous cultivation was slim. Relying solely on herself was challenging. Yi Xiu had become a scourge threatening stability. Eliminating him would restore peace and stabilize her resolve. Jiang Yunli pinned this thought on paper, which was soon blotted black with ink. Unable to find assistance in her quest for greatness, she realized she would have to rely on fate and opportunity. Just as Jiang Yunli was lost in contemplation, her close maid, Yun Lian, entered with a hint of anger. Princess, Yaoyin Xianzi has left her sect. Hearing the name of her greatest rival for the title of Holy Maiden, Jiang Yunli's emotions stirred slightly. Yao Yin had boldly declared her intention to eliminate the malevolent Yi Xiu, a responsibility she claimed as a disciple of the Feng Tian sect. Jiang Yunli furrowed her brow, a layer of coldness flickering in her crystal-like eyes. Concern for me? A falsehood. It was treachery in disguise. Indeed, for other disciples of the celestial path, vanquishing Yi Xiu might merely be a means to fame, but for the Feng Tian sect disciples, it represented a chance to ascend higher along the path of Feng Tian. Ironically, Yi Xiu, possessing only the 5th realm, was not one of those ancient demonic beings. He was the best gift bestowed upon the Feng Tian sect disciples by the heavens. Yet, the Rue dynasty had exhausted its efforts to locate him. Why should Yao Yin succeed? Her words clearly suggested to the world that Jiang Yunli had a connection to Yi Xiu, and it was indeed true, not a fabrication. Furthermore, it implied that Yao Yin, as an ordinary disciple of the Feng Tian sect, could assist the Holy Maiden, thereby subtly undermining Jiang Yunli and elevating herself. Jiang Yunli had assumed Yao Yin was a good person, one who greeted everyone with a smile, only to discover her heart was as venomous as a serpent's. Yin Lian felt a surge of anger on behalf of her mistress. Your Highness, you should teach her a lesson. It is only right for the holy maiden to discipline her junior. Jiang Yunli's eyes froze like ice. Let go. Ultimately, she felt powerless. Teaching her a lesson? That would only lead to further embarrassment within the sect, and the news would surely invoke ridicule from the world at large. Yao Yin, claiming the mantle of righteousness, appeared to uphold the bonds of sisterhood in the eyes of outsiders. The incessant flow of bad news compelled Jiang Yunli to make a firm decision. Shortly after Yao Yin departed from the Fengtian sect, Jiang Yunli also made her exit. Yao Yin's words ignited a flurry of rumors. There had already been myriad tales circulating about Yi Xiu and Jiang Yunli. Yao Yin's remarks only stoked the flames. The lofty and cold reputation of Jiang Yunli began to undergo a transformation. Among those discussing the matter, one man exerted considerable influence. Was it truly as the rumor suggested that Jiang Xinzi had abandoned Yi Xiu? Even if she had abandoned him, the story went that he had been imprisoned, and upon his release, he sought revenge. The charges against Yi Xiu for his imprisonment were said to involve the defilement of a bride. Yet how could such a character stoop to such base acts? Let me clarify. It was not Jiang Yunli who abandoned Yi Xiu. Rather, it was Yi Xiu who deemed her unworthy and cast her aside. This abandonment led to her shattered resolve, giving rise to a vengeful hatred towards Yi Xiu, who retaliated in turn. Chen Mo, a celestial seed of the burning sky temple marked by flame runes on his brow, blended into the crowd to discuss these matters. How could it be? No matter what, Jiang Xinzi is still a celestial being. How could she abandon him? Someone questioned. Chen Mo, brimming with interest, held no disdain for these weaker individuals and excitedly concocted rumors. I must commend Yi Xiu. If one side is a woman of the mortal realm and the other is Jiang Xinzi, who would you choose? The crowd fell silent in astonishment. That makes sense, they murmured. She is indeed a woman of the mortal realm. Chen Mo cautiously surveyed his surroundings, satisfied to find no strong opponents present. He thus boldly voiced his thoughts. I must tell you, you cannot let this information leak. There may be aspects involving their masters. It is possible they are not vying for Yi Xiu for themselves, but rather to represent their masters. The listeners were taken aback. Is there such a thing? A throng gathered around Chen Mo, leaning in to catch every word, eager not to miss a single detail. As for keeping it confidential, the audience nodded vigorously at that moment. Yet after the fact, confidentiality was utterly disregarded. Consequently, the news spread far and wide. The external world was rife with turmoil. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of these events, Yi Xiu, sat cross-legged in the golden hall of the Sanyi Temple. 9 radiant suns appeared behind him. Within the suns, the Jinwu spread its wings. The Jinwu traversed the heavens, a supreme technique derived from the Tiandi Jinwu Jing, in the span of half a month. Utilizing the solar energy of the Golden Hall in conjunction with the Yang Treasure Flower, Yi Xiu successfully cultivated the Tiandi Jinwu Jing, advancing in the extreme Yang path to the virtual hall realm. He could leave now. Yi Xiu rose. His right, I'm manifesting the phantom of the Jinwu. While his left, I revealed the thunder god Esbel. The magical eye at the center of his brow shimmered with mysterious light. Chapter 80. The 4 Levels of the Divine Temple. The cultivation of the Tiandi Jinwu Jing consumed a full half-month. It was not that Yi Xiu's aptitude in the extreme Yang path was inferior to that of the thunder path. The Shenxiao Tianjiao Jinjia Jing, understood from the ancient divine clock, may have been left behind by the founder of this sect or a powerful figure at the level of a sect leader, ultimately leading to the essence of thunder. The extreme Yang path lacked true insights to glean. One could not take shortcuts and could only rely on oneself. Half a month was a speed that many prodigies could scarcely imagine. Countless prodigies would spend their entire lives unable to glimpse even a fraction of the sect leader's teachings. They could not even breach the threshold. Feeling the convergence of the 2 realms of extreme Yang and thunder at this moment, Yi Xiu stood at the virtual hall realm. This was not the limit. If Yi Xiu desired, he could break through to the 6th realm of the divine temple. However, it would only be the most ordinary of the divine temple realms. The divine temple realm, like the first realm of life cultivation, possessed distinctions of high and low. In life cultivation, strength was measured by blood and vitality. Possessing a more formidable physique signified greater potential and aptitude. The divine temple realm was not assessed solely by raw power. It was categorized into 4 levels. the Mortal Hall, the King Hall, the Golden Hall, and the Divine Temple. The Mortal Hall represented the most basic tier. It resembled the mortal realm, wherein ordinary people constructed the Mortal Hall. The materials used were not particularly refined, merely needing to provide shelter from the elements. It could be easily erected and just as easily destroyed. The King Hall, conversely, required rare materials such as ancient trees that had stood for a century, necessitating skilled artisans' years of dedication to construct a grand edifice. The Golden Hall, akin to the Golden Hall where Yi Xiu presently resided, demanded not only special metallic treasures for its construction, but also the accumulation of time, enduring countless trials of thunder and fire to achieve an indestructible Golden Hall. The Divine Temple, built upon the foundation of the Golden Hall, resonated with the heavens, merging divine consciousness with the cosmos, transforming the self into a divine statue, wherein one becomes a deity within the Divine Temple, embarking on the path of immortality. For levels, worlds apart, merely establishing a Fan Dian signifies the depletion of potential. Reaching the sixth realm represents the utmost limit, with no further advancement possible in the path of the Great Tao. This achievement is the aspiration of countless individuals, yet remains elusive. It is akin to the mortal realm, where persuading commoners to willingly construct a hall for you is an arduous task. Those who ascend to the sixth realm through a Fan Dian were once prodigies who captivated entire regions. True paragons of excellence aim for the Divine Hall in the sixth realm. They would rather forego breakthroughs than fail to forge the Divine Hall. Take, for instance, the revered San Yi Fa Shi of San Yi Si, who, nearing 70, once cultivated at the sacred ground of Dizonggong and was a disciple there, yet has remained at the pinnacle of the fifth realm for 30 years. San Yi Fa Shi could break through at any moment, but he suppresses his own realm, unwilling to advance in order to forge a Golden Hall. Yi Xing could break through at once. The Fan Dian would be effortless, and the possibility of a Wang Dian exists. Yet the chances of achieving a Jin Dian are scarce, and a Divine Hall is even more improbable. The most exceptional disciples of the Undying Tao sect in each generation do not necessarily manage to forge a Divine Hall. They either invest considerable time and effort in the painstaking process of creation, or they leverage the natural forces of heaven and earth to aid in the forging of the Divine Hall. The seeds of the sect's leaders invariably choose this latter path. The Leze ruins are renowned as a treasure trove for the creation of Divine Halls. It is even rumored to be the premier location for such endeavors. The Thunder Fire forges Divine Halls, as all cultivators are aware. Thunder leads the way. Thus, whenever the Leze ruins are opened, the elite disciples of the Undying Tao sect are irresistibly drawn to it, flocking there in pursuit of the opportunity to forge a Divine Hall. The two paths of extreme Yang Thunder have already entered the Su Jian realm and can break through with a contract, while the demonic path remains at the fifth realm's perfection. Yi Xing senses the surging demonic energy within him. His realm may be lower than that of the two paths of extreme Yang Thunder, yet its weight surpasses the combined might of both. Is this the tyranny of the ancestral law? This bodes well, indicating a stronger demonic path. Rising to his feet, Yi Xing turned and walked towards the Jin Dian, having achieved his objective and ready to depart. Benefactor, the meal has arrived, a humble monk said, carrying a food box and looking kindly at Yi Xing. For a guest imbued with the power of innocence, these enlightened monks offered respect and goodwill from the depths of their hearts. I apologize for the disturbance. I must take my leave, and there is no need to trouble yourself with meals for me in the future. Yi Xing pressed his palms together in a gesture of reverence, returning the greeting. In these past 15 days, San Yi Si has shown great generosity. Even when Yi Xing devoured the accumulated thunderous beasts of the Jin Dian over a century, there was no discontent, but rather courteous treatment, allowing Yi Xing to cultivate within the Jin Dian without interruption. Naturally, the monks were unaware that Yi Xing's cultivation within the Jin Dian was not in the path of thunder, but in the path of extreme yang. As Yi Xing departed amidst the monks' farewells, he left behind a tale that would become legend. Meanwhile, the prodigious talent Ming Kong from Dizonggong could no longer bear to wait and had left 10 days prior. Upon hearing of disturbances in the world, he hurriedly rushed out. His visit to San Yi Si was initially to comprehend the teachings of the Thunder Master, but he had not succeeded. His stay was extended due to Yi Xing, and he could no longer afford to wait for Yi Xing's cultivation to conclude. Before leaving, Ming Kong imparted earnest advice to Ye Heng. In this world, being a good person can lead to significant losses. You may be kind, but never be overly naive. If anyone dares to deceive you, retaliate fiercely. Repaying virtue with kindness only invites further exploitation. Do not fear those disciples of the sect who wield power. Just invoke my name, Ming Kong. Ming Kong pounded his chest with bravado. Ye Heng remained silent, reluctantly informing Ming Kong that he would repay his enemies 100-fold. However, Ming Kong's gaze was filled with skepticism. You are mistaken. You bear no trace of demonic power within. You cannot even claim to have faced someone in a dispute. Yet you speak of vengeance. Your kindness is excessive. Ming Kong sighed quietly, lamenting, your talent in the Path of Thunder makes even me envious. The Path of Thunder is renowned for its offensive prowess. If you possess enough ruthlessness, you could engage in the laissez ruins. Otherwise, you may only find yourself on the receiving end of blows, fleeing passively. If you do not understand how to counterattack, that would be troublesome. Ye Heng remained nonchalant. Ming Kong departed with a heavy heart, leaving San Yi behind. Ye Heng calculated the time. There were still 48 days until Ling Yun Fei's wedding, ample time. A formidable figure emerged in his mind. Ling Yun Fei's sister, Ling Qingxian. He had only seen her once, her image already fading in his memory. Yet her haughty gaze, as if looking down upon a mere dog, remained vividly etched. We shall meet again soon, Ye Heng mused with a cruel smile, gracing his lips. Choosing his path, Ye Heng harnessed the thunder and traversed the skies. 3 days later, he had already left Qingzhou, the Shun Shao army long forgotten. As dusk fell, Ye Heng entered a town of modest size. The town was eerily quiet, the atmosphere heavy, a stark contrast to its expected liveliness. Sensing the surroundings, Ye Heng noted that it was not a dead city. Behind the tightly shut doors and windows, there remained a pulse of life. At that moment, in the heart of the town, a dozen formidable cultivators leaped across rooftops, their figures blurring as they hastened towards the outskirts. Faint echoes of their conversations lingered in the air. We must hurry to assist our masters. The soul-devouring knife must not fall into the hands of the demonic cultivators. Ye Heng's heart stirred. The soul-devouring knife? He currently possessed 2 soul-devouring knives of extraordinary quality within his Chinquan bag. Upon learning that the news of the soul-devouring knife had spread throughout the world while he was at San Yi, he felt no urgency. Since he had encountered it, it rightfully belonged to him. The 3 soul-devouring knives, when merged, should forge a remarkable weapon. Ye Heng turned and walked towards the city's edge. The extraordinary quality of the soul-devouring knife was merely a flourish for Ye Heng, enhancing his combat prowess, but not significantly. It was not that the extraordinary soul-devouring knife was weak, but rather that Ye Heng was too formidable. The top-tier extraordinary soul-devouring knife wielded power comparable to the remarkable weapon used by the old woman of the Fengtian sect. The extraordinary soul-devouring knife could easily dispatch an average 5th realm opponent, and even a 6th realm adversary would require caution. A moment's carelessness could lead to demise at the hands of such a weapon. Assuming the identity of Mo1 Tian, Ye Heng discreetly followed the group. From her discussions, he gleaned much about the significant events occurring in the world recently, all concerning the soul-devouring knife. Due to the soul-devouring knife, conflicts between the demonic and celestial paths erupted across the 36 states of the Darue dynasty. In these tumultuous battles, some met untimely ends while others gained renown. The youth of the new generation, shining brightly in combat, garnered the admiration of the masses, overshadowing the long-established elders. Numerous elite disciples from various undying sects distinguished themselves amidst the chaos, earning fame across the land. Yet, the most celebrated young prodigy was not from an undying sect, but a commoner disciple. He had become the focal point of discussion among these individuals. I also share the surname Qin. Who knows if I might have the chance to achieve fame like Qin Feng, becoming a hero known throughout the world. Dream on. 10 days ago, Qin Feng slayed a 5th realm old demon in the battle for the soul-devouring knife in Shizhou, and he has yet to reach his 30th year. With no esteemed background, he attained the 5th realm purely by chance, now becoming the pride of countless common disciples. It is said that noble women admire him, and even undying sects wish to take him as a disciple. Qin Feng has transformed. Esteemed colleagues, while we may not be worthy of the illustrious endeavors of Qin Feng, Should we today assist our esteemed master and reclaim the soul-biting blade, we shall be regarded as respected young heroes in this realm. The time to vanquish demons and eliminate evil is upon us. A group of individuals surged forward with great momentum, continuously quickening their pace. After half an hour, Ye Heng followed them into a desolate expanse where dense jungles lay ahead. The sounds of explosive clashes within the forest were deafening, as malevolent energy and fierce flames cleaved the heavens and the earth asunder. The dozen or so who arrived dared not enter the woods, for it was the battleground of the strong. Anyone below the fourth realm would become mere cannon fodder. Ha ha, you worthless fools! Do you truly believe you can reclaim the soul-biting blade? Those unafraid of death, step forward, and I shall send you to meet your ancestors. A voice, brimming with arrogance, transformed into a shocking wave of energy, causing a tempest within the jungle. Trees and boulders were tossed aside like autumn leaves. Instantly, a vast emptiness emerged within the forest. A formidable demon, engulfed in raging flames, wielded the soul-biting blade, radiating an air of dominance. With the pinnacle of fifth realm power combined with the soul-biting blade, he stood unchallenged. The demonic flames suppressed the celestial path. Old Demon Shu, do not be so arrogant. A voice laced with authority echoed, as a figure cloaked in a fiery red robe ignited flames in the low air, exuding an equally formidable aura. Fear not, Old Wang, we have come to assist you. Today shall be your demise, Old Demon Shu. The surrounding air resonated with the voices of 7 or 8 imposing elder warriors, encircling Old Demon Shu within the jungle. The lowest among them was at least at the initial stage of the fourth realm, with 2 at the fifth realm, one of whom was the flame-wielding Old Wang. United, they suppressed Old Demon Shu's haughty demeanor. Old Demon Shu's expression darkened. Cease your theatrics. I am aware that many old schemers lurk nearby, eager to reap the benefits. Should the soul-biting blade fall into their hands, it will swiftly be delivered to those great powers, and we will lose our chance to lay claim to it. Old Demon Shu surveyed his surroundings. Let us first eliminate these meddlesome nuisances, and then we can determine the victor. No matter who ultimately possesses the soul-biting blade, as long as it remains in the demonic path, we shall have future opportunities to reclaim it. Indeed, they concurred. The soul-biting blade, when in our demonic hands, shall be a matter of skill. The darkened jungle resonated with eerie voices. Several old demons, exuding a chilling malevolence, loomed in the air. In that moment, their demonic might was overwhelming, as waves of demonic energy engulfed the heavens and earth, consuming the last rays of sunlight. Only around Old Wang, the flames persisted. So many old demons. Old Wang's expression turned grim. The number and power of the demons surpassed his expectations. Including Old Demon Shu, there were 3 at the fifth realm. Just facing Old Demon Shu alone was a tremendous burden, requiring assistance. Now, with these additional demons, even the most formidable of the righteous path, Old Wang, harbored thoughts of retreat. Vanquishing demons and eliminating evil is commendable, but I do not wish to sacrifice my life. If I perish, my family and sect will be in peril. The righteous individuals also began to waver. They were already renowned as the strongest within 1,000 miles. It was challenging to find further allies. If you wish to live, then depart, the old demons mocked as they gazed upon Old Wang and the others. Their expressions darkened. It is not that I am unwilling to vanquish demons and eliminate evil, but the younger generation of my sect requires my support, one elder lamented. My youngest child is still small, another robust figure withdrew. My disciple is still outside. I can die, but the lineage must not be severed. The disparity in strength compelled them to confront reality. How could there be so many vile demons? Outside the jungle, the disciples of Old Wang and the others were pale, fear spreading through their hearts. Just as the righteous forces were reluctantly retreating, a resounding voice proclaimed, "You all are unworthy to lay hands upon the soul-biting blade." The voice was thunderous and resonant. Who? Old Demon Shu and his companions were taken aback. Though the sky had darkened and visibility was hindered, they were always attuned to any movement in their surroundings, not wanting to be the last to reap the rewards. They sensed no other presence nearby. The flames of the elder ignited a mix of surprise and joy among them. Who is it? They wondered. Yet, it was evident that this individual was not from the demonic path. The youth's voice seemed youthful, raising questions about the strength of someone so young. Their excitement began to dissipate. As everyone scanned their surroundings, a fierce wind howled. In the dim sky, countless bolts of lightning erupted, weaving through the gaps in the clouds. As a massive column of lightning tore through the heavens, thunderous roars followed in rapid succession, shaking the earth and sky, with the air filled with the acrid scent of burnt ozone. Amidst the myriad of lightning, a towering figure descended, stepping upon the thunder. In that moment, both righteous and demonic powers beheld the scene with widened eyes, fixated on the tall youth clad in fitted attire, his black hair casually tied, lightning dancing through it. At such a young age, possessing fifth realm strength and a mastery of the thunder path, old Demon Shu and his companions wore expressions of grim apprehension. The thunder path seemed to be the natural nemesis of the demonic path. They regarded Ma Wen-Tian, appearing to be in his mid-20s, at such an age and realm. They could not help but think of the disciples of the immortal paths. Who is he? When did such a young hero emerge here? The youth and maidens outside the jungle gazed at the figure of Ma Wen-Tian, their eyes brimming with admiration. Is he a prodigy from the sacred land? Even old Wang, now older, maintained a humble demeanor. Though their realms were the same, he had aged and could not progress further. In contrast, this young prodigy was like a newly risen sun, full of infinite potential. Without a sect or lineage, Ye Heng remarked. What? Old Wang and the others displayed astonishment. A disciple from a humble background, entering the fifth realm before 30, was more precious than disciples from immortal paths. Although their strength couldn't match those of the progeny of the sect leaders, it was not a matter of talent, but rather of resources and teachings. Old Wang and the others grew increasingly fervent in their demeanor. The youth and maidens outside the jungle unconsciously revealed admiration in their eyes, particularly the maidens, whose gazes were reluctant to part from his figure. Who would have thought we would witness the emergence of a talent like Qin Feng among the humble? The youth with the surname Qin trembled slightly. So, is one who relies on his own efforts. Old Demon Shu and his companions felt a wave of relief. While his talent was extraordinary, not being a disciple of the immortal sects implied he may lack powerful treasures, formidable unique skills, or the backing of sect leaders. Young man, it is no easy feat to reach the fifth realm through your own cultivation. Do not risk your life for fame and fortune, old Demon Shu threatened, pointing the soul-biting blade at Ye Heng. I am not the useless old demon killed by Qin Feng. I will not become a stepping stone for your rise to fame. A deafening thunderclap erupted as a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. In an instant, it struck old Demon Shu. He was momentarily stunned. Having never encountered such a brazen individual who would engage in battle without hesitation, even more impatient than their demonic cultivators. Old Demon Shu hastily swung the soul-biting blade, cleaving towards the sky. A sharp glow, formed from the resentment of the yellow springs, seemed poised to rend the heavens asunder. Do not fear, young friend. I shall come to your aid, old Wang declared, igniting with crimson flames. He prepared to assist. He was acutely aware of Su Laoma's formidable strength, which was fearsome beyond measure. At this moment, aided by the soul-cutting blade, he was nearly invincible among those of the fifth realm. Yet, Wang Lao had yet to intervene, merely watching as Su Laoma was struck by lightning and crashed to the earth, causing a 100-meter expanse to fracture. The wild, roaming lightning shredded every inch of the land, transforming it into charred earth. Wang Lao was left speechless. Such power? Was this truly what a being of the fifth realm could wield? Even a mightiest of the Thunder Path could not possibly surpass others of the fifth realm to such an extent, could they? While Wang Lao was still grappling with this reality, those less accomplished than him found their minds blank, their eyes fixated solely on the lightning force connecting heaven and earth. Such a figure could hardly be eclipsed, even by the legendary Qin Feng. One wondered if the young lady might have the chance to behold such heroic grandeur up close. Some of the more boisterous women unwittingly revealed a softer demeanor at this moment. The strike astonished everyone. Damn the soul-cutting blade. It rebelled at such a crucial moment. The pitch-black Su Laoma gripped the wildly thrashing soul-cutting blade in rage. The blade sought to break free from his control. So was the blade causing the disturbance. No wonder. The other old demons released a sigh of relief, nearly frightened into retreat. Ye Heng's eyes narrowed as he observed the struggling, soul-cutting blade in Su Laoma's grasp. The blade quickly calmed, emitting a faint sound, as if feeling wronged. Since he had appeared as Ma Wen-Tian, he must be a righteous figure. Today, He aimed to leave his mark as Mo Wintian, enhancing the authenticity of his identity. Having a righteous identity was of great utility to Ye Heng. For instance, in places like the Thunder Lake ruins, only those of the righteous path could participate, while those of the demonic path, regardless of their astonishing power, could not. He unleashed the heavenly thunder divine bell spell. Ye Heng despised engaging in slow, methodical combat. He preferred to overwhelm his opponents with sheer force, resolving matters in a single stroke. He directly utilized the supreme, thunderous supernatural art contained within the Shun Shao Tian Zhao Zhen Jiejing, an art previously reserved for the Holy Land's celestial beings. Countless bolts of lightning coalesced into a golden divine bell, inverted to the heavens, confronting the defiant Su Laoma. The bell resonated, unleashing a thunderous sound that shattered all demonic and malevolent energies in the vicinity. The sky roiled like an ocean, waves crashing into tumultuous chaos. A lightning pillar descended upon the rapidly retreating Su Laoma. The pillar struck a mountain peak 1,000 meters away, penetrating it and leaving a gaping hole, the edges of which sparkled as if made of crystal under the thunder's devastation. Su Laoma vanished without a trace, leaving no remnant in the world. Only the soul-cutting blade remained, swirling in the air, while the thunder divine bell descended rapidly to envelop the fainting soul-cutting blade. The battle concluded with a decisive victory, accomplished solely through the thunder path. What kind of monster was this? A disciple from a humble background. How could this be? Even the celestial beings of the unyielding past fifth realm could only aspire to such might. Surely he was a prodigy from some unyielding path, masquerading as a rogue to intimidate honest folk like us. Flee! The remaining old demons had long since lost their nerve. What was the soul-cutting blade compared to their lives? They scrambled in all directions, terrified that the next moment, the thunder divine bell would target them. Wang Lao and the others did not pursue. They were frozen in place. Like statues, their hearts seemingly stilled. Such power, could it truly be attributed to the fifth realm? Wang Lao, also a being of the fifth realm, was an absolute overlord in any city or region, yet now he felt utterly impotent. How could he compare to Qin Feng, who had slain a fully realized old demon of the fifth realm? No, one wielding the complete soul-cutting blade. No, it was a matter of annihilation. There was a distinction between slaying and annihilating. He was the true prodigy from humble origins. The youths gazed with unbridled fervor. The maidens, harboring a hint of naive ambition, found it dissipated in the presence of such a hero. They understood that such greatness was beyond their reach, only fitting for celestial beings of the unyielding path. No, only a saint or a goddess would suffice. How should the soul-cutting blade be dealt with? Ye Heng inquired of Wang Lao and the others, who were still in a daze. We have no means to destroy or suppress the soul-cutting blade. It must be escorted to the Rui dynasty or to the hands of other powerful factions capable of subduing it. Wang Lao replied hastily and respectfully. It is too perilous for you to escort it. I shall take on that responsibility, Ye Heng stated. Young friend, your righteousness astounds us. Wang Lao and the others responded with reverence. They understood that the journey to escort the soul-cutting blade was fraught with danger, with countless malevolent forces lurking in the shadows, potentially surrounding them. They would also have to confront the risk of the soul-cutting blade's master going berserk at any moment. No one believed that Ye Heng sought to claim all the glory for himself. Given his age and strength, he had no need for the soul-cutting blade. Those powerful factions would undoubtedly strive to win him over. Ye Heng gestured, and the thunder divine bell, ensnaring the soul-cutting blade, hovered behind him. Young friend, may I know your name? Wan Lao Inquit Evilly. He dared not hope for true friendship, but at least to know his name would allow him to boast in the future, sharing in some of the glory. Mo Wintian. Ye Heng's voice rang out, resonant and full of youthful exuberance. Such righteousness and vigor were familiar to him. For years ago, upon his arrival, he had been just like this, without pretense, simply recalling his former self. Montak Vencian. Wang Lao and the others repeated Ye Heng's name, confirming they had never heard it before. Yet they understood that after tomorrow, this name would echo throughout every corner of the Rui dynasty's 36 states. Chapter 83. The Blade of Demons takes form. The name Mo Wintian became renowned overnight. Wang Lao and the others disseminated the news through various channels, stirring a sensation. A fifth realm figure wielding lightning to slay demons of the same level had emerged. A prodigy more dazzling than Qin Feng? I think not. Qin Feng's achievements were witnessed by many and were irrefutably genuine. The battlefield where Mo Wentian fought had fewer than 100 witnesses, with no heavyweight figures present. It is likely that the tale has been exaggerated as it spread. Just yesterday, I even heard of someone claiming to have seen a fifth realm slay a sixth realm, only to later discover it was all a fabrication. Doubts began to surface. The status of Wang Lao and his companions was not particularly high in the grand scheme. Their endorsement bore little weight. I have trained in that region before and have never heard of Mo Wentian. Even if one were to cultivate to the fifth realm without a sect, one could not go unnoticed in their homeland, could they? There were no legends of Mo Wentian in other places either. Increasingly, voices of skepticism arose, as if someone were subtly guiding the discourse. Perhaps someone envious of Qin Feng's heroic reputation sought to emulate it. Young hero Qin Feng, however, had verifiable accomplishments that were well known to the world. No one questioned Qin Feng's prowess. The battlefield where he had slain the fifth realm old demon was one that shocked the world, a contest for the legendary soul-cutting blade, where dozens of fifth realm experts and several sixth realm beings were present, alongside monsters exceeding the sixth realm. Each of them was a renowned powerhouse, many hailing from the unyielding path. Although Qin Feng's name had not been prominent in the world, in his homeland of Shizhou, he was a celebrated prodigy, shining as brightly as Meng Yaozu once did in Beizhou, a disciple from humble beginnings whose every step was witnessed by the people of Shizhou. Everything is traceable, and deception is impossible. The name Mo Wentian has reached the ears of many prominent figures and powerful forces, yet they remain unable to discern its authenticity. Qin Feng Mo Wentian has consistently taken note of the rising reputation of the cold-born prodigy Jiang Yunli, whispering their names. Different individuals, different paths. Whom should one visit first? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yunli chooses a direction and departs. The news reaches the ears of Xie Polu of the Shunxiao army, leaving her astounded. Did I truly hear correctly? Is this Mo Wentian the same man I encountered at the Sanyasi temple? She struggles to believe it. After all, he is merely at the fourth realm. Although he walks the path of thunder, his cultivation is not profound, and he cannot dominate even among his peers, let alone defeat a fifth realm old demon in adversity. Could not be him? Yet the coincidence is too striking. Surely he has not truly comprehended the essence of the Thunder Sovereign's teachings? Achieving such enlightenment could not happen so rapidly, certainly not within 20 days. Siapolu feels as if her head might split from the conflicting thoughts. Rationality tells her it cannot be so, yet an inexplicable feeling suggests otherwise. She's almost compelled to fly to Sanyasi Temple to investigate. But alas, she cannot abandon her heavy responsibilities for the safety of a city and its 100,000 citizens. Resisting the urge to seek out Shunxiao, Ho Xiao Zhanyu, she sighs to herself. Even if it were true, he has already left Qingzhou, seemingly disinterested in the Shunxiao army. Why disturb Lord Shenhou? In a certain city of Shizhou, the streets are deserted, and countless beautiful young ladies blush with excitement as they gaze at the radiant youth amidst the crowd. Qin Feng, clad in a sharp and dashing outfit. His handsome visage and starry eyes radiate charm, drawing smiles from those who meet his gaze. Accompanying Qin Feng is a celestial maiden in feathered attire, exuding purity. The streets erupt with uncontrollable cheers from numerous young girls. Yet, a well-meaning individual cannot help but exclaim, "Hero Qin Feng, have you heard of Mo Wentian? He too has slain a fifth realm old demon. How could Mo Wentian be equated with young Master Qin Feng? It is Qin Feng who stands as the strongest among the cold-born." Instantly, countless young ladies glare at the questioner. In Shizhou, no one among the younger generation can rival Qin Feng's renown. "I just heard," Qin Feng responds without evasion, his tone gentle. "I have heard that at a critical moment, the soul-devouring blade turned against its master, allowing him to slay the Demon Lord. Heaven blesses the righteous path. Mo Wentian has averted a catastrophe, and I commend him." His words of praise awaken many to the realization. So it was the soul-devouring blade that caused the shift. With the blade devouring its master, how could the fifth realm old demon have maintained any strength to resist? It was merely fortunate. Although Mo Wentian played a significant role, he cannot be compared to young Master Qin Feng. Qin Feng not only faced one of the three old demons head-on, and defeated one. But he also exchanged blows with a sixth realm demon and managed to retreat safely. The battlefield still reverberates with the remnants of the old monsters' clashes and the invisible pressure exerted by the powerful. It is rumored that when the soul-devouring blade went berserk, it was young Master Qin Feng who, at a crucial moment, held back the blade's escape, who, besides those extraordinary prodigies of the immortal sex, could withstand the soul-devouring blade in such a short span? Could Mo. do so? Certainly not. The discussions swiftly transform into a cacophony of praise for Qin Feng, who has become the protagonist in many people's conversations, while Mo. has long since vanished from public view. In the depths of the mountains, Ye Xiang casually searches for a natural cave. 3 soul-devouring blades hover in the low air, their blades dark as ink, swirling with a faint crimson hue, as countless vengeful spirits wail from the edges. Slaughter, consume. Only the victors are worthy to follow me. Ye Xiang utilizes his abilities. The Thunder God Bell is inverted, leaving the soul-devouring blades with nowhere to escape. The Golden Crow transforms into the ultimate Sunfire, incinerating the 3 blades. Demonic energy permeates the entire cave. As Ye Xiang nurtures the demonic blades, the trapped soul-devouring blades scream in endless agony under the scorching heat. Their greed for the other blades leads them to clash violently within the confines of the Divine Bell, sparks flying as blade fragments shatter and fall. Each soul-devouring blade reveals countless grotesque, vengeful spirits, frantically gnawing at the other blades. The aura of the yellow springs entwines around the 3 blades, causing some to fracture and emit chilling, desperate cries. The blades shatter, dissolve, and then merge, amidst the continual destruction and reformation. The 3 soul-devouring blades ultimately coalesce into a single massive blade, tendrils of black mist swirling around the giant blade, each tendril causing the Thunder God Bell to tremble and crack. The demonic blade is formed. Ye Xiang gestures, and the giant soul-devouring blade falls into his hand. Now transformed into a soul-devouring blade of extraordinary caliber, it exhibits an extraordinary docility in Ye Xiang's grasp, showing no signs of resistance. With a casual wave, a flash of black light darts through the air, shattering the already cracked Thunder God Bell. It still requires extensive refinement before it can be completed. Ye Xiang places the giant blade into the Sunfire to continue incineration while infusing demonic energy into the soul-devouring blade, nurturing the blade's edge while inscribing a demonic seal. The Golden Crow's Sunfire relentlessly burns the soul-devouring blade, causing the giant blade to drip black liquid as impurities are refined away. In his leisure, Ye Xiang gestures, and a clump of earth from the deep pool of the cave flies into his hand. With perfect control over the mysterious energy, the earth continuously morphs into the shape of a woman. Molding the clay figure, he then uses the Sunfire to roast it, aiming to create a true celestial figurine. Chapter 84. Crafting the Celestial Figurine. Verbal threats and tangible threats. The latter is far more terrifying. Learning to create celestial figurines means that, should he desire, he could produce them in large quantities at any time. Under meticulous control of the mysterious energy, the clay takes on a life of its own, transforming into an exquisitely lifelike woman, bearing a resemblance to Jiang Yunli. Ye Xiang refines the figure further, making it larger and more alluring, blending celestial essence with desirous allure. He molds a figure of Jiang Yunli, then shapes another of Si Qing, a normal representation of her. Unfortunately, he cannot recall Ling Qinxian's appearance. Ye Xiang feels a pang of regret. Si Qing bears no grudge against him and has been of assistance. There is no need to harm her. Jiang Yunli, however, is perpetually threatened by the figurine. Ye Xiang longs to sculpt a figurine of Ling Qinxian, the haughty celestial maiden who regards others with disdain. His yearning for her is no less than for Jiang Yunli. Yet, having had only a fleeting encounter with Ling Qinxian, it is challenging to create a true likeness from memory. At his brother's wedding, an elder sister must be present. Not being able to create Ling Qinshuan's figurine now does not preclude future possibilities. When the soul-devouring blade is finally perfected, Ye Xiang intends to journey directly to Yuzhou, where there are people he wishes to meet. Ye Xiang continues to practice the art of crafting figurines. Having only one image of Pei Xianzi as a figurine feels too simplistic. Fortunately, In his past life, he has seen many images of celestial maidens. Each maiden's attire can evoke the deepest desires within a person, rendering them irresistible. At this moment, a faint warmth emanates from the yin-yang paper in Yi Xiang's embrace. A line appears on the paper. Master, Si Qing wishes to inquire about the red dust sword talisman. It is a message relayed by Lady Whitebone. Ye Heng furrowed her brow slightly, waving her hand to open the Chinquan bag. From within, the Hongxian sword talisman flew into her grasp. This talisman had been discreetly delivered to Ye Heng by the Immortals Si Qing in Yin Longsheng, capable of withstanding a powerful strike, breaking seals, and enabling a swift escape. It was a miraculous item for preserving life. Previously, Ye Heng had regarded the Hongxian sword talisman with little importance, believing it could at most fend off an attack from a cultivator of the sixth realm, considering it a rather useless object. At this moment, she dismissed the sixth realm as beneath her, even after having cultivated the teachings of the sect leader to forge a divine temple's prodigy. Ye Heng wished to test whether it could withstand the true form of the demon sovereign. If so, she would further test its resilience against the demon sovereign's uncontrolled power. Moreover, she was soon to possess a formidable weapon, the soul-devouring blade, which she could absolutely command. Was the strength of the sixth realm truly formidable? During her leisure time at Sanyasi, Ye Heng had inquired extensively with Ming Kong about various immortal traditions, particularly regarding the seeds of the immortal sect leaders. In this regard, Ming Kong had far more insight than Si Qing, who was merely one of the core disciples of the Hongxian sect. Not a seed of the sect leader, Ming Kong held the status of a candidate for the Bodhisattva of the Dizong Palace, thus occupying a higher position. Through her conversation with Ming Kong, Ye Heng unearthed numerous deeper secrets pertaining to the seeds of the immortal sect leaders. Each of these seeds was endowed with protective artifacts by the sect to ensure their survival, allowing them to escape in times of peril, even if their guardians were ensnared. Such treasures were exceedingly precious, granted solely to the seeds of the sect leaders. During her discussions with Ming Kong, Ye Heng subtly inquired about the artifacts possessed by the Holy Maiden of the Fengtian sect and the Holy Maiden of the Hongxian sect. Ming Kong was uncertain about the possessions of the Fengtian Holy Maiden. However, he knew of the protective artifact owned by the Hongxian Holy Maiden. Divulging this information without reservation, harboring no doubts about Ye Heng's intentions. The fame of the Hongxian Holy Maiden was too illustrious. It was natural for outsiders to be curious. Each generation of the Hongxian Holy Maiden had the Hongxian sword talisman as their life-saving artifact, rumored to be created over an extensive period by the enigmatic Hongxian Xianzun. Each generation could only obtain a single Hongxian sword talisman, and once utilized, a second would not be granted. Ming Kong was aware of this due to events that transpired a millennium ago, when the current Hongxian Holy Maiden had used the sword talisman to safely escape from an ancient monster. At that time, Ming Kong had mused whether the sword talisman could indeed allow one to evade an ancestor-level powerhouse, while it could facilitate a swift escape. It was uncertain if one could truly evade the pursuit of a venerable being. Nevertheless, with the perfect transformation technique of Hongxian, the talisman's life-preserving capability surpassed that of other immortal seeds. The term venerable transcended mere rank. It was a title bestowed by the world upon the mighty. For instance, among the 9 great divine lords, some refrained from calling them divine lords, opting instead for the title of venerable. The value of the Hongxian sword talisman far surpassed Ye Heng's initial estimations. Moreover, it was evident that the sword talisman was not Si Qing's possession. It must have been bestowed upon her by the Hongxian Holy Maiden, a testament to their sisterly bond, as she had even offered her most precious life-saving artifact to her younger sister. Ye Heng admired the generosity of the Hongxian Holy Maiden, but felt no obligation to reciprocate. She gazed at the words inscribed on the yin-yang paper. Was she seeking the return of the Hongxian sword talisman? Had she come to regret her decision? Or had she finally recognized the true worth of the talisman? Or perhaps the Hongxian Holy Maiden had summoned her to demand its return. On the Hongxian ship, Si Qing huffed, "Sister, you are being unreasonable. How can you demand back what you have given to another? What will they think of me? I would become a petty woman." Si Qing pouted, glaring at the Hongxian Holy Maiden. "I'm quite upset." The Hongxian Holy Maiden looked at her foolish sister with exasperation. "Do you not realize that is the Hongxian sword talisman?" The Hongxian Holy Maiden's cold beauty seemed tinged with a hint of melancholy. Initially pretending to be her younger sister Si Qing, She had successfully discerned Ye Heng's attitude towards her, feeling a sense of pride. She was merely this. The Hongqian Holy Maiden had no intention of actively seeking out Ye Heng. She was confident that within a month, Ye Heng would eagerly seek her out on the Hongqian ship for an audience. In their exchanges on the yin yang paper, it appeared everything was progressing as she had envisioned. Yet, each time they approached the final step, Ye Heng would subtly divert the topic, refusing to come forth. The witty words of the white-bone lady were bold, yet Ye Heng's actions were beyond her authority. Naturally, she could not provide a definitive answer. Even so, the Hongqian Holy Maiden remained self-assured, amused by the trivial antics of men. However, today, she suddenly noticed that the Hongqian sword talisman, which should have hung at Si Qing's chest, was missing, and the Hongqian Holy Maiden could no longer smile. She immediately inquired. Si Qing looked around anxiously, refusing to reveal the truth. Ultimately, under pressure, she declared, "It fell into the lake. It is lost." The Hongqian Holy Maiden was both furious and amused. "Lost? Do you think I'm a fool?" Without Si Qing needing to elaborate, the Hongqian Holy Maiden had already surmised that it must be in Ye Heng's possession, prompting her to consult the yin-yang paper once more. Si Qing grew anxious, attempting to intervene, only to be firmly suppressed. "Is that the Hongqian sword talisman? I thought it was a counterfeit you had made." Si Qing feigned innocence. "If you must place blame, direct it at yourself. Why did you not inform me of its value when you gave it to me? How was I to know it was so precious? Now that it is given away, how can it be reclaimed? Would that not be a breach of trust?" The Hongqian Holy Maiden was exasperated. "And you think you are in the right? I bestowed upon you the most precious life-saving artifact for your safety, and now I am the one at fault?" In her frustration, the Hongqian Holy Maiden pinned Si Qing against the desk before her, delivering several smacks to her backside. "Let me teach you not to be foolish. Stop your unreasonable arguments." Regardless, Si Qing remained defiant. "It does not hurt." Chapter 85. A token of affection? Even in the face of the patching heaven cauldron, the Hongqian Holy Maiden had never felt as powerless and disheartened as she did now, gazing at her unyielding sister. Yet, she hesitated to exert true force. "Sister, do not be angry. He gifted me something as well," Si Qing said with a cheeky grin. "What?" The Hongqian Holy Maiden raised her lashes in curiosity. "Look, this is a remarkable treasure." Si Qing proudly produced a small bell, shaking it to reveal a faint, melodious sound reminiscent of rain. The Hongqian sword talisman may only be used once, but this can be utilized for a lifetime. It is the Rainmaster Bell belonging to an elder of the Feng Tian sect. It can summon mystical rain to vanquish foes, possessing considerable power. This artifact was of no use to Ye Heng. It lacked even the qualifications to enhance her situation. The techniques cultivated by the white-bone lady and her companions could not utilize this object, and she was disinclined to waste time trading the Rainmaster Bell for other treasures. If they could be exchanged, it would be better to seize them directly. Thus, after the events in Yin Longcheng, Ye Heng had gifted it to Si Qing, embodying the principle of reciprocity. At that moment, the Hongqian Holy Maiden's gaze froze. Her lips parted slightly, hesitating to speak, ultimately releasing a soft sigh, her heart aching as she stroked her sister's dark tresses. "Foolish girl, it is merely an ordinary treasure, worth less than a tenth of the Hongqian sword talisman." Discontent began to brew within her towards Ye Heng. To bully even such a foolish girl, was he truly a man? Such a wretched character. Yet this was the best treasure he possessed, his only remarkable artifact. "Sister, you misunderstand. The value of a gift is not measured by its worth, but by the sentiment behind it. He has given me his finest possession. Does that not signify his sincerity?" Si Qing carefully tucked the Rainmaster Bell away. The Hongqian Holy Maiden's lashes trembled slightly. Previously uncertain, she now knew for certain that her sister Si Qing was behaving oddly. With a serious tone, she fixed her gaze upon Si Qing's eyes. "Si Qing, do you realize that once a disciple of the Hongqian sect becomes entangled in emotional tribulations, there has never been a case of escape? Your path will reach its end." "I have not." Si Qing's voice rose in pitch. "Have not." The Hongqian Holy Maiden smiled lightly. How could he speak such ambiguous words on a yin-yang paper if there was nothing between you? Now it appears that he harbors ulterior motives. He dares to speak peculiarly to me after having harmed my sister. Could he be dreaming of a grand ambition that intertwines us as sisters? What scoundrel! Such grave words. Yet none of the esteemed predecessors who teach about transcending the mundane have succeeded in attaining the great way. Siqing softly murmured to the ancestral spirits of the sect. Hongchen Nu remarked, I believe Master and you, my sister, are mistaken. Only by immersing oneself in the mortal realm can one attain the Tao. Siqing proudly lifted her head, feeling no fault in her stance. Hongchen Nu continued in silence. Moreover, even Master has instructed you to seek out Ye Xiong, claiming he can assist you in cultivating the path of the mortal world. Siqing felt even more triumphant, believing her discovery to be a testament to her superiority over Master. Hongchen Nu regarded her self-satisfied sister. Taking a deep breath, she reminded herself that she was merely her younger sister. Exhausted, Hongchen Nu produced a yin-yang paper, resolved to reclaim the Hongchuan sword talisman. Sister, consider it as if I have used it. After all, the Hongchuan sword talisman holds little utility for either of us. I have no enemies, and both the celestial and demonic paths of Hongchuan grant me respect. No one will harm me. Siqing covered the yin-yang paper with one hand. Throughout the long years, only 2 or 3 Hongchen Nus have ever relied upon the Hongchuan sword talisman for protection. The likelihood is minimal. By handing it to me, you demonstrate confidence in your safety, do you not? Ye Xiong assisted you in overcoming a tribulation. Consider the Hongchuan sword talisman as a token of gratitude. While it may not serve much purpose for us, it is of utmost importance to him. Presently, the Darui dynasty is frantically seeking to capture him, and both the celestial and demonic paths wish to eliminate Ye Xiong, who has incited chaos. Even many from the demonic path, while feigning goodwill, have their eyes set on the soul-devouring blade in Ye Xiong's possession. He is in grave danger. Possessing the Hongchuan sword talisman would at least grant him an extra life. Hongchuan Nu silently observed her pleading sister and sighed. My reasons for wanting it back are precisely this. Siqing tilted her head in confusion. Surely you have heard the rumors circulating? Hongchuan Nu's eyes flickered with a mix of shame and anger. Who is spreading such nonsense that I, Hongchuan Nu, contend for a man with Jiang Yunli? Absurd. I have never even laid eyes on Ye Xiong. This accusation is unfounded. Those ignorant fools, Ye Xiong and that wicked woman Jiang Yunli, have never been in a relationship, let alone a romantic one. Such slander is baseless and has no bearing on you, sister. Siqing was angrier than Hongchuan Nu's sister. Do not be upset. These are merely the foolish ramblings of the uninformed. Other sect disciples are aware of your character. They cannot possibly believe such claims. Siqing attempted to console Hongchuan Nu. However, among the mundane and the weak, such tales circulate. The impact is negligible. It ought to be so. Hongchuan Nu nodded, then stated something that left Siqing speechless. But what will outsiders think when they learn that Ye Xiong possesses my Hongchuan sword talisman? Siqing blinked in surprise. Surely outsiders are unaware. You just mentioned he is perilous and may use the Hongchuan sword talisman at any moment. Anyone with even a hint of insight would recognize it as a treasure of the Hongchuan sect. A little investigation would reveal its true nature. Honikin nupinkid Siqing's fache, compelling her to meet her gaze. Siqing continued to argue. Even if they knew, it shouldn't be a big deal. To outsiders, Hongchuan Nu is immensely proud and indifferent to men. No man is worthy of you, sister. Hongchuan Nu revealed a dangerous smile. To the average person, that may be true, but the man who currently incites turmoil across the realm is renowned beyond compare. To outsiders, do you think they would not consider him worthy of me? Siqing blinked her innocent eyes, speaking softly, a token of affection. You understand now. Hongchuan Nu tightly squeezed Siqing's cheeks. You finally grasped it. Other treasures of the Hongchuan sect can be given away without consequence. However, the Hongchuan sword talisman, which nearly represents Hongchuan Nu, has never been given to a man before. Once the outside world learns of this, it will easily be associated with a token of affection. If I were to part with the Hongchuan sword talisman, would it not imply that I, Hongchuan Nu, have surrendered everything to him? My purity would be lost. Siqing found herself at a loss for words. She did not wish for the world to misunderstand. Yet the Hongchuan sword talisman could save his life. A dilemma arose, just as she faced this internal conflict. Hongchuan Nu began to write on the yin-yang paper with her finger, determined to reclaim the Hongchuan sword talisman. Lady Whitebone promptly relayed the message to Ye Xiong. Ye Xiong, however, disregarded it. Lady Whitebone could not respond to Hongchuan Nu and feigned ignorance. Ultimately, Hongchuan Nu's narrowed eyes emitted a dangerous glimmer. ignoring me? The enchanting red that on her forehead radiated an eerie crimson light. 3 days later, with a wave of his hand, Ye Xiang summoned a deafening blade's cry amidst the sunfire. Slicing through the mountaintop, a pitch-black demonic blade fell into Ye Xiang's grasp, its edge razor-thin. With a casual swing, a black line streaked across the sky, erasing a forest from existence. The blade's surface revealed countless tormented and twisted, vengeful spirits, ultimately converging into a ghastly visage. Its power was considerable. A smile crept onto Ye Xiang's lips as the blade returned to its sheath, soaring into the heavens. The cavern beneath him collapsed incessantly. Countless blush-inducing porcelain fairy figurines shattered amidst the rubble. Ye Xiang's direction was Yu Prefecture. Chapter 86. The emergence of Ye Xiang. The world is in search of Ye Xiang. After his disappearance from Hidden Dragon City, he left no trace. Many individuals and factions are seeking him. For numerous people, the first thing upon awakening each day is to inquire of their subordinates if there have been any sightings of Ye Xiang, including the esteemed heir of the Divine Spear Marquis, Ling Yunfei, within the grand Divine Marquis residence of Feiyu City, which sprawls over 100 acres like the Forbidden City. Ling Yunfei awoke to the service of 8 beautiful maidens. With a grim expression, he gazed at the kneeling attendant. "Has anyone captured Ye Xiang?" The attendant, drenched in cold sweat, replied tremulously, "There have been no reports as of yet." Ling Yunfei's veins bulged with rage as he kicked the attendant, causing him to spit blood. "It's been this long. The entire world is searching for him. He should have been found by now, even if he were to hide in the heavens or on the earth. Can he truly vanish from existence? He can no longer endure his confinement in the estate. Young master, the Marquis has ordered that as long as Ye Xiang is alive, you cannot leave the estate." The attendant, in agony, crawled towards Ling Yunfei, desperately clinging to his legs and pleading. The Divine Spear Marquis did not know Ye Xiang personally, but with his extensive experience, he understood that Ye Xiang was a lawless individual due to his audacity with the soul-devouring blade. Ling Yunfei harbored a grudge against Ye Xiang. The Divine Spear Marquis suspected that Ye Xiang might target his only son, and in order to ensure Ling Yunfei's safety, he kept him under protective watch within the Divine Marquis estate. Initially, the Divine Spear Marquis had considered using Ling Yunfei as bait to lure Ye Xiang, planning to have Ling Yunfei boldly announce a journey to the North State while secretly following him. However, Ye Xiang did not reveal himself. Regardless of whether Ye Xiang had set his sights on Ling Yunfei, the Divine Spear Marquis did not dare to take risks. "Have my father dispatch 2 Sixth Realm experts to protect me when I go out," the frustrated Ling Yunfei demanded, desperate for an alternative. This request, too, was met with refusal.